talking about Mercury is in retrograde. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but check this out.
Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend? Praying to the give me something to believe in. Play this for my fam, they gon' say that I need Jesus. Turn up with my demons, it's already too late, baby, by the time you read this. Poured up strong, this tequila got me in my feelings. A butt in the head, like my name was Beavis. Blowing out the speakers, fuck a noise complaint, middle finger to police. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week? Club too crowded, this shit weak.
You hungry?
Make the Uber drive through Mickey D's, 20 piece, please. Back to the crib, she throw it back like TBT. Legally blind on DVD, then that brain was Ivy League. Come see me, Keegan Michael, she got the key. Trip expensive, love is free. She got the bag off PPP. On his sex, call it Sunny D. Not a joke, but it's tongue in cheek. Eggplant emoji next to the peach. Yeah, blah blah blah, you know what I mean. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend?
Okay, but I still don't know what that means though. Like, can you break it down for me? Like is the planet like spinning backwards, or like I'm just trying to understand it. Like that's just why you were being weird. It was the planets, or okay, fine.
Hello. Oh, let me see if I have this on the right thing. Nope, I don't. There we go. Always have to connect it to my microphone manually. Hello, freak snakes. It's Friday. What are we gonna do? Hey, Yap, look at you. I never catch. Well, Misty Moonchild, we're happy to have you here. I hope you enjoy the replay. May not make. Okay, Evil Queen. Eliza, the streets are insane going into the weekend. I have been hella busy in real life. This whole week I've kind of had off from babysitting. I had to go in Wednesday, I think it was, and watch Crew for a little bit. But other than that, and I've been trying to get like a bunch of real life things done and keep up with YouTube things, and it is impossible. Not anything bad in real life, just busy. Melissa Jane, okay. Yes, Melissa has a live. Hang on. Oh, I put it in the back chat so that I would be able to copy it. Melissa has a live coming up that you guys might want to go to. It's about the Apple River case that we talked about the other day. She's going to go over it in great detail. You do not want to miss it. Oh, hey, Burden. Hey, Lindsay. Let's see here. Jennifer. I hope everyone is having a great Friday. Are you guys having a great Friday? What's going on? Mama Bear. Everyone got their pib and their popsicles? There goes the rest of your night, Tori. Oh, I don't know. Do you think it'll be an all-nighter? Hey, Lindsay. Oh, Vet Girl, thank you. You didn't have to super chat. 1-800-TBI fine. Sebastian Rogers missing since February 26th, 2024 in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Thank you, guys. Let me put this up for a second. There we go. Thank you so much, Vet Girl. You didn't have to do that. Hey, Malicious. How are you, love? AMAC talking smack. Freak Snakes in the house. Hey, Tracy Ann, Lindsay. Oh, my goodness. So, I know there have been some amazing creators covering all of the tragedy parasites because right now they are out in full force. They are out in full fucking force. I don't know how else to say it other than that. It is insane what I'm seeing. Thankfully, nonsense, Granny's watching, Unsupervised Maniacs just dropped an amazing video. Who else? Chronicles of the Shady. There are so many great content creators out there right now just covering all of their antics, and the antics are insane. Insane. Hey, Rainbow Mom, Gemini Slacker, Peppermint Tea, the good Nunya. Yes, Nunya did an amazing video for Amethyst Moon, and it's telling Amethyst Moon's story. She's getting ready to go back to a parole board hearing and try to stop her offender from being released, and she needs all of our thoughts and prayers of you guys. If someone wants to drop that video in the chat, please do. Go watch it. It's what we're talking about, right? Making sure that the victims have a choice in how they are presented on social media, all forms of platforms. So it was just such I cried like 3 different times watching it. She did such a great job, Nunya. And Amethyst, thank you for sharing your story, for being willing to share your story, and I don't wanna cry, but the courage that this woman has, even in just in that short video, and then I went back and I watched a couple other videos that are on Nonsense's channel of it, bawl like a baby. Thank you, Parody Patty. She's just so much courage there. It's too rowdy in here. Oh, yeah, but I'm sad. I'm sad that I had set my live up, but then it's like, I'm gonna be gone for probably 5 or 6 days watching Crew, so I figured I gotta squeeze another live in. And Mal will be up there too? Oh, I love it. I'll definitely be watching that as I fall asleep. Mrs. Pibb and Freak Snakes. TJ Jerk, yes. Oh, goodness. Ate too many chips and dip, but other than that, it's been good. Thank you for the honesty, Gemini. That case is very upsetting. Yeah. What did you guys think of the verdict in the Apple case? I don't wanna go over it too much. MJ's gonna cover it, but what did you guys think of the verdict since we did show a little bit of it on here? Thank you, MJ. Oh, and thank you, Yep, welcome. Welcome to the streets, love. Thank you, Vet Girl. We will have a good weekend, and I hope you have a good one too. I'm gonna play that one, Parody Patty. He sure did. He sure did. Hey, Zero Jewels. It is true bravery. It takes a lot to be willing to come out and speak up on your trauma. It's really scary. I remember the first time I shared the story of my in-laws murder-suicide, and then, just being open and real. It wasn't scary in real life to the people I know talking about it, but online, yeah, it's very scary. So it takes a lot of courage and bravery to speak out like Amethyst does. Hey, T, how's it going? I go over to criminalities to get away from the drama, right? To get away from the crama because she's true crime. And then freaking Gray Hughes. I'll say it here. This isn't on her. This is on me. Man, I love Gray Hughes, but he just comes in trolling. Almost every time I'm over there listening, he comes in with something hot to say. And then her chat just explodes at him, and it's just a crazy back and forth. You can't tell it in my messages in the chat, but I just die laughing every single time. Hey, Nanya.
It's me.
It's her. No paint screen needed.
No.
When the verdict on lesser charges was legally understandable. Good. So people are happy with the charges? Criminality agrees with the verdict. What did you think?
Yeah, I didn't mind. I didn't agree with the original charge.
With the murder one, right?
But I didn't disagree with what the lesser charges.
Yeah.
But I do also understand how people are saying that the message that it sends to young people is you don't have to have boundaries. You don't have to, respect people's space. You can call people whatever, but
and get away with it.
Yeah, and get away with it. But I also think on the flip side, it was too extreme. I understand, but also it was too much of a reaction So yeah, but I also think that those people, they lost their friend that day, and that's going to automatically impact them. That's going to have a greater impact than any verdict will, in my opinion. So yeah,
Sorry, I
I
had to blow
agree.
my nose. Yeah, no. So that's Tracy's issue too, and I agree with that completely. Is the message to the teens. Like, we saw what they did. They surrounded a man. They were allowed to call a man a pedophile. He had no prior convictions,
Mm-hmm.
nothing. And they weren't even just teens though. A lot of them were in their young, early 20s too. So push him down, slap on him, and you know, do I think that his self-defense was too far? Yes, I do. I do. I don't think he needed to go where he went to that degree, but I don't know, I just felt like there should have been a lesson for both there.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
What
But
here?
I'm pretty sure that those people's lives have all, been completely changed by that. And,
Mhm.
during court, they're, like in the one part we watched here the other day of like the person's on, I can't remember who it was, so don't quote me, but, I'm paraphrasing. He was on panel. He was up on the stand and he's saying like, "No, I was trying to break it up." And then they play the video and he's like pushing him down
It's
and,
like
slapping
the
him and,
aggressor.
and
Mhm.
it's like, "No, that doesn't look like breaking it up, sir."
No,
But
that's a
I think
different
that
kind of breaking it up than I'm used to.
yeah, me too. But I think that again, like it's that self-reflection, like they got to see, kind of the ugliest side of themselves that day, all of them. So, but I
Welcome
do
to
get why
the
people weren't happy with it.
I agree. I agree. Welcome to the streets, Tammy's Clips. Thank you, Abe. Criminality said, and not only Gray, but what the fuck is up? Is Buttercup freaking out on me a year later over some?
Who is that?
So Teresa was covering one of the latest Delphi documents, and
Oh,
this chick Buttercup comes in and brings up something that T said like a year ago. It was like a year ago. And she's like, I don't know what I said, but if I said it a year ago, then I'm gonna need some proof of that. But Buttercup would not let it go. She was riding T hard. But and then right after that, or is either right before or after that, that Gray comes in and he's all like, you guys are all defense lovers in here. And we're she's reading a document. It wasn't, but anyway, it was comical for me. I don't think it was comical for criminality.
yeah, I don't think so.
No,
Doesn't seem like she's, thought it was very funny at the
I
time.
don't think so. I hope they do too, Evil Queen. The thing is, you can say those things without consequences. The behavior was terrible, absolutely, but was the force matched? No.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. It was sad all the way around, Rebel Soul. I agree. They're allowed to put their hands on him. Also think people that pulled out their camera should have stepped in before they got that far. I agree. We had what, 2 different camera angles? We had the main cameraman who's, like, filming the whole time, and then somebody else taking a Snapchat video, and it was just a lot. But you guys are gonna wanna go check out MJ's, and I'm sure she'll cover that in depth. You can say all the things.
Is she doing that tonight?
Yeah, she is, that's why I dropped it. I was like,
Dang
"Oh,
it.
no, I went live on top of her," but,
Oh,
she's like,
I'll
"No,
have to
don't cancel your live. I'll be back
watch
over
it on
when
the
I'm done."
replay. Yeah.
And then Captain Avi, I agree with that too. That's the first thing I said that night when we played it in here, like, why lie to the cops and the investigators? Why ditch the knife in the woods? Why float past it and not stop and say anything? So, I agree, I agree. It was sad all around. I agree. Mm-mm-mm.
I spent my morning in the Karen Reed hearing, and that was very interesting. I didn't get to finish it, so I got to circle back around, and I think I got up to like motion 23, and then I got to circle back around to the rest.
I haven't even gotten all the way through it. There's been some there's a creators covering it, and I've been so busy today, you know that, and so I was just like, I'm so far behind on the read thing," but I have all weekend to listen to it, so I'll get caught up this weekend. Hey, Carrie. I did rest. Don't yell at me. Carrie was on my butt last night to go to bed early. I hate to break it to her, I did not fall asleep until 1, but I tried.
She was supposed to take a nap today, Carrie. I don't
I
think
did it.
I don't think that she took a nap because I seen her live notification soon after she went to go take a nap. So
I did not take a nap. Indeed. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, oh, I need to go take a nap. I'm ready for a nap. And then I just get a burst of energy and I'm like, all right, let's do all the things.
she called Kaylee and Maddie tens and Jake and Jack
Buttercup
fours.
was mad because I called Kaylee and Maddie a 10 and Jake and Jack 4 about a year ago. Oh, did she ever show you the proof of you saying that? That's what I asked her. Oh, but she was not accepting anything you had to tell her. She was sticking with it.
I mean, of all the things to be upset about, like, I mean, I guess maybe, I don't know. That's
Mhm.
interesting. Hi, Amac.
Um,
Oh, Kendra said, "Oh, please cover it. I've been looking for a non-biased creator to cover." Listen, Deez and I have really good conversations about it. We are really into it, and so like we'll look at something, and I don't have one way or the other. I don't
we like
have one way or
challenge
the
each
other,
other.
but we
Mhm.
definitely do. Like as soon as I think that I know something, she'll be like, "Yeah, but." So
But you forgot about this. You forgot about that. Yeah.
yeah.
And then I talked with Jenny a lot about it too. It's such an interesting case. It's so complex
I have
and
learned so many
mm,
different lawyer terms from watching those hearings that I never knew. I have not had to use Google as much as I do with them. Today, they said voir dire a million times, and I may be saying it wrong, but I had to Google it.
what do
And the only way I knew it before was from
Mhm.
the law shows. Like, like when you're watching like the lawyer shows, I was like, okay, I know I've heard it before.
What was the other one you didn't know? It wasn't exculpatory evidence, it was something else.
Impeachment.
Impeachment, you
Impeachment.
didn't
I
know
was
what
like, I know
impeachment was.
how you impeach like a president, but
Mhm.
what does that have to do with this? And you were like, oh, let me explain.
I was like, "Pause, let me tell you what that means." Yeah, Emily D. Baker does great on she'll probably cover it. There'll be a lot of people that's why I get so hesitant to, like, get into too much of covering cases, like, I want to because 'cause I'm always digging on them in the background, but so many people are covering it, so many people will be, showing the trial and covering it, so and they're people I listen to too, so but it is gonna be a very interesting trial, Lacey Ann. I had Evil Abe, that's gonna be our very first topic. He said, "I'm wondering why so many people are anxiously awaiting the lie detector test results from the Rogers case when the Wells passed their test and they were still shat upon, like, and people won't stop with them either. They continue to go hard on the Wells. So what does the lie detector test truly matter? I think it only matters if it works in the favor of their narrative." Oh,
Absolutely. It supports their.
Marshall Dove said, "Buttercup thought that T said the girls were 10s and Ethan was a 4. I immediately said, no, Teresa did not say that." Yeah, we could do a Q&A on that. We were gonna go live, yesterday and read through all of I have, uh Sleuthy Goosey sent me all the new motions. There's like 175 pages, but then I got a migraine and we didn't do it. Mm-mm-mm. My thoughts on Summer Wells. My thoughts are the case is crazy online. It is madness the way that people cover it online, and, um, in my opinion, she wandered off and got lost in the crazy terrain surrounding her home. That's my number one theory, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking how that continues on. Were they really? Do you mean Tui? Is that what you meant? Yeah.
Oh, that's the one we learned a couple weeks ago
Mhm.
when they did the TUI process.
Melanie Little does have great coverage. She really does.
I've tried. So the one of the challenges I face with watching some of the lawyer channels that go over the stuff is like they already know what the terminology is. So yes,
And so
they
they
can
kinda
explain
skip
it to
over it.
you, but like they skip over it. But like I want to know what does that term mean, kind of a thing. So
Mhm.
that's just one of the challenges I have. So instead, I use Dietz, who is not a lawyer, by the way.
Not a
Just
lawyer.
saying.
Never not let me just get this out there, not a lawyer, never worked in any law office or anything involving law, none of those things. Because I know that's a claim here on these YouTube streets of was a janitor for a
You're
law office,
always
so
so
I know what it
busy.
is.
You were a janitor for the disrespect. Wow. Not even a paralegal, not even a receptionist, but the janitor. And no
I mean,
disrespect to janitors.
that's
They're
what
they're
some
imperative.
creatives will do. They'll be like, I had a janitorial service that cleaned out a law office once for 10 years, and so I know all the things there is to know about the law. I do not know all the things there is to know about the law. That's why I listen to people who are way smarter and way more qualified than I to talk about it. Oof. Mm-mm-mm. They are weirdo for life. They kind of are. Thank you for pointing out the obvious. Is he? I hope he does. Is he gonna cover Reed though, or he'll be wrapped up in Delphi still, won't he? Mm-mm-mm.
I don't know that name. I haven't heard that name before.
Yes, you have Defense Diaries. I've told you about him before.
Oh, I just don't know him by that name.
Yeah,
Sorry.
she knows. She knows. YouTube smashed the Q in the mid to late 2010s. YouTube smashed the QAnon and other conspiracy communities were stamped out. KCG, I wonder. What do you think? Do you think it's gonna happen to like, the escalation, it is just building and building. So we heard, what was it, just 2 short years ago that pressure burst pipes. It is escalating, and my question is, when is it gonna do more than just burst pipes, and what are we gonna do then when that happens?
Well, on the flip side, pressure also makes diamonds. I'm just saying.
It
So you can't
does.
guarantee that it's going to actually burst a pipe when you're trying to do that. Not saying any of these people are going to turn into diamonds, just saying.
Maybe they
Um,
will. That'd be better than
maybe
what they are right now.
that would be true. That'd probably be a more realistic potential outcome. But I just don't think that like I don't think that that's going to happen. I don't think. I think it would take something very extreme, like, you know, I don't know, somebody being physically harmed because of the incitement that has happened, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I think that's what it would take before, and a lawsuit maybe
I
against
think a
YouTube,
lawsuit. Mhm.
that would make them actually like they'd have to sit down and make a change or change, TOS is nice, but you need some real guidelines, kind of a thing.
Can I just say, Abe just gave me the best compliment on all of YouTube. He said, "Such a cute sandy blonde. It's brighter than it shows up on the camera, but thank you. Great teeth, sis, too. You will go far now that you cam up. It matters, and I need to do the same. You do need to cam up, Abe. But thank you for the compliment on the great teeth, sis. I love it.
The great Teefs is too.
They're mine too.
There you go. You own them all.
I own them all. He cracked me up.
Hmm.
Oh, you kill me.
Yeah,
You're
Gemini Slacker said,
funny.
I think it would only happen if YouTube faced liability for the content on some level. I think so
Miss
too.
Miss Leah, I just started watching Law and Lumber. I had not watched them previously. Someone recommended them. Maybe it was
Law
even
and lumber.
you.
Do
Yeah.
they talk
Mhm.
about lumber? Like wood?
I haven't seen it's a dude. I haven't seen him talk about lumber yet, but I just started watching him.
Oh,
I don't
interesting.
know. Hey, Sig Sub. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Happy Friday.
Chasing only got so far in it. Don't ruin it. Don't no spoilers.
What's this? Did
That
you?
today. Yeah.
Cute teepsies. I know. That cracked me up. He is a charmer, that Abe. All right. So I wanted to talk, like I said, there are so many great people covering what I call the tragedy parasites or bad actors. Amazing people covering them. And I'm so thankful for that because I don't even know if I'm coming or going most days anymore. But I did catch this. I think Nonsense covered it yesterday or the day before. Um, and then I went and watched the whole live for myself. And so I wanted to touch a little bit on JLR.
Yay.
Oh, that JLR. Which
Our
is,
favorite time traveler.
I mean, he gets around.
He
He gets
does. He can,
around.
I'm telling you, like what is it? Is it transporting? No.
Uh,
What is the word?
teleporting. Teleporting.
Teleporting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he
Teleport.
teleports, allegedly, in my opinion. Don't sue me.
Don't
Okay.
sue her. Okay, so Miss Leah said that. Oh wait, no, it was laundry. Sorry, above. She said that law number started in the Depp case, and he does woodwork and talks cases. Interesting.
Oh, that's
Woodwork
cool. Okay.
might be like the first true crime person I can get my husband to listen to. If he
Mm-hmm.
does, does he do the
You could,
woodworking while talking cases? I hope my mods are on top of it in the chat because rapper, fuck you.
yeah.
That's all I have
For
to
real, for
say.
real.
Fuck you hard. That was wrong, and you know it.
And there he is.
Yep, I got yeah.
You already got it? Okay.
Yeah, just hide him on my channel, please. Anytime he comes in, no matter what account he comes in on under, if you are messing around like that, and which in here, I know we're talking trauma in here, and typically that wouldn't upset me, but what you did today in a victim's premiere, fuck you. No more like, "Oh, is rapper having a good day here?" Nope. Too far. You went
Yep.
way too far, sir.
Yep. And today it's the same thing for my channel. Every alt that he came in on, he got blocked on.
Mhm.
I won't do the, I hope it's a good day for rapper. Rapper behave. No. Today was too much. And
Yeah.
there's no apology you could give me tomorrow as a creator that's going to make me
Mm-mm.
go backwards.
Yeah. What did he so you have to watch. I know Tracy was deep into Read today, but, Nunya put out a video for Amethyst Moon. She is a rape survivor, and she was sharing her story, and her abuser is trying to get out of prison, and she has to go before the parole board. And so this Nunya lays it out. She's talked on, several different channels, her own, Amethyst's own channel, as well as Nonsense's channel. And she asked Nunya to help, put a video out there to help spread the word and things like that. And so she's premiering this video, and a rapper comes in at the worst time to do all of his rappery things, which we don't typically mind over here in Krama, but when it's under a victim's video and he was asked and told repeatedly to stop and he didn't, then I'm just done with someone who can't. Time and place. Time and place.
Definitely not able to read the room, and that was definitely not the
Mm-mm. Of course.
time. Okay, all right.
On to JLR.
Teleport investigates. All right.
Let's move on from that. I'm sorry, that really ticked me off though. I put up with him because he had good days and bad days. Like, there was good days that he would come in and he was a decent human, and
Yeah.
I, a couple of went back when I was just a subscriber and a mod on YouTube. We found out who he was, and we went and watched him on his gaming channel back when he was, just doing gamer guy stuff. And his trolling has escalated though, and today was just too much.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's talk about this guy.
Okay.
Here we go.
Can't wait.
There's two things here I want to talk about on this video. Oh, let me show it down. I listen to everything on 2X, no matter who it is.
Same. I
Except
constantly have to change it.
Except for Boston Bridget. I can only listen to her on 1.5.
Really? Oh, see, I can't even listen to her on 1.5. There's somebody else who I don't even know who it is, but I cannot listen to them on 1.5 even. Normally I can listen to everybody on 2X and I'm good.
I can too, but
There's
not
only
Boston
two people.
Bridget.
She's one. I can't even listen to her on 1.5.
I
It
can do
goes too fast.
1.5. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's the only one, but everyone else I'm good at on 2. So, but I'll slow it down to 1.5 for everyone else.
So he says, I haven't gotten any new information.
Well, oh, I thought I changed it. Did it not stick? Okay, so he's talking about someone had sent him some clips of Seth Rogers speaking in somebody else's chat. I guess I didn't go back far enough. Here we go.
On these comments. So we're going to start. So it just basically, we compiled them. This was just recently. And this was given to me, which I thank the person that gave me this. A lot of people give JLR Investigates the tips and whatnot. This is Seth Rogers. This is his account. Everyone knows he does go on YouTube. He sometimes goes on people's channels and calls in. He does it quite often. And sometimes he just comments on people's videos about the situation. So he says, he just responds on this particular one. Thanks, but no thanks. I currently have no new information to share with you all. And really, there hasn't been no new information on this case in the last few days. Nothing. Even Nick Barris put out something, a big report yesterday, and I'll share that with you. But he's saying no new information to share with you all. Seth says again, at Gene, I have made appointments with teachers, principals, assistants, etc. It is a long list, still working on it. Assuming trying to get insight about the people surrounding Sebastian the most. Seth Rogers says,
one of the things I want you to notice is the way that he talks about Seth versus Chris. Neither one of them have been named suspects. Neither one of them are persons of interest. Neither one of them are anything that we are aware of in the eyes of law enforcement. But just watch how he talks, the different way he talks about them.
I have physical therapy starting tomorrow. So he says he has physical therapy. I'm assuming it's probably on his shoulder. I personally seen him out there, with a shoulder, some sort of shoulder injury. If you see some of Seth's media interviews and reports, you could see him, fiddling with his shoulder and cranking it around. Shoulder pain sucks, or around your shoulders. I actually broke my elbow one time, and I'm telling you, I was in pain for literally a year. So it looks like he's going through physical therapy in reference to his injuries. Let's move on. So he also says he has one goal currently, and that is to only find Sebastian. That's what he says. One goal, and that is to only find Sebastian. Seth also says Sebastian could be anywhere with how long it has been. And we're talking over 6 weeks now since Sebastian went missing. Sebastian could be anywhere. Is he alive or is he not alive? That is the question. Could he be alive in a location somewhere, or could he unfortunately be in the woods or buried?
Sorry, I hit the wrong thing. So yeah, I want you to hear this first part because it's important to the part I really want to discuss, which is what he's about to say about Chris, or about Seth, sorry. I saw this. Annabella, he started covering that case. I don't watch JLR, but when I'm heavily invested in a case like we are, the missing moms from Kansas, I'll probably start watching his content on it. It just frustrates me when people are spreading misinformation and stuff. So I'll probably keep an eye on that. And PKC says it's because Seth will talk to him and Chris won't. That could be. They do. They all spit out Chris's name with disgust. Do you think he's going to go to Boston? I wonder.
Well, we're not talking JLR, right? I think that's
We
Dolly
are?
No, I think it's Dolly who's talking about going to Boston.
I thought they both were.
I thought JLR was trying to go to Oklahoma.
He is right now. But he goes see, here's the thing. Dolly's planning for Boston on Karen's case. It's, a couple weeks away. JLR, he could get to like 10 different locations before that one starts.
That is true. When you teleport, you absolutely can get there faster. So I do agree.
It's him literally sharing his laptop. People ask me why I love him. I love to go listen to his live stream sometimes. The screaming, it's a lot, but it also cracks me up. But the way that he talks about Jody Sue Brown cracks me up too. So yeah, JLR shares like JSP. Maybe it's the initial thing.
At a landfill, authorities seem to be focusing on the woods and landfill aspect of this case. But yes, Sebastian could be anywhere or everywhere, somewhere. Where's Sebastian? So he says, I haven't got any new information. Here's where it says polygraph. And here's the polygraph. And that's why I titled this video, Seth Rogers Takes.
Okay, so he's getting ready to talk about. So Buttercup, welcome to the chat, says, hey, everyone in chat, I thought criminality making jokes at that time was heartbreaking. His brother and sister, what if they'd seen this? I didn't mean to hurt anyone, but it was just in bad taste. That's fine,
Okay.
Buttercup, but why bring it up a year later while she's covering a completely separate stream? Like, I've gotten to know T pretty well. You could have emailed her, reached out to her, left a comment under that video, something. Can you see how it might become a distraction by coming in the middle of a Delphi stream and going at it? But I don't think she was too worked up over it.
Good for you, Buttercup. I respect that. No, I mean, like, I respect her coming in and, you know, kind of giving
Yes.
some
I just
context to
you
it.
said maybe it's because of her name, Buttercup, and
Oh, sorry.
I almost named this live "Buckle Up Buttercups," so
Oh,
that's on
Lord.
Seth was on Crime Lies and Lies again today, and he said, "Ellie and Equisearch are lying." Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Thank you, Indy.
The
Do you have a time?
Biofather's the worst at spreading the misinformation right now. I agree, in
I
my
haven't
opinion.
watched Crime Lies and Lies. I get her name wrong all the time in a while. Do you have a
Mhm.
stamp for that? I'd like to hear
So we
that.
can play that.
I believe you, but I would like to hear that.
Wow.
Uh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. I have it wrote down in my handy dandy notebook that I do not have in front of me, Laundry. Maybe someone in the chat will know.
What?
Hold on. When the Reed case starts, when Karen Reed's case starts.
Oh. That I don't know.
Mm, For some reason, the 26th is sticking out in my head, but I could be wrong on that.
Mm.
Perfectly in the house. Thank you, love. Thank you. Okay, let's hear what he has to say. He's going to talk to us about Seth Rogers' lie detector.
Polygraph. Dad takes polygraph. I did show up for my poly and took it. So Seth is claiming he showed up for his poly and took it, polygraph. But here's what's interesting. It gets a little interesting from here, folks. Seth Rogers says, TBI advised me to be careful with taking the poly, but they didn't tell me that I couldn't take it. So it wasn't a TBI polygraph that he took. And TBI told him to be careful, according to Seth. They called me and asked me why I was taking it. I told them that I was taking it because Miss Grace asked me to. So it looks like, folks, Seth Rogers took a polygraph with Nancy Grace.
Okay.
With Nancy Grace.
I think the whole internet knew that.
So,
I mean, I guess
right,
JLR needed these Facebook comments to tell him that.
right,
But
he did it. KDB says he also said these Facebook posts aren't him, that he has no Facebook account, that it's fake and someone else, but now I'm wondering because of the details in them. Now that KDB is one of my questions because we know that JLR does have a history with faking Facebook accounts. Straight from the horse's mouth. He's the one who's
yeah, but because of where this goes, that just makes me question that a little bit. But okay.
I'm curious as to why they were shown like this. Like, where were they posted?
So, well, somebody screenshotted them, put them in one big screenshot, and then posted that part. But, and I'm guessing probably put them in his group would be my guess. But the thing for me is so he contacted the TBI and he said, "Hey, I'd like to go on Nancy and do this polygraph. What do you guys think?" And they're like, "Oh, we don't really think it's a good idea." So, number one, Nancy, the polygraph is not going to be admissible in court. Can somebody tell Nancy it will mean absolutely nothing?
She knows that. She used to be a prosecutor. She knows that polygraph means bupkis.
Did she really? That's really concerning. But second, if he fails that polygraph, right? Because we haven't gotten there yet. If he fails said polygraph, the internet is going again. His pedestal, it like the legs on his pedestal keep getting thinner and thinner, and I just don't think that he's prepared for the internet to come for him the way they've gone for Chris and Katie, in my opinion.
I said, oh my gosh, has it been? I feel like this case is moving at warp speed. It is moving at warp speed. What did nonsense did I hear? There's so much odd stuff happening, and this case is escalating quicker and quicker. It's like all of the same content creators that pulled the crap in Summer Wells' case, they're following the exact same playbook. Jenny and I talked about it when she was on panel last time, and how she called it. She's like, pretty soon we're going to get to the photo editing phase of the case. And it was like the next day or 2 days later, everybody comes out with these Photoshop photos of Chris's arm. Now, I know the scratches aren't Photoshop, but what I mean is the enhancing of them and the changing of the colors of them and putting, teeth overlays on them and all that stuff. And she nailed it. And then Pretty soon after that comes all the sources. I got a source, you got a source, we got a source, everybody has a source. It's just insane. But the way that JLR's talking here, he was dragging Chris for filth just last week on his own live, saying, he's basically he did it. He's a POS. He's guilty because he refuses to take a polygraph with Nancy Grace, and now he's handling Seth with kid gloves. Why?
Because it fits a narrative. If he's already built out somebody as the villain, the good guy can't turn around and then be made to be the villain. That wouldn't go very well.
Right.
Nobody tends to want to go against the grain, right? In that moment, it doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't pay well.
Actually, they could all be innocent. That's a thing. And that Sebastian could have left on his own free will. He could have been coerced. I struggle with coerced, that word, but he could have been coerced out of the home. It could be something completely separate than having an involvement from one of them. But the attacks on one side, on Chris and Katie, as well as Chris's parents now, they're going hard after Chris's parents. It's wild because we don't have anything from law enforcement or any other source telling us that they have any involvement. But social media has deemed them. Someone had a comment up here. I meant to start so I could throw it up. But
Connie
they had said,
oh, go ahead, sorry.
Dear victims' families, for the love of God and your mental well-being, stay away from social media. Yes.
That's fact.
Go ahead, babe.
Connie said that those comments that you're looking at are from Smiley's live last night. And I think she said maybe the 47-minute mark. I don't know. Let me go back up. Hold on.
From Smiley, I mean, these are... So Smiley's the one who posted them? Is that what Connie's saying?
No, she's saying those comments were made in her chat during a live stream. So like Seth was commenting them. So even though somebody took them out of the YouTube chat, screenshotted them out of the YouTube chat, then put them on Facebook,
I see
and
now.
they got liked and commented. So that's why it's looking like it's from Facebook. And of course he can say, I don't have a Facebook. That's not me. Yes, that's true. It wasn't him who posted it on Facebook.
Right.
Connie is saying those comments are actually from a chat on YouTube.
Yep. Now you can see it like right here underneath this Seth Rogers. You can see where there's another chatter right below it in the screenshot.
And they just cropped it.
Yep. There's a super chat. That's what the green line is a super chat or a membership or something. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Connie, for clearing that up for us.
Good looking out, Connie.
It takes a freaking village on this stuff. There's so much. There's no way any one person could cover it all and catch all the things on this case because it is just out of control. Out of control. Am I missing something? Have we any evidence that anyone isn't innocent? Why are we saying one person? Right, exactly. We don't know who is innocent and who isn't. We don't know anything.
Yep.
What has law enforcement given us? Nothing substantial. He's missing. Yeah, the TBI newsroom is what Perfectly's dropping. That's all we have. But we don't have any named suspects. I was reading Facebook and trying to say suspect at the same time. I'm trying to learn how to read and comment and keep it all going at one time, and I'm not that great of a multitasker, so I'm trying to, but we don't have any named suspects at this time. Nothing. That was disgusting, Abe. It absolutely was disgusting. It was heartbreaking. It was wrong on so many levels. It's his story to share. What if, Dad, Seth, Chris, and Katie, they're all believing, as far as we know, what they have told us, they're believing he is still alive out there somewhere. Do you have his best interests of mind when you're telling and sharing that story? Is my question. I don't feel like they do. I do feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone or in the upside down world. Like, what have we gotten to? What have we gotten to? Did you send those to Nanya Nonsense? She said, I just sent the full screenshots of the comments over in case y'all need them. It'd be great. Let's hear a little bit more about how. So this live, now remember that.
You already?
Okay, thank you, babe. This live was yesterday. So keep that in mind.
Grace. Interesting, right? Nancy Grace, and then let's go down here. But here's what's interesting too. He's saying he took the polygraph, but he says, I fell asleep several times during it, so I don't know how I did yet. That is interesting. That to me is interesting. Falling asleep during a poly? What would make someone fall asleep during a poly? Yeah, and now you people, I see the comments. Comments are like, what? Fall asleep? You take a poly, but he's saying he fell asleep several times during it. Now, what is your take on that? Is that because of stress? Is that because of sleep deprivation? Is that because your injury? Is that maybe under the influence? What makes someone fall asleep during the poly?
Hold up.
Let me ask you something.
You know good and well, if he was talking about Chris Proudfoot taking a polygraph,
he would not be
one of
handling
those
it like
things
this.
he just listed would have been one. Is that because he's guilty? Is that because he knows where Sebastian is? Is that where, like, that's what he would have been listing?
Right.
But this person gets maybe it's stress, maybe it's medications, maybe he's sleep deprived. Wow. Okay.
I don't know, but I can Google it real quick. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not all these things, but I am handy dandy with Google.
You can sleuth, that's for sure.
Don't they ask?
Interesting. But you know what is also interesting is, didn't he, and correct me if I'm wrong, I could be totally off here, didn't he claim on Pascal's during that interview, where private information was put out, didn't he claim like he was so exhausted the night before when he did the Justin on TikTok interview, that's why that information had come out originally, because he was just too exhausted. And then now it's the same. So now it's like, oh, I don't know how I did because I fell asleep.
Well, and he's also claimed before that, so in the Pascal interview, in the beginning of it, he claimed that he didn't remember much of what he said on Justin and on TikTok, but then later in the interview, he remembered everything crystal clear.
Oh, okay.
Go figure.
All right.
Okay. Here it says, I take medications for anxiety as needed. Will probably feel the need. Okay, this was just like a message board here, but they were saying, yes, polygraph operators often ask about medications that the subject is taking.
Can you just Google, can you fall asleep while taking a polygraph?
They're not, well, I guess, so like a law enforcement polygraph, I remember I've heard about several of them, and they're not a ton of questions. And I think Katie even talked about on Smiley's how many questions she was asked during her polygraph, and it was like 5 or 6. So typically it's not a huge amount of questions. So you fall asleep multiple times. Certain drugs and medications can affect how your body responds or is unresponsive to guilt in polygraph examinations. Okay, what do you want me to Google? Can you fall asleep?
Can you fall asleep during a polygraph? Like, what? I mean, the person is like asking you questions. Like, I don't know how you would have. I mean, I guess. I don't know. That's true, Liza. We don't.
Yes, it's possible to fall asleep during a polygraph test, especially between questions. Some say that not getting enough sleep the night before can make this happen. Sleep deprivation can reduce the accuracy of the test to the point where it's useless. Well, it's kind of useless anyway.
It was already useless, but that's good to know that it's absolutely useless now. Okay.
Right.
So when Nancy comes out with the results, then everybody will know not only was it already useless, but now it's officially useless because Google said.
Because Google said so.
Mm-hmm.
The only polygraph they should take should be law enforcement, right, Parody Patty? But remember when Chris came out and said that the TBI advised him not to? I imagine what the TBI advised him was the same thing that Seth said, was like, they said they don't recommend it, but they can't tell him what to do. Of course, they can't tell him what to do in that instance. And I'm guessing that when they told Chris that and they said, we don't recommend you do that, but we can't tell you what to do, he's like, well, if they don't recommend it, I'm going to steer clear of that. And people just drug him for filth.
Mm.
They did perfectly. Apparently, she was too tired, so they sent her home and she had to come back the next day and do it. And people drug her for filth over that.
But Captain Avi has a good point. Has anybody seen Seth fall asleep while on panel doing an interview?
No, I have not. I don't
I'd be
think so.
curious to know.
I don't know if he has or not.
Yeah.
He was terribly awful about everything. Okay, so maybe we'll hop over to that, Connie. Yeah, he also told the internet all of the meds the doctor put him on too, so he shouldn't be coming on doing interviews at all. Oh. I just feel like there's an overshare of information happening from him, and then, like I said prior, social media put him up on a pedestal extremely quickly and deemed the other side guilty, but they can knock him off that pedestal just as quickly, and none of those things do anything good for Sebastian.
I mean, none of this is doing, I mean, on one side of it, I do understand him wanting to do something, right? Like, I get it. Putting his name out there, even in the worst light, is the best thing for his son to be out there. That's how he feels it's his kid. Like, who am I, right? But on the flip side of it, like, a lot of it does not help.
Mm-mm-mm.
And I feel like there's nobody around him that actually like cares about him, that's saying, hey, hey bud, let's log out for the night.
It could be Dimple Duck that he just zoned out instead of fell asleep. Maybe he just, I don't know, but would they start it over? These are questions because I don't know the answers to them.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't fall asleep. Maybe he just zoned out, spaced out or something, but would they not start it over? I don't know how the polygraphs work, so Terry, I agree with that.
What?
I'm not gonna highlight it, but I agree with
Yeah.
that. I agree with that.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Dimple Duck said
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
Let's hear a little bit more and then I'll show you his tweets.
Be real here. What if the results come back that he failed? What if? Just what if? I'm not saying I don't know the results. I don't know the results. But what happens if the results come back and say he failed? Would it be because of this falling asleep as a way to have it fail? It's interesting because I immediately, as soon as I saw that and saw that he's claiming he fell asleep, I'm looking on here and I'm like looking and saying, and I'm Googling around fall asleep during polygraph tests. And it does say sleep deprivation can reduce the accuracy of a polygraph. And some say it can make the test useless. To help avoid falling asleep during a polygraph test, you can get enough rest, stay hydrated, and drink an energy drink. How about this? If Seth Rogers, well, what about if he passes the test, but he fell asleep during the test? What would that mean? Let's go either way. What about if he failed it? Or what about if he passed it, but knowing now that he put out the information, he fell asleep? Should we believe it? Maybe. Nancy, maybe she didn't know. Maybe she doesn't know. The people there, I don't know. You're seeing somebody there take the polygraph. You're going to see if they fell asleep. Maybe he has to do a redo. Maybe he should do a redo. But he's not obligated to do anything. This is Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace is not law enforcement.
What?
But I think it's similar. Nancy Grace is kind of like.
He's not obligated to do anything. I wish I would have had the time to go back and hear and to grab the timestamp of what he said about Chris when Chris refused to take the polygraph, because it wasn't near this nice. It wasn't near this nice at all. That's what I thought. Perplexed. It's like 5 questions is what Katie said hers was only 5 questions. So like, I don't know. But that's a law enforcement polygraph. Maybe Nancy Grace, her and her people had like 50 questions for him, you know, which is probably why those scenarios are probably why TBI suggested to both Chris and Seth, don't take a polygraph, you know, don't take their polygraph.
And
The diva
truly,
of
well, never
go ahead,
mind.
babe.
Let me be quiet. Let me.
All right.
true crime, right? And taking a polygraph with Nancy Grace would be like taking a paternity test with Maury Povich, right? You are the father or you're not the father. Here's a paternity test. Well, it kind of goes with the same thing with Nancy Grace. You take a polygraph test. If you pass it, Nancy Grace will tell the world he passed it. If you fail it, Nancy Grace will say you failed it. Does it mean anything? Not really. But you might have the court of public opinion either for you or against you. So that's the risk.
Mm-hmm.
That's the risk. If I was accused of doing a crime or I didn't do, or my name was thrown around on something, you know, whether I was involved with something or not, and I wasn't involved, yeah, I would take a polygraph test. Why not?
Would you?
I think it's useful enough to, you know, if you have nothing.
JLR, I'd love to polygraph you about your online Facebook activities. I'll even pay for your flight to the polygraph person of your choice. Something tells me you're not going to do that, though.
Something tells me he won't need your flight.
No, he could teleport there.
Mhm.
Teleport there. I really felt like he was setting it up. So this happened yesterday. Like he was trying to ease the blow on when South comes out and says that he possibly failed this test or whatnot. And then today on his Twitter, oh my gosh, I gotta go way down because he posts all the time. All the time. Why is he behind? I don't even need to know. Yesterday, Seth Rogers claimed he took a polygraph and fell asleep several times during it, and he doesn't know how he did. Hi, Nancy Grace. When will you be sharing? I thought he shared the results on here. Rumors are circulating that Seth Rogers' polygraph will come back inconclusive. This could be because Seth claims he fell asleep numerous times during it. I don't know. I thought he had posted them. Maybe he didn't, but maybe we don't know the results yet. It just feels like they're kind of setting it up to soften it if it's going to be an inconclusive. And I just see the stark difference between the treatment of these parents by all these content creators. Let me see. I thought he had posted that, but maybe. Wait, didn't I take a screenshot of it? Hold, please. No, I did
Yeah,
not.
I think you sent one to me earlier.
Yes. Oh, it is just these two. Okay. Someone under there had said, if that's true, the technician would have stopped the test. No way will they allow someone to take the test of falling asleep. Come on, bro. Think.
Mm.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean, to me, I don't think even if he did fall asleep during it, it still is irrelevant. But I do think that it will, like, and I do agree with JLR when he says, like, in the court of public opinion, people who lack some ounces, not all of it, but some ounces of common sense, they're going to hear that and they're going to say, oh, he's guilty. He knows
Guilty.
something. He fell asleep on purpose. That's why, just so he can get over, get over on the polygraph, or,
Yeah.
like they're going to think those
Intentionally.
things. And it will, again, it's absolutely not going to help him when he's already, chipping away at the bottom of that pedestal they put him on.
Sowing those seeds of doubt.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, I stopped sharing it. Here, let me go back to it. He starts sharing from his Facebook group. He's so proud of his Facebook group. Please, if you haven't watched my video on JLR, the long one in the video section, not the live section, watch it. Go to the part at the end where it talks about, he comes out in this article and clearly states that he will create a Facebook group for every casualty or every big traumatic thing that happens in the country, and then people will join it. And then he goes into those Facebook groups under different names, under troll accounts, under anonymous, now that you can do that. And he will post disinformation and misinformation so that he can then later come and use it on, like, he said this himself. And so he's bragging about his Facebook group and these memes. And I just wonder how many of these are actually from him.
In this group. Look at this. The mystery machine. Alaska or bust.
It says the misery machine, not mystery, but okay. Go on.
Choose your player. A lot of people think these people are involved. A lot of people think the Bowersox. The mystery machine. Like,
why do people think that? Because of the misinformation that you continue to spread on them.
What's up with the trip that they took? And this is not unreasonable considering that right after Sebastian was reported missing, the Bowersox, Chris's mom, Kathy Bowersox, Chris's stepdad, Terry Bowersox, they took a trip to Alaska. Alaska or bust. Yeah. Yeah. Alaska or bust. So people in the group come up with a lot of theories and speculation. There's some people thinking Proudfoots are innocent. There's people that think the truth will come out. The truth will come out. Like Mr. Christopher Proudfoot said.
I think we are not law enforcement. That's what I think. We're not law enforcement. We're not detectives. We're not the FBI. We're not any of that. So what are we going to contribute to it? To that part of it. Guilty or innocent, he never fell asleep. All those hours on Pascal daily. Someone said he did doze off. I don't know if he did or not.
Well, he said he kind of, not that they like fell asleep, but just
dozed
kind of like
off, yeah.
dazed out. But I know that there's times where like I've watched some interviews where like he's quiet for a really long time. And then all of a sudden, like he'll be like, no, so-and-so. And you can tell that like he's clearly reading the chat and like answering questions in the chat. So I think he may be like watching the chat and seeing, seeing how it's going in the chat for him. I don't know.
That's what Indy came in here and said, Shady, that he had mentioned that stuff. So I'm going to pull that up in a second. Those meds he mentioned would affect the polygraph as well. Seems like Nancy's people might not care about that. Or did he not disclose it to them? I don't know.
Why is Dad telling you he's LE? I'm so confused. I'm coming in late. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm always behind in the chat. I'm only a minute behind. What if Seth was the... Oh, we don't know. We don't know anything about that, if someone took him or didn't take him. Oh, he's law enforcement. So he said he can state that.
He can what?
I guess so he can claim it.
Perfectly said Caillou needs to stop with the Photoshop pics. I can't.
I'm perfectly.
Let me show you. Hang on. How do you spell that?
Caillou, Caillou, right?
Okay. I'm like, wait, how do you... I never watched it. I never watched that.
I didn't either. It's a weird show. It's a very weird show.
Oh, goodness.
Let me see if I can find a good one.
I
see a similarity here. Oh, here. We'll do this one because he's traveling. Do you guys... I don't know. Superman.
I can't.
Oh my gosh.
I have no clue.
Perfectly. Honestly, I need Perfectly to take this picture.
You're going to get us in trouble.
Throw a media hat, throw the JLR hat on top of it, and just send it back so I could see what that looks like. I got to compare it that way because it has to have a hat.
You're going to get me in so much trouble. Perfectly. Hey, Crispy.
No, I know.
He also got put on meds that make you drowsy. Oh, what did he get put on meds for? His shoulder?
I think
and not that it's any of our business, but I'm just curious if that's what it was.
Trey, I absolutely agree. Trey said, I'm ex-military police and people are mind-blowing with their own sense of vigilante justice. Absolutely.
He has been telling people. So, okay. Remember, Jenny and I never got all the way through the interviews, but the ones that we got up to, he was telling people he was law enforcement. However, he is not. He is law enforcement, but he's a jailer. He's a deputy sheriff. Now that means something different in different in different states. And here it means something different than what it means there in Tennessee. So he works at a jail as a jailer, and he has the authority. He's been deputized to be able to arrest people there, but I don't think that he does like patrols or detective work or
Yeah.
any of that. It's just jail work.
Yeah, it
Um,
is different in different places because
mhm,
here a deputy sheriff is considered like the road patrol, you
mhm.
know, like not court sit-ins and jailers. It's just different.
It's kinda like a corrections officer, but a little bit different. And you're right, Shady, it's not considered LE here either. My son-in-law was a jailer when he was going through college, getting his criminal justice degree, and so he hadn't gone through, the academy or anything like that yet even, and he was still able to do it there, so
Oh,
it is
look,
completely different.
Angel says here sheriff's officers are not on the streets. That's so crazy.
See, here our deputy sheriff is, yeah.
Wow.
He can make the runs from jail to court. Okay. Yep, he's just like a corrections officer. But my point here in showing that previous stuff was the comparison that, of how JLR talks about one set of parents over the other set when we have absolutely no proof of anything from anyone.
Also
Already
sharing
doomed
another picture of the prophet with a dog. Look at this. Look at this photo. I don't know if you've ever seen this photo before. But one observation that I have during this whole mix is I've seen two pictures now, of Katie and Christopher with a dog. But I have yet to see a family photo.
Oh my gosh. We've seen two pictures of them with a dog. Stop the presses. Stop the presses. Oh my
And he hasn't
goodness.
seen any family photos. Were there not
Maybe.
family photos right behind them when in their very first interview up on the wall?
I know there's one in the Chronicles of Olivia one.
Well, I know if you was to look at this on Twitter, X, whatever it is,
Mhm.
you see that little pink on the far left behind Katie? There were
Mhm.
so many comments under JLR's post of this saying, "Oh, well, he's right there to the left." Like they just excluded him and left him out. Didn't want him in the picture. Can't nobody prove that that's Sebastian standing
Oh my God.
behind Katie.
That's
Just way
true.
too much time on their hands.
How is any of that helping the case?
Yeah,
Is
it's
my
not.
question.
It's not at all.
So Nanya sent me. Nanya, what are you doing? An adult Caillou.
I perfectly said for me to go Google it, so I Googled it for you to see.
Don't be blaming perfectly.
It's perfectly's fault. That's all I'm saying.
There we go. Look at those hairy legs.
I can't.
Oh my goodness. Mm.
I think it's kind of accurate, but hey country.
All right. I don't want to hear anything being hooked up to any butts in the chat. That's just weird.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Then, so that happened first with the comparing of the lie detector test. And I will go over and play Crime, Lies, and Lines in a second. But what really angered me on this live was this here.
And there's going to be some sort of belief. Did you guys ever see this? You see people communicate also with Chris in our group. There's people that communicate with Chris.
Do they though?
Red flag ATS news. I see it.
So, Chris, if you're communicating with people online, be aware that what you're saying is probably going to go back to these content
maybe
creators.
potentially be shared with the whole Facebook group.
Chris, bro, if you're doing that, how about you stop?
Learn
Stop.
from Steve Gonsalves, learn from the Wells, learn from all of these people before you, and be very, very careful with what you say to these content creators.
Even
I'm
if
telling you, there's a
somebody,
Go
even
ahead,
if
Beth.
somebody just presents to be like somebody who just is saying prayers for your family and I hope you guys are doing okay. Like, you don't know if they're a content creator or not. They could
Mhm.
absolutely just be trying to get those screenshots of those messages between you to try to make
Mm-hmm.
it something that it's not, or to get you to say something that they will take out of context.
Twist it. Oh, yeah, they're big
Mm-hmm.
on twisting it.
Yeah.
Big on twisting it. Here we go.
red flag. Look, first off, let me show you something. There is a individual out there. His name is JT. He has shared this event. Apparently, folks, people are tired of the Proudfoots. And there's going to be some sort of, I don't know if this is a protest. I don't know if this is a protest or what this is. But there's a flyer being shared. And the event is sponsored by an individual named JT Olson. And in this event, it's a
Wait
Proudfoot
1
open
second.
rebuke.
An open rebuke.
Open rebuke. They're openly
They are
rebuking this
openly
family.
rebuking the parents of a missing child.
Yep. Shady, he knows exactly what it is. He knows exactly what this is.
Wow. That is crazy. What is wrong with people? So let me get this straight. So these people, now they're not going to gather a group of people together on Saturday at 12 to go searching for the missing kid.
Nope. We're not going to do that.
We're going to get all bullhorns and we're going to get out to that campground and we're going to we're going to rebuke them through our bullhorns.
Mhm.
Again, how does that help the child?
What is it? Can someone even explain to me what the purpose of it is? Is it the pressure, burst the pipes and all that? They really think that their pressure campaigns are going to work because they got one person to speak one time. Gabby Petito's, actually Brian Laundrie's sister, as the only person they've gotten to speak out because of their pressure campaigns. What are
But
they? It's
I
a
feel like
family
even if they,
campground with children.
Deets, I feel like even if they speak out, it wouldn't stop
No.
Right.
because
What
they've
is
spoke
I,
out already.
Yeah.
I think even if he came home tomorrow, the whole internet would instantly be like, "We've got to save Sebastian. He can't go
Mm-hmm.
home with them. It's not safe for him there."
Yep.
Yeah. That's exactly what it would be. It would be like, "Oh, then it would be a rebuking or a pressure campaign to get DCFS involved," or whatever it's called in
Yeah.
Tennessee.
And not only would Sebastian have to deal with all of that chaos, but then tack on the personal information that's now out there about him.
Yeah.
Like, they have completely destroyed this child with their
Wow.
shenanigans.
And this
Wow.
family. This is
And the
why
family,
pushing
yes.
a narrative based on 0 facts is so dangerous. Imagine the mental toll that would take. And that's my question, yep. What is it going to make what's it gonna take to get people to stop and realize? Is it going to be when someone does these pressure campaigns and they go way too far and the person that they're pressuring does what? You know what I mean? Like, it's insane. This is insane. They have not been named
It's really
suspects.
unfortunate.
You have to remember you had Seth in the beginning. Has he changed his tune now? Yep, but in the beginning, everyone's stating both dad and stepdad were away at work, one 45 minutes away, one 3 hours away. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're still gonna go to this campground and do an open rebuke on this family who has not been declared anything. That could be you. Yep. That could be you, Indy. What if it was your child missing and someone's gonna come and rebuke your family or you perfectly? Sunny Cat, what if your loved one goes missing and they decide to show up at your door and rebuke you without any evidence? And I want to go a step farther. All of these creators, JLR, you know, what if it is his loved one that goes missing and everybody just instantly deems him guilty and starts doing all of these things, making all of these accusations about him online? Heaven forbid, I'm not even gonna say there's some of these creators that have children, you know? Pascal, T-Rev, all of them. What if something happened to their child and everybody just instantly deemed them guilty and people went wild with the rumors and the speculation and started attacking them online, showing up at their place of business, showing up at their homes, taking video and picture of them all the time, even though law enforcement came out and says everyone's a suspect because we have no suspects. There's nothing. Is it It doesn't even feel right. It doesn't even feel like we're in America anymore. Like I don't understand it. And it's going way too far and it's escalating quicker and quicker with every single case. Every single case. It would only stop that one creator, the rest would continue. I agree. I'm going to prison if they try that with me, nonsense says. I don't remember that, Wander. Do you girls remember that? Nancy Grace causing that girl to kill herself? I don't know what
I don't
that's
know
about.
that,
I don't
but
know what that one's
they were
about.
to me.
I would have to look that up. Look up that accusation. The biggest issue that I have is that all the hate is focused on the Proud Bits, but Seth has done plenty of such things and his story also evolved. It did evolve. Yes, Seth is searching, but so did Chris Watts. That's true. I just don't think there should be hate on any of them. I don't think that's where I stand. There shouldn't be hate on any of them. That is all we know as a fact, Connie. That's the only thing we know. I rebuke killing you in the name of Jesus. Stupid. Oh my goodness. Nancy Grace. I remember Jenny Jones. Nancy Grace was involved in that? Or was it a different situation? I remember the Jenny Jones one. I'm not totally blaming the creators at all. I've been calling out JLR for 2 years and he's grown to 200 cases. This is what the public wants. They need it because subs want it. Yep, they want they're turning. I love true crime documentaries and docuseries on TV and stuff, and I feel like most of us do, but it's turned into some like live action role playing game for a lot of people. Those are real people, and any one of us could be in that position. Any last one of us could be. Thank you, May. Any last one of us could be in that position where someone just instantly deemed us guilty without any shred of proof. Without any shred of proof. There's a lot of places that don't want the truth at all. Melinda, I don't know. I'll have to look that up. It goes a little bit further. Let's hear it.
Share now. Saturday at 12 p.m. Saturday at 12 p.m. at the Yellowstone or at the Yogi Bear campground where the Proudfoots are staying. And I guess this individual is going to bring a bullhorn. And with this bullhorn, I'm assuming that he's going to be on a public street in front because there's like a public street there. And he's going to sit there and I don't know how many people are going. I heard quite a few. And they're going to be there. April 13th, 12 p.m.
He doesn't know.
So
he doesn't know how many people. Well, of course he doesn't know how many people are going to be there. But bring a bullhorn. Are you kidding me? He does. Shady, he knows exactly what's happening. He has taught this behavior to creators. Basically given a class in it.
it's just south. It's Horn Lake. It's Horn Lake. It's right here. This is the map. This is the map. Right here. Right at their campground, Mississippi line. Maybe the front, and then they move to another location there. But they're there.
So what? So what? Why do we need to know where they are? Why do we need to know exactly where their camper is?
Because if they don't know where the camper is, they can't harass them.
Mm-hmm. In our opinion, allegedly.
In our opinion, allegedly.
As the mother of a missing murdered son, you have no idea how refreshing it is to find a channel run by same. This is wild because it could be any last one of us who have gone through those things and then have an angry mob on our backs without any proof.
Just because of insinuations or misunderstandings or assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
That's all
And
it takes.
straight speculation and accusations.
She called
Absolutely.
the mother Vaca mom. I'll look that up while I play just a little bit more of this.
They're there. They're not at home. But we just saw a photograph of some sort of Brinks security. You know, the whole irony of this whole case, I'm thinking, is how in the world does Katie Proudfoot work for Brinks installation of security cameras and didn't even have security cameras in her own house? So you do the work on someone else's house, but you don't even have it in your own house. Usually these type of people have their own home all wired up to a T. How does that even make sense? Does it make sense? No security cameras, and you work as a security camera installation person.
Come on, we've all heard the saying, the cobbler's kids don't have shoes. I mean,
But here's the thing, though. How does that make them any type of a suspect in their minds?
Right.
So anybody out there that doesn't have cameras surrounding their whole home that record 24 hours a day and upload to a cloud to be had at all times, you could potentially be a suspect in something.
And let's look outside the box a little bit. Like, what about the fact that the Brinks van is there?
And now there's a new one, and they're definitely reporting on that as well.
But it's like, that might be security enough in her eyes, is the fact that she's got the Brinks vehicle sitting outside of her house. Of course, anybody's going to assume, right, if they're there for something nefarious, that there are cameras. I mean, I'm just saying, like.
Not only that, people got a lot going on in their lives. I know a person who doesn't change the battery in their cameras.
Shut up.
So they're never up and running.
Are you talking about me?
I said a person. I wasn't going to
I was
out you.
just checking if you knew somebody else
She's
that did
like,
the
shut
same
up.
thing as me.
But I'm saying, like, there's a lot going on in life in general. Like, we all have to get through day-to-day stuff, you know? Like,
Yeah.
and you never think it's going to be you, right? Like, I'm sure that if you would have asked them 6 months ago or a year ago, do you think this will be your life in 6 months? They would have been like, absolutely not.
No.
Right. They don't care
So they
about
didn't
it.
prepare for the worst thing to ever happen.
No.
Hang on. Tragedy Pimps Exposed did a really great video on this. Where is it? There's always a rush to judgment. And I'm not gonna play it, but I'll drop the link to it. You guys should definitely watch it. It is 25 minutes long, but it talks about hang on, it's Nicole something, I think. Her case where like the internet deemed her husband guilty because he gave an awkward interview.
Was it Nicola Bully?
Yes, Nicola Bully's case.
Yeah,
And
remember
husband
that.
was absolutely not involved. Here, I'll play just a little bit there of that interview where he is kind of awkward, but
That's
not
the one
involved at all.
Betty emailed or wrote a post or something. I can't remember what it was, but she
No, Heidi
basically.
Bizard. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Wrong person. Never mind
Yep.
then.
Wrong one. Yeah. But the internet just went wild with this, and her husband wasn't involved at all. He just gave a really awkward interview. It happens.
But anyway, we'll talk more.
I'm around 8, and she told me that she went to the book fair. She bought 3 books. It cost about $25. It was amazing. Like, she couldn't wait to read to Silas. And I told her I love you, goodbye. And
so if I was a tragedy pimp, if I wanted to rip this guy apart, my first thought would be, oh, he's not making eye contact. He's looking down. Oh no. And it's about to get a lot worse. He even laughs. Guys, I can't imagine what this guy went through online.
Right? That's what they do. Look at him. He's looking down. He's looking to the left. Oh my gosh, they're laughing when they shouldn't be laughing. We've heard this stuff over and over.
Yeah.
She's nailing it with this one.
Part of it too is like how you react. Oh, you didn't react. That's not the way I would have reacted.
Right.
But everybody, we were having a conversation privately the other day, and like I'll share mine. Like if in emergency situations, I am always like the calm, detached, emotionally one who is like asking the questions and keeping it together. And now I may break down as soon as it's over and everything is calmed down. It's not an emergency or when I'm in private, but in that emergency moment, you're going to see very straight faced, very matter of fact. But I imagine that if my child went missing, knock on wood, because it would never, I don't ever want that to happen. But if somebody was asking me matter of fact questions, you're going to see a person who doesn't show that emotion, who isn't going to be crying and bawling and hysterical. And people would absolutely drag me for filth because I'm able to manage that moment of
Mhm.
stress differently than how others do. That doesn't mean anything. Everybody reacts to things
We
differently.
all do. We all do. Everybody handles trauma differently. And that's why I don't put a lot of stock into those behavioral analysis. I know, and they are interesting, don't get me wrong. Is that you, Johnson? What are you doing?
It kicked me. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't kick you. But I don't put a ton of stock into the behavior analysis content creators and whatnot because we don't know their baseline. They're just going off of interviews, things like that. But everybody reacts differently. And it's so funny because sometimes you'll watch those shows and they'll say, oh, look, they, they scratch their hair too much or they look to the side a lot and blah blah blah. And I'm like, shit, I do all those things. What am I guilty? Like, it a lot of the things that they call out are behaviors that I see just in everyday people just doing normal things. It's wild.
While his wife and brand new baby were missing.
This is hard. I don't know.
Take your time.
Yeah. So, man, I don't know right now. I've been repeating it all day.
And let me know if you want me to move on to another question.
No, it's a good question. This is just a weird situation right here. So I don't know.
So this definitely continues to get worse, and it's actually really sad.
I don't know. She's just an amazing mom. I don't know. I don't know. I need to stand up. I don't know. I can't sit here. This is like making me so. I feel funny.
You are saying?
There's like light. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not good in this situation. Yeah.
They don't just reframe a little bit.
I'm sorry.
No, you're doing
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, the guy literally looks like he's about to pass out.
I
And
was
he gets
about to
labeled a
say.
murderer for this bad interview during the worst time of his entire life.
I just want you to
Can you
He looks like
imagine?
he looks like his chest is getting tight, panic is setting
Looks
in.
like he's gonna pass out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yet there's no rule
But-
book to how to act.
And this is an innocent man.
But-
Completely innocent.
But where some people see, oh my gosh, like this must be a lot of stress on him, the other side would see, oh, it's the pressure of them asking him questions that's making him about to break, guys. He's about to tell what happened. Like it's insane that like you can watch the same thing and get something completely different. Now I'm guessing that this man was obviously not involved.
No, he was completely innocent.
Okay.
Completely innocent.
look for. I
Yeah.
think to look at
Sorry.
it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And that's the last time I spoke to my my son. Dude, I can't. This is weird.
I know, it's
So
Oh my gosh, he's laughing. He definitely did something. Definitely
hidden-
did something.
I don't.
Because
I don't.
you could
feel
never.
any accusation.
What? Did we lose Johnson again?
I don't. Probably.
You're roboting, babe. Because during a situation like this, you can't laugh, you can't smile, you can't talk about anything else but that situation, you can't eat, you can't go to the bathroom, you can't hug a friend. No, I'm just saying, like, it is insane the things that people pick apart.
And it's the same
Removing my
thing.
dad.
You don't know how you'd react, right? So
Right.
some people I know from experience where you see people when you start to question them about things and they get nervous, like they'll crack a joke to lighten the mood when things get too intense. Even though it's a very serious subject at the moment, they may crack a joke because that's their coping mechanism in that moment. For him, that chuckling, that may just be a nervous laugh. That's his way of just coping in that moment with a really terrible thing that's going on.
Exactly.
Like, I can't be professional. I'm not. This is, dude. Okay, I'm gonna call you back or something. I don't know what to do, man. You make me nervous. I don't know, man. I just want to be natural, man. I just want to, like, this is not. I don't know.
Yeah. Try and look at the camera, whatever you want to look at. Just
I look down. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Do that. Just do it. No pressure, no nothing. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. That's just the way we got to do it.
I wish people could keep in mind just
So I just wanted you guys to see a little bit of that. I'll drop the link again. That was Heidi Broussard's husband. The mother and the baby, his wife was a mom and had a very young, newborn, like a week old, kidnapped. Mom was killed, and he was putting out a plea through the media to, plea for his wife and his child. And this is how he was reacting, and people instantly deemed him guilty everywhere. We're going in on him, and so it's just a perfect example of we don't know. We don't know. Social media had deemed him guilty without one shred of proof.
I didn't know of this one, but the one I always kind of think in my mind, because it happened while I've been around this community, was Athena Strand. And I
Yeah,
started seeing people like, it's the stepmom, and it was kind of on the heels of like Letitia's trial. So they're
right.
seeing the Letitia stuff going on of a stepmother, and they were applying it to this gal's mother. And literally in a 5-minute span, the FedEx guy, I know he wasn't at the FedEx contract or whatever, but like had already come, got her, taken her, killed her. Like it was just so fast. But
Mhm.
like people, like that didn't matter until the police came out and said something, and then it shut it all down. But it's so unfortunate because the damage is already done.
Mhm.
You
It
can't take
is.
that stuff back once you put it out there.
So the daughter, their little girl was a newborn. She was unharmed. It was the best friend that kidnapped and killed Heidi. Uh, I don't know the ins and the outs of the case, but there was sorry, I was adding Jones. You don't have to get on. They were the woman that kidnapped her was her friend from like church camp or something, and she was like trying to trick someone into they were pregnant and pass off the fact that she had given birth to this child that was actually Heidi. So it was it was crazy. But it's just everybody on social media and even the news had turned against the husband. Yep, faked a pregnancy.
I agree with Katie B. Said that's how I feel people are acting with Sebastian. They are using the waves of summer and implying them to him. I
Yep.
100% agree with
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Absolutely. It's literally like we've seen this over here and we apply it over there. And I think that's where as subs we have to be super duper mindful,
Mhm.
especially when you are consuming this content, right? Now, is it possible that like something that one person did in a case could potentially be the same in another case? Absolutely, it does happen. But you have to really be open-minded enough to not just make up your mind the first time you hear something and keep an open mind with this stuff until law enforcement, until convictions have happened, until sentencing has happened. If you can't, then like maybe it's just not for you. I don't know.
I don't think she was in the delivery room, but she came right after the baby was born. She came for a visit, but again, like I said, I don't know the ins and outs of the case. Just I watched the Lifetime did a weird movie on it that had
Mm.
depicted some YouTubers that were covering the case, so I watched it for that reason. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. That
That's
was Nunya talking.
And
But
me.
I want to touch on what Nunya just read out about people mixing the Summer Wells case with this. If I'm not mistaken, Nonsense just did a live, and Justin was doing that exact thing.
Oh man, I missed that live today. I came in for a quick second, then I had to leave out. But I seen Justin on the screen. I'll have to
Yeah,
go back and watch that. But like
it's that exact thing that you just mentioned. That's exactly what
yeah,
she just
he was
covered.
doing.
mhm. Mm. Oh, I didn't know that. Tammy's Cliffs. He had a stroke and had half his skull removed recently. Oh. Mm-mm-mm. I think this is almost done. Let's continue to hear him incite these
Hold
people.
on, can I
Yeah, go
answer a
ahead.
question real quick? So
Mhm.
Queen of Hearts says, so when the step parent admits to things or lies against previous statements, those things should not be considered. Absolutely. I think that they should be considered, but I don't think they equal guilt. And I think some people hear that and they immediately go to guilt versus being open-minded enough to like, okay, that's a lie.
Mm. Instantly. In my opinion, what he's about to do is he's about to incite people to go and do all of this at the campground.
Make that make sense to me. Go around every day and install it. You know how to install security systems. You know how the inner workings work. You know, she was in the Navy. I'm not, Chris and Katie, they are a smart cookie because at this time, technically speaking, at this time, they kind of got away with the perfect crime.
We don't know if there's a crime. Listen to what he's about to say.
They kind of got away with the perfect crime at this time, thus far. But I don't think you can get away with it forever. Because always criminals slip. There's always a slip. There's always an eyewitness. There's something. And I'm saying that as if they're involved because their actions, to me, I feel they're involved. I'm saying this out of good faith. I'm saying this out of my own.
Good faith. He's saying this out of good
Good
faith.
faith.
Out of
And
good
what
faith.
basis is this decision made on?
Good faith.
What actual
Good
evidence
faith.
has he seen or experienced other than his gut? Because we know people's guts aren't always on point.
Good faith. Just good faith.
I'm gonna hop down for a little bit so I can go pick up my dinner. I'll be in the
All
chat.
right, have fun.
I'll come back.
They're looking for correlation between cases to create emotional responses, in my opinion. They're hooking people in basically. Right, because they have already built their subscriber base, right? They've already built, especially the Summer Wells creators that are now just twisting it on to Sebastian's case. They already know what their base wants. And so they're giving that to them in this case, and those things might not apply. They might not apply at all. I would like to know how it's legal too. They did, Shaggy. They did sue and they won. And he reminds me a lot of an Alex Jones type.
Own observation. It is an opinion. Don't sue me, Chris, Katie. If you do, we'll go to discovery, depositions, interrogatories. I wouldn't do it.
You're just throwing out words that you know are involved in a civil case. Oh my gosh.
Now, if someone else gets arrested for this and it's not the Proudfoots, most of my videos I'll probably take down because they're not the people. They're not the people.
So I can harm you first. I can throw accusations and sling mud at you first. And then if I'm wrong, I can just remove it and it's all okay. And that totally undoes all of the things.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
look at Lisa K. Ruitt's post about who's JT, about JT.
Let's see.
Yeah, so I can just completely remove it and it undoes it all, right?
Yep, no harm, no foul then.
Mm-hmm.
And he repeats himself over and over. And I've also noticed Betty does the same thing. And it's almost like a way of like convincing you. And I think it works.
Someone said that she's going down to this too.
Oh, yay. It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh no, I don't want to share that because she's showing somebody's. Yeah, JT Olson. So that's the guy leading it, leading the rebuke. I would have to verify that that's the same individual, but she does show a picture of a person, and it's on the flyer that JLR showed. It says that it's a public event by JT Olson, and on there she shares a post by him that says, "Preaching to homos is casting pearls to the swine. They are mostly unsavable reprobates. Once they reach that level of depravity there," and thankfully it doesn't show the rest of it. Rich told me they had to get her off the bullhorn because she still has too much Antifa in her. She's out of control, definitely not led by the spirit. Besides, she's a woman. She needs to learn in silence. Wow. I would have to confirm for myself those are the same, like the one leading it is the same, but that's something. That is something. So if that's the individual leading this protest that's going to happen outside the campground where children are, because this is a family campground. Remember that. It's a family campground. And JLR is inciting people to go to this family campground so that they can what? Yell at the Proudfoots. And we have absolutely zero proof of anything. And it's being led by an individual who send people to a person like him. That's a smart move. That's a smart move.
I mean, nothing they do is smart, though, if you really think about it, Deepsy. Like, they take nothing into consideration.
No. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious.
AMAC, you think that they repeat themselves so much because they're trying to convince themselves? You think so?
He's the one that claimed that Jaden had a gun? See, it's hard to keep up with all the things on this
Who is
case because it's
Jaden?
moving so fast. Jaden's I'm pretty sure it's Jaden's the guy that was accused of, like, brandishing a weapon at the vigil, right?
Oh, no.
Mhm.
Was
I
that?
thought I
Yeah.
thought that's who it was. It was Jaden.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow. And Tracy said, for your information, Horn Lake, Horn Lake is the hood, and good luck.
Horn Lake is the hood.
That's where the yogi, if I'm
Okay,
not
let me pull
mistaken.
this up while I play a bit more, and I'll check what, shared with me.
And then Tracy
But we
said,
have the
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Tracy said, yes, he is the one who said Jaden had the gun. He's the preacher guy.
Yeah, so he is
Okay.
the
Okay.
okay.
Go ahead.
Well, here it is. Turn Up the Heat. That's the name of the event. Okay, so here, thank you for the confirmation because it does show the same picture. So, Turn Up the Heat, find Sebastian Rogers, repent Proudfoots. Turn Up the Heat. Yeah, same thing. Okay. So he is that same guy. Here it says, so authorities are saying they do have suspects in mind. There could only be two possible suspects. The ones who claim they put him to bed that night. Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. I'm going to
Whoa.
rebuke you. Sir, Chris didn't claim to put him to bed that
Oh,
night.
my God.
What the hell, first of all? And where has law enforcement claimed that they do have suspects in mind? Can somebody tell me where that is?
They haven't. They haven't.
Can anybody tell me where that is? Wow, this guy. And then he also said This was 6 days ago. The young man on the far right in the dark blue shirt is the one who confronted me today with his hand on his gun while trembling in anger. He's previously been seen standing with Seth Rogers during searches. A call to police was made when some folks in our group witnessed him, Jaden, okay, I thought that's who it was, pull up his hoodie and brandish his firearm while he was talking to me and getting upset, then put his hand on the grip. They were afraid he might possibly pull it out and shoot me. You never know these days. The police are searching for him, apparently. Now, I don't think Seth had anything to do with this, sending someone to intimidate our group while just trying to focus on a different angle of the case to help find Sebastian as quickly as possible. I hope not. Nevertheless, we do not give up and cower in fear like the Cajun Navy. We will be back out like white on rice to confront sin and call the Proudfoots to repentance of their lies and confess if they know something they are not telling us. Chris and Katie both have changed stories multiple times. Where? I bet this dude preaches this and says they've changed stories, they've changed stories, they've changed stories. Has he given examples of where their stories have changed? And have contradicted themselves and flat out lied in some interviews. All possibilities must be confronted. Who the heck is this guy? Because I do remember I was over on Granny's panel when Heels came up and she played the audio and showed us where JLR was out searching with Jaden and Jaden's mother, and everybody was singing him praises. And, like, Heels was upset saying, why didn't JLR just turn to her or turn to the law enforcement and say, no, 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 these are good people. That wasn't them. They didn't do any of that. No, this is crazy. This is escalating so quick. So quick. No, Jaden is not the preacher, right? Jaden was the guy with the gun.
And JLR just stood there. That's
Mhm.
sad, man.
It's Karen's son, right? Mm-mm-mm.
Why are laws not in place?
Why are laws not in place to protect parents in this situation? Is it because of social media now? I wonder that because everyone screams free speech, free speech, free speech, but your freedom of your speech doesn't give you the freedom to do all of this shit. It doesn't trump their liberties. Let's see. Hang on. There's something else from Yep. This was 6 days ago. Live or called in live on T-Rev tonight. Start at the last 27 minutes towards the end. Show up to show support if you are in the local area. Thanks and God bless. And then this last one was 3 days ago. The admins kicked me out of the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers group for quoting Bible while they allow others to slander. Guess they don't like freedom of speech. I'll still be live streaming rebukes of Chris Proudfoot and So JLR ends up kicking the dude out of his Facebook group.
Then why is he promoting
Why is
them?
he promoting his because it's a protest against the Proudfoots? Right? Is that why he did it? Wow. Mm-mm-mm. This is crazy. This
The
is
preacher's
crazy.
daughter was in the same school as Sebastian.
Mm-mm-mm.
Right. The people have the right to feel the Proudfoots are involved based off their own actions, not searching, not attending vigils, wishy-washy statements, inconsistencies. That to me seems like it's guilt all the way. Last person to be with Sebastian, the mom. Omitting information. Behaviors.
Omitting information to the public to social media is not the same as omitting it from law enforcement.
Nope,
If they're
and it's-
omitting it from law enforcement, that's one thing, but we're not owed that information.
Omit what you need to from us. That is 100% acceptable.
Right.
These people don't think that way. They think that they need to know everything. They are owed that. You're not. You're simply not owed that.
More visuals. I know. I hate it when people call them visuals.
Visuals.
And visuals. What's another one they say? There's something else. Visuals. Yeah, it's insane. All right, let me pull up. I'm gonna pull up that crime lines and lines one.
Yeah, what happened on there?
I don't know. We're gonna learn together.
Oh, interesting. I seen something going on, but I've just been super busy and didn't have time to stop and watch. Was
And he
it
gave
Seth
us
on there?
a time. Yeah, Seth was on there. I don't know what he said. Indy came in and gave a timestamp though. I saved it. 2:17.
No, it didn't. It didn't sound like that to me, Kendra. I thought he said omit. Kendra said, "How did you know he said omit? It sounded like he added an A or something." Twist said, "Lean in. It's none of your damn business. You're messing with an open case."
Exactly. Wow. All right. I don't know what's going to be said here, so we'll listen to this for a little bit.
Now I'm gonna put you backstage, and I'm gonna put a little bit backstage for a second because we have Seth backstage, and I want to give him the stage. Okay, you guys?
This is the live here.
Well, hello, Seth. Welcome, and I'm so sorry for what you're going through, all the frustrations and physical injuries and just the hurt in your heart. What's going on today?
Just got out of physical therapy. Now I'm in traffic. There's a lot that doesn't make sense with what's going on. There's a lot that doesn't make sense. You know, people. I listen to a lot of the podcasts, and I take everybody's opinion with a grain of salt. By the way, if you sent me your number to a Facebook, it is not me. I don't have social media. The only thing I have is YouTube.
Oh, well, crud. Okay.
So if you see a profile out there that says it's me, it's not me.
Oh, damn. Okay. Somebody's got my phone number then.
So, oh my gosh. So she sent her the phone number to someone on Facebook because she thought those messages were on Facebook, which Nonsense sent them over. Yeah, they are from Smiley Stream. Someone just took a screenshot of them and put them on Facebook. And she just, oh my God. It is Chronicles. That's what I was thinking. It's probably JLR. She probably sent it to JLR. Lord have mercy.
Oh, karma would suck so bad.
It's still out there, Twisted. It's still out there on that Roomba bouncing around the football field, I tell you. Oh my goodness.
So, well, whoever wants to be me, they don't realize what that tells, because I don't even want to be me right now.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
Yeah, I believe that.
There's people that everybody has an opinion, but I don't have social media, so I don't really have to listen to their opinion.
No, you don't. You're doing the work. He's your son.
I just want to find him. That's all I want to do.
At what point did you start getting the suspicion?
Here's my issue is this man, my heart does break for him because like I've said throughout the whole thing, I don't believe any of the parents are involved. But so my heart breaks for him on a lot of issues and I have questions on other things. But maybe she's looking for a new marriage counselor, Captain Always.
I was going to say the same thing earlier.
Maybe.
That's what she does. She be giving them digits out to folks in these cases, man.
But he believes someone has told him that these messages are now that someone is impersonating him because someone misunderstood what they saw on that screen and they were thinking that it was Seth on Facebook because they saw the likes underneath of it. So now he believes this information that was given to him that someone's out there impersonating him. And I wonder if there are other situations like that that he believes are true just because someone online, someone on social media has fed it to him.
Oh, I'm
And
sure.
and
I'm
I think that
sure.
that is what has instigated a lot of these issues.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot of the division and back and forth that has stemmed from that. Because like I said, we can pinpoint it down to the exact live where the narrative started to change of, being on the same page. He does sound broken, Betty. He does.
That maybe you're not being told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth from Katie.
See,
Pretty much day one.
and these creators, they want so bad for the division. You know what pisses me off?
Oh, she sounded giddy, like saying that.
Is people who want to weasel their way in, whether it be out in the public like this or behind the scenes, and cause division between individuals, let alone the parents of missing children.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need that. Listen to how broken the man already sounds. He already sounds defeated, deflated, ready to give up on things. So yeah, let's just drive a bigger wedge in there. Let's just
And
drive
they-
a bigger wedge in there.
They need to be united in this. They really do. These parents do. That's what Sebastian needs. That's what
Mhm.
Sebastian needs to come home to. Not this chaos.
No. If that wedge is continued to build farther and further apart because of content creators like this that caused the wedge, and Sebastian comes home and then his parents are at odds with each other when they had finally gotten to a place, it sounded like they had finally gotten to a very decent co-parenting space, but now they probably don't trust each other at all.
And the creators that do this, they'd like you to think that there were problems between, with the parents, with the co-parenting. And if you pay attention to things said at the beginning of this by not only Seth, but Chris and Katie too, like it seemed like they were a cohesive unit and they found their job, their way of making it work.
Right.
They seemed very united, and it literally took YouTube and these leeches to just suck all of that, all of the good, all of everything, all the positive, all the strides they made, gone, just gone,
It
suck
took
them dry of it.
It took them 7 interviews to suck them dry. That's it. That's all it took was 7 combined, between all of them, 7 interviews.
That's so sad, man. And I get it. I get that there's, things that Seth is probably questioning in his mind, or concerned about. But when you have people on YouTube constantly coming at you with those same things, basically telling you like what the hell you should be concerned about this.
Hang
You can
on.
only fight that for so long.
Is this Miss Mo? Our Miss Mo?
Yes, it is, Dee.
Hey,
Miss
Miss
Mo!
Mo. How are you, love?
Hey, Dee. Hey, Jonathan.
Hey,
I
sweets.
got a quick question. Hi, baby. I know this might seem a little crazy, but excuse me, I've been sick. But I remember a long, long time ago that Nanya was putting together um different ways to be able to recognize those people, the words you don't like, Deets. You
Oh, the
understand?
tragedy pimps, yeah.
Yeah, I understand that because it's
I just
sometimes it gets
prefer
said so much, it's not valued anymore. It doesn't have as much impact. What were you gonna say,
yeah.
baby?
I just prefer the word bad actors because I don't like the word pimp. That's the only reason I don't like it. So
Okay. Well, Naya was putting together a list on her mini whiteboards of the bad actors. Is there any way that people could compile a list to possibly create some sort of video that, unfortunately, we wish it would never ever happen again, where people wouldn't go missing, especially, babies. But is there any way to make a video that the activists, the real activists, could give to families of grieving people, that advise them how to shut down their Facebook page, advise them how to stop this and stop that?
That's
Almost
such
like
a
when you
good
go on a
idea.
job a job interview, you go through orientation. Because unfortunately, I hate to say it, it's nothing that I think anybody's ever prepared for, but you almost need an orientation because it's like these vultures just swoop in,
Yeah.
and they're ready to take advantage. I mean, how do you ever on God's green earth have parents, because the parents don't, just like for the Proudfoots and for Mr. Rogers, it could be a different situation where Seth and Katie were still in the home. They would still try to separate them for their purpose. So
Yeah.
is that something that we, not me, but you all as a community could do? And maybe it's something that the video could be passed along and say, hey, step one, shut this down. Step two, shut this down. Step three, don't take any interviews. Everybody might not listen to it, but maybe it'll give the parents tools to advise them on how to do this. Because it's not like when you push a baby out, you get a lost and found page in the book. You don't even get a book.
Right. No, I think that's a great idea, actually. And even just giving some examples of what we've seen social media do in these situations to let them know. Like, we just played Heidi's husband, who was completely innocent, and what social media did to him. I think that's a great idea, actually.
Yeah,
I
it
think it's a
is.
really good
And
one.
Katie B stated, she said they don't want to shut down their social media because it's a lifeline to finding their loved one, unfortunately. I agree with that.
They can make it
Like,
private, yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah.
ways to private everything and the people to look out for and the
Mhm.
type of, questions to look out for and greetings. Because JLR has the same greeting for every victim. Every time
Mhm.
he reaches
Wow.
out, he says the same thing to every one of them. So
Yeah, he does.
it's just kind of like key things that they would need to watch for and be aware of. That's
Mhm.
a good
Well, the
idea,
bottom
Miss
line
Mary.
is that if it's not law enforcement, then do not answer any questions. And I don't care how guilty it makes you seem to the rest of the world. The rest of the world isn't you, and the rest of the world isn't going through this traumatic situation where you lost your child or lost anyone. And it's really, really sad. It's quite frankly, it's evil. It's evil to me to see some of the stuff they do, and then their pockets get off. It's all about money. And, and it's sad and it sickens me. How could you do that? You know
Well,
what these people are going through, and you just constantly beating them over the head. They don't want to talk to you, so now you pull out their whole work history. What's wrong
yeah.
with you?
And that's
Well, the
what
money's
I
the root
agree
of
with
all evil.
Nunya's saying here, while I do believe that there are some people that could be helped, I don't know if families would always listen, and they
That's
don't,
okay. At
unfortunately.
least they would be offered with something like,
Yeah.
Well,
like
if it could be somewhat of like a protocol, I don't know how long it would take it to happen, or if it could ever happen. I mean, just like you go and then they read your Miranda rights. We need some. Let's make sure you don't get harassed rights. Something.
Some victims' rights, yeah.
listen,
Yeah,
Something.
warn you for what
that's
could
right.
happen.
Victim rights.
Yeah.
Well, and we had a conversation about that the other night on my channel, and it was a very good in-depth conversation with lots of really interesting creators, and
I'm
afterwards,
still listening.
there was a person who was really upset about, basically felt like I was suggesting that there be laws against freedom of speech and laws against true crime and whatnot. I was like, "No, we were talking." First of all, we came to that conclusion on that live saying, "No, you can't you can't put laws on the true crime community." But what we were talking about is like a victim's protection law and their family, protection law or something like that. And I don't know if it's possible at all. That's why it's called a conversation to see what like-minded individuals think, something
It's
like
just
that.
it's just amazing. You can't even. Oh God, help me. You can't even
Mm-mm-mm.
speak your mind about what someone is doing, but yet they can speak their mind about what you're doing.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna leave that right there. And that doesn't make you have the right to say whatever you want to say. but you're not free of consequence.
You're not
And
free of
what scares me more than anything, all these little people can feel however they want to feel. This might not be a popular opinion, but, and I'm not perfect. I've got my mad faults, my own faults. But I pray for these people who go out here and do this stupid stuff that they do, talking about pressure brake pipes and all that dumb stuff. Sorry, I'm sorry for that noise.
You're fine, Miss
Because eventually, what happens when the day comes where you decide that you're gonna roll up to somebody's house or somebody's job and they just can't take it and they beat the brakes off of you? What happens when that day comes? Because it's
Mm-hmm.
coming. Because there's nowhere else to go from this point. Where else can it go? I'm
Right.
not ever. I don't want anything violent to happen. So I really wish it would stop. Because somebody's gonna get popped in the face
That's what I'm saying,
or
Miss
worse.
Mo. It's gonna go too far one of these days, and I'm not even saying it's gonna go too far to where something happens to the victim and their families. It could be retaliation against these creators from the victims or their
No,
families.
I
It can
don't
go
think it's
either
gonna be
way.
it could go either way, but I got a strange feeling it's gonna go the
Mm-mm.
other way.
I
These
know.
these these PT folks, these bad actors, somebody gonna get hurt
Mm-hmm.
because somebody's. I can't even imagine. I mean, my son was lost when he was a little boy for about an hour. I had gone to work. My next door neighbor was supposed to put him on the bus. She called me telling me that she didn't know where he was, but by God's grace, he was in the house. But do you know, for that hour, I lost my mind trying to get home
Mm-hmm.
to find my son in the house. And I was so thankful. But that was only an hour. That was only
I
an hour.
I know mine wandered off for 10 minutes and I thought I was gonna die. I can't even imagine an hour, let alone months. Like I
For
can't imagine what some of
years,
these years, what some of these parents are going through.
somebody
Yeah.
gonna snap and somebody gonna end up a whole lot of colors they not meant to be because somebody done beat them up really bad or worse. Stop playing with people's lives. Stop treating people the way you wouldn't want to be treated yourself. It's not hard. I mean, it's free to be nice. It's free to be. What happened to humanity?
That's what I
I,
wanna know. That's what I wanna know. I feel like we're
I
in the
don't get it.
upside down.
And what a lot of people need to understand, you can have $100,000 in your bank account. You die today or tomorrow. You can't take one thin red cent with you, but you left a bunch of misery behind.
Mhm.
You've destroyed families. You've done all kinds of. How can you even be proud of yourself? I guess you're okay when you go into the store to buy whatever you're buying. But how can you be proud of yourself to know that you're making it harder for these families than it has to be? And these families really need to be warned because sometimes I listen. I would never attack a family, but I tell you this, I can tell sometimes they kind of feeding into it. You know,
Mhm.
that's just
Yeah.
how it feels to me. I hope I'm wrong, but that's how it feels to me.
No, sometimes
And
it
there's
does feel like it.
yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, they're victims. That's one thing I will always agree with voices on is that these people are victims and they have rights.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And just because you don't choose to respect them, that's your problem. Well, go sit on your hands and
Mhm.
Yeah.
stop being so nasty to people. You wouldn't want people to treat you crazy. You wouldn't want people knocking on your door. You wouldn't want people calling you all types of liars and stupids and stuff in the chat. Stop doing that.
Yep.
Sometimes if you can't say something nice, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing at all. It's okay to have your opinion, but there's no need to be mean to these people who are in the worst time of their lives.
Without
Their
any
child
shred
is
of
missing
proof, right?
without one drop of evidence to say they did anything other than what has been shown to you that they did or did not do. That's one thing I don't understand. Contrary to popular belief, according to the police, Don Wells wasn't home that day. Nothing has ever been proven to say anything different about that man.
But how many live streams and videos and all sorts of content has been created around the speculation that
Just
he's
say that
dead?
he was home. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They said that
Exactly.
Chris wasn't there, but Chris was there. He left his phone. He left his phone on and traveled all the way back home. And
Yeah,
come
that's
on
what we
now,
Mm-hmm.
Miss
stop it.
Mo, I got a
What,
question.
baby?
I got a question.
$5.
And geez, I'm a broke bitch, Miss Mo. Anyways, well,
If you owe me
actually,
$5, I'll never be broke.
I owe you. I'll pay you in hugs and loves, baby.
There you go.
Um,
I'll take it.
this is my question. It's actually a question for everybody, or but do you know, like for sure, for a fact, that your county, your city, wherever you're at, has an advocacy program for
No, I
victims?
do not.
I
No,
Mm-mm.
I
don't
do not.
either. And see, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, why don't I know that? Why wouldn't that be an important thing to check on? So, even if it's just something as simple as checking in on that with your own county or city, wherever you live, like that would be something helpful. See if there is an advocacy program or people that can help, be advocates. Because what if there's not?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
What if there's not?
Exactly. Well, and it's just good for us to know it as well. It would be smart to know what our county has available. If something like this, arises in
You
our
said
county,
something.
then we can direct people to that resource.
You said something with that, and I'll check into it. I just know
Mhm.
that personally that I'm not the person to
To be an
ever do
advocate?
that because yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm too emotional,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
and
I agree with
I
same thing
know
for me.
better. I
But
know better.
it's something, it's a way to do good. It's a way to
But I'm
be
gonna
there for
check.
these people. Because I was thinking about that and it caught me off guard the other day, Miss Mo, and I was like, damn, I don't even know if my own county has
But
something in place for this
dang,
type of situation.
what you just said made mad sense because, and I would hope that everybody that's hearing this and heard what you just said would check themselves because I'm definitely gonna do it because you sit up here. I mean, we sit on YouTube and which I love. I saw Dees was live and I was like, yes. So I know I'm gonna hear some stuff. Okay, I'm not going there anyway. But I got really happy when I saw she was live because I knew, that I was gonna learn something. I didn't know I was gonna call, but I thought about what Naya had did some months ago and just thought about some stuff. And I was like, I think
I'm
that would
glad
be
you
cool,
did.
to try to get something like that together. But
Mhm. I think it's a good
I'm
idea.
definitely going to do it, and I hope that everybody else does it because that may be a very good way to try to get something like that started. Basically notify every state where every person is or whoever's in this chat to show interest in it. And then once they show interest in it and other people show interest in it, maybe they can put advocacy video together for families that unfortunately have people that are missing because that's really serious. That's
Well, I
really one
think
of the first things they need to do besides reporting them is shut down their social media.
or something, or at least be aware of what could happen to them on social media, and I think that that would be a very important thing to include in the video, is to let
Yep.
them know how to reach out to these things in their own area, or at least what they need to search to find them, and some people just aren't even aware that that program's out there and available, so they don't even know they need to look for it, so that would be a very
But
important
I
thing
mean,
to add
and
to that.
really, what
but
would
it,
it
it doesn't
take?
mean
A
somebody
phone
can't make
call?
a video.
Oh,
You
no,
know
I
that though,
agree.
right?
That's what
It
I'm
doesn't mean
saying, like,
somebody can't make one.
put that in the video, letting those parents
hmm
know that they can Google that and find that information
Yeah,
too.
but somebody could make a video and put it on YouTube. They look for how do they end up in these chats and stuff? If
Mhm.
they end up in these chats and stuff, besides people that shouldn't be contacting them. But if they end up in these chats and stuff, if somebody put a video together, and I guess the key word, I guess it would be have to be worded just right. I wouldn't even know how to do it, but that could cause several of them to come across it. If somebody puts it on Facebook, somebody puts it on YouTube, somebody puts it on Instagram,
Share the
even
heck out of
Rumble,
it. Mm-hmm.
maybe even Kit, just keep sharing it and sharing it, and eventually it will become a tool for these people that have missing loved ones. And
Look,
you know, and I don't, huh?
look at how quick these people, even us, if we go sleuthing, it's very easy and quick to
Mm-hmm.
find these people on social media, even if it's taking
Absolutely.
that video and shooting it over their way.
Yes.
Or
Like,
shooting in one of those Facebook groups.
absolutely. It's little things like that that could help. And every little thing matters when it comes to this kind of thing. When it
And I
comes to the
know a lot
victims.
of you all care. You know, I care too. I'm just not the person to do that. But
Mm-hmm.
I definitely care. But I know for a fact somebody like you, Nanya, Jones, and several other women that are in this chat chasing. It's a lot of the other ones I just don't know all their names. But I know that if all of y'all come together and do something like that, I think it could be astronomical.
Yep.
If
I know you do.
even if it helps 10 people, that unfortunately, because the sad thing about the missing is that it'll always be a next one, and it'll always be a next one, and that's what makes this some of the stuff they do so disgusting. The only
Mm-hmm.
missing people they focus on are the ones that are in the media, the big stories. The other people don't need to be found.
Everybody needs found.
I,
Everybody
I, I
deserves to
don't I
be
don't get
found.
that, but if that doesn't tell anybody or all of us that it's only about money and it's only about views, I don't know what else will. Because if it wasn't, you would do this for everybody. There
Hmm.
would be so. I mean, one thing about Chasing, I didn't always comment on him, but Chasing had mad videos of all types of people. Matter of fact, I think I've seen some of yours before. These, it's a lot of them. What's the little girl's name? You know how I see her no more. She's so sweet, and she doesn't get
Oh,
the
burden.
burden. Her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so many of you all have. Y'all don't just y'all focus on everybody. You don't just focus on who's in the media. You don't do that. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Summer got cheated because she was poor. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That's my opinion. But
Well,
she
she got
made
a
a whole
lot
lot
of.
of
She
people
got their
rich.
attention. She
Yeah,
got their
she did.
attention, but it was bad attention. And it's
Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
because
she
she
made
was
a whole
poor.
lot of people rich.
She did.
She sure as
She
hell
made
did.
a whole lot of people rich. And you ain't done nothing to help that baby. Don't care. Some of them still living off of it, and it's disgusting. And she still isn't found. And you don't care about her because you go to the next story and the next story. And once I'm solved, they don't even go back to them unless it's the criminal part where they can go to the trial and make some more money. You know, that's disgusting, and that tells you a lot about them. But I'm not, you know, we all know I'm a motor mouth, so I'm about to get down. But
You're fine,
you
love.
know, I appreciate you letting me up, man. You
Why,
know,
thank you for coming up and
I
telling
love
us
what
that.
y'all doing. Yeah, and these,
We love
matter of fact,
you.
I'm giving it to you because you make them do it because you Mama Deets in my book. You just don't know it.
She is Mama D.
Instead of Mama Steph, will be Mama Deeds. I do think that it's such a great idea, and it's such a easy solution too. Like sometimes we think too big, and then we get overwhelmed because
Yeah.
you can't eat the whole thing. But if we take lots of little small bites, we can absolutely accomplish it. Absolutely,
One
I think it's a
particular
great idea.
creator that you did a video on, I'm not even gonna mention their name. You already know who I'm talking about because he did some dirty
JLR, we
stuff
just
after the
showed
fact.
him.
That guy. I was sitting here, but that video that you did on him was off the chain.
Sure was.
So if the way you organize and you research, I know goodness well that all of y'all can get together and put something together to help these parents and relatives of the missing to get some, because a lot of them just don't know. They don't know when people reaching out saying, "Hey, I'm gonna help your kid get your kid's name out. I'm gonna help you do this." not knowing that the very second that they don't want to talk to them, now they talking trash about them. Now they putting out all the dirty laundry. They don't know all this stuff. And if somebody could just advise them, we suffer due to lack of knowledge. And if we can help someone acquire that knowledge, why not? Without y'all, can help
You're a
someone
part of it.
acquire it.
Everybody's
Okay,
a part of
Joe, Joe's the wrong fat girl. Okay, no, we're not doing that. Mm-mm. Just gonna be
it.
honest about that. I ain't gonna lie.
That's
Okay,
okay.
but I'm saying I know y'all can do it. I believe in y'all. Matter of fact, I'm a straight. Some people don't like me talking, but I'm gonna put it in prayer and I'm gonna keep it moving. How about that?
How about
Tracy
that?
said she's already working on it now using NCMEC.
I
Mm-hmm.
love her.
Yeah.
I wish I could hug her. Maybe one day. I don't know.
Meet and
Anyway,
greet.
Great
y'all have a
idea.
good y'all have a good night and y'all keep up with the good fight because what you're doing is a good fight. And I appreciate you. And if nobody ever told you that, they haven't told you. Well, I know they have, but if nobody told you today that they appreciate what you're doing, I appreciate you all.
Thank you,
Oh,
Miss Mo. We appreciate you.
Okay. You ladies have
We
a good
appreciate
night.
you a lot.
take care,
Good
Miss
night,
Mo.
Miss
Jones
Mo.
and
I
be
love your
good.
new avatar.
Thank you. Yes, because I'm blind. Jones, I want to see your chickens. Don't make me fight you.
Girl, I'm coming back. I got a new chicken. I'm gonna show y'all this week. I'm gonna show y'all this week.
Well, I need you to see your chicken, especially if he can twerk, because that's the funniest thing ever.
He's got too many hoes to be twerking on the ground now. He twerks on them, girl.
Oh my
Oh my!
goodness.
Okay, I don't know if I want to see that. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
No. Mm-mm.
I can't
Uh,
handle animal love too good.
please feel better, Miss Mo. You sound
Yes.
rough.
Well,
Not in a
We
bad
do.
way. You just don't
I'm
sound
going.
like you
I'm
feel
going through.
good.
I'm going through some stuff, and it's one reason why I stay in the bushes anyway. But I'm going through some stuff, and it is what it is. It's by my own hand. A lot of things we go through in life are by our own hand, contrary to popular belief. And me being a poop head, thinking I could do everything, thinking I was still young, that was a lie. But
Alive from the pit
things
of
happen.
hell.
To a whole pit of hell, Deets.
Oh,
The
I'm
side, the
praying.
center, and the middle. Thank you.
Pray,
That's all that
pray
I
for
need
Miss
right
Mo
there.
to
I
feel
appreciate
better.
it. Thank you, baby. Y'all have a good night. I'm listening.
all
Okay.
right. Good night,
Have a good
Miss
night.
Mo.
All
Thank
right, babies.
you.
Good night. You're welcome, Mama. Thank you.
She's
Love
so
Miss Mo.
precious. Oh
I
my
know.
God.
She's like a national treasure.
Yeah.
Protect her at all costs.
Yes, absolutely. Miss Mo is one to be protected. She will uplift her spirits. I mean, like she really gets to it, and she knows what she means what she said. What is it? She says what she means and means what she says, and I love
Yes,
it. She's
she
just
sure
so
does.
straight there to the point.
Many states already have victims' rights legislation, but it focuses on the legal process, not so much on unhinged creators. Right. It's because our society hasn't caught up with social media, in my opinion, and the impacts of social media. And by society, I mean our laws, our judicial system, how our law enforcement operates. All of that hasn't fully caught up, and I don't know if they will because social media is continually changing day after day. And thank you, Perfectly, is dropping the directory of victim services. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. I always love a Miss Mo break. She's the best. What?
Cray, we're talking about the tragedy pimps, bad actors, whichever you prefer.
Yeah.
Um, we're on a mission now. It's a movement.
It's
Hashtag it's a movement.
oh my gosh, don't start another movement. You're gonna get in trouble.
It's a movement, man. For a good reason, though. For a good thing.
It's needed. It's absolutely needed.
Yeah, I challenge everyone to I mean, it literally takes a phone call. Call your sheriff's department, call your local police department, call your, I don't know, what else would offer that? I have no idea. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, and I was thinking about that the other day. Like, Do we have something set up in place in our county for something? If something like that was to happen to us, and I don't know that we do.
Mm-hmm.
All it takes is a phone call to check, though. Just call around.
That's right. The rate this misinformation is spreading feels like there's no way to get ahead of it. And that's what I'm saying. It just feels like you're, trying to brush your teeth while you're chewing Oreos. It's just over and over and over and over. Oh,
Yeah.
Dolly's one we're going to talk about in a second.
Yeah, I know. We keep jabbering so much.
I know. Let's hear a little bit more.
And nonsense. Hold on.
Let me jabber some more, she
Yeah,
says.
nonsense. That's exactly the point. Like, it always seems like we catch them too late. Like, they
Mhm.
get to them and they're such a stronger force to deal with that the parents just get swept away, or the loved ones get swept away in it before we can ever stop it. But in hopes of situations like this and us covering these specific situations, just like Quentin Simon, just like Summer Wells, covering these specific situations may maybe help the next ones that this happens to. Maybe,
Yeah, maybe.
they'll be the ones to come across one of our live streams and be like, oh, wow, they do this to people on YouTube, Like, it's literally for awareness.
Well, it takes us a long time to figure it all out, It takes us a long time to figure out what the heck's going on sometimes on social media. Now imagine being the parent of a missing child, the loved one of a murdered individual who with no suspect, like all of these things and being thrown into this arena. Like who do you trust?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what to do. And if the victim services are outdated, if they're not up to date, then yeah, I understand why parents turn to this platform because they just want to continue to feel connected. That's why I give them all empathy and grace. And like Seth, I understand why he's reaching out to these people. I just wish there was someone in his life pulling him back a little bit from some of this.
Look, this is Nunya's way of telling us to shut up and keep it playing. Did you already play the Seth part from last night? I may have missed it.
None, yeah.
Why I listened to her story because she changed it multiple times.
Okay.
I mean, for the first 3 days, I was at their house until Chris decided that he wasn't going to. He didn't like my sister setting up a GoFundMe. He didn't like that, and it's like, well, you may not like it, but she asked, and I told her she could. And it wasn't for finding Sebastian or anything like that. It's my sister knew that I wouldn't go back to work because my son's missing. I got a phone.
So here's my issue with that is, and in his earlier interviews, he said that the reason that he thought Chris was upset is because they had all three agreed they weren't going to set up a GoFundMe because you all agreed not to. And law enforcement had told them to be careful with GoFundMes and things like that because it gives a perception to the public. And he said they all three had agreed on it. And he had even said that he had talked to his sister. Hang on, let me find it. See if I can find it real quick. Ugh.
Yeah.
Mm.
But even though he's the one that set up the GoFundMe, like,
Well, his
the
sister
suspicion
did.
well, yeah, his sister did, but it didn't bring suspicion onto him because all the suspicion was already over on Mom and Chris.
So he said that I agree. My sister asked if she could set one up for me. Actually, when he first tells this story, he gets a little snarky and says, "But I didn't set one up. My sister did." But anyway,
Mhm.
he then later claims that he had told his sister that as long as it wasn't about Sebastian and it wasn't using Sebastian.
Well,
This GoFundMe says finding Sebastian Rogers family support. And then the entire thing says, oh, this changed. It used to be much longer. I don't know what it says now. And the aunt of Sebastian Wayne. Oh, it used to be, okay, Drake Rogers and the sister of Seth Rogers. As many of you know, my nephew Sebastian has been missing since the early hours of the morning on Monday, February 26th. Since Monday morning, my brother has been out of work as he continues this heartbreaking journey to find his son. With that said, I would like to reach out to see if we can pull together to help him a little financially. I think initially this was like set at $5,000.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the bills do not go away in situations like this. No, they don't, and that's what's so
I
frustrating.
agree.
And I have no problem with them doing a GoFundMe. That's cool that that's what they choose. But they need to stop hating on Katie and Chris for returning to work. Their bills don't stop either. Their bills don't stop either. Any little bit would help take the stress off of him. I would like to thank you in advance for your donation to your prayers and continued search and fight to bring Sebastian home safely. It's at $24,000. So that is why Chris and Katie got upset, because they had agreed. All three of them had agreed they were going to listen to law enforcement's recommendation, and they weren't going to set up a GoFundMe, and especially one that was using Sebastian. And he's claimed that over and over. And he says, initially he was saying that he would like, you know, sorry, it was Chris that said he would like creators to donate towards Sebastian if he were to go on their panel or whatnot.
Yeah.
Chris has been to work. Chris had to return to work. And so they have to pay bills. None of that stuff stops. The electric bill doesn't stop coming in because your child goes missing. Your water bill doesn't stop because your child goes missing. Your mortgage, if you have one, doesn't stop because your child goes missing. No, I don't think so, Southern Gal. I think the reward is still at $3,500.
No
And
way.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's at $3,500.
I mean, I don't
I
see
have
much.
no hate on them for this, and I will drop the link to the GoFundMe if anybody wants to donate to it. My thing is what he's saying here to Brooks is like it's some horrible thing that the Proudfoots were upset. They're upset because you all three agreed not to. And you found a loophole around that. His words, not mine, that he found a loophole around it. And so it does become frustrating because they were worried about Sebastian's case and the public perception. And I guess in the end, it didn't matter.
My dog's
You have
snoring.
0 issues with Seth having a GoFundMe, as he is the only one trying to find Sebastian. When was the last time he searched? I don't think he has to search. Law enforcement has told all these parents not to search. Let them do their job. Let them do their job. Let them, the others are putting up flyers and doing that. I encourage him to do that as well, but let me just keep playing some more of this.
Yeah.
The fact is, it's that he didn't like it, and I had to deal with it. I'd like to think that neither one of them had anything to do with my son's disappearance, but they could always come, help pass out flyers, help search. I've never told them that they can't. They have just chose not to.
Well, what pisses me off is that, they can't get off their dead asses to go search.
Oh,
but they go
lady.
sit at the damn Cracker Barrel.
Listen, girl, where's your boyfriend? Didn't he get locked back up? Go call Stacy.
I'm so glad Jones is here saying all the things that I think in my heart.
I can't.
Seriously, people have to eat. People have to eat. What do you want them to do? Starve themselves?
My fat ass could never.
He did mention his job may have been in jeopardy on Nancy Grace. Any news that he is okay with his so we just know that they went back down to where they are now because of his job. That's all I know about it.
I mean, Cray, you can agree with Brooks. We're not saying everybody has to agree with what we're saying.
No, you can have your own opinions,
just
and I
want
can have
people to
mine as well.
Yeah, and if there's a little possibility of having an open mind, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, they went to Cracker Barrel on Easter. That was their Easter dinner. And do you think that they were happy? Really? They're probably freaking miserable.
Well, they didn't look very happy in that picture, no matter what kind of insinuation JLR put on it. They didn't look happy. They looked like miserable people, miserable parents, a stack of flyers next to them, Katie on the phone, probably talking to somebody pertaining to this situation.
Right. And Kim Holmes, I get what you're saying there. I'm sure he's eating as well because you can't stop eating. And I doubt any of them want to actually cook a meal. I know I sure as hell wouldn't want to be thinking about meal planning and meal prepping and cooking a meal while my child's missing. So, how is it the horror that they went to freaking Cracker Barrel?
The
Goodness.
horror.
The horror. Definitely. They're definitely guilty. They definitely did something because they went to Cracker Barrel.
And
You
we're
know, the
not
public's
saying
so
they're
mean.
not. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. We're not saying that they're not guilty. We're not saying that they're
I don't
innocent.
know.
We just don't know.
We
And we
don't
give that
know.
bit, we give that grace until we do know. We don't jump onto acting a fool and coming up with, these theories and wild speculation just for money and views. But I think that's what differentiates us from others.
Do
They
you know
are
what
here
they were?
specifically for that.
I have a question for you, cousin Trixie, and I don't know if you have an answer for it, but do you know what they were doing for the first 3 weeks before social media got a hold of this case? Do you know what they were doing while the National Guard was there searching for their baby? Why the FBI and local and TBI were there searching and doing all their grid searches and all the search and rescue crews that came in? I'm curious. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what
Nobody
what all
knows
they
what
have
was
done.
going on, Deets, because let's be frank, Sebastian was overshadowed with Riley Strain at the time.
Oh my god, Bendy, you're so true. Like, you all have to understand how much I stress about freaking thumbnails and titles. I spend more time thinking about it than I do on these freaking lives. It's
Bro.
ridiculous. And from that, I don't even wanna cook. So I cannot imagine what it would be like having my child missing. You gotta eat. You still gotta eat. They spent 4 minutes in the bathroom? Oh my gosh, they definitely did something.
Terry Dean said they are being stalked, and you expect them to go out and search?
Right.
They're trusted. Yeah, that's the reason they left their home.
There is a crazy man out there, and I'm gonna say it right now, there's a crazy man out
Say
there
it, baby. You
saying
tell 'em.
wild things on social media, passing himself off as a reverend, wanting to do a rebuking at their campground. You really think it's safe for them to go out and search?
How about we rebuke
Oh my
you,
gosh.
devil, demon? We rebuke you, Satan. Sorry, go ahead.
I know, I get so frustrated. So not at Cousin Trixie, I'm not frustrated at you, I get frustrated at the audacity.
What's
Reverend
up,
Big
Big
Al's
Al?
in the house.
What's up,
Hey,
man?
Big Al.
To him. Well, I mean, aren't there people at the Cracker Barrel?
Yeah. It's allegedly somebody's leaking my address and my phone numbers out to people. I still don't have anybody showing up at my house until yesterday. I had somebody actually walking the street taking pictures of where I live. I stood on my front porch smoking a cigarette and just stared at them.
Okay, that's one. Now let me know when there are hundreds of people and multiple YouTubers going by your house on the daily doing that. Aw, Melissa Jade's Crude's here. I love that.
Hello.
Hello, MJ. Yeah, I hear this one might upset me. Oh, let's see here.
I mean, welcome to the Constitution. You have the right to sit there and take pictures of my house from public property.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how about it?
Doesn't bother me,
It doesn't bother you yet.
I
It
don't
doesn't
find
bother
anywhere.
you yet.
You'll find my truck's pretty noticeable.
She's had zero.
I sent you a message in private
Oh, yes. What?
He's had hardly any of what Chris and Katie have had. Let's keep it real. Like,
Mm-mm-mm.
go ahead.
No, I agree. I was just saying,
Just like like it's easy for him to say all of this because he hasn't been dealing with all that.
Yeah, let's see how he feels in a month after a month of social media harassment and real life harassment, people following him accusing him of things, judging whether he should eat or not. I have a feeling he's gonna have a little bit of a different tune.
Mm.
And I don't think that anyone should be going after any of them. None of them should be gone after, in my opinion. So please don't misconstrue what I'm saying, because I know somebody will. I don't think any of them should be stalked and harassed. We are not law enforcement. We have no idea what evidence may or may not have been obtained. None.
Chat with my email and phone number, by the way.
Look out, Seth.
Can you see that?
I'm just going to warn you, she might want some marital counseling. If she asks for marital counseling, Seth, run. Run fast. Run.
Yeah. See where it says one where I've got a message. Now I got two.
Now you got two. Look at that. You're popular.
More popular than I really ever wanted to be.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, exactly. Have you been talking, I'm sure, regularly with law enforcement?
They're not going to give me any information.
So Nonsense wants to know what that's about. Me saying if she wants him for marital counseling. So Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies, I don't have any issue with her, but her and a couple of other creators got in close with the suspect Stacey Wandra in Michael Vaughn's case. And Brooks in particular led Stacey Wandra on. I'll have to get you a link to the audio Nonsense for you to fully understand it. The phone call with him, she recorded the phone calls with, yeah, go ahead and tell it, Captain Avi, but the phone calls she recorded with him where she had him believing that he was helping her with marital counseling and all this other stuff, and that it's just wild. I can't even put it into words.
He
And he was the
thought she was
suspect.
obsessed with him.
Mm-hmm.
This suspect thought she was obsessed with him.
Yeah. It was wild. It was wild.
It'll throw you for a loop, Nonsense. Oh my God.
I can't even. So that's why I say, if she mentions anything to you about marital counseling, run.
Don't do it, bro.
I got tired of giving them, because I was getting leads, and it was like I was giving them leads, but I believe that they're talking to Katie and Chris more than they're talking to me.
It seems
maybe because they know you're out here on social media doing all the things.
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
maybe because they have all the answers they need from.
Didn't we hear that same exact kind of statement from Steve Gonsalves?
That he wasn't getting. Yep, he wasn't getting contacted.
He was talking too much, dude.
Mm-hmm. What did Big Al say? What did Big? It's not my fault. Greg would not take care of business. Big Al, I can't. Oh my goodness.
It seems to me because they have all the answers they need from you. There's a lot of questions about when you saw the video of Sebastian at the restaurant, what was he wearing?
It's none of our business.
Yeah, I got in trouble. I wasn't supposed to tell anybody that.
Okay, well then don't say anything. That's okay. Don't want to get you in trouble.
Well, I already got in trouble. Trouble is one of my middle names.
Okay.
But,
do you know?
So, do you think he got in trouble by law enforcement? And obviously not like, a charge or anything, but them saying, hey, you're sharing way too much. You're giving way too much.
He got reprimanded. Is that what it's called? Reprimanded? Reprimanded?
Yeah, he
Shut
got reprimanded. I'm sorry.
Whatever.
They told me not to go back and read Big Al's first comment, so of course I had to go back and find it. Big Al, you're a troublemaker. I love you, bud.
That's exactly why they're not telling him anything.
I think so too. I think so too. Reprimanded.
Reprimanded.
Do you know if they have searched the RV and their cars?
Oh my
I have no
gosh.
idea.
Did he just say I have no idea? He said in earlier interviews, he gave us, I wish I had my notebook with us. He gave us an exact amount that they searched it. Him from his own mouth have told us how many times they searched the RV. Hey, Nunya.
I thought he said
It's me.
that.
Okay.
No, it's not. Knock her off. Kick her.
It's absolutely me.
Mhm.
I thought that he said that they didn't check.
They did. No, he says in one of his earlier interviews, I don't know if Jenny's still in here. Is that you, MJ?
Nope.
It's a penis.
Okay. Hey, I'm not taking any chances
This
anymore.
fool said it's a penis.
It's a
She was like, it's a penis.
I can't.
But I know that he told us himself, my notebook's out in my truck, but he told us himself that they had searched the RV. He had seen it happen, or he had been told that they had went down and searched it. This is a no peen, no vag zone, y'all. No peen, no vag.
I know they haven't searched mine. I've literally told them they can search mine. You know.
Now, what is all of this panic talk about polygraphs? You're in law enforcement. You know polygraphs, they're not admissible in court.
Nope.
They can be fooled. I understand you took one recently.
Yeah, they're still grading mine.
Wait.
Why all the different stories from Chris Proudfoot? You know him better than we do. Why one day has he taken one? The next day, TBI said he didn't need to take.
What'd you say? Wait for Nunya. That's it. That's all he's gonna say.
They're still grading it like it's his 8th grade math test?
I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I didn't think it takes that long.
I'm pretty sure. Don't they tell you right away? I don't know.
I
Does anybody-
thought.
Yeah. Okay. Gemini is like still grading. What? I thought most that have came out and
Maybe Brooks
spoken
can
on it.
ask Stacy for us. He'll know.
Is this regarding the polygraph?
Yeah. Don't they tell you right away if it was inconclusive or conclusive?
I mean, I don't know about every time. I know, like, with what my experience is while watching certain ones, and usually they'll come back and be like, well, you failed that miserably or something like that. But I don't know if that's standard. It could be like a Letitia Stout, who knows?
Of course, it is a Nancy Grace polygraph. It is not an official polygraph from law enforcement. So maybe that's why it's taking longer to grade.
Wonderful. It's an OG triple OG tragedy pimp polygraph. That's a mouthful.
Triple
Jeez.
OG.
They can lie because they even did, what is that, Netflix? It was really good. It was like the American, whatever. It was recently, and the boyfriend took the polygraph and they told him he failed miserably, and he didn't.
Yes, law enforcement can lie to you during an investigation. So if they were using it during an investigation process, absolutely.
American Nightmare, Melissa.
Yes, that was it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The Gone Girl.
The Gone Girl, yeah. That was crazy.
What did they say? They can tell you within 20 minutes after the poly what the results are. Stevie J, I want to know how you know. No, I'm kidding.
Asking for a friend.
Then he says,
asking for a friend.
He took one and passed. Then he said Nancy Grace lied to him.
Question that would be, I mean, just so many stories that you can't believe anything that the gentleman says.
Yeah. He's the only one telling stories.
Took a polygraph.
The only one.
Getting Katie.
I think it's him breaking.
I took one because Miss Grace asked me to.
Mhm.
I don't know if he's taking one or not. I don't understand what it's like. I'd rather have still been that private person that I was before. I'd rather have never had to be on a podcast, never had to be asked an interview. I'd rather have been, you know, my son lived with me, me going to work, coming home. My son there.
What?
You know, my son lived with me, me going to work, coming home. My son there. All this that's going on is just a lot of stress in my life that nobody really ever needs.
I believe that.
But as
Same.
I was told, better suck it up, Buttercup. So
Oh,
I've never been one.
Buck up, Buttercup.
How dare he steal that from Crime Sleuth? Sorry.
Oh, I know. Are they going to announce?
Excuse me,
Whatever
for
you
the
do.
record, that's one.
I was about to
Let's
say,
not get to
please
three.
do not say it 2 more
Sorry.
times.
Please. I think we're safe. She's live, right? So we're good. I don't think she'll hear it.
You got multiple monitors.
Oh no. Oh no. A pledged lawsuit. What? They're going. I think that's what it is. It's news to me. Is they're going to announce his poly results on TV next week for more drama. It's going to be like the cliffhanger. Yeah, I
Yep.
agree. They're turning it into. They're turning it into like an active docuseries, but they are the ones that are controlling the narrative on a lot of it. Wild.
For
You know,
interviews.
What? Did you
go
say
ahead.
something?
Go ahead. It's okay. Go ahead.
So I enjoyed my private life, going to work, coming home, spending time with my son. And now I don't know if I'll ever get to spend time with him again.
Mm.
how are you feeling physically? I know you said you had to go to physical therapy. Is that for your shoulder or just all the above?
Actually, it was for my neck. They said that my shoulder pain was being caused by my neck. So
Christine Alaska wants to know how we can help.
the best way to help is, you know, besides keeping your head up and your eyes open, is passing out flyers. That's where tips and stuff come in, because people might be seeing my son.
Let's light the chat up for Sebastian, please. Sebastian's Army. I see the godfather of the case has made it in. That is our friend Trevor. I'm sure you know Trevor, Seth.
Oh,
Trevor Lee.
God.
Yeah, I know Trevor.
I cannot even.
The godfather of the case.
The godfather of the case.
Any
I like
any
Trevor, but I don't
intuition,
like
inkling,
that.
or anything where Sebastian could be?
I have my ideas. I just don't have the resources I need to track it. So pretty much just
What?
I was coming in for a pause on that. Wait a second. He has an idea of where Sebastian is, but doesn't.
Several. Didn't he say a few?
You have $25,000 sitting in a GoFundMe. What more resources can we give
Sir.
you if you have ideas of where he is?
Wow.
I wonder what that means, though. Like, in what way? Like, I don't know.
What does it mean?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
It's a very broad statement, isn't it? In a way, like he's got ideas but doesn't have
Mm-hmm.
the resources.
Right.
Is it a cliffhanger to throw out suspicion? Is it what is it? Yeah, he's got 4 investigators right now. Like what is
I feel like it's in resources. In my mind, when I hear it, it's straight dollar signs.
I don't know what
That's
it is,
what
but
that's what my mind goes to personally.
I agree with Granny. If the Proudfoot said that, it'd be outrage right now. Absolutely would be.
Seth, bruh.
Come
Bruh.
on.
Stop doing it.
Winging it.
Are you getting any advice from the people you work for?
The people he works for. Does she mean the people that works for him?
The jailers?
I don't know.
I think his sound cut out a little bit.
I think she doesn't understand like that she thinks he's law enforcement. She
Okay,
said
there
it
you are.
earlier.
Oh,
Think
So
you're
she
going to
didn't do
have
any research. He
to
may think
refresh
like,
your mic.
sorry.
she thinks that. No, you're fine. I just thought it was going to be quiet for a second. So go ahead. She means
No.
the jailers. She does. She means the jailers. Okay,
Yeah, but
so
I don't think she knows that they're jailers. So because she earlier today she said, "Well, you're in law enforcement, so you know." I mean, earlier in this interview she said that.
She did
So
say that,
I
yeah.
think she doesn't understand what
type
his law enforcement position looks like. So when she's saying, "Have you talked to your friends about it?" I think she's meaning like your other law enforcement buddies because you're in law enforcement.
Yeah, like, you know, because road patrols and investigators and like they all work together. So she could be thinking in that realm, like your buddies, you know, you got
Yeah.
investigator friends over there. Wow.
You think it's someone's private property that he can't get access to?
Well,
Well,
if I,
then if he had a credible lead
Mhm.
on that, all he would have to do is turn it into law
Absolutely,
enforcement,
TBI.
and
Mhm.
law enforcement would investigate it and be able to either get the warrant to go on the property or convince the property owners to allow them access to it. Mm-mm. No, I don't like accusing him of profiting either.
Are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, now we're back. Do you have any thoughts on Chris Proudfoot's family? Good, bad, or indifferent? His sister has made some kind of really strange statements, you know, and his mom and stepfather, their goofy asses took off to Alaska right after Sebastian went missing.
Yep. I know they did. And I know, you know, for the person that for Maddie to be sitting there and making the comments that I heard that she made on Facebook about that's my grandson, and for her to turn around and disappear to Alaska with her husband Terry, that kind of actions speak louder than words. I've always been a person that believe actions speak louder than words.
You got that right.
So
Because
I don't know. I
Okay.
feel like words are speaking pretty loudly.
So, yes, Kim, Seth's mom has made some nasty statements. Again, I don't think any of these parents or their extended family are probably involved in anything. If they went to Alaska, they had to go through an airport, right? So I highly doubt that they were smuggling a 15-year-old young man through security. Like, how would that even be possible? And it took a while for his parents to make it up here to Tennessee from Texas. No shame in that whatsoever. People have like, do we know why they went to Alaska? What was involved? Was it a work issue? Was it something that they could not reschedule and change? Like, I don't understand where the implications with this one is going
I've heard what
and what the
what
point
the
of it was.
business and the reason was for going to Alaska, but I can't remember what it was. Maybe
Mhm.
they have another home in Alaska or something. I don't know. I'll have to check into that.
No, I thought they went there to work. He was
Yeah, it was
already
for
working
work.
there before he went missing. So he
Mhm.
just went back to tie up some loose ends and then came right back.
People claim they drove or took a but they claim that. Do they know that? Does anyone know that? I have a feeling if a close family member, such as a grandparent, went somewhere drastic like Alaska through another country to get there right after Seth or Sebastian went missing, don't you think that is something that the TBI, the FBI, someone's going to look into? I'm just saying. I don't feel like I don't know. I feel like this is just putting some more tarnish on the situation.
you you have a child in your family that you can't find, you don't go to Alaska. He's not in Alaska.
You don't get to decide what they do.
Just like Katie going down to Mississippi with Chris, and she's like, well, because he could be anywhere. Trevor's in the chat. I put the link up, Trevor, if you want to come up. Trevor said Seth's actions speak volumes. He wants his son found.
Yeah.
Do you know if you can tell us, you can tell us. If you can't, we're going to understand. If law enforcement's looking into any connections to them running to Mississippi or Chris's goofy family running up to Alaska.
I don't know.
If she
I
don't
mean,
stop
I
calling
don't
that
even know
family
who's leading the
goofy,
investigation anymore. I don't know who's doing the investigations. I've looked on Sumner County website to see if my son was on there, and he's not even on there under their missing persons. So
what?
He's under a national Amber Alert.
So he's upset that he's just not on the county website.
I don't know. They didn't take off once Sebastian went missed it. I can't find. You said you put something in Discord, Tracy. I don't see anything. Or did you send it to me? This is a lot.
I don't know a lot of stuff anymore.
Well, hang on. Isn't he on the TBI website?
He is on the TBI website.
Trevor said they haven't even listed him on their open cases. How do you feel about that?
Oh, Sumner County or TBI?
Sumner County.
Well, my opinion on this matter is that the first 48 hours is the most important. And they just marked it as a runaway listening to his mother. They didn't take into effect that even though he's 15 physically, he's not 15 mentally. He has has autistic traits, and he's been diagnosed with autism, and then his chromosomal deletion.
So when Chris and Katie said this exact same thing here, that he's 15 physically, not mentally, everybody drugged them for filth. Everybody drugged them for filth and said that it was a negative statement towards
Yep. Look how
Sebastian.
negative they were about him.
It's one of the things that they still claim that he's negative about, or that they were negative about, but now it's okay. I think it should have been okay the entire time. It should have been okay the entire time. Okay.
All of that, mentally he's not 15, maybe 10. And it took 3 days to get him as an Amber Alert. Their policies and procedures they're not designed for a child that is on the spectrum. And they should immediately have put him on the Amber Alert. And they should have definitely have investigated differently when it comes to the investigation part. The search and rescue is one thing. They did a lot for that. But they should have turned around and dusted for fingerprints, looked for anything that might have been out of the normal, and they didn't do that. They failed my son.
I agree, because like you said, the first 48 hours is the most important. So why take her word? Why on earth did they not just conduct a proper investigation right off the bat?
Okay.
How
So
do they know?
right. First of all, how do they know that? But so Tracy sent me this screenshot. So it was JLR that put out that they went to Alaska a day or two after Sebastian went missing. But there is the screenshot of Kathy Bowersox where she had stuff updated on March 21st from Alaska. Sebastian went missing on February 26th. So which was, I'm so confused by the things that you're sending me. Was it way after he went missing? Like almost a month afterwards?
Click the link, ho.
So if it was almost a month after he went missing that they went up there, and it does say that he had to go for work. It's not 2 weeks after. It looks like on February 27th, they're asking people to drive the roads, drive the neighborhoods, drive around buildings and businesses. They have deployed drones and heat sensors for the groundwork. Report anything you see. Thank you for all that are willing to help. So, like, they're out there doing all the things. Just sounds like more issues being caused by content creators, in my opinion.
Good question. Maybe their deputy chief could answer that question. But
What did you see what came out last night on your local news with Nick Barris, where he said he spoke with law enforcement and said it's an investigation, but the DA won't do anything because they have no physical evidence. How can that even be possible?
well, they have no physical evidence because they didn't do forensics. I mean, we're talking about they didn't tape off anything. They didn't come in. They didn't lumen all the house. They didn't dust his room for fingerprints that wouldn't have belonged there. They didn't do a fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Just wow.
This is completely different than the tune he was singing earlier in the investigation. I think that what we are seeing is a very frustrated, upset father who does not have his son, and I understand that pain. This is gonna continue to fuel the fodder and all that. Like, it's gonna be bad. It's not good.
And how much of that is contributed because of social media? You have to ask that, like, would he feel this way naturally, or is it so many people in his ear? And we know the narrative that they're pushing. And so that's just concerning, because at the end of the day, you really don't know that anybody has involvement, right? These parents have not been charged.
No one has.
What happens if they end up fully, in the end, having no involvement? Like, what is this causing between their dynamics? What is this causing internally that they're struggling with? And that, this is fueling and pushing even more doubt within. So it's just...
Someone tell him to run. But I'm starting to wonder if he is going to some of these channels on purpose.
Well, I wonder that too.
And I agree with Granny. He's extremely vulnerable right now. But look at the places he's going and speaking.
Yeah. I haven't seen him on any like really full on like reputable channels, in my opinion at least. The thing to me is he says earlier that law enforcement won't talk to him at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you know that those forensics and that evidence wasn't taken, right? We're all assuming that they told him that on day one, but when did they stop talking to him? Yep. Was it when his tour started?
When did they pull back? And I have a feeling they pulled back after all the social media stuff where he's leaking more and more information. Very similar to what we've seen with Steve Gonsalves, as he gives out more and more information. And I understand why he's giving out that information. But as he gives out more and more of it, law enforcement is going to pull back because they don't know. They can't trust them, They can't at all.
Yeah.
Nunya, you fell down and popped back up on your own. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I didn't even
sorry.
have to add you.
I got a call, that's why.
She has special abilities.
She does.
Yeah.
And Bendy's absolutely correct here. I have a question. To the people encouraging pitting the family against each other, will y'all be there when this ends? Will y'all be there when the family has to come together to deal with the outcome, no matter what the outcome is?
No. They'll be on to the next story, doing this to the next family.
Exactly.
Because they don't really care. It's content.
Well,
this is entertainment for them.
And Bendy, she always preaches how, like true justice happens in the courtroom. Yet, a lot of these creators don't follow it through to the end, right? Because it only gets views when it's hot and in the spotlight. But that's where the justice actually takes place, is in the courtroom, following it through to the end.
Yes. And then by the time it gets to that phase, like you said, a lot of creators have, they fizzled out. They have completely fizzled out. Granny, I don't know. That's a good question. What's one case they followed through, including the court hearings? That's a good question. Not even Quentin Simon, though, Little Irish. They wouldn't even cover Quentin Simon the other day. There were so many of these creators that went down there and, caused a stir in that case, and they didn't cover him the other day when Leilani went to court.
Nope.
Amber Heard.
Are you calling someone Amber Heard, or are you claiming Amber Heard?
No, I'm
Face
saying that's
processing.
where, like, when it went to court, again, because it's salacious and it's drama,
Right.
they covered that. That's what I was saying. Sorry.
Oh, I
That
get
was
you.
funny, though.
These clowns don't care. They don't. Okay, I'm gonna let this one play for a second. Sorry, I need to take a bathroom break. So if something crazy happens and you need to stop it, I'm sorry.
That means behave, Melissa.
When it came to the investigation, they asked questions. Well, asking questions is fine if you're looking for a missing persons, but you don't know if, that press conference was just wow.
I was a little disgusted by the press conference. Well, a lot disgusted. And I'm sure it was kind of quite the punch in the gut to you.
But yeah, because they said they don't have anything, and then they want to sit there and tell me that, get mad because I ask questions, and then tell me that they only want legitimate leads when I'm sending them everything, and I'm on legitimate leads. You guys don't have any leads. That's what you're telling me. It's what you're telling everybody else. I heard that telephone call with Chris on it. Oh, I rode around with them. They showed me this, they showed me that. Well, isn't that nice that you're not even a biological parent, and yet they turned around and showed you everything? Huh.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack right there. First of all, I think she was quite disgusted with the press conference because it didn't give them much, fuel for their fodder. I think that's a big reason for that right there. Didn't give them a lot to speculate on or to twist and to slander and to contort into something wild, and that really pissed off a lot of content creators. But then what do you guys have to say about it does kind of sound a little bit like jealousy, and jealousy has no place in the mission field to find your son.
Yeah.
That was shocking, that last little piece.
So in the beginning, when everything you were watching was Chris speaking as a father, right? And I'm not discounting a stepfather, but he spoke as the fatherly role. And at first I was like, whoa, like that's too much. Like he has a dad, the dad is active, let the dad talk, But now I think what it turned into is all of that reverence that was given to him as the father in the beginning has now, like, he feels like that should have gone to him.
Yeah.
And he sounds very, like, kind of bitter about it at this point, in my opinion.
I don't know what it's like to be from a split family or to be a part of a split family, but when I first started listening to all these parents speak, I was very proud because I do know that it is a very hard role and that some in 2024 do it with grace. They come together, they work together for the sake of the child, and they put aside differences and they do what they have to do. And in my opinion, it sounded like all three were doing that in the beginning until that one interview, and it's all changed and it's all been downhill since.
I also have a different respect for a person, no matter who they are, that's in a household day after day after day living with those kids. Like there is child rearing happening during that time. There is impressionable moments that are happening during that time. So they get a certain level of respect to me, and yeah, it's a really, I'm like you, Deets. I haven't had to experience that, but this just isn't it. This isn't it. Like the constant pitting them against each other. And now,
Yeah.
like, I think the Proudfoots are doing the right thing by being silent, but I don't think that he is doing right by his son, in my opinion, which who am I? Like, I'm not trying to judge him in that
Yeah.
way, so I don't want it to come across like that. But he's doing a disservice to his son's case at this point, especially if law enforcement won't speak to him anymore because he gave out details that like shouldn't have been given out. That's dangerous.
It is. It's
And that
very
can
dangerous.
impact the justice you may need to get one day, someday.
Especially during an ongoing investigation. Especially during that.
Kind of makes me wonder how much somebody got paid.
Up.
Same here, because he's the last one that should be riding around with them. It should be you.
Oh, dear Jesus in heaven. I am going to need another pib for this. Are you telling me? So now we jump straight to the conspiracy of they have law enforcement in their back pocket. Who are Chris and Katie Proudfoot that they now have? They must have the TBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, all of that, like under their thumb. What the heck? Is that what we're saying here? I might need to turn this one off. This is going to get under my skin, isn't it? Oh, jeez.
You know, most of the time when you're doing a search and rescue for a child that's autistic, you'll have at least one of the parents, the biological parents, going with law enforcement because they could possibly scare the child and they need to hear a voice that is familiar to them. And yet, Katie didn't leave the house.
Mm.
And they never once took me to go look for him.
It was very upsetting
But
to all of us that
But if this person was in the home with them day in, day out for years, wouldn't it have that same effect on the child?
Right. If he's been
Potentially?
in his life for over 8 years, he knows
Like, it's
him.
not like law enforcement just went out by themselves to go and search.
Or took, neighbor Bob out with them or
Right.
something. Yeah, she's damned if she doesn't leave the house. Terry Deem, you know that. She's damned if she doesn't leave the house. She's damned if she does. Like, come on. I can't tell you any of these parents are wrong because I don't know what they're going through. I don't know what they're going through. I don't understand their pain and frustration, and I don't even pretend to understand their pain or frustration or want to know it. Like, I don't want to know what that's like at all.
No.
And that's why I give them so much empathy and grace. But this isn't helping Sebastian. Throwing mom and stepdad under the bus with absolutely zero proof because Chris was asked by law enforcement to go along. It's not helpful.
instead of calling 911, she called Chris, who was supposedly 3.5 hours away and some change. Minutes count when you're looking for anything, but most importantly, a child. And she doesn't even leave the house. Why was she not knocking on doors? Why didn't she call you? You would have been out there in a heartbeat to find him.
Because you
They
know
did call
him.
my
Because you know him. That's one thing that frustrates me is these creators, they act like I have no idea. I have watched interview after interview with Seth Rogers. I've watched so many interviews of Chris and Katie Proudfoot. I don't know these people. I don't know what they would have chose to do. I don't know why their choices would have been what they were. None of us do.
Well, here's my question, Deets. Didn't he say when he got off work and Chris called him, he went straight to them, right?
Yep.
So these searches he's speaking of happened all within that hour before he arrived?
No, because Chris wasn't there. So these searches would have been after he was notified and after he was there because he was there at the house before Chris was. Chris showed up what was it? I don't have my notebook. Jenny, if you're in here, do you remember when he showed up? I think they said 6 hours later, which makes sense because he has a 3-hour drive anyway. And then you got to imagine, the first couple hours, they might be like, okay, they're going to find him pretty quick. I don't need to, they're, mom and dad are there handling it. Law enforcement are handling it. I'm going to get a call in an hour or two. You don't get a call in an hour or two because you're, 3 hours away. You arrange things with your job, drop your stuff, and you go, and then it's a 3-hour drive. So it makes sense that it took him a minute. 1 p.m. Thank you guys. 1 p.m. 1:30. So yeah, Seth was there from, let's see, he got off of work
I think at
at
8:00.
no 7:20. He got out to his car at 7:20, and he said it was like a 45 minute drive. So he was there at the house by 8:00. And Chris wasn't there until 1:30. So I don't know.
So I guess like, why in that case, right? If
Mhm.
you're there when law enforcement is like, hey, let's go search, why didn't you? Like, and that's to me, like, that's where these creators, like, kind of, obviously they can get it wrong. She's so determined to paint one side as a villain in this
Yes.
that to
Mhm.
keep it fair and open on all sides, like, she can't ask that question.
You can't be confirmation bias, though,
They already have it,
Yeah.
though, going
Right.
into it. They have
Right.
it. Because it has to be someone's fault. Somebody
Mhm.
has to be the villain and somebody has to be the hero, and they have picked that. They've already decided it without one shred of evidence.
Yeah. No, Zan, we're not scrutinizing. We were asking because he's saying the
Mhm.
TBI didn't ask him to go on a search. They only allowed Chris to go on a search. And he makes it seem as if like he just wasn't there yet. That's like kind of my assumption of what he's saying.
Yeah.
But so we were asking what time did Chris get there, because Chris got there a lot later on that day than Seth did. So Seth would have already been there and talking to law enforcement and being active.
Mhm.
It doesn't make sense in my mind why they wouldn't have asked Seth to go along with them.
And like Tracy said, he was then there for
It's just
3 days according to him, Could they have been in an interview? Maybe Katie and Seth were in interviews. Maybe they were doing the due diligence that law enforcement needs to do, and putting that, interviewing them or searching their stuff. Remember, they took all of their phones, all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
So maybe the biological parents were preoccupied. So the law enforcement that were out searching said, let's take, stepdad. We confirmed he was at work. Let's take him out on these searches. It could easily be explained, but instead it's being twisted into something.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay, Sam.
Phone. They sent, well, Chris called my phone and sent me a text message. Both of them knew I was at work. Why didn't they call Davidson County and ask to speak to my captain?
Mhm.
My captain, they would have literally pulled me out of work immediately and I'd have been there instead of me being there, after I got off work. Doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. My son's not a runner anyways, and I try to tell him that, but they don't want to listen to me. The state of Tennessee is, I have no faith in Sumner County. And the fact that they wanted me to actually come work for them, I ain't putting in an application. I can't work for a department or an office that cannot. They still have my son's electronics. Why? Why do you still have his electronics? Give him.
If he really was more in law enforcement, he would know why they have his electronics, and they will have his electronics the entire time that the investigation is open.
Right.
That's not going to change. I'm actually surprised in these missing persons cases that they give the parents electronics back, but that we have learned that that's what they do. They give, they take them, they download them, and then give them back. That was shocking for me because you would know they're going to keep all of Sebastian's electronics throughout the investigation.
Right.
Wow.
Come back to me. You know, why is it that I have researched and found more information that I'm pretty sure that they haven't? They haven't looked at it at all. You know, they don't have anything. From my understanding, besides having family that works there, you know,
Has the FBI been any help?
I've spoken with them, but it takes 60 days from the start of the case before you can request the FBI to come in and let the company or the organization that is doing the initial investigation ask for them to step in. And I personally believe that after 30 days, Sumner County not doing what they should have done at all, ever, they should have released it to TBI and asked them to come in and given TBI 30 days to fuck everything up, and then ask the FBI to come in and actually do their job.
Wow.
I mean, the FBI card unit at the least, because they have ways of knowing if he was abducted or not. That seems to be what Katie is leaning towards.
You would know that the card team did help. The FBI did a consult with the county on this case. That the Secret Service is helping with the data investigation
Electronics.
on this case. Like,
Mhm.
this is blowing my mind a little bit. Wow.
Yeah,
But, you know,
she's leaning towards that now.
Yeah, go ahead, babe.
really quickly, one of the things that Granny pointed out a little while ago in chat, and I kind of been like listening for it. One of the reasons why he like when people ask him like how can we help, and like he says he goes on these to do these interviews to make sure people know his son's name and that his name stays out there, right? So that people can help find him. But literally, I've been listening for all this time and have not heard his son's name one time.
No, I
And
haven't.
like again, if you want your son's name to be out there, you've got to stay focused on him and finding him, not fighting with somebody else, not fighting with law enforcement. Like you've got to focus on him, because if you can keep him, Sebastian, as the forefront and as the most important part of what you're talking about, that truly speaks to the intention, in my opinion.
And Kathy, I hear what you're saying, but I don't perceive it as questioning Seth as far as involvement the way that people are questioning the Proudfoots, versus taking a look at how everything collectively is being it's influencing him. That's my perception. The same way that with Steve Gonsalves, right? So it's not about questioning him as if he had involvement versus, wow, would he be saying these things if it wasn't for, in my opinion, the social media factor? And this is fueling it. And I don't think anybody's judging the same way. At least we didn't judge Steve, right? It may not agree with things, but not judging, because that's the entire point, is you're in a vulnerable position with emotions as such a major factor, yet this may be doing more damage than good.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely doing damage to his morale. Definitely going to be doing damage to his morale, going to these places and engaging with these creators that want nothing more than to fuel that, because it'll bring more people to their panel, more people to their lives to watch it all.
Yeah.
And they don't take into fact the implication that Seth is a real person. And he's going through an extremely traumatic thing right now. And they're twisting him all up.
Yeah, my concern would be listen, I think you're gonna have doubts naturally when your son is missing, right? There's always going to be that what if, like, you were last there with him, but I think it's really messed up to intentionally cause more doubt and more conflicting feelings, because if he's talking to this many creators, God only knows how many people he's talking to behind the scenes. He said the same thing about Steve, and it's, if they're questioning the Proudfoots, right, God only knows what they're saying, and it only gets into your head more and more and more. And people on social media don't know more than law enforcement does. Now, that doesn't mean that nobody on social media can do good. You absolutely can, but it's a dangerous game to play. And the focus should be Sebastian, not pointing the finger right now, in my opinion.
Well, and I think there's a difference in pointing out like where stories have changed, or like asking questions, or like, wow, like this is like, it's really, to me, it's really sad that people are helping lead him down this road, because it just adds to, I would imagine it adds to his frustration, and he already has enough on his plate for people to continue to ask those leading questions and lead him into the conversations of, well, what do you think, and what do you think, and what do you think, like it just opens that door for that possibility. I don't think, personally, I don't think he had anything to do with it at all. So I think that's the difference. Like I can look at it and be like, man, it's just not a good look.
It's not okay. It's not okay.
Yeah.
And Granny, I know I'm stuck on that the fact that he knows where Sebastian is, like, is that just him, saying, I think I know, and instead of saying I think, he just said it as I know, like, and
Well, I
then
think the other thing is he turns around and when he's talking about either Sumner
giving
County or TBI, he's like, I've given them all kinds of leads, and they say they have none, but
Yep.
they say they have to be legitimate leads, and I'm like, are you taking them? Again,
Mhm.
we know for a fact that there is somebody on YouTube who said, don't turn your leads into the TBI, turn them into this channel, right?
Yeah.
And so, of course, if there's leads going through that channel to him and he's taking those to the TBI, they can't vet that information. They can't track that information back.
Mm-mm.
It's absolutely going to impact the leads that you may actually get a legit one. And
And
it's
that's
going to impact the legitimacy of that lead because it's going through a YouTuber instead of going directly to the TBI.
Yeah, she did, Granny.
And
She
that
did.
may be where the, legitimacy of the tips or not the tips could be coming from.
It's getting out of control fast. It's spiraling out of control fast. Let's see here.
30 days later, maybe somebody took him. Well, they've had plenty of time to clean their house, haven't they?
Oh my gosh.
Plenty of time to destroy evidence that was there. Sush had plenty of time to actually clean up any evidence before, we found out he was missing, because we don't even know when he went missing.
No. Mm-mm. Do we even know where Chris Proudfoot truly was? Do we even know if Katie was at home?
We don't. We don't really know anything.
But you know who does?
We know approximately what time that they arrived back to the house, but
Sorry.
I was just saying, but like, who does?
Mm-hmm.
Law enforcement. Like, I mean, that you gotta give them. I mean, I know it sucks. Every day has to feel like a million years to them, but you gotta let them do their job.
I'm like over here in tears. This is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
This is really, it really is for me to watch this. Like,
It is.
like I know that there are some in the chat who think that, your thoughts about him, and that's fine. You can have your thoughts about him. But what I see here is what Callie Dime said. What is she doing? Why is she doing this to this father?
Yeah.
Well,
Why?
because it's juicy and it brings people in, and they'll be like, oh, did you hear what Seth said on, her channel? And then they're going to click in. But it's, I just don't agree.
I think if you looked at that channel, that would probably be one of the highest viewed rate
I'm sure.
viewed videos for quite a while. And to me, unfortunately, and I would almost guess that it's probably monetized.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not against monetization. I'm just against responsible, monetization. But I would, to me, that's a huge motivator.
Well, and then so like, let me ask you, do you think that at this stage in the game, it's more on the creator to say, no, I'm not going to do this? Because I could see,
yeah,
okay, you want to give him a platform, right? And you want to help advocate and get the word out. But if it's going in this type of direction, And I only know because with the Idaho stuff with Steve, I said, don't even host anymore because I don't judge him for it, but what he's doing actually could very much hurt the case in the long run. And I know that's not his intentions, right? So it's
Right.
more really on the creators to not reach out and to not engage. So I just want to hear your guys' thoughts. Do you think it's more on the creators to say, hey, I'm not going to do this? Or do you think that comes back in the argument of, well, then I'm not giving him a platform to share Sebastian's story and get the word out there?
So that's a conversation we've had before, you know? Like, where does the responsibility lie? Because he obviously is a broken man right now, and that is completely understandable. It's 1,000% understandable that he's broken. His son is missing. I cannot unhear him calling out for his son, crying out for his son. I felt real legitimate pain. But now he's doing what we hate to see creators do. He's doing it himself, which is, throwing all this shade towards other people that have zero shred of, evidence against them. And these creators are eating it up and they're lapping it up. And
Yeah.
I do think it falls on the creator, but who are we to tell them what to do? No
Right.
one.
I think I wouldn't have a problem with the creator continuing. Like if he wants to continue to interview, I don't have a problem with the creator interviewing. I just think that there should be some responsibility on their part.
Right.
Don't just go for the salacious parts of it. Like let him talk about his son. Let him talk about what this experience is like for him as a father missing his son. Let him talk about what he can share and everything else. And I would like, if I was a creator who did this, I would let him know I'll absolutely share my platform with you so you can have a voice. But you need to know that, like, if it comes to, bashing law enforcement that's working on this or bashing, the other parts of the family, I don't want to entertain that because Sebastian is most important.
Right.
And I would do my best to keep him on track. As soon as he got going onto them, I'd be like, okay, so tell me more about Sebastian. Like in the beginning, some of the very first interviews that you see, like I don't think I'll forget the story about the electricity. Like you really got to know Sebastian in those stories. Right. And it's what helps you like connect you to those stories, but they just can't, like now it's like, nope, you don't even hear about him anymore. You just hear about the fights with the family and the fights with the law enforcement. It's really it's sad. It's really sad.
It is. It's heartbreaking.
That would be looking at the video cameras. Chris and Katie have had plenty of access to those from all their neighbors. It took them 5 weeks to show me proof of life after I had spoken to him on Thursday.
What? Can
5
you go
weeks.
back?
So he wanted video of Sebastian. He was begging law enforcement to show him proof of life on Sebastian that he made it home alive. And like he said, it took him 5 weeks.
From
5
the
weeks
dinner?
to show him that.
Jesus be offense. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Jesus be offense, she says.
Do you know if EquiSearch has plans to come back anytime soon?
I have no idea.
They're still there.
They
I
are.
have no idea. And I'm not really particularly fond of David Radar's comments. He hasn't been out handing flyers out.
Wow.
I missed it. What did he say? I missed it.
Wait.
You what, ma'am?
I said I missed it. What did he say? Because he's no Tim Miller. I'll say that for sure.
He had turned around and stated that he thinks it's ridiculous that somebody would threaten somebody who's looking for a 15-year-old kid. But my volunteers to hand out flyers have been followed. I've passed on license plate numbers to both Sumner County and TBI. And the press conference, they were like, oh, nobody's being threatened or, followed or anything like that. And then, David Radar was to open his mouth. You were there with TBI agents, buddy. I've got civilians out here handing out flyers.
What is happening here?
I don't even know.
What
like,
is
he is so angry now. So again, let's just point out he's angry with the Proudfoots. He's angry with Sumner County. He's angry with the TBI and the FBI. He's now angry with EquiSearch.
Yeah. It's like everyone.
I
They're
don't
currently flooding a
understand.
non-creators chat with memberships in case Seth is in chat. Oh, wow.
Mm.
Wow.
What would flooding a chat with membership have anything to do with Seth? I don't understand.
Is that too?
Because allegedly they're in allegedly he's in the comments and they're trying to potentially get him
face
on
off,
panel
man.
Pay a
to
bunch
interview.
of money in hopes that okay, got it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. In hopes that he pops up. What's up, Tracy Ann?
Uh-oh. Listen, she didn't already told
Did you
people.
say uh-oh?
She did. She said, uh-oh.
No.
Me
You
here.
guys are
Everybody
so calm.
act
I'm
straight.
gonna be good. No. So Dave and Twyla are down there.
Yes, they
and
are.
they like ran into wild animals and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I know that Dietz is like, this poor guy and all of that, and I feel terrible for him, but this is like a pattern. If it's not him doing the thing, then everybody else is doing the thing badly, or they're saying the thing wrong, or they're not doing a good job. The only people who are doing good are his people, his volunteers, his way, his words. Is anybody noticing this? It doesn't seem like that's out of frustration. It
He's
seems like
not.
it's a thing.
Yeah,
think
it lacks personal responsibility because he's always shifting the blame onto someone else. And so he's not
Yeah.
taking it. It's always shifting to someone else. I see what you're saying.
But I
It's
almost
very
wonder, like,
strange.
I don't, how could I say it?
It was the same with the divorce papers. She claimed she was abused and that Sebastian was abused and that he was banned from the base and because of his temper and his violence. And his response is so telling. I almost want Dietz to read his reply
Well,
because it tells you about him. Like
I did hear that he said that he was banned from the base for raising his voice, and I say bullshit. You don't get banned from the
Right.
military base for raising your voice.
Raising
It
his
had to
voice,
have been more
why?
than that. Yeah.
Because she wasn't doing it right. A qualified professional therapist, yet he claims there was no therapy when that suited him when he was making Katie look bad because she wasn't on social media. And when she shoots back saying, you were involved, you were there for the therapy, you were involved, and you were banned from the base. Then he admits after, well, yes, but they were doing play therapy and I was banned because I raised my voice. Do you see what I mean? It's like
Yeah, play
nothing
therapy is
is
very
right.
important.
Yeah. It's like nothing. So there was no therapy, but there actually was. But the therapy wasn't good enough and nobody told him about anything. But he did know about it because he was there. But prior to her coming out, she was bad, she was neglectful, she did all these things. And when you put this, take our emotions out for a second
Yeah.
and try to just think about this as a thing that we're just looking at from afar.
Okay.
If you watch him only and listen to his words and then listen to the replies, he lies and then he covers up his lies with excuses. Well, yes, that happened, but it happened because. Well, but you said it didn't happen at all. You said you didn't know that he was harmed. Then you said she didn't get him therapy. Then you said that there was never any abuse. Then we get the divorce documents and you say, oh, well, no, that was my hand because I reached out and tried to protect his head. And the doctor was wrong, even though I said there was no therapy and there was no doctor. It's like, and now I want everybody to help. I want everybody to help. You need to help do flyers. You need to go search. You need to do this. Katie and Katie and Chris have hung up flyers, but that's not enough. Now we learn that they took Chris on TBI searches, but I thought you said that they never searched, but you're mad because you didn't get to go search.
Can I
Okay.
let me interrupt real quick. He was not in the process of getting custody. They were all perfect, and this comes from Seth himself. They were all perfectly happy with the custody agreement. In fact, Seth was supposed to take Sebastian last year, the year prior, but he told Sebastian that he had to tough it out, give it another shot, and wanted to see if he would straighten up his act at school. And so he told him he needed to remain in Chris and Katie's home. That's what Seth told us. But it
And that's
wasn't going
such a
to be a
major
changing
point.
of custody. It was going to be they were in agreement on it. And he didn't have to pay child support, correct?
Yeah.
So no.
That's
But
so
I almost
major to
wonder how
me.
much of, not taking him at that time and some of the, stuff that happened when they were in California before the divorce and all those kinds of things. I wonder how much of that is, I would imagine there would be some guilt within. And now that he's missing, like how much of that is fueling that right now, this right now? Like
And I
that's
would
where
give
I
him
see it
all
more so
that.
coming from.
I would give him every bit of that, except when he first came out and he was very upset, saying he was about to come live with me and he was going to come live with me and this was our plan and it's what we wanted and all of that. My heart was breaking into a million pieces for this man. I'm like, oh my God, this is awful. He was on his way to live with his dad. Then, because he started the GoFundMe and the three of them.
Did she just stop for anybody else?
I thought it was my internet, so I muted.
Okay, me too. Tracy has left the building.
Don't worry, she'll be back. She went too far on the golf cart.
I do agree, though. Okay, so if the things that she was telling us, yeah, she probably did get too far. She went for a pack of smokes. If I was applying the things that she was telling us to anybody besides the father of a missing child, would I think differently? Yeah, I probably would. I probably would. I do hear her dog barking,
That
but
was
not
my
her.
dog. I'm sorry. It's
Oh,
Kona barks every time she can't be
yeah.
with me.
He also said in the beginning, when asked how Sebastian talked about his mom's home, he said he didn't talk much about it. Why wouldn't you ask? I see Tracy like unmuting and muting. What's going on, ma'am?
I don't know. It's a lot. I think we've all said, like, we can't imagine being in his situation. But I hope that at some point in time he just take a break. Just take a break and continue to pass out your flyers, continue to do interviews if it's about your son, and that's it. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I do feel I just want to know about the equal fairness. Hang on. Is that you, Granny?
Oh, if she
Oh,
doesn't speak, it's
It's
a
me.
penis.
okay. Okay. All
Sorry,
right.
my internet
You're
went out.
you're fine. You're fine.
I
Just making sure we don't have another vagina incident.
Right.
My husband just looked
was
at me
there.
like, "What
I
are you
missed it.
talking about online?"
I missed the vagina.
Oh yeah.
It just crossed my mind in the beginning as well because what Chronicles just said. Seth also said that when he had when Sebastian was with Katie, that he didn't call, that he didn't speak because that was his time. That was her time with him. Anybody else remember this?
I do
It was
remember
like a
that.
really weird statement.
He
Like,
said
I
he did.
respect, yeah. And then we find out he only saw him 2 to 4 times a month,
Every other weekend.
every other weekend. So you're going majority of the month not speaking to your child, who you come out and reveal to the world that horrific thing that took place, and also stated that Katie and Chris allowed it to happen, that they were never fit to be parents to Sebastian, that they should have never had him. But yet
Right.
you weren't even checking in with him during the weeks that he was with
That's
them.
exactly where I was going,
Hang
and
on
I
one
don't know
second.
where the hell I fell off the panel. But that's disturbing, and I think he only
It
did that
is.
because he's now aggravated with them, and they're being strong, not coming on social media, and he
Mhm.
seems to need that maybe companionship or
Like
you know
overcompensating for what he may have not have done potentially.
possibly,
You
but
know what I think it is?
it's
I'm
crazy to me
dying
though
to know.
because
Hang on, we
he
got
had the
another one back
opportunity.
here. This one's definitely a porn bomber. Is
No,
that you,
it's
Oh
Laura?
not.
God,
It's
I
me.
know, I know. I was just
you
kidding.
little porn
Honestly,
boner.
discussing this and the bombs, you're
Mhm.
totally getting clipped.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
What
Okay.
I really think it is with Seth is I think that he was never as active in Sebastian's life. He's likely living a lot of regret about it. He's not the father he's presenting himself to be now. And this is the first time he's ever likely gotten praise as being the good parent and the good guy and all those other things. And it's not realistic. I mean,
So are you
listen, you could be a
I
5 foot
agree.
man. What?
Are you kind
I
of saying,
agree.
like, so when a loved one passes away, we kind of forget all the horrible things that they've done in their life and they become this angel and you know, all the good stuff
Yep.
is that's all you're ever say about them.
Okay,
So
hold
are
on.
you kind
Kind
of
of, or
saying
more that in the real world, he's not this great father, but on the internet, he can be. You know, I could be a 6 foot man on the internet if I wanted to be, right? So now
yeah.
he's like, he's put on his pedestal, and what he's done Sebastian's entire life is blame Katie for every failure for their marriage, for Sebastian for this and that. And now he's like validated through the internet that he is the good guy and she's the bad one.
All right, I gotta interrupt for a
Possible.
second though, because I just want to straighten out something.
Straighten us out.
I understand. I went through a 6 year tumultuous custody fight. Everything that he's saying about not being in, not calling during the date, that's normal. That
Right.
doesn't mean, and I believe me, I called Seth out from day one that I don't think he's what everyone thinks he is. But when it comes to the actual custody agreement and a custody fight, don't judge. That's the one thing you can't judge him on is
But
not.
he's 15, Laura. He doesn't need to
We're not.
contact his mom to speak to him. He had his own phone.
They were 4. He was 4 when they
I
broke up, and then, they didn't go through custody until he was like 7, 6 or 7. So
7
no,
And I
it's
or
think
not
8.
like it was
Right.
that.
only 2 or
It's
3 years.
now. Yeah, it's right now that he's saying, they're not
They don't
fit
speak.
and they allowed this to happen and they've allowed 3 really bad things to happen. Well, the other 2 things happened while you guys are all in the same area. So what are you saying exactly? How did they allow it to happen when you were an active dad? So he said there was no therapy. That's a lie. She straightened it out and
Hmm.
he had to admit that. And they weren't going through anything. They were still living together for some of the arguments that they were having and some of the issues that he keeps bringing up.
Now
And he was very involved in his child's life. And I'm not saying that he's wholly responsible. Of course not. She moved on with somebody else and he was struggling. But as soon as she left and moved to Tennessee, 5 months later, he was there as well. So now he's in Tennessee and this all happens. He brings out the bad stuff about them, but why? He's bringing that out for the internet, not for any other reason. He's bringing it out to make them look bad for whatever reason that might be. But each time somebody digs a little deeper and brings something up to him, he kind of got to say, well, yeah, but this is what happened. Well, but that's not what you're telling us. So you're helping fuel the fires in this family, and you're supposed to be the dad. And you're
But
supposed to be, you know, not doing all of this stuff. What if it was Chris and Katie out here doing all of this to Seth?
saying those
It would be
things.
a
right.
very
Yeah.
different situation, I think.
It would be.
But
would
in
be.
his mind, you know, if Sebastian is alive and comes home, he wants custody. So he is putting himself, he's making sure that he downs them. He's making sure, and when you're in the heat of a
That I
custody
agree
fight or
with.
even after or before, he's setting this up where he can go to the courts and be like, look what I've done. Look how
But this
great
is in
I am.
social media eyes. This
It
isn't in
doesn't
the
matter.
eyes of law.
Well,
When you're in a custody fight, that's not what you're thinking. You're just thinking,
Yeah,
or
but
if
do you really
Yeah,
think he's
but
do you really think he's thinking of a custody hearing and not the fact that his son's
I
missing? You think he's
hold
thinking
on,
that far ahead?
hold on.
But
I
a
I
don't.
judge
think
in a
I
custodial
think
hearing would actually look down upon what he's doing.
Yeah.
I think
Amen.
he's looking that he's thinking this is my way to get at her. This is my way to finally be able to say she's the bad one and I'm the good one.
Well,
I
here's
I
a
But they
Yeah, that's what
all
so
I said
agreed.
10 minutes ago.
yeah,
They
That's
all
exactly
agreed
what I
he
was
was
saying.
going to
Definitely
live
agree.
with him. They were
yep,
all, everybody's in agreement. He was
yep.
going to
They
live
were
with
going to live with him.
him. They all wanted that for him.
Hmm.
So they weren't trying to fight that.
No.
And it was going to be a good thing for everybody. Katie, Chris, they agreed. Seth agreed. So fight for what? He's not
Hmm.
fighting.
yeah,
He came out here and did all of this by himself alone. Nobody attacked him. He
but
attacked everybody.
but he
Nobody
may
said a bad word about him.
but he may not have, it may have been a temporary thing, not permanent. And it may have been I mean, I don't know, but it's very possible
Hey,
that it was a trial run to see how it was going to do. And he's just kind of securing that.
but
I
this
don't
this
well,
know.
they
wouldn't
no,
secure
because
that. This would literally do the opposite of that. A judge does not like that. You are doing parental alienation. You are trashing the other parent. They would look down upon that. It would literally have
Hmm.
the opposite effect.
I agree, but
plus
he's not.
they wanted Seth to take Sebastian a year ago, and he said no. Let's give it another year. So Katie's been asking for Seth's help, and he, you know. So I don't. I disagree that
Well, I
it's
don't
like a
know if he
custody
would.
angle. I think.
I don't know if
I
she
think.
was asking for his help, but we do know that they were all in agreement last year on him going to live there. And Seth was the one, again, from his own mouth, who said, "Let's give it another year. I want to give him another shot to get his act together." Was the words that he used.
That's why one of the reasons I've always said I don't believe Chris and Katie are guilty, because if it was
Mm-mm.
to get rid of him, they were getting rid of him anyway.
I
Right.
don't
So
like
there's
that, but
You have
yeah,
such a way with words,
I'm
Laura.
like,
I'll
yeah,
tell
I
you.
don't like the way
Well,
that
not
that's.
not
I get
not
what you're
not
saying.
saying it like
and
that.
the reason I say for help is Seth says like see if he can get his behavior together, and we often heard like, I'd call and say like, oh, was he bad today? There wasn't
Mhm.
much positive reinforcement, which makes me think that he was becoming difficult, right? Recently diagnosed, he's a teenage boy, he's growing, he's getting stronger, he's developing more of a personality, like a regular teenager. I mean, he's a boy, and I think that Katie, because Chris was gone a lot, likely needed more, she needed help. That's why I meant help, because that's what it sounds like when he's like, yeah, I'll give him another year, get his act together.
So I think what it boils down to is everybody can have their opinions on what they've heard each one of them said. But I think where we can all agree on it truly is that the people who are interviewing him and the people who are offering him a platform continuing to help drive home that narrative and that
Mhm.
division and
Hmm.
that decisiveness, they're
Hmm.
not helping and they're not finding Sebastian in that case.
If they have
It's
any
actually
critical
sad.
thinking skills, they see what's happening here and they know that this man is already frustrated. They know that he's frustrated with Chris and Katie. So all they have to do is light a tiny match and let the rest
Yeah.
do its job to the
Mhm.
point where he's releasing this young man's story about how he was victimized. That
It's
is
so
so
sad.
beyond what I would ever expect a parent in this situation to do that it's hard to even, and creators ate it up. It's everywhere. So now he's everywhere, and he's got creators calling him their friend, just like they did with John
Yeah.
and Candace, and
The
their
Love bombing.
homeboy,
Godfather.
and their buddy, and the
That was another
Godfather.
Army.
Yeah.
The army
Yeah,
of Sebastian.
Sebastian's army.
hmm It's become a mess. And they're dropping his cash up every other minute. And he doesn't want people to donate to the reward fund because he's got to go talk to that man. Talking
Yeah.
about the
that.
lawyer.
So
That's never been
can I
clarified. We don't know
address
what that means.
What?
something really quick in the chat?
hmm
Where have I ever stated that we cannot speculate on things? I have no problem with people speculating. My issue is speculating based on the facts. And that's what we're trying to do here, is have that conversation based on facts. So
Don't be making Beast
if
turn
you
on her
want to
camera
have,
now,
if you want
okay?
to have yeah, because I was like all leaned back comfy, like, but like if you
You look
want to
cute with your hair up.
speculate,
I like it.
girl, it's just messy. But if you want to speculate, just do it on facts. It's when the speculation is based off of lies, misinformation, conspiracies, that's where it becomes an issue, especially when it's pertaining to a missing child's case.
Speculate
Right.
based on facts.
Amen.
Don't speculate based on speculation.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally
And
agree.
my
Absolutely.
only thing is on Seth's behavior. I'm just discussing what I'm observing of his behavior. I don't want to speculate on what could have happened with Sebastian because
We don't
none of it
know.
really adds up or makes any sense. And I refuse to blame parents in this situation because it's wrong. So I'm just watching what I see happen over and over and over again in these cases. It's like they have a playbook and they've gotten a million times better at it. And now they know how to do it really quickly. And it works. It
Very,
works
I mean,
every
that's what I'm
single time.
saying. It is so out of control this time. And they're already starting to move on to the next case. So that's my next question.
Yep.
What happens to Seth when all of these creators have moved
Ooh.
on to their next hot button topic? And
hmm
what's
And
he
this
left with?
family
Like,
is left
right,
behind to pick up the pieces.
right.
Here's
He's left
And I was
alone.
just about to say that we know what comes next. A little bit later,
Yeah.
it's going to turn into the bashing of Seth. Now we're going to reveal his
Oh, it.
messages, and now
Yeah.
creators are going to crisscross their conversations, and they're going to point out what Tracy pointed out here tonight. That's what comes
Yeah.
next.
I got a
Yeah.
question though. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. And I'm playing devil's advocate because you guys know I don't fly with any of
You
these
love the
creators.
opposition.
No,
I
no,
love
no.
it.
It's
Yeah.
not opposition, but it's seriously. And I personally do not get attached to cases, any case. Making a murderer, okay, I did, but I learned my lesson. Never get attached to a case. But as YouTubers, our job is not to solve cases. Our
No.
job is to bring clicks and views to our channel.
No.
So, can
Mm.
we really blame the creators for just bringing
Yes.
clicks and views to their
Yes.
channels? Because
Our
Yes.
job,
it's
if
kind
we're
of
in
Because
this
if
like,
they're
I don't
not just
think it's our
bringing,
our
job to
job,
bring clicks
our
and
job
views.
is to
kind
tell
of,
the story of the people who don't have the voice anymore. Our job
Yeah.
is not clicks and views.
Not when it
Our
pertains
and it's
to
not
our
to bring
YouTube
harm.
job is to grow our channels. But if you're going to take on the responsibility of being a voice and telling a story of a missing or hurt person, then your job isn't clicks and views. Your
You
job
got to
is
handle that
awareness.
with there is special
I,
care that goes into that, right? It cannot just be like another story that we're telling. It has to be so much more than that, especially when it involves their actual life.
and I'm not disagreeing with you. So maybe clicks and views
And
was the
open
wrong
cases.
word, but I'll say
Mhm.
growing your channel. The goal is to grow your channel, and you grow your channel so more people listen. It's the same thing as
Mhm.
clicks and views, just worded differently.
So
But
it's
Right, but when you're growing
point.
your channel at the sorry, Deets.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
When you're growing your channel at the expense of harm in actual cases, like morally, are you okay with that? Because let's be honest, your sub count does not matter any more than for our own self pleasure and egos, right? It feels
Yeah.
good to reach that new goal. It feels good to have this, but majority of us are lucky if 25% of our actual sub counts participating.
I
So at
agree.
what cost does that You know what I mean? It's like at what like Dolly, like, oh, I'm up to 40K, but you still have the same 30 chatters. Explain that one, right? No, there's no. So at what point is it worth it? Like, for
Well,
what?
from
Your
experience,
own
I
ego
know
at the
that,
expense of these families?
well,
Well,
they come for specific cases. So you'll always grow. You'll grow because of
Hmm.
Summer Wells, but when summer's no longer the topic, you'll grow because of the
mhm.
Idaho 4, but then that's not the topic. So you grow from Sebastian, and this isn't real. This isn't, you're not actually growing. Look at somebody like Grizzly. She covers a lot of different things. So she
Mhm.
is organically growing. Gray
Mhm.
Hughes, he's organically grown. But
What a good
somebody
point.
who
Because
goes
those
from
chatters
click to
disappear.
absolutely. If,
Hmm.
I grew off of Junior in the Bronx who was brutally murdered, and I went from 8,000 subscribers to like, I don't know, maybe 20,000. They were only there for Junior. I didn't I didn't understand that at first, but maybe 5% of them stuck around as regular
Right.
chatters. They leave.
Mhm.
And it's because they subscribe to you to get the updates. But
Mhm.
once that case is over and it's moved on, they're not invested in the next case. So this this
Right.
this clicks and views thing, it's great for a period in time, but at some point you have to look in the mirror and say, okay, wait, what am I doing to these cases? Am I
Right.
helping? Am I actually growing a channel for awareness because I give a shit about these cases? And I understand
Please.
Laura
It's money.
doesn't get attached to cases, so she views it differently. But there are some people who genuinely do get attached. Their heart is in each one of the cases, maybe not to the extent of Summer Wells, but they are in them. Then there are people like Dolly, who he may care, like, yeah, I care about missing kids, but it's case after case after case after case. And it's not, there's no passion there for that specific thing. Does that make sense? So
So
Well, and
exploiting
that's the
it,
can I
problem.
he's making fun of us for saying he's exploiting it. He's like, whatever. He doesn't
can
care.
I think that may be the difference is you can tell the people who want to give that voice or hear that
Hmm.
victim's voice or bring awareness to that victim's story versus those who just want the clicks and views. I think their
Yes.
content is what shows that. And I'll
Mhm.
share, like, for me, I don't do true crime content because it's not my style. Most people know I'm mostly drama, right? But the video that I did today, I was very weary about doing that video. And anybody who truly talks to me on a daily basis knows that I have struggled for over a week after being asked to do said video with
Mm,
how do I do it so I can honor that person's voice and her story and not make it about me. And
right.
people
Yeah.
still chose to make it about me. It wasn't about me, right? It was about that victim being heard and her just allowing her to use my platform to tell her story. That's all that it was about, right? But I was worried about how her story would get lost along the way.
Well, and and that's
And
amazing.
I
That's
think
because you have
that's
a
where,
heart.
like, that is the difference. And for me, I like love Amethyst to death. Like, she is amazing, amazing, and her strength is amazing, right? So that's the one of the only reasons why I did that video is because I personally have a relationship with her and care for her. That's not something I would do for, not to say I'd never do it for anybody, but I would have to really like be involved with that person to do that type of video because I think the victims' voices get lost so much and
Mhm.
they get overrode by people talking so fucking loud over them instead of people shutting the fuck up and listening to what they're actually talking about.
I agree.
Off my soapbox.
You
Sorry.
know what I find really gross is that each case that comes along, certain creators will act like they truly care, right? Like, yeah, I just really love Sebastian. I just hope he's found. but they did never, ever, ever give you a follow-up. They don't check back in. And suddenly that child they love so much is replaced by another child's name and another, because they are emotionally manipulating their audience, right? They come across like they love that child and they're saying to the audience, drop green hearts in the chat and I care so much, y'all, and da-da-da. Now they're like, oh, this sweet Karen person really loves Sebastian, and they feed off of that and they know that. And so many
The
times
other
you
way
hear
to
that, like,
never grow is caring too much because you're so involved and your channel's kind of a downer and you're just like, oh my god, it's another, oh my god, what are we
like
gonna
prayer
do?
gardens,
It's too
where you're gonna,
much. Yeah, you don't
yeah,
grow from that. You know, they're looking to us as kind of a news outlet, a storyteller, updates on what's going on. But once you're so wrapped up, you can't really grow from that because you're so invested in the one thing, and then that will fade. And you're so
yeah,
invested in the next thing. And it's just, you know, again, you got to look at people. Either you don't go live and do this kind of stuff because then you do look like a bad actor. You know, we can point over to what's going on over there right now.
right.
Literally, memberships being dropped to get Seth a membership. Like, is this real? Is
That's
this real?
gross.
Just
It's
use
crazy
just use
to
God. It
me.
works for T-Rev every day.
Oh
Oh,
God.
well, yeah,
Oh
that
God.
works.
Just
But
hand out
but
blessings.
that's my point. That's my point, Tracy, right? Like, oh, can we, first off, acting like you didn't know Seth was in the chat, please, you know. But then the whole, like,
Of course.
oh, let's get Seth to be a part of the green team. And next thing you know, the chat's like
Terrible.
20, 50, 100, memberships in hopes that Seth gets one. To what? Come back and listen to your speculation and the evil, rotten stuff you spew about the mother of
Mhm.
his child and his ex-wife, about
And I
his
think
child
right
himself.
now he's
But
okay
I
with
don't
that
think it's
at the
just,
moment.
you see, and I don't
Right.
just think it's that. Like, I think to myself, how do people react? Like, even when you like, I've seen chats where it's been like, I'm a local in the neighborhood and I'm going out to the search tomorrow, and I've seen creators like, hey, can you come up on my panel tomorrow after your search is done, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like, I mean, it's not just the family, and I'm not just talking with this case. There's
Multiple.
plenty of other family members who we've seen in chats
Uh,
at some point in time. And as soon as that person is seen in the chat, that's when you hear that creator like throw hearts in the chat. I'm not against supporting them, but I think when you highlight them, it puts out this I don't know what to say, like this
This an
almost like
attention
this
he's never
like
gotten.
look, that
Like
mom
they're
is in my chat,
celebrities.
look, that dad is in my chat, look, the grandma's in my chat. Like, it gives this
Like
Yeah,
it
you're
validates
right.
you.
You're
kind of
making
vibe.
them
Yeah.
into celebrities or into these social characters that we think we then have some say in what they say and do, right?
Yeah.
When you're putting them
Right.
up on that pedestal like that. And
Well, I
that's a
mean,
lot of
we
pressure
got
to
a
put on
creator.
someone. That's a lot of pressure to put on someone who's not used to that amount of pressure, that amount of attention, that amount of publicity just being flung into it in that manner.
Right, but he's fortunate. He's been fortunate, right? Because Seth has
He
been
has.
thrown into the positive spotlight.
Yes.
So, and he's enjoying it. He's spending a lot of time on different panels.
Right.
He's in different chats all day. I mean, he's enjoying it because it's like it's new for him, right? Like, have that.
And
I get
everybody
that.
loves
But what
attention
happens when they
unless it's
take that?
bad. Right?
Right.
When it turns, and it will, because it
And there
has to.
will.
It can't
Every
sustain the
dog
he's the
has their
best, he's the
day. It
best.
always
I
turns.
agree.
It has
Right.
to
It
turn
always.
because Chris and Katie are not going to talk to them. And after a while, just kissing up to Seth is no longer going to bring in views. If
Yeah.
that's what you're about. So you
It'll
have to
fizzle
turn on
out.
them. They don't know
Well, you
yet
know,
that they have to turn on them, but they do. And they will. And it's going to be
and
sad.
the creator is going to be over a pissing contest between creators, right? It's going to be like, you stepped on my toes. You only met Seth because of me, and he becomes a weapon. That's what's going to happen.
Well, it turns into what we see happened with Dawn and Candace. And like someone mentioned earlier,
Yep.
like they came across Daisy's channel and like, have you guys ever heard of this channel? Boy, have we ever. And that's what it turns into. Then
Moo.
the missing parent becomes a token. Oh, my dog's in from His nightly body
Always.
going nuts.
Did he go
God.
take out the door, take out the tree?
He did. He likes to go out and bark at the trees.
Well, and did you guys notice that the creator, and I think this is what you were saying, Nanya, correct me if I'm wrong, but when the creator has somebody that's involved in the case in their chat, they use it like a credibility, like a trophy,
Yeah. Yeah,
like
that's
it's an
exactly what I
honor
mean.
They're
It's like,
calling, yeah.
right.
And
yeah.
then they call people, poor Trevor. He goes into a chat and he's called the mayor of this case.
No, the
What kind
The
of weird
Godfather.
stuff? Or the
He's the
Godfather,
godfather
whatever.
for
It's
Sebastian's
What's that
so
case.
sound like,
weird.
Tracy, being called the godfather of
Yeah,
a case?
I know. It's so weird, man.
Well,
And
and
it
thank goodness
doesn't
though
end.
thank goodness that Trevor has, good people in his ears, such as you ladies, to not let that go to his head and start, marking himself as the godfather of Sebastian's case, Like
I
Well,
think he's
he's
humble
on
enough
such a
that he
good,
won't, but
yeah,
it gets to
I
the
hope.
point where you can only say so many times, hey, you're a good person with a good heart. Be really careful. After a
Yeah.
while, I'm not going
Because
to
it
keep
goes to
telling
your
you that.
ego. It
It
starts to feel
does.
good when people are saying to you, like, oh, here comes the man himself. And, it feels
Yes.
good.
Yeah,
yeah, Kim Holmes, I do
And you
agree with
get
that.
lost in that.
you
I
do.
have a
You get
question. So
lost in all of
somebody
it.
somebody in the chat said they kind of struggle with different, like, they struggle with creators being called creators because a lot of them
That's
don't
why
create.
that's
And
why I said
so
non-creator.
I'm curious to hear your guys' thought, because I even asked them, like, well, what do you call them? And they're like, channel holders.
Well, yeah, you can
It
call
was
Ooh,
them
I
a
Dan.
kind
channel
of
Shout
holder,
out
like
but
to
it's
Dan in
that.
the
what
chat.
Channel
But
holder.
what do you guys call them?
I
Like,
call it
creators who
what
don't
I
actually
YouTube
create
calls
their own
us.
content.
YouTube
It's
calls
all
us
well,
that.
relative. It's all
I
relative.
called Brittany a non-creator, because she goes live after all the content was made, and then she plays other people's content. That's what she,
Well, that's
and
what
then
I did.
speculates. That's it.
That's what I
I
did
mean,
too.
Deets
Yeah,
isn't creating something right now, but she is creating a conversation around a topic, right?
a
Because she's
productive
got people up
conversation.
here. Right.
Right.
So even though it's not a creation of a documentary, a video, whatever, it's still creating
Yeah.
something, right? Without her here
Yeah,
right
that's true.
now, this wouldn't be here, right? So
Okay.
Right.
So
But
even
there's
the
also
commentary is
semantics.
the creation.
Yeah. Yeah.
far worse than Brittany right now. I mean,
Oh,
honestly.
for sure.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
I would agree with that. I
yeah,
would
me
agree
too.
with that. Based
Yeah.
on some of
I
the stuff
mean,
I've seen, like Granny and Nonsense covering, and there's a lot of other people highlighting it. Yeah, there's a lot of bad things going on
Yeah,
out
I've
there.
been very
how do
grateful. Like,
you measure
honestly, for so long
worse?
we've only kind of heard about the
I
same
was just thinking that.
3 or 4 people. So it's actually been really nice to, like, not nice, I hate having to see it, but it's been very neat to see so many different people covering different people and highlighting, like, the misinformation, disinformation that they're putting out.
I agree.
In
Yeah.
multiple cases, like, that's been really nice to not see the same people, like,
Yep.
drug
Mm-hmm.
over and
Like
over.
we
It's
did with
different
Betty.
people. Huh?
Yeah. Like what
Yeah,
was
like,
done
it's
with
not
Betty. It
JLR,
got to be,
Betty,
it
and
was
and Dolly.
overkill.
They've got their own, of course, there's still things that are mentioned about them, but they're not it went from being like every stream is about them and what they did today and what they did the next day and what they did the next day,
Yep.
right? And right now it seems
Right.
like there's this whole plethora of creators in the community, and every channel you go to is like highlighting somebody different who put out misinformation or who is causing damage to multiple different cases at this time.
See, I
That's
put
been
I
them
really
all on the
nice to
same
see.
level. I don't see worse or better. I see
I
all
agree.
as you're no good because JLR may have done XYZ, Dolly might have pulled this, and Betty might have done that, and Brittany may have done this, and who gives a shit at the end of the day? You're all in some shape, form, or fashion exploiting a child using misinformation, tragic information, clickbait on
Racism.
purpose. Racism. You're not doing it like, oh shit, I didn't mean to say that, or oh boy,
Mm-mm.
I should have ended that sooner. Sorry about that. It's a consistent, everyday discussion where people can say whatever the fuck they want when it comes to this case, speculating all the bad things, even before we knew about what happened to Sebastian. People were allowed to discuss that. So to
Mhm.
me, it's like you're all on one level, a level that I don't ever want to be on because it's scary to me to think that I would sell my soul like that. You're all just yucky. So,
Mm.
but, and that goes the same for good, you know? Nobody's better than anybody else. Like if you want to jump into the pool and use these cases for the clicks and the views and the kudos and the pats on your ass and the membership, go right ahead. But if you're doing it
But
right,
they,
that's one thing. But if you're doing it in this nasty manner where you're just allowing whatever to be said, it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's just not right. You know, for somebody to
well,
say, oh, he was wetting the bed because he could have been molested, and then just going on with that, it's sickening. So because that was said and an apology was made, does that make the person less yucky than Betty? I
no.
mean,
No, because
no.
nobody ever cared for Betty's apologies either, though. So let's be honest, you know. And what happens is they get this spurge, right? There's this, and I've experienced this. I'm biased with Brittany because I've experienced it. While there's a good case going that she can profit off of, she'll do that. When there isn't, ask Melissa what she's doing. She's in the crama trying to fuck with everybody else's lives and join in on nasty, disgusting behavior. So that, and because she needs to make up now for that non
Behind the scenes,
grasping, you
right?
know, headline. They're
I
used to
went
making a
Sorry, I'm
certain
taking
amount of money.
awkward time.
I went into nonsense and I said, you know what? Honestly, the girl, thank you, because you're the only single person that I've seen besides myself that's calling out Pascal, that's calling out T Rev.
We've
Most
called them both
people are
out
like,
over
I
here.
no,
I
And
called out.
Brittany,
I introduced nonsense to T Rev.
I
Yeah,
think a lot of people
it's
are
gross.
calling attention to the fact that they're putting out a bunch of bullshit right now. It's highly disappointing what they're
Yeah, it
putting.
is.
Pascal, I called out Pascal during Madeline Soto's case when he said that Jennifer Soto was dickmatized.
he's
Oh my
disgusting.
She's dickmatized. Y'all get what I'm saying? She's dickmatized. I was
Oh my
baffled
goodness.
that was what he chose to say.
I didn't even
Hmm
know
See,
that.
if we think somebody's a
Wow.
good person, like if we believe that, if there's a channel that just does good mostly all the time, we just kind of think, or if they speak in a certain way, like you've got the lab, Josh. He has a great voice for YouTube. He really does. And there are people who absolutely love him and people who can't stand him, right? I mean, they're
hmm
on both sides of it. But it depends on you yourself and how what you feel is okay and acceptable. And that doesn't mean that it's wrong if you don't.
It's that
If,
line,
you
right?
Right.
know,
Everybody has
it's
their
your own
own
line.
line of what they're willing to cross and what they're not
It's
willing
those
to cross.
tears. Yep.
Absolutely.
Well, and I
It's your
didn't
Yeah.
like
own
that
line.
Pascal allowed Trev to be attacked on a personal level the way he was in that chat. I didn't like that.
Well,
It was just
Trev
gross.
is I
Hey,
think Trev
Trev.
now knows what he's getting into. You know, he now knows, he sees, he's not stupid just because he's young.
Yeah.
But
No.
like I was saying earlier, I think Trev is a wonderful guy. But I'm only gonna say to Trev so many times, be careful. Be careful.
Right.
Because you're gonna go where you wanna go. And if you haven't done your due diligence and these
Yeah.
people ultimately turn on you and want to show all your messages or say Trev said this to me or whatever and they screw him,
Yep. And that
what
happens
can you
every time.
do?
Well, and I think also like that's where it comes down to like, okay, you know, if Deets tomorrow started doing some wild disinformation streams, right? I'm gonna probably go to her and be like, hey, like, what's up? Like, like, here's the receipts, here's the facts, whatever. If she
Mhm.
still continues to do it, then no, like, I'm not gonna stand by and be like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she's great, she's amazing. Like, I'm gonna have to
Right.
part ways with that because I don't stand for it, even if I like
Yeah.
her, right? It doesn't mean she won't mess up. It doesn't mean she
We're
won't make a
human.
mistake.
Yeah. I
But
messed up the
yeah,
other
like we're
night.
human, it happens, and we're not gonna like
Well,
everything everybody does, but
that's
I
why
think
so
it's
many of these channels have a large turnover of supporters and moderators
mm,
Mm. Is that you, Jenny?
because
That's a
they
good point.
try
Yeah.
speaking out.
I was telling Deets earlier today, it was really funny to me. I came into the stream. Deets, was that last night or the night before, maybe? I don't know. Anyways, I came into the stream and it was interesting to me because it was like I love what's happening in this community right now. Like when
You
I
do?
first came into the stream,
I
well,
was muted.
The night,
It's
not
me.
that
before
stuff
last.
chasing. Give me a second, I'll explain it. It'll make more sense. Hold on.
I wasn't talking.
That was
But
Laura.
oh, Laura, I'm sorry. Sorry, chasing.
I
I'm
know what
sorry.
Nanya's saying.
But like
I
I came
know.
into the stream at first and Voices and Granny, who everybody knows, they don't really get along, but they were on panel adulting and having a good, productive conversation. And then I came back later on and it was like Heels and the Glare on panel and they're like getting along and having an adult conversation. And it is like, this is what it's about. When you can literally set aside your own personal likes or dislikes for a person, and you can set that to the side to be able to focus on and to come together for that common mindset of, I see this happening and how do we get in front of it? How do we help?
Right.
Nonsense actually addressed that today. I listened to her stream when I told you I was going to take a nap. I listened to her stream and said,
Love that for you.
but she addressed that in that short live she did. It was the really, really short live about, people working together for what's more important, which is the victim, putting aside differences. It doesn't mean that we're all going to get along. Obviously not. I mean, hell, that one, she was dissing my husband last week. You think I'm going to be braiding her hair? Hell no. But we can come together and have a conversation about something, and that's called adulting. That's called adulting.
Who was this in
It's
your husband?
important to
Voices.
be able to do that.
Okay, so I have a question about that, right? And let me not ruin your fun parade, Nunya. But at what point do we stop allowing it on the basis of, oh, well, we all agree on this? Because we know where that leads to, right? Like, at what point do we say, okay, this person is wearing a mask to fit in with the current situation, to have a current place to sit, and we know it's fraudulent?
I don't think that we do, just in my opinion.
Mm. That's why I take small doses, because
Yeah, small doses. That's what you have to do. Like if you just can't bear it, then you walk away for a little bit and you come back. Maybe they're gone from panel or maybe they're not talking as much, like you just be like you take it in what you can take it in. I guess that's probably. Let me be quiet. Gavel wants to talk. Everybody shut up.
See, I'm having a okay.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to talk to tell Deets it was me, and she couldn't hear me.
I couldn't. I don't know. I only have one earbud in though because I was listening for the dog earlier.
I couldn't hear me. Like everybody was talking. But all I wanted to say is that it's super important because we're talking about speculation and we're focused on speculation here. That's not the problem to me. The problem is the lies, the spin, the fact that we have recorded what each of these parents have said, and it still gets turned into something else by a lot of creators. They say they've said things they have not said. So to me, that's the problem, not the speculation. Right? They're speculating on those things.
I'll agree with that.
So you have to go back to the back and say, okay, this is what was said. This is why I feel this way. And they're not doing that. And that's all I want to say, really. So.
I experienced that on Brittany's panel because they were saying her panel guests were saying stuff, and I'm like, that's not the facts of the case. Like what actually happened was this, and they were like, oh well, and like they were just making excuses for it. I'm like, look, you have to go by what the police tell, not what JLR says.
Right. It's hard though for a lot of them to do that, and I do think that it was good that you were willing to say that because not a lot of people would hop up there and address them that way.
Why?
I don't know. Just a lot of people. Well, I'm not gonna go over there and mess with them. So some wouldn't. So I think that that's admirable for sure.
But that's where all the miscommunication comes from. People like JLR start a rumor and everybody runs with it. I'm like, hello?
Right, because they see the views that he gets off of it. So then they're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to continue that. Right. And one problem I'm having is I get very passionate, right? I get angry, I get worked up, and I've learned over time to kind of control. I was newer, and everything seemed more real, and it's very, but so I've learned to control myself to the point where I can be on a panel with somebody as vile as voices and keep my freaking mouth shut no matter how many times she interrupted me, and just move along. But it's really hard, which is what, it was shocking because Brittany was blaming me for people covering her, but I didn't even cover it. I didn't point it out because I knew it would be taken as I was just personal. So I sat back and whatever. So it's really hard to point out certain behaviors when I do have such a bias with it, right? Because I don't want to be nasty. I don't want to be nasty anymore. I don't want to be that person that's taking the low blows so sometimes it's better just to not speak on certain things at all, I guess. I don't know.
There's times and places, right? I do think that there's absolutely times when you need to address the issue and when we need to have the conversation and we need to call. I keep knocking my chapstick over. We need to call it out. I do think that absolutely needs addressed at times. And there are times when it's like when you're catching lies over and over and they're going to hurt cases. And, you have a creator doing stupid stuff behind the scenes and clipping things together and all that. Yeah, it needs addressed. I do think that there is a time and a place for all of that.
Right. So do you think that somebody who has actively done those things can now come around and call out others for doing it without ever acknowledging their own participation in doing so?
Of course, I do it all the time.
Is this, Jesus' face is telling me it's not the time and place, so I'll go ahead and
No,
digress.
no.
But I mean,
Actually,
people
my
do it all
face
the
is
time.
saying, "Ooh, that's a tough question," because
I think there
this is
is
why.
but I still think it's like a time and place, not like this isn't the time or place. I think it's
Yeah.
like there is a time or place. If, for example, if I'm like, man, chasing just told me to go like, F off yesterday, right? But today we're having a good conversation and like I want to join in on that conversation, I have to decide, okay, can I go on that panel with Chasing right now and have that conversation with her? Or am I going to go up there and as soon as she says something that I take the wrong way, I'm gonna be like, well, you told me to F off yesterday, and bring that into it.
right.
Like again, it's time and
Well,
a place. So I don't think that
but
it should be like,
I'm not even speaking personal levels. I'm speaking to cases themselves, to behaviors that they themselves have displayed, and then not so long distance that like all gets dismissed and erased because why?
I don't think it
I don't
gets erased. I think people don't know a lot of things. If you're just coming because of Gannon,
Good point.
but you didn't
Hmm.
see the 4 cases this person did before, you don't really
Right.
think that there's anything wrong with what they're doing and you're enjoying their coverage, you're going to start defending them.
yeah.
And you don't even know that you're defending somebody who's been in a fight for doing these terrible things for 3 years. So sometimes that's the case, and other times it's just never going to get solved because it's a back and forth where they're like, well, yes, I did this, but, it just never, these back and forths never seem to get solved unless you can get up on a panel or on a phone call in private and have a conversation. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's just this back and forth forever.
I think also one of the things that I really struggle with, like being newer to YouTube, is when I came here, there's these things that had happened in the past. And so people wanted what that person did in the past that they had seen. They wanted me to hold that against people, but I
Hmm.
was not seeing those currently when I was watching that same person. And so I think
Right.
that's one of the struggles is I'm not just going to take it. I'm not discounting what that person may have done a year ago, 2 years ago, 6 months ago, 3 years ago, right? I'm not discounting how you feel about that. But if I don't see them doing it right now, what are we even talking about? Like, you want me to just not like them, not support them because they did that 3 years ago or 2 years ago?
Well, it's a real
Right. I
thing
mean,
wanting
that
people to
happened
hate
with me.
the people you hate. Like, I'm not going to hate someone just because Granny hates them or just because Chasing hates them. And that ends up causing a wedge and causing issues, because if I say, look, I'm not going to hate these people just because Granny and Chasing hate them, then Granny and Chasing start to build an animosity towards you. It goes back to the
Well,
lack
we
of
just witnessed
adulting.
that.
Mm-hmm.
We just witnessed that on my panel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nonsense felt a certain way about Trev and his moderators, and you can understand. And I said, when it's personal to you, I get that. But what I'm not talking about just like
T-Rev.
personal.
Do you mean T-Rev?
No,
No, Trev.
no, Trev.
Oh, Arch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or Trev.
All right.
Yeah, and not so. But I'm not speaking on like a personal level. I'm talking like an overall harmful level to like active cases and misinformation, and then the harm done on personal levels to many people. But I understand enough of what was stated, and I get it.
I can see that
Wait
being
till the mask falls, basically, right? We'll just wait for the mask to fall again, and everybody be burned and fucked
But
over. And
well, like if I didn't know Trev on the level that I know Trev, um, might feel the same way, right? Because I would when that
right,
happened, my heart just dropped into my stomach because it was like, why at this time? This is horrible. This is like piling on. But I know what his intent was, and I know Trev, so it feels different. So I totally understand what you're saying. Like if you don't have any, if you don't know that it's hard to know where that's going too. I get that.
Am I the only person who has no idea who Trev is?
Trev tied me in
really,
there.
oh,
I
He
have
Trev,
did
no
you're
mention
idea
missing
who he
out.
is.
he did
I'm not.
mention
I
Trev
have
in
no
there.
idea who he is.
I just know
so
that they did the
He,
interview with Nina, right?
yeah, he did
yeah,
yeah.
the
interview.
unfortunate part is my first introduction to him was that interview. So of course, I
Oh wow.
personally am like I don't know if I like this guy, but I've talked
Right.
to people who are like, hold on, like here, let me speak to the intentions, let me help explain it. So I'm not opposed to like, okay, I'll keep an eye out and just kind of I'll weigh it out from there and make my own decision from there. But I
Mm-hmm.
think there's a lot of people that had that first time, that was a lot of people's first impression, and
So
it
Right.
for
sucks.
me,
Which is sad.
this goes
Yeah.
beyond bad actors. First of all, thank you, Miss Robin. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. She says, thank you for providing a platform for civil discourse. Thank you. But this goes
Absolutely.
into real life as well. There becomes this thought process that, like Nunya, she's got a little bit of a sour taste in her mouth for Trev. I don't whatsoever, because I know
Hmm.
him. I don't have any issues with her having a sour taste in her mouth for Trev. And I get so
Right.
not confused, that's not the right word, but like frustrated that others can't adult in that manner. That just because, Granny doesn't like someone or Laura doesn't like someone and I like them, are you going to make me pick? Do we have to pick sides? That's when it becomes like this very juvenile behavior. And that's when I back away from that, from all of that. And
Oh, I
it's
agree.
frustrating to
Did,
see that happening. And I feel like, what's the word for it? Online, it happens a lot more than it does in real life. And I don't know what it is. So maybe someone knows what it is. Is it the parasocial relationships? Is it the connections that we make online are different than the connections we make in real life? But there absolutely is something that drives that wedge that says you have to dislike the person I dislike, or, you can't be friends with someone that I like. Where's that come from?
see,
Where's
for me,
unsupervised?
I
Keep
have
it there.
learned over time that you can't. Actually, it happened when I freaked out on QB. When I freaked out about the fact that I felt like she was advertising people to me and my loved ones' doxes, right? And
Mhm.
I got I was angry. I was like, yeah, fucking, but I guess that's a little bit different. But I had to realize I can't put my expectations on other people. So I'll be honest, if I saw you, Dees, and you were very welcoming to somebody who has caused actual harm in my life, I would just back away. I wouldn't make you choose. I'd be gone because it's not fair for me to put you in that position. I'll never make anybody else choose because as an adult, I choose where I spend my time. And if I'm uncomfortable with the people that are there, then I'll leave.
And that's
It's that simple. But there
understandable.
is this parasocial relationships, and of course, we all have our core supporters, right? So my supporters have seen what I've gone through.
Mhm.
Um, So of course they know where I'm coming from, and that's what I said to Nonsense the other day. Like, I get it when it's personal to you, but not everybody knows what's personal to us. Not everybody knows who has caused what type of harm to us. And there's just some people that are very hard nosed for me, and that's where I draw my line. But I get exactly what you're saying, because it does come down to, like, where people do get angry and they do want a choice made. Like, well, how could you be friends with them? And it's like, you got to learn. It's just not
Well, and it
everybody
goes
shares the same experiences.
exactly. It goes back to what Nanya was saying earlier. I don't have the same experience with that person that you might have with them, and therefore I might not see them in that same way. That's not to say that, like, I'm not going to live through it and finally, oh, I learned, you live and you learn type situation. But
That
it's
happens a lot.
all the backbiting and pinning one another against each other. I just find it extremely, I don't know if interesting is the right word, but something different happens online. There's something different about the online connection with people. And we can take this and apply it to true crime, because there's something different about these relationships that creators take on with victims, family members, loved ones, etc. There absolutely is. There's no denying it.
Well, I think that even goes to, speaking of the audiences, the subs, right? Those those people who may not be able to physically go out and search, or financially go out and print flyers and hand them out and things like that, they feel like they're a part of something. And so that's how, in my opinion, charismatic creators who may not be, thinking of the victim or the families of the victims first, I think that's how they can bring those people in and keep them and make them loyal, or turn them into an army, or whatever you want to call it, because those people want to feel like they're doing something good. And I don't even know if they realize the harm that they may be doing potentially.
Right.
A good example of that is that, like, last night
Oh,
somebody had sent something to Deets, thinking that I felt a certain way about something and that I was approving of something horrible. Um, if you know me, there's no possible way. And I get that they don't know me. So, I mean, you know what I mean? It's it's hard when you you just I assume that people listening at least understand a certain level about me. You know what I mean?
But
But I
we
would
don't,
never.
yeah, we don't know each other
Yeah,
But
that
they
way.
don't. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
yeah, they
Yeah. So
don't.
it's easy to misunderstand what somebody said, or
Yeah,
to
yeah,
mistake somebody's tone, or, when they're saying something, you're like, wait, whoa, did you just say that? And
yeah,
it's off putting at the
yeah.
time.
Well, like, yeah, but it's just when I was so taken aback, because I was just like, why in the world would anybody ever think that I would think that? But I get it. I do. So that's a good example of what you're talking about. Like, different people have different experiences with other people.
Well, I was actually just talking with Heels this morning, and one of this topic kind of, not that specific situation, but a situation came up, and we both agreed that there are so many things that could be squashed so quickly if other people just went straight to the source, instead of what you actually see happening is the thing that I don't understand. It's going to source B, C, D, E, and F instead of going straight to source A. And I feel like a lot of issues could be squashed. A lot of things could be understood and handled if you went straight to that person. And we don't
Yeah.
see that
well,
enough.
you know what? That actually happened recently. So there was a particular chatter who would, completely trash me in other chats, and then she come into mine like she should be welcomed, right? So I finally had enough, and I'm like, man, you're like really brazen. Like, how could you? Like, after everything you've said. Um, and then we ended up reaching out to each other to hopefully be able to resolve and move forward, right? So there are times where you can go privately and speak to people, but there are also times where you've seen a repeated pattern so many times that, like, you wouldn't even dare go in private, you know? It's like,
Shady's giving me crap in the chat. Shady? I love you, girl.
Shady knows.
hmm Is Granny's mic loud? I can turn her down a little if it's loud.
My mic's always loud. Please turn it down.
She's like, turn me down. Turn me down.
I'm a loudspeaker.
It's just
There's a
because of her
couple.
accent. That's why.
I always turn Tracy
Put
down
me at
when
like
she hops up.
25.
When she hops up, I always turn her down.
Why? I'm loud?
Your mic is always loud, babe.
But you don't even have to turn her down today because
Liar.
she's using her nice, calm Deets voice.
I didn't turn
I
you down
am.
She's
today
trying
because
really
you
hard.
are being.
She's so chill
I
today.
tried to follow Jason's guide when she came out kind of whispery, so I tried it too, and I guess it didn't work for me.
It's working. You see my new leaf? It's Zen. Are you
It's
impressed?
the scent.
It's like Zen.
Thank you, May
Like
May. It is.
calm.
You came off very common, and I like it.
Look at that. Yeah,
I
because
tried to follow
Deets,
lead, but I only get so far.
somebody told me all about myself in Deets comments the other day, so there was that.
What'd they tell you? I
Ooh.
remember.
Girl, are you
I
lying
remember.
right now?
I
It was brutal.
forgot. I have a lot running through my head right now.
Yeah, they're not happy with my behavior,
Hang on.
and they need me to know about myself. I can
That's
tell you what
okay.
it
People
said.
aren't happy with my behavior because I laughed. And it's not appropriate to laugh.
Don't laugh.
Let me see.
Tracy, was it crime sleuthing?
I knew.
Oh my
I knew
god.
they were going to get you for that.
I knew
Perplexed. That is the third time her name has been mentioned.
I didn't
You
mention it three
Oh
times.
no.
I didn't mention it
Beetlejuice.
3 times.
Beetlejuice.
No, you didn't mention it
No,
3
it was
times.
mentioned
But
3
that
times
is,
throughout the stream.
yeah.
So
It's like
it
sad.
I
says,
knew
I'm gonna
Deets
read
when
it.
I
I'm gonna
came
read
in.
it to you guys. Oh,
Oh,
wait.
you found it. Go
It's May May said it?
May
No.
May
It
May
says
gives
it's
tough
so
love, man.
bizarre. Tracy tries
Yes.
to look like the unbiased, neutral peacemaker like the Glarer, but then says she could not control her temper and start beating someone over words. Do I understand this correctly?
Wait,
I
first of
feel
all,
like there's a large
Wait,
group of
what?
creators
first of
who
all,
Can
learn.
you read that
when has
again?
the glare ever come across as an
Thank you.
unbiased
Thank you.
peacemaker?
Thank you.
Wait,
It
what
says,
happened?
did I understand this correctly? I feel like there's a large group of creators who need to learn social skills and proper behaviors and manners, acceptable communication, and the ability to regulate your emotions. This seems to be a real epidemic among those who follow true crime, which is the bizarre part. All behaviors and thinking that cause these horrid crimes we all follow. That just surprised me to hear her say that
Maybe
she
it's like,
has
what
very
did I
little
say?
self-control over herself,
May
and she
May.
tries to come across the exact opposite. Shows no matter how much we watch someone, we don't actually know them. They are
Maybe
strangers.
tells me about myself in the chat all the time.
But I
Me
appreciate
too.
those subs,
I
honestly.
didn't realize it
Like,
was Mimi until just now, though.
but those
She
are the
read
ones
me
They
that like
like
level
a
us.
I
filth.
probably appreciate the most because
Yeah.
like there may be something in there that I need to reflect on. And I
Well,
appreciate
yeah.
those kind of comments. Me personally.
Well, I did reflect on it. Everything I said's true. No, I don't have any self-control, and I'm a violent person. I'm very sorry, and I'm trying to do better.
Well,
And she
that'll be
came up
quick.
being very soft spoken today, so
She should be proud of me right
progress.
now.
Yep. There you go. You want
Honestly,
to
if it
see
wasn't
change,
for
call
those type
people
of
out.
chatters, I wouldn't have recognized. You know what I mean? So it is appreciated. Nobody wants all yes men. I mean, that's how you end up. You
True.
know,
Yeah.
True.
Nobody
you
wants
learn
an
who really
echo
cares
chamber.
when they give fair criticism, right?
Yeah, usually I'm like I used to be a big on peacemaking, and then people didn't listen. So I'm just kind of like, okay, well, whatever. There's nothing I can do. Y'all ain't listening.
Duchess said I get told about myself in my comments daily.
Same.
Who was that crime
Exactly.
scene?
No, it
No.
was Mimi.
Oh.
Now you've
Now
done
that's
it
4
a
times. She's
4th
for
time.
sure
I'm
to
sorry.
appear.
Somebody said it in the chat. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I
Okay.
loved her new
So
layout.
basically what I'm hearing is MJ wants her to come over.
Mm.
I heard there
Crime
was
sleuthing
supposed to
does. I'm
be.
sure she does.
Wanting to get gaslit.
I heard there was supposed to be a list about us tonight or something.
Let's all go over at the same time. And she,
Mimi
you know,
says,
she cracks me up. She
wait.
wants Melissa. She wants Melissa to go over because even through 2 channels streaming with AK, she has 40 people watching. That's because 10 of us are peeking in right now.
He loves my
She knows her
MJ.
views will fly up.
He loves her
May
so
it
much.
is true. It is actually true. Yes, you're right.
What?
If it was like Betty, yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
she
was
stole my
actually.
layout.
Well, at least
I
I mean,
appreciate
at
that,
least
Indy. Thank you.
I do appreciate, that you can at least have enough self-awareness to say when it comes to these specific things, I know
Yeah.
I can't regulate my emotions in those areas, but everywhere else I'm
Hmm.
okay. Because at least you know what
Yeah.
where you got to work
I
on
mean,
it.
I'm okay out in public like normal human being. For I wouldn't put myself in the same area with these people during an intense moment like searching for summer, or if I knew that they were there, on Ben Hill Road, would I put myself there? No. If I came across it and saw it, would I be able to control myself? Also, no. And that's just being honest. I know
So
my own self,
Not I,
and I
Debbie.
have to stay away from that.
I think that
That's
this
all.
is a big issue, though, is so Meme says, I don't say anything to be an asshole. I think a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people read comments in a tone. Like they instantly
Mhm.
have
Yes.
a tone
True.
in their head, whether you intend to do that or not. But some people will read a comment in the chat. So, like here, Indy says, I could read it as because we don't like everyone's story here. Or I could read it as
Right.
because we don't like everyone's story here. I'm not good at voices, but you know what I'm saying? Like you could be
Yeah.
really aggressive with it. And
Yeah.
we don't know what her tone was it. We can't tell it behind a text. So I
Mm-mm.
try to always just read a comment in a manner that I would be leaving it. Sometimes that's in my favor,
Yeah.
sometimes it's not. So I
Deets,
do
how do
think
I
that
read
that's
comments?
you're like a narrator.
There's
I
one
mean,
lady who leaves
Here's
comments all the time, and they sound always really nasty, and then I can look at it
mm,
another way, and it sounds like, I don't know what's going on, so I just skip her comments now
You
because
just
they're
oh
skip
always,
it.
goodness.
like, seem aggressive and, judgy, so I just like, whatever."
Yeah, I think I've been a peacemaker my whole life. Like that's been my whole thing, is trying to lessen conflict between people because of all the conflict I saw growing up. So it's like a natural thing for me to have no conflict. But that's like if I saw Dietz and Nunya arguing, I would immediately try and come up and calm the situation,
Mhm.
100%. But if
Yeah.
I see an injustice, if I
We
see
argue a
somebody
lot
being
actually.
attacked, like a Candace or a Dawn being attacked,
Mhm.
I'm absolutely gonna, I would be violent.
stick up for the
There's
underdog.
no, yeah, there's no two ways about it. And I mean, I can admit that about myself. I know that it's an ugly thing and it's a huge flaw, but I couldn't let it happen. I mean, I would not just walk up and punch somebody. Of course not. I would
I
try
would.
to,
No.
well, I'd try and calm
I
it
believe
Who
you
said I
first.
would?
would.
Well,
Laura.
Laura.
Oh
Laura, yeah,
gosh.
Laura
kidding.
would.
I
She would.
can't.
But if it was
Nah,
I
Betty,
I
I
also
know
think
she
totally
wouldn't
would.
listen.
it,
She
I
just wouldn't
totally
listen
would.
to me. She'd yell at me with her bullhorn, and then I'd have to put the bullhorn up her booty.
okay.
So,
I also think it's like a matter of like, do you even want to understand the other person or being willing to
exactly.
understand the other person,
Yeah,
not
sometimes I
just
don't.
being right.
Yeah.
Like Shady will tell you in the chat, like for a long time, I had this whole label across her, right? And finally
Mhm.
one day, like I told her in her comment section, like, this is honest. I'm just being honest. This is how I do see you. And we had a conversation. She was like,
Mm,
why? Like, this doesn't make sense. Like, it makes no sense at all. And after we had the conversation and she was listening to my perception of the situation and I listened to her side of, or her perception of the situation, was like, oh no, okay, I'm wrong. Like I had it wrong. I was missing context in between. And I absolutely, like, the label I put, there, like that was wrong. And I absolutely have apologized time and time again. She never lets me live it down. But like but I think that's what's missing a lot of the times is people aren't going into conversations, into chats to actually have like an understanding of what's going on or an understanding of, if their perception is wrong or not. They just go straight in with like, I already know everything and the way I think is right. And it's
Well, I've ended up on a lot of panels that way too, because people be trying to talk crazy about me, and I'm like, oh, here we go again with this.
Where
And I'll just go
I'm
up
the
and explain
opposite of
myself.
that. I'm like, let them keep lying on me and I'll debunk it later. So people
That's
are
where I've
different.
gotten, yeah.
The
But
worst
where,
panel
but so
experience
that's
I've ever
easy.
had, it was because Tracy went on a panel and they were like all over her. And I was like, I'm not sitting for this. And I went in. It's the worst experience I've ever had on a panel. But it takes a lot to get me there. But if I'm there, I'm there.
That's easy to do with other like channel holders and stuff, but that's not always possible with subscribers. And honestly, it's not always safe either, right? Because a lot of people will present like they're willing to understand you and then they use it against you. So it's not always, there's not always a resolution. Although it sounds great, it's not always a possibility.
No, there's not. There's not. Sometimes there has to be a agree to disagree and move on. Sometimes there can't be resolution for whatever reasons.
Yeah.
We can try for
Right.
it, but that doesn't mean it's always possible. I do like Debbie Martin's question here. Honest question: how many of you here with a missing child would have a Cash App on a Tragedy Pimp's channel on YouTube? I don't know. I'm not going to speculate because I hope I never have a missing child.
They don't know that they're tragedy pimps or even what a
No,
tragedy pimp
that's
is.
true too.
Yeah, they have no idea. They see like
Thanks,
200,
Petra.
300. They see hundreds of thousands of views or 3,000 or 4,000 people in a live or even 1,000 people in a live. And they are going to think of, hey, they're making all this money. Why shouldn't I? That's my opinion.
Is that what happened?
Well, and if anybody's going to make money, I rather, the family member of the victim make the money. That's exactly what happened tonight, which is shocking because that person doesn't take lightly to the idea of money going outside of their pocket. So at least they did that, right?
Granny said it, not me.
See,
I said it all right.
my biggest issue though, and everyone's like, oh, don't blame this one for being guilty. Or I mean, don't say this one's guilty, but we also shouldn't assume that law enforcement doesn't know what they're doing and that people are innocent. Like we don't know if Seth is innocent. We don't know if they're
Yeah.
innocent. Just like we don't know they're
Listen,
guilty.
he's a suspect.
Yeah.
Right.
Agreed.
They're all suspects until they're not.
Well, I think they said no one was a suspect, but
Yeah.
I think they
but
said they
that-
had no suspects. Law enforcement did, but
No, they
Well,
said
they-
everyone's
Oh,
a
okay.
suspect.
So everyone's a suspect is a very generic term. It's like, so when law enforcement says everyone's a suspect, that includes Laura, that includes Granny, that includes me, and obviously we were nowhere near that area. It means they don't have any suspects.
And the ice cream man
And I
too.
wish they would be more clarifying on that in this day and age, because what we see is we have seen it over in the Summer Wells case. We see it taking place here in Sebastian's case, that gives some of these creators just a little bit that they need to take that a whole mile. When all that is we don't have anyone.
Now
I've heard Sumner County say that everyone's a suspect because it's not criminal at this point. They're still looking.
Nobody was cleared.
Yeah, nobody was cleared out. Yeah, absolutely. And it takes a lot to clear, right? Because you don't know what you don't know. So you can't really say somebody's cleared. But I did think it was interesting that I haven't really seen anybody take take a look at this as if I wonder why law enforcement would have been talking to Chris and Katie and not Seth. That's not even
Well, do we know
considered.
if are they still talking to Chris and Katie?
I
Or
don't
did
know.
they stop talking to all of them?
I don't know, but that's not my point. My point is that if it had been the other way around, that's all we'd hear right now. Is that law enforcement talked to Seth, but they did not talk to Katie and Chris. They didn't take Katie and Chris around to see where the scent went, or allegedly, or whatever. But do you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Is this bias, this hypocrisy between the two intentionally, I think, to drive a wedge.
Well, me and Tracy, we got brave last week and we spoke against Seth. And let me tell you, I had to put the stream on members only because there were people that were like really angry. We were very respectful about it. We just
Really?
pointed out the behavior, you know. Actually,
I
had somebody
went
come
through
to me and
that.
was like, "Oh,
I went through
yeah."
that. I know
I
exactly
saw
what you mean.
a chatter that has been with me for not a very long time, but a chatter that has been with me, that has supported me and everything. They left a comment that misconstrued everything I said and was like, "So you're mad at Seth because your kid's father didn't show up on the weekend?" And I'm like, "What? Motherfucker, that's not what I
How you get
said."
that?
You know? And I'm like,
Yeah,
"What?"
that's not what she said.
Because I
That's
made
not
a
what she said at all.
comment. That's not what I said at all, right? I said, you know, my own kid's father would do these things where any moment where he could be praised as this great father, he would like bask in the glory of it, when in all reality, he was the shittiest father ever. But if you speak to him, he'll tell you what a great father he was. And I said, and I felt that way about Seth. That's, you know, just how I felt.
Well, it's crazy
But
that
yeah,
nobody wants people to have their own opinions, and we're not attacking him at all. Not at all. It's that these creators continue to flame, to get
pour the
him
fuel.
all, yeah, and they're taking advantage of the situation, and it's causing him to behave and act out in ways that are probably really not good for his
Well,
son's case. They're
Tracy,
really
you know,
not.
the thing we run into, Deets, you know too very well, the thing we run into. Fact checking and saying, okay, this is what really happened or this is the truth, immediately turns into you're defending the Wells, you're defending Andy, you're
course.
defending Katie and Chris. We're not defending anyone, we're defending the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And just because it's the first time that you've heard somebody say something about Seth, or the first time you've heard somebody say something positive about the Wells, doesn't mean that we're defending them. It means
No.
that what's being passed around is untrue. And I don't know how to get that distinction through to people.
I don't know if we can anymore. And I did get to the point where I'm like, okay, because I continuously get accused of it, yes, I absolutely am defending the Wells.
You are,
What are
I'm
you going
not.
to do about it?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm not, and I've always said that. Like, I am not a Wells supporter. But what
right.
they've done to those people is ridiculous. And what
Mm-hmm.
they've done
Well,
doing to Katie and Chris is ridiculous. We cannot
Absolutely.
like
and
them.
that's
We
a
can think
great
they did
point.
something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I felt that way. No, it was me interrupting you because I got excited that you said that, because I felt that way at one period of time. I saw that Betty was getting it from all angles, all day long, different channels. And as somebody who has experienced that, thankfully on a much smaller scale, I felt bad. I felt sympathetic towards her, and I
Oh God,
stated as
don't
much.
ever
Like, do we
speak
really
in
got
her
to pick?
favor. Don't ever speak in her
I
favor.
well,
It'll turn
right.
against you.
That was that. It was turned against me, and but
Oh
my whole thing
no.
was like, listen, if we're saying like we have a problem with her behaviors, if the woman's doing a cooking stream, I used to say the same thing when it came to Natasha, who I hated. You know, she's over there doing her community sales and she's not causing anybody harm, which is what we
Mm-hmm.
want her to do. Why are we going to berate her for that as well?
Exactly. That's
Right. Because people
exactly
are
what I
doing the right
did
thing.
on that stream when I said, like, wait, why are we calling her a tragedy pimp in a case when she hadn't done it yet? Now, she went on after that case to go on full blown tragedy pimp mode. But my question is, how much of that is spurred on by, people calling them that, and
Right.
then they live up to it instead of just
Right.
giving them the space
Thank
if
you.
they are gonna change, because it is possible, but oh, yeah,
It's like
girl.
the
Thank
Eminem
you.
song,
Mhm.
right? Sing it, Jenny.
Which one?
I
The fuck you,
am
Debbie?
whatever
That
you
one?
say I
Oh.
am.
What are you
If I
Because
saying?
wasn't,
I am. Then why would I say I am?
That's
I am. If I
If I
one of
wasn't,
my favorite
wasn't,
and
parts
then
of
no.
his
why
song.
would you say I am? In the
Oh, hey.
paper, the
Well, and
news, every day I
Every
Today
am.
day
I
I
am.
am.
I don't
Radio
know. It's
I
just
Houston,
think I've
I
I
actually,
am.
Today
am.
I am.
That's my
well,
point.
we
We just
know we
needed a
are
little
a
break. I'm
panel
sorry.
of middle-aged women when that's how we wrap it, but
Yes.
that's okay.
I
Um,
don't even try.
I went to
Listen, I
Nun. I
rap
think it
like
was Nunyeon.
Tupac in real life. but
I know who I am. I'm not a rapper. I wish I could, but I
Yeah,
can't even
She's just gonna
sing.
come out with the Dr. Seuss book instead.
I
Oh
can't
my
rap.
God. Eminem has
I
a
am
rhyme.
what I am.
oh
There's a
my
rhyme about that. It's
god.
Royce the 5'9" says Dr. Seuss wrote your raps. That's funny. See? A bar.
I still
See,
love
I
when Dee's
think
tried reading a comment and she's like, Jason, can you do it? 'Cause it was-
I know my limitations. I know what
Oh,
I'm
Benny.
about. I know
That
what
was
I'm
Benny's
about.
comment.
Yeah.
His
I tried to
Benny's
get Jonesman
comment.
to do it. Like,
That
I
was
can't read
His
it.
great.
channel's gone.
Honestly,
Yeah,
you
his
know
What?
channel is
who?
gone.
What?
Yeah, Benny's
Benny?
Benny's
channel's
channel is
gone.
gone.
I didn't know that.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Gone in the
You
wind.
gotta get like. Well, never mind. Let me not say that because I don't want to upset nobody. Never mind.
Upset us. Why not? We're doing all the things.
No, I was gonna say like Indy can do a pretty good like impression of him, like
Oh.
his like looking ass stuff. Like she can
Oh,
The
do
way he
like the
talks.
same kind of sentences as him, like
I
impersonating
thought she
him.
meant
So,
of Eminem.
He
Like
Oh, she can do a
Benny?
parody of him. She does a good parody.
yeah, no,
Mhm. Yeah.
yeah.
his
I got
looking ass
you.
comments were catchy.
Hey, I
Um,
got a
Okay.
I got a question, guys. Only because it's been sitting with me for a while and I can't seem to find enough people to understand it. So I'm asking all you guys on panel. If you
Oh
believe,
boy.
no, it's not bad.
You
If
We're
you
understanding.
believe that Katie had said goodnight, heard a thug, and he said, "No, I'm fine, Mom." If you believe her story, does anyone else think somebody came through the window and took him? Because I
No.
can't shake it.
Well,
Why?
unless it was somebody
Window?
that he,
real quick.
if it was somebody that
Somebody
he
knew.
knew
Real
was
quick.
coming.
Exactly.
Real
Somebody he
quick.
knew.
Real quick. Take it
Real
somewhere
quick.
else, Cordy. Take it somewhere else. I'll
Uh
keep blocking. Don't waste your time making them. So just take it somewhere else.
What
Our
happened?
Cordy?
Go
Oh,
ahead.
I missed it. What did I miss?
Nothing.
What happened?
Oh, sanctimonious bullshit. I like
Yeah.
that.
Take it somewhere
Reminds
else.
me
I
of
don't
good
know
old
what
Coops.
is going on with Cordy. I really don't.
It's all good. But don't even waste your time. You'll just
Okay.
keep getting blocked.
So
But yeah,
So,
sorry. Ask that
people
again one more time.
Please move on,
Peop-
yeah, because I can't.
people were asking about Morbid Stream, and I know you're not a fan, Deets, but it really was
Wait,
what
pause.
you got.
I'm actually I am a more like I don't have any issues with Morbid. He just took issues with me for some reason. But I
Well,
have none with
because of the
him.
glare.
Morbid's
I
an
spoke to him
asshole.
about it. He's backing off, but he's an asshole, yes. But what happened?
I gotta pee.
Everybody has to be careful of it. He was restreaming where somebody else was making racial slurs towards him, and they flagged him as if it was his content.
Ooh, what?
So,
Well, that's
as if it was
unfortunate.
his hate speech. Yeah,
Oh my God. So
That's
Laura, what
unfortunate.
was your?
because
I'm sorry.
oh no, nobody cares. Sorry, go ahead.
Laura
Laura's
asked
question
if she
again
took him
was,
out a
"Do you
window.
believe?"
No, because there was no evidence of anybody coming through a window. So no.
But there was no
Well,
evidence
what
that there was a thump. I said, if you believe Katie's story.
But the
Well, there's
thump
no
isn't
evidence of a
synonymous
thump,
with
but
someone coming through the window.
I
I
mean, there's
think
thumps in my house 24 hours a day, and I'm like, what the hell is that? Nothing. Oh, all right.
Okay,
Bye.
you're missing a
I
point
think though,
though.
well, here's my thing.
I get it.
I think anything is possible at this point,
Sure.
right? But I think it would be, in my mind, it's more probable that he was lured out of the house than it is that somebody came into the house.
But what was
Maybe the thump was him
Maybe it was
packing
him
to
leaving.
leave, or the
Yeah,
right. You know, the
potentially.
other thing that keeps going through my mind, which I really hate it, and some of you will understand, but in the Chris Watts case, if it wasn't for the neighbors' cameras, they would have never caught that he used a garage to place the
Well,
bodies, right?
that's the only theory I have, is that that's the only one I have,
See,
because there was no sense.
it's a shame
Is
you
that
took back our
he went out
friendship,
through the
because we could be
garage.
like BFFs through the phone, but you took that friendship back
Well,
because we have a lot in common.
you
So
also took yours back, so there was that. But anyways,
it was totally you first, but all right.
it was
Wait, we can do that
partially
to the
you.
friends in our phone?
Do you know that you inspired my
Yeah.
channel so everybody can thank you?
You just
No,
you
there's
just
no
take
take
Who
back.
did?
you just
There's no
Me?
take
take back.
backseat to your
You, Jason,
friendships
yeah.
with your friends in the phone?
Get out of here.
No.
It was gonna. I swear, the channel name was gonna
Taking
be
notes.
Stoop Talks, and you would always sit out. I swear, and I was gonna do Stoop Talks, and I think shortly after that you came out with was it like Porch Talks with I don't know, something
Yeah,
similar. I was
porch
like, oh, I
gang.
can't do that
Gang,
now.
gang.
Yes, yeah.
Why is
I
T?
swear, I was talking
What
to
did they
another
come back
creator.
to? T said, "Don't do it, Granny. No CW." What is she talking about? I missed something.
Well, I said, unfortunately, the only thing that keeps
Chris
going through
Watts.
my mind is what happens with Chris Watts. If it wasn't for the neighbor Nate and the security cam, they would have never known that he backed his truck into the garage enough to cover,
True.
placing them. Well, he didn't fully cover, but you know what I mean. He
Yeah,
did it through the
I
garage,
agree.
right? And that's what keeps going
It's
through
the
my mind
only
is,
thing I can think of is somebody took
me
him out
too.
through that garage into a car. Because
Well,
otherwise,
Yeah.
you
what
have to,
happened?
Tracy, you have to consider too, what if at 6 o'clock when she went to look for him, that's when he left?
But why wasn't there any scent?
What?
That I guess
No,
that's
I'm
what
saying
bothers
in the
me is the scent.
car, in the car with her when she
In the
went
car.
to search.
I gotcha. Okay, I
And
understand.
I'm
I'm
not
sorry, I
saying
Who
missed
that
was
that
she
in the
didn't
part.
car
go
with
Yeah,
her
get
yeah.
when
it.
she went to go search?
No,
No.
it's a good point.
It's about
What if
Okay. Yeah.
What if something was already wrong and she took Sebastian out and the through the
In the
garage
car.
and the excuse was she was going to search for him? That's
Similar to what
very
Letitia
plausible.
did, right?
But
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not because I'm not accusing. I'm just saying we're talking
No,
about
yeah.
possibilities, and Laura was talking about the window,
Oh.
and so I
Mm-hmm.
was thinking it's possible is based on what we know.
Sure.
Law enforcement may know something different, but I'm saying based on what we know, that is the only way without a scent going from the
Agreed.
house. But Chris says there was a scent leaving the house, and we heard that dispatch.
Exactly.
Y-
So
True.
I don't
But
know.
didn't Steph say there wasn't a scent?
It
So
does.
he's done it multiple
He's
times.
wrong.
It came out that he
Yeah.
said that there was one, then there wasn't one, then there was one, and
The
now
dis
are you
Which is
No,
kidding
don't
me?
confusing
say.
me so
What kind of
Like,
much.
what's
dogs
that
was it?
noise?
Who's
Just a
doing
scent?
dishes?
Just scent dogs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
Who's
me, but
doing
I have to do
dishes?
dishes.
No, I
So
turned
how
on the
the
water for a
fuck?
second.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
I
Okay.
I'm
was like
proud of
really
Fucking
whoever's doing
loud.
their
Laura.
dishes because I sure didn't do mine.
The dispatch call is what said that there was a scent. That's
Yeah.
why I don't know why Seth is lying.
We
Yeah.
don't know that he
Yeah.
is.
Well,
I'm
I
sorry, but
mean,
Seth is my suspect. If I had to say somebody was shady, it's me, it's Seth,
Ooh.
and I hate
I
saying it, but
agree.
that's how I've been feeling.
I agree.
Tony, that's what I heard too.
Ooh. You're
Deets,
wild. Okay.
Deets, can you mute me for a few minutes? I
Mm.
can't find my mute button.
She has to poo poo.
No, I
She's
have to go
doing
in the garage.
dishes.
oh my
Okay, I'm
For
god.
muting
real.
you.
That is
All right, I
complicated.
muted
Anybody
you.
remember when the creator Just Larry totally took a dump while live streaming?
What the
I
fuck?
remember when
Don
Don
I
Wells.
Wells
remember
did
when
it.
Dawn Wells did.
Yeah,
But
and that's so
anyway, that was
unfortunate because
fun.
I do feel that was the creator's responsibility to stop
Yeah.
that, you know,
Yeah.
to put a
Yeah,
kibosh.
that's not cool.
Mm-mm.
No, it wasn't. It was quite something.
And it wasn't
Goodness
just that.
Because
It
some
was, seeing Candace pass out. I mean, the whole thing is crazy.
Exploitation. Yeah.
So, Deets, do you want to go through the scent thing?
I mean, what do we need to go through? Like, what should we do? You want to
Like
play the
listening.
audio? I
Did
can do
you
the
listen to the
dispatch.
dispatch already?
Yeah, I
Well,
have it on here.
Dang, why didn't you send it to me? I didn't hear it.
That's
I
what I'm
said I
saying.
have.
Willow.
I think
You're
it'd be
really
good for
low,
everybody to
Jenny.
hear it.
Here, let me turn you up. I cannot hear Jenny. Does anybody else hear her, or is it
Yeah,
me?
she's very low. She got lost in the boot flute.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I figure that's the reason why she always feels like she has to yell over us.
I know.
Poor
Are you
Jenny.
there?
She's like, can anybody hear me?
Talk
No,
again, Jenny.
not really.
Okay. Can you hear me? Let me
Not
check
over
mine.
here.
I don't know. Maybe mine's down.
You
on my
do
side.
sound like you're down like a hallway.
If she's away from it, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that no? It's on my headset.
That's way
But
better.
Is
Yeah.
it? It's
Yeah,
it was my volume was down real low.
Okay.
So I The reason I say that is because nobody's really gone through that, and there's a bunch of different things people are saying about the dispatch versus this and that. And I think there's some wording too when you hear people talk about it of a hit versus a scent,
Okay,
Right.
so
right? Which is different things. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
So I thought it might be good to listen to.
True Crime with Eve has it.
Yeah.
And let me go here. We know she'll.
So it was just a standard scent dog?
Let's see here.
I don't know. That's the thing. That's why I wanted to listen to it to kind of get
Right.
a good
Because there's
idea.
different there's different scents
Yeah.
on dogs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. We got Eve's going.
Do we have an estimated time of start for the search process?
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
So the call came in at 6:33, and what was it that they text Seth at 6:20? So they text Seth before they called?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
But you had to. So this isn't the
Whoops.
911 call. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
This isn't
No,
the
I'm good.
911 call. This is dispatch putting the call out. We saw with Dawn and Candace that there was a decent gap between the 911 call and dispatch as well, which I thought was crazy. Like I was like, why did it take this long? But they also, like you hear in that dispatch, they're getting together all the search and rescue, all of that is happening at the same time. So I think the very first thing they have to do is contact search and rescue and start getting all that stuff set up.
Wasn't there misinformation through dispatch when he came to Candace as well? Like something about running or walking?
Yeah. It was walk, and then it turned into run because one of the officers called back in and said, "Did you say the mom went for a run?" And dispatch said 10-4.
Mm-hmm.
But it was never said until that officer said, "Did you say run?" But yeah, there was a lot of, and we don't know where the misinformation came in because allegedly Dawn called, Candace called also. Right. And so they'll say like the parents advised. And then at one point they said the father said. So there's a lot of misinformation. Her age was wrong. What she was wearing was changed. Everything was, sorry, go ahead.
Well, and I think if the police said there was no scent, I think that's paramount. That's the most important, right?
Well,
Can they
I
give
don't
out false
know.
information to the public?
I'm also
I
kind
don't
of
think they
like,
can.
not to the public, they can to a suspect in an interrogation, but I'm also along the lines with Jones in here. Like, I'm with her. Like, I don't care that much. I don't put a ton of emphasis on it. Canines can be wrong. I don't know. For me, it's not a
No, they
huge,
absolutely can.
it's not the
It's
end all
not,
be all, I should say.
yeah,
There's
we don't
just
have to listen to it. It's something
No, I think
that's
it's good to get the best information and have the accurate information. So I think it's a good idea too.
1008 Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning they woke up and their 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We a white male, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. Female does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
10-4, Monroe.
37. I asked the call taker to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Great. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
Yes.
Central to 47 180 412. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a.
What did they say?
That didn't make sense. The transcript doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's just closed caption. It's just auto-generated. So
That's how it would look. That's how my transcript on YouTube would look too. So don't
it's
ever
just to
try.
give you like a guide. Yeah. So let me see.
Did
But
it
what
say
did
that
she
all doors were locked?
that he was in that
Yeah.
they were in the
It said
Sorry.
all doors are locked at this time.
Said he was
Yeah.
in at midnight. All
At
doors were
midnight.
locked at that time, or at this time.
Don't
See, I
ever
want to know
forget.
if the doors were locked. I know Katie said in the morning that the doors were locked, or that she doesn't.
She
It
did.
was, I don't know. I think she said,
She said
right?
they were
So,
locked. Yeah.
so if we go back to the thump, I want to know where Sebastian's room is in correlation with the garage.
Well, look it up, but there's plenty of people showing it. I'm not going to show their home. I think it's
Plenty.
I'm
gross
not
to be
showing.
shown.
I don't
Yeah,
even want to look it
but
up. I feel
but you,
gross. I just,
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, while you're talking about the door locks really quick, our doors, we have them set, they have a keypad on them, like their doors have a keypad, she
Mm-hmm.
says. Um,
Mm-hmm.
we have them set that when you close the door, it locks,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to lock it. And so
Ours
I did
doesn't,
hear,
and it
Same.
has a keypad.
well, you can, or you should be able to set it where it locks automatically when you
Oh,
close it, if you
Yeah.
want it to. I just
oh.
wonder if their doors were set up that way as well, because they said he was always good about locking the door behind him. I don't know if that was just because of the way the question was phrased. Maybe it locks automatically. It's just a question.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I didn't catch that either. That's why I actually paused. Callie was where it not that it they say something before mother was driving around. That's what I wanted to go back and hear.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
To 47-180, Warren 12. Juvenile. Left his son at the house. The mother is driving.
She's off, left her son at the house. What?
It may just be the wording, like she's
Yeah.
away from the home. She's off.
Mm-hmm. But what about the left the son at the house part?
that's why I was saying that,
Oh,
that it didn't make sense.
yeah. Jump back again and play that.
Isn't that weird? You hear it? I mean, okay, let me
Mm-hmm.
turn closed captioning off. Maybe I'm hearing that because that's what it says, but on the screen.
This is fire call.
Good.
Central to 47-180, Warren 12. Juvenile. Left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
It said phone.
In the area.
Left her phone at
It said phone, not son.
Okay, let me
Suspect
go.
left. Subject left the phone at home.
Hang on, I got Laura back here. Let me make sure it's her.
No, it's me, but I just dropped a link in private chat.
Oh, okay. For what? Oh, for the timeline one? Okay. Yeah, I'll play that next. Do you want me to kick your other
Awesome.
account? Or no, she dropped already. Okay.
I think
I
she
was
was just
thinking it's
joining
Laura,
from like
but
her
she was on
phone
panel.
to send that link, and
Yeah,
she's still on panel on the other device.
I gotcha. Okay.
The chat thinks that they're saying juvenile left the phone at home.
Left
The
his
phone at home,
phone at
yes.
house. His phone at the
That's what
house.
she
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Central to 47-180, Warren 12. Juvenile. Left his son at the house.
Juvenile.
The mother
Mhm.
is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
You know that's
In the
how they
area.
get you with spirit boxes.
Check long haul vouchers. Same. You can take me off the assist fire. I'll be en route to the missing juvenile. Next pick track back up. Going into the construction site over here back towards the beach. That's one behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Hey, this is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here.
Mm.
Right there where you're standing?
Their footprints.
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints. Shoes that Max went straight into the pond.
Shoes.
Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Switch. No shoes.
So he says shoes though, and we don't know for sure that he
So-
didn't have shoes.
No,
but
he
we were
says
told
no
that.
shoes.
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he also says Max headed straight to the retaining pond. Max is the
Max
dog.
is the dog, correct? Okay.
what is a retaining pond?
it's where water catches from runoff from like the streets and the roads and things like that. And so it might not always have water in it. And sometimes it might be full of water. I do believe at this time it was about knee high.
And it's supposed to
Oh,
help.
we actually call that something different here.
It's
It,
also supposed to help
that's
with
pollution.
insurance if you have one. Your
Ooh.
fire insurance, like for fires and stuff, because they can use it as a source if they have to.
Correct.
I don't know why I know that. Okay, go ahead.
Just footprints. The shoes that Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. Yeah, do you see any prints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Truck 47, what kind of shoe does he wear? Size 10.
So it was shoe prints, not feet print.
Well, to any units they're going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please.
Oh.
That one's from Eve. Laura popped another one back here. Let me drop Eve's link again. I do. What? I need new earbuds. What for? These are just cheapy ones that plug
Because you were hearing it wrong.
The Mac has like the old
that's what
school
she needs.
earbud, and every time I try to use my mic with my AirPods, it disconnects my mic. So I do need something different. But I don't know what the heck. Here we go.
Max jumped right into the pond, like he dove into the water.
This is 20 minutes long. What is this?
Oh, thank you perfectly. I didn't know that.
Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised of having a 15-year-old male not in the bed. Medium white male, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. Female does have a form of autism.
Okay, just a like critique. Not that it matters. It's my 1 cent because it's not worth much. But when it's dispatch, like putting music behind it is kind of counterproductive, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right, here is the link for this one.
You're so judgy.
I'm just saying, like it's already dispatch is already hard to hear. It really is.
He called you judgy.
I know. That's fine.
No, but you're
honestly,
right.
you
It
know what
is.
that was like, Deets? That was like it's okay.
I'm just saying.
No, but you're right.
You're
Okay.
right. You're
Yeah.
right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
What did Pearl say? I remember in the Kristen Smart case when Paul Flores was on trial, the dog search specialist admitted on the stand that however well trained there are certain things that can confuse the dog. One of those was the confusion between human blood and weasel blood. Oh, interesting.
Weasel blood.
Weasel blood. But I do thank you for the
Yeah.
way to put this out, Jessica, Danielle. Thank you.
And thank you, Perfectly Imperfect. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time it happened. I'm going to be in the home before midnight. The doors are locked at this time.
10-4 now.
Central to 47-180, 412. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infinity.
Let's sit there and see what's going on. Do our own searches of residents. We'll go from there. I'm in the area. Check one hold up. Just seeing it. You can text the assist line and route to the missing juvenile.
I checked Personal Medical Center ER, Center Station ER, Center Regional ER, and Skyline, all clear of the juvenile. You can see that the code red has been launched at 7:45.
Next big track back up. Going into the construction site over here back towards beach. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? Couldn't have any shoes. I do have some footprints right there where you're standing. Yeah, leading right over here to the ravine. No shoes, just footprints. He literally dove into it. Max led me straight to the ravine. He dove into the water. Have you seen any footprints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Do we have a picture yet? That's simple. What was that heat signature at? Where the riprap is, where the trees are. 25 feet maybe out in the middle. Hey guys, the construction zone, there's another pond. There's somebody standing in the woods. It looks like a person. It is a person, we know, but there's another pond. He's standing back there by himself. Past the construction zone in the same area back there. Yeah,
Steve, can you pause for a minute?
Yeah, that was crazy.
They used heat. What the heat? I don't know how to explain it. Like how they found the Danilo Cavalcante. They used the heat thing where they could see human heat. They used that
The heat
during this.
seeking,
Is that what they just said?
and stuff. Yeah,
Wow.
dug
And
into
and yet they're
it.
they're
Yeah.
trashing the job they did. It sounds like they did a lot of immediate things. They used a lot of
Yeah.
immediate resources.
He
Oh,
said
they
they
used
didn't
a
do
ton
anything.
of resources. They used a ton of resources.
I have a
Oh.
question. Maybe it's kind of like these retainer ponds. What is he said? He looked in the riffraff. What is that?
I don't.
Riffraff is just like when you're referring to woods and stuff, it would be like a bunch of like sticks and bushes, like the riffraff.
Oh,
I thought that's what I've heard it as.
Okay.
I always thought of riffraff as just like bad,
Troublemakers, like
oh
kids.
yeah, troublemakers. That's riffraff, but maybe they meant like scrap or junk or something.
It's the butler from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Right.
Stop.
It does sound different.
Your laugh, Gavel.
You're a laugh,
every
Jenny.
time.
I
I
love
love the
it.
laugh. It reminds me like a cartoon character or something. It's like too sweet and like I don't know.
It was a mannequin in the woods. I do remember that being stated later.
A mannequin in the woods. What the fuck is going on over there?
What?
Okay, now I found my mute button, thank God.
Oh.
But what this is though, this is an extremely detailed timeline of every police recording, every dispatch call. That's why it's like 19 minutes, but it tells everything. And in my opinion, the first like 5-7 minutes is so important.
Yeah, it's good so far.
I mean, they
the
pulled out all
pictures
the
for the construction
resources.
site. That was good.
Hey Eve, what's up?
I think it's weird on the dispatch call that they emphasize the baby blue infinity. Did y'all hear that part?
Mm-hmm.
Like
She
what?
said it weird. Baby blue infinity.
You know what I can't stand about any like when the police like dispatch, all of them is they're so hard to understand. I don't know how they even understand each other. It's almost like they're speaking right into the speaker thing.
Yeah, there's some that have like mumbling
Microphone.
problems, and the dispatch lady's like, "Say that again, 214. I can't understand mumbling."
Really? She says that?
Yeah, because he was doing it like all day, and I think she just had it.
Yeah, good for her.
They actually do that on purpose though. They do that on purpose. So
Why?
people that listen to Spotify can't figure out what they're doing. That's actually done intentionally.
Do you mean Broadcastify?
Broadcastify,
yeah.
Well, they have scramblers for that now.
Yeah.
But isn't that dangerous? Because then you're not conveying,
you wanna
clearly what.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's what my brother told me. That
I just find it so disheartening.
Wait, what did your brother tell you
Listen,
happened?
That a lot of times they talk in code and they talk a certain way. So this way, everybody that's listening to the scanners can't understand them.
Wouldn't they just go to a
Uh,
secure channel?
right.
Yeah,
What?
like an ops channel.
Mhm.
I don't think they
maybe if
can
it's
because they're public servants.
well,
Oh
but
no, they
maybe
do.
it's
Oh,
something like if it's
Well,
not super duper like top secret. Like, didn't they do that with Cavalcante? They were on regular scanners, and then until people started like listening
Mhm.
to the
yeah.
scanners and going where they were, kind of a thing. And
Then they
then
Mhm.
they
turned
would
it
go to
off
like
on
the
us.
private, yeah. Then they went to private channels so that people couldn't watch
Le-
the dispatch. And they found, I think they ended up finding
mm-hmm.
that anyways.
They'll go
Can
to
I
their own
clarify
secure
that
channel for criminal investigations that involve minors.
they only changed that because of JLR?
She's
Literally, he was the only reason. I'm
yeah.
not joking.
Oh,
I'm not
no,
joking. I'm
because
serious.
You
no,
mean in
no, no,
his
no, because there was one that everybody was streaming. It was like this. It was like a guy who was like a
It was Nick
private
the
journalist,
Hat. I think it was
and
Nick the
another
Hat.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like he was like, as soon as they would put out like where they were headed, like he'd be right there, and like, and I think they just got sick of that. JLR would come soon after that too, but like that guy was on top of it. As soon as they moved, he moved.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like a
Yeah.
whole
At that
ludicrous,
point,
like if I move, you
it
move,
was
just like that. That's how he was doing.
it was really bizarre because at that point, I don't know if any of you were watching, but they actually said they were all working together. So they all worked under the same Philadelphia media company. And so they were all working as a team, JLR, Nick the Had, and Nick's little his partner or whatever. But then Nick started trashing JLR on the stream, and it was really bizarre. The whole thing was bizarre. So they ended up having like personal conflict while they were there and whatever. But yeah, they kept changing that because they would literally show right up, and sometimes they would even show up before all the necessary police. So then you got these guys out there with their cameras and their tripods, and and then the men's with the gun come, and they're like, get the fuck out of our way.
It's
I
like
actually, the one
wolves.
guy
JLR and Nick
at one point,
go way back, and if you look up Nick the Hat's
Mm-hmm.
past,
he's a
you'll
piece of shit, dude. He's a piece of shit. I can't stand him. You know how much problems he causes in my neighborhood? He's worse than JLR in my opinion, in that
oh
aspect. Like he tries
yeah,
to poke at the government. He's gross. But
yeah.
at one point when I was out there, they had an idea that he was inside this farmhouse, and it did turn out later that he was right there. And at first the cop was like, you understand, staying in here, you're risking your life. And I'm like, well, I'm not really willing to risk my life, sir. Get me out of here, type of thing. But anyway, that's when they came up and they asked us to leave, and JLR was not leaving. He was not
Of
going to
course
leave.
not. His channel was blowing up.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, he was hitting
Mhm.
that 100K. It's yeah.
That is a fact. That is a fact. All right, let's hear a little more. We're only 2 minutes and 30 seconds in, y'all.
Oh gosh.
Over here, go straight back. There's a person in the woods by that pond. There's the house on the other side of the tree line. Going back toward beach or going on the back side. Yeah, on the back side, and he's not moving. He's just standing there by himself in the woods.
It's Hendersonville 517. I'm on the northeast corner in the cemetery across the tree line. Am I close?
No, the back side. Nikki, if you can, do you have anybody there with you? Stand by. Let me see if I can find it on my map. I got my drone grounded for the moment, and I'll see if I can do it. Target's over it. One of the two. I'm in my truck. Two, there's four of us on foot coming across.
Okay, I can see why she yelled at him for mumbling. I gotta hear that one more time, Doc, on it.
No, the
I do
backside.
hear he says
Nikki.
his drone is out there.
Yeah, is that what he said? Okay.
Abada.
I know. I sound like Boomhauer. Okay.
If you can, do you have anybody there with you? Stand by. Let me see if I can find it on my map. I got my drone grounded for the moment, and I'll see if I can do it. Target's over it. One of the two. I'm in my truck. Two, there's four of us on foot coming across the yard, start directions. 19 on the screen. Straight in. Keep it on. Go left. Just come back, you passed it. There's obviously right there. Won't be there's one block as you going into the woods, You should be about 15 foot from it.
What's the child's first name?
Should be all over it, whatever it is right there. The two people walking the wood. It's a mannequin.
It's a mannequin.
Sorry, guys. Look just like a person from the air. Hendersonville 66. What's the name of the child that we're looking for?
First name is Pat.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
First name is Pat.
And see, this is why I didn't put that in there.
Black
The
clothing
speculation.
description was black sweatpants
Yeah.
with a white stripe, black long sleeve t-shirt with a print.
Nikki, how many drones do y'all have up? One at the moment. I've got mine grounded so I can get Sartopo up. I'll be back in the air momentarily.
29 Central on scene. Put 2 out here with me.
10-4, has anybody been there since the initial? There's a whole bunch of people here now. 4 in the morning. Can you help me listen to the radio on the north end until we wrap this up, please? Yes, sir. Brandon, you've got Hendersonville Mounted Patrol coming up there, and Joe's sending some more cars if we can start from the beginning, from the original house, and set up a new plan up there.
So at what was it, 8:20? There was 4 people there. Seth would have been there by then.
Well, at
Seth
8:20, the mom is out there
or
with them
8:40.
searching.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Okay.
10-4, that's what we're doing now, sir. Thank you.
One all year, so neighbor advised that he's found the child under his son's car, which is across the street, 2 doors up. So be sure and search under cars and under things.
Who do you want to go with this other K9 search and rescue?
I just talked to the
Deets.
GC of the construction.
What?
Deets, did you hear what he said? That the neighbor had advised he had found him under his car before, but was he saying he had found Sebastian under his
That's
car?
my question. Was it Sebastian under his car before,
Yes.
So
or
it
his
sounds
own
like,
child?
yeah, they found Sebastian under his son's car before.
Yeah.
So they're telling
Yes.
the police to make
Oh.
sure that you're searching under cars and like hidden like that.
Correct.
That's
Whoa.
interesting.
So he
Yeah,
is
None
that
of
was
over.
you
interesting.
guys didn't know that?
No.
I've
No, this is
listened
my
to
first
this.
time hearing this.
I've listened to the shorter dispatch, but not this. I listened to Eve's.
All right, one thing you proved though, that none of you guys watch my channel. So thank you.
Oh, Laura, I
Oh my God!
cannot.
Stop making everything about you. Let's
It's
listen to
not
this.
about you, Laura. It's okay.
I'm
Just
just
hang.
saying. I'm just saying. I played this recently.
When?
Oh, that's the stream I missed.
The
I'm
other
sorry,
day.
Laura.
A couple of days ago.
Yeah, I was busy that day. Damn it. I should have rewatched.
It's the only
Know which
one I
one
didn't
though. I'll go
watch
back
that
and
day.
watch. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Same. It's the only one I haven't watched, Laura.
I'm not saying it to be a wise ass. I said it as a joke, but I mean, I see
I
where
know.
this is going.
What stream? I'm
No.
being serious. What
It's
stream was it,
not.
Laura? So I can go watch it.
The Sebastian stream I did the other day.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
His child under his son's car, which is across the street, 2 doors up. So be sure and search under cars and under things.
Who do you want to go with this other K9 search and rescue?
I just talked to the GC of the construction back here. He's going to start getting the word out to all his crews that are out here working. Everybody, 94 to 1,000. So we can get a game plan and reconvene.
Oh, Target, can you put a drone right over top of this trash can, this dumpster, if there's anything in it? 188. Van 184 is going to send you a picture.
You send out a code red for 1,008 Stafford.
Code red was sent out at 07:45 this morning.
2-4. We will stand that in good. Can we retry that, please?
10-4, will do.
12 188.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you come to 1,008, please? 12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1,008. Please come to 1,008 Stafford Court now, please. Start at the beginning of Kelly Lane, 1,000. We're going to work our way north of Kelly Lane. That's fine. I'll get these 2 houses right here, and we'll take the right side. The white Ford truck, that's the Hendersonville officer's house that's with me. No, that house hasn't been checked. The next house up from is a single white Ford in the driveway. We log a neighborhood Facebook page. Post was made 1023. Check. No motion on camera.
You numbers. We got an additional caller call in that was in the net stating she saw someone that made the description on Hogan's Branch, male with sandy blonde hair with a bag wrapped around his head. She also stated he had on a reflective jacket approximately 2 hours ago.
3 command. 130.
Blonde hair with a bag wrapped around his head.
So, okay, I just want to see the distance.
She also stated he had on a reflective jacket approximately 2 hours ago.
3 command. 139 Woodend has a camera, but nobody's answering the door. He had some ties at White House High School, and every time he got in trouble, he wanted to go back to White House, so I notified White House PD, or notified this, or...
His way with the camera is correct.
It's simple. Nobody's answering, nobody's home. In reference to that address, please run a registration check on testing tag.
Dates.
Yeah.
Did he say every time he got in trouble at school he did something?
When he got in trouble, he liked to go back to
He liked
White
to
House
go.
school. That wasn't the school he was currently at. It was the school he liked. And the bag on the head was a potential sighting of
Yeah.
someone fitting his description, but they had a bag on their head. I don't
Weird.
I
A
don't know
bag?
what that means. Yeah, that's what it said. A bag.
Oh. We got mannequins in the woods and we got people walking around with bags on their heads. All right.
And the riffraff.
And don't forget the
And the
riffraff.
riffraff, right.
That comment that that person said about the bag on the head, that has stuck with me ever since the first time I heard it. I've questioned that over and over and over, like, why is nobody talking about this? But everyone said, well, Katie had a white truck in a white van in the driveway, so it's possible that that is what they're talking about and that Katie did. I'm like, no, but I'm just saying that she didn't say it was Katie, but somebody calls in and said that they saw a kid match the description with a bag over their head. You would think that this is going to be talked about and nobody's talking about it. And I'm like,
Well,
maybe I'm missing something.
I have. No, I have. They established that guy and who he is. He's apparently someone that's been around, but they established where he was and other people saw him during that time frame. But I still keep him in the back of my mind because I mean he was around the area. So I'm always just thinking maybe he'll show up or maybe he's just irrelevant. I don't know.
Interesting. Huh.
Series 2012 BMW 750 black and color, registered at that address. Confirmed NSR.
Regret, you can't see it, you can find any information.
What's an NSR? Does anybody know what an NSR is? I'll Google. Here's the link again.
Is it a non-recognized vehicle? Wait. And
No stolen report.
Yeah.
No stolen report. Thank you.
Okay.
On a phone number or something. We would appreciate it.
Command the units that are at staff report. When you check a residence, please give me the numeric and unit numbers that have checked it and whether or not you made contact with anybody.
Made contact with 1000 Killing Lane. He checked all of his cameras. Nothing was on. No answer at 102 or 103 Killing Lane. 105 answer, hasn't seen it. Nothing on the ring doorbell.
Just warn you, saying 102 is at 1002. 102.
1002, I'm sorry.
Did you ask if he had a white purple hoodie?
I don't know if the parents will know, but just find out if he owns a white purple hoodie with her something like that.
Can I ask?
Mom doesn't advise us to call them. Yeah. They were at Dragon Square last night. Just bowling at the. Do you have a unit go there? Make sure that he hasn't returned there. 1015 have ring cameras, but didn't pick up anything. 517 Hendersonville is with me. 1000 contact, haven't seen anything either, nothing on ring doorbell. 1012 Kellen Lane through 20. All 1012 go through the entire. The lady at 1032, Kellen, runs the neighborhood Facebook page, and she's updating it to request people to look in their crawl spaces and hidden areas. Hey, on at 1000 in Kellen Lane, did y'all happen to check the crawl space? I will have to check my list, but if it wasn't locked from the outside, it was checked. 1018 Stafford. They are reviewing their camera footage right now. I need some contact and the cameras checked. No, that's fine. 184, your low volume. They got cameras checked. Good, well, 1018. And I'll be out at St. John Missionary, 1085. Resident at 1028 Kellen Lane states that he just saw a kid with a black shirt, black shorts, had a phone in his hand coming across the construction. When he made contact with this gentleman, the subject went straight back to the woods at the top of Kellen Lane. I just talked to him. He's one helping. Well, thank you. 12 units. When you're done with your assignment, please come back to 1008 Stafford. 1023, 24, 18, and 16 Stafford. Ring cameras. Nothing's been called. Operations have started at Willow Bend Drive. St. John Baptist is clear all the way along. And then dumpsters and both church buses have been cleared also. They're making that.
10-4. Are you going back to Stafford Court?
Still on search, but general area. 1026. Kellen Lane, no contact. 1028, made contact, nothing on their cameras. And 1030, contact, nothing on their cameras, and nothing in the treehouse behind the house.
10-4.
60X command. All houses on Kellen Lane have been checked. Brad, those woods on that side of Long Hollow, we've been unable to fly to due to the distance with the drones. So those big woods that's south of the house, we haven't been able to get chisel. All properties on Vandy Wood Court have been checked. We're starting on Honeysuckle now. Yeah, that's 3293 Long Hollow Pike. Beyond the creek and checking that cave behind the house. I'm almost back to the house. Meet my partner. I crawled back into the cave as far as I could go before it got muddy. No footprints, and it's collapsed only in about 10 feet.
10-4, but you're out of it, correct?
Sounds like. Trooper Grinder has himself and a few troopers. They're going to hit the roads outside of our immediate vicinity and just look for him walking down the roadway somewhere. 3301 Long Hollow Pike has been cleared. It's a stone house. Several outbuildings have been cleared. They're unlocked if anyone else wants to look. I just sent you the endangered poster. If you can put that on our social media, please. 12 to 188. Please. Did y'all check inside each one of those buses behind TW Hunter? 10-4, so we checked them all. Okay, well, we're about the three closest to the building. Will you ask Transfield to respond to the area of National Pike and Carrying Road? There's a juvenile in that area wearing black pants and a red t-shirt. I'm shaking back and forth like he had autism. It was just reported to us. Outside of Long Hollow from Kellen Lane to Center Point has been checked. Can you check the field houses that are up on top of the hill by the practice field back behind TW Hunter? I don't see that anybody has tracked through there on foot. Simple. The barn and my starting location's clear. Residents in barn at 3221 Long Hollow Pike is clear. And from my starting location to Shackle Island, I've walked the entire creek bed and then up to is clear. Myself and 182 have been behind TW Hunter, all the way behind beach, football field and baseball field, up in the fields, checking tree lines all the way to the cemetery. behind these codes registry. We're still here so far, cleared. You know, something 182. We've not made ourselves around to the front of the schools to the side of the school yet. We're still in the back. Very well, we get a long haul like 3 years.
Go ahead, 3.
The bus and the shed have been checked at 3220. Thank you. You and your partner stop at Willow Bend and go house to house up Willow Bend. Check all those, please. See what people have driven through. If it doesn't look like they went house to house. Yeah, well, every else on Honeysuckle has been checked. People that answer the door have only seen the freshman this morning, nothing else. The White House and Red Barn adjacent to DW owner 2105 New Hope is clear. 3417 THP has joined in with myself and 517 on Willow Bend to check houses. The big holding pond has been cleared by Hendersonville Fire. They're going to rehab at Shackle Island for a bit, then go to the one over by the cemetery. Field houses behind the beach, soccer field's been searched. We're going to head over to the side field house across the street from the fire hall. 106, 108, 110, 112, Willowbrook, all check, no contact with any homeowners, and none of these houses have crawl spaces. Beach football complex. Were y'all still searching that area? Yes, sir. Made contact with a realtor at 114. Hasn't seen him, and all the rooms have been cleared. 116 made contact with that homeowner. He said he has seen that child walking in the neighborhood in past times, but not recent. The main field house next to the freshman annex has been completely searched. All clear. It's got beach softball, beach football. It's the one next to the beachgoing church between it and the freshman annex. It's the main football complex. Me and Marshall's back here in the back of the cemetery back here. No contact with anyone, and his truck is not here either. So I think the lady's here trying to get in her driveway in her cars, and is the key there by chance? It is, but it's locked. Okay. Well, she's trying to get in the driveway. Go ahead. We haven't had a process.
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
I was trying to power through, but I need a break from the clicking for a second. Just for a second. But yeah, it does seem really well put together. The video is, and I love the timeline aspect of it all. And it seems like they did a very thorough search. Like this is their initial search. Keep that in mind. You know, they'll have done more deeper, thorough searches after this, but they're being very thorough, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I was just thinking at these, like the lengths that they went to, and if you listen to the hours go by, I can't believe that Seth is saying like they didn't do anything, because it seems to me like they really did the most they could do.
Yeah. And he was there for that. So he was aware of it.
Right.
Well,
It was.
they also used other agencies as well as lots of their resources. So, but the thing that's kind of standing out to me is in his interview yesterday, he was saying they keep trying to make it like my kid was a runner, but he wasn't a runner. But when you listen to this dispatch call, we hear them say, Mom says when he would be upset or got in trouble, he'd go run to that school.
Yep.
And then you hear the neighbor saying like, yeah, I found him, under my son's car before, and so like to me, it kind of feels like, and not saying that's what happened, but it kind of feels like it's a realistic thing. Like, okay, this person does leave the home when he may have been upset that night, who knows, but like this person does leave the home. And so maybe he left and he went to go hide, and maybe he fell asleep there and he woke up afraid, or, not understanding where exactly he was in the moment and got discombobulated. Who knows?
Yeah.
And Nanya, did you hear too? Somebody said a neighbor said he had seen that kid walking around in the
Yes,
neighborhood
Jenny,
before.
that's the other thing I heard
But not
too. And I was like, wait,
recently.
what?
So he's obviously, I don't know.
It's very strange to me. I guess because they had checked the church and stuff, maybe that wasn't something they felt needed to be brought up. But the fact that he had been found under a neighbor's son's car before, I don't know if that was misinformation, but I would think that somebody would have to make that up
But
for it
here's
to be.
here's the thing that I noticed. He had a dog, and is it really that strange that a 15-year-old was walking in his neighborhood, especially
No.
with a dog?
Well,
Not
they
at
had 2
all.
little dogs. I don't know that. I mean,
Well,
but the parents, and maybe I could have just gotten it wrong, but listening to the interviews, it was like, it was almost like he didn't get out much kind of a vibe. That's how
Right.
I kind of had taken it. And so, like, going, like, when you get upset to go, and that was 18 minutes away. That's quite a bit of a walk.
So Duchess said that Katie said she was never told about Sebastian hiding under a car. She only found out about it after he went missing. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
They just
It
randomly
is.
found him under the
And it
car.
was
But
2 doors. I mean, it was 2 doors down from her house, and she never knew.
but this says so much because okay, he was home alone for at least a couple hours in the afternoon while she worked. Right? That's been said that
Yep.
he was home. I guess I don't know the days he was because he only went to school like 2 days a week, right?
Mhm.
Or 3, whatever. He was a part-time, whatever, however they work that. And so he wasn't at school every day. There's no telling what he did when she wasn't there.
Right.
True. Educated opinion, I'd like to address that one. The only reason why I mentioned Seth saying it is because we had just watched that interview where he said it in it.
Mhm.
I wasn't like just pointing out he's the only one who has said that. That's not what I was trying to do. It
Right.
was
They've
just
all
that's fresh in my brain, and then listening to this dispatch call and hearing those things, it's like,
Mhm.
well, okay, they're saying all of them are saying he's not a runner, but then there's these things happening in the dispatch call, and you're like, okay, well, are people just confused? Like maybe it's not really him that they were talking about. Maybe it's a different kid they were talking about. I
Mhm.
don't know.
Yeah. But I remember that. I mean, one of the very first things we ever heard from Chris and Katie was he's not a runner. I
Yep.
absolutely heard that. And they said, because at one point people were saying, oh, she said he ran in a marathon, so they're lying. But that
Oh my
wasn't what that was.
goodness.
But
Nah.
this is really, I think this is really good that Educated Opinion says this because this is what we should be doing also on the other side of this in chats, right? Why put this all on Katie and Chris? Because that's what's happening everywhere,
Mhm.
right? And so I think that's really good to pull it back, right? And say, hey, wait a minute, both of them said this. They did.
I agree.
Well, and also we know that that Katie was rather strict, right? Katie and Chris were pretty strict when it came. So maybe he was taking advantage of being home alone. They allegedly had no cameras. Maybe he was getting that freedom and exploring while he can, you know?
Well, he did that also at Seth, and he was also allowed to play video games and talk on the headset. But Seth told us it was just the people he talked to, but we don't know who those people are, and we don't know how well he knows them, right? He calls
Right.
people on YouTube his friend currently that he
Right.
doesn't know that we know are not great
Mhm.
people to call friends, right? As far as stuff like
Very
this.
true.
So not his fault because everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people let their kids do that, not thinking that there's going to be any problem. And so, I mean, I'm not blaming him in that, but he did have a lot more of that type of freedom at CES as well. So who's to say he wasn't contacting those people or, during the day, when she wasn't there. So they may have had stuff in place, but he seemed like a smart kid and he was very focused on gaming and the gaming system. And to say that he couldn't get past whatever they had in place is, I think, naive.
Naive. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think he could. Or I shouldn't say I think he could. I don't know him, but I think there's the strong possibility that he would be able to. Yeah. All right. There's just
Right.
like 3 more minutes left. I just needed a break from the clicking. Sorry, guys.
I was trying not to say anything so that we could get through it. So
No.
sorry.
You're fine.
You know, dude, man, we just put another can on the ground at the house. See if we fix anything. We are breaking off 2 gallons for fuel. Refuel. The creek worsens to New Shackle Long Hollow and the bridge there, full head checked. What's your location? I'm looking by 109 in Thornton's right now. I just got a phone call. Kid matching the descriptions, hiding under the bridge, lower station camp behind the market. I'll be en route. I'm close. Is we get somebody else on the other side of their nursery to come down? She stated that he could be on that side. 446. What was the last thing that? Just under the bridge. She stated that when she went down to turn around, he was gone. 446. Did you talk to her client? She's still on the bridge. White female, black leggings, I believe. Blonde hair. To her. 447, 446. You see any tracks that way? I'm taking Creek Clover. See any track. 446 to 447. Hold your location, please. I'm on foot now.
10-4. I know they've got the dog up there.
The helicopter's coming back to you. 158 Upper Station. The resident says the EPA, approximately 5 minutes ago, somebody walked through that gate right below you. There's somebody in black. Yeah. There's a deputy at 158. I saw somebody in black on the tree line. I don't know if it's one of our guys. Yeah, there's two law enforcement guys walking back here along the tree line. Let's go through there. 12 to 24. How long have they lived in that house? A year. Where were we at before? Cambridge Farms, Gal. 449 Remington in Cambridge Farms.
They only lived in
White
that
male,
house for a
gray
year.
T-shirt, white pants. They didn't get to see his face, kind of shaggy blonde.
I'm sorry.
What was that?
They only lived in the house for a year.
Yeah, that's what they said.
And I have one more question. They had helicopters out at this point. So again, they did everything they could. Did we ever hear anything? It's been a while, like this in Summer Wells case?
What do you mean?
Like the dispatch of this type of
Oh
search
yeah.
taking
Oh
place
yeah.
for Summer?
Yes, there's a very
Oh, okay.
long, detailed
I
dispatch
missed it.
audio, and Dutch just does want to
Well,
clear up
nobody
that
watches our channel because we put that out. I'm just kidding.
there was Duchess
Who
wants
said
to
that?
clear up the
Asshole.
misinformation that he is in school 5 days a week. He does not attend school part-time.
Yeah, I was going to say, she said that was
Is
COVID,
it
that it
full
was 2
school
days.
hours?
She said that was COVID.
Does
That
he?
was, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Gavel. Does he do like full days, like 8? You know what I mean, like 8 o'clock to 3 o'clock type of thing?
I would imagine so. I haven't heard contrary. What I lost it. Yes, 11:11. I can see you.
Who dropped
Yes.
off panel?
Tracy, she probably went to bed. It's 1 a.m. MJ, probably the same for her. Well, it's almost 2 a.m. for them. So yeah, they probably dipped.
It's
And Eve
almost 2
had
a.m. for me too,
had
but I
baby
took a nap.
duty. She got her
Oh,
nap in.
Oh my God, I slept all evening somehow. I missed the first 2 hours of this live. I was sleeping.
Yeah,
Now I'm wide awake.
full days.
me too.
Yeah, he is in regular classes. I knew that. He has a what is it?
Full days.
He has a
IP or
yeah,
whatever.
well yeah, he's a part
IP.
of
Yeah.
he goes to like special classes and stuff, but he goes to them, but he's in a regular class throughout the day. Is how Katie worded it.
Mm.
Here.
This is
We'll
just
be
so
out
scary. Oh,
It is.
Lower Station, Scarlet, and Big Station with a white male juvenile, with 4-wheeler in the creek. Who checked out with a juvenile on Station Gal? This is not going to be our missing juvenile. He's with his father in the creek. I made contact with the male, the caller, and him in the trail called about. It's not our subject.
That's a very detailed video. Let me drop the link again.
Who was that? What's that channel name?
Jessica Danielle.
Great video, Jessica Danielle.
Wasn't it really
This is
Very
actually kind of the
detailed.
first time Sorry.
Wasn't it really good? I found her through, I hate to say it, but I found her through Brittany. And
Well, you don't have
then
to hate to say it.
there was a fight that transpired on my channel because Red Room was like, that's my video and blah, blah, blah. And Jessica came in. She was like, no, it's not. I spent 11 hours doing it. And yeah, it was crazy.
Red
That-
Rum Media?
Yeah. And then Red Room ended up apologizing. And I like Jessica. She's really good.
I haven't heard of her.
I hadn't either before that day.
Oh, so they were
Yeah, it was
mad.
fantastically done.
Yeah, and I just want to say how wonderful it is that Duchess corrected that. I'm so I love that because I was guessing, like I'd heard her say 2 days a week. So thank you so much, Duchess.
There's Red Rum in case people want that one as well. Holy moly. Previous
I
address
am.
is about 12 miles from current address. You're
I was
what?
just reading that. So I was
Mhm.
curious if, I mean, I'm sure that they have, but I wonder if they went to go check his old house.
Ah, I would think so. Wouldn't you?
I would think so too. I mean, they were so thorough. Like, well, how can I say it? Like, listening to them, like, hey, we see somebody over here. Hey, we got a call about somebody over here. And they're like, okay, like somebody's going to check over there and over here and over there, you know, like
Mhm.
seeing that they were actively pursuing everything that was coming in.
House to house, camera to camera.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see and hear that.
See, what stuck
Checking
out
the buses.
what stuck out to me, and people say that it's normal there. The cops were like, "Oh, it's no big deal. There's a mannequin in the woods. Like, is this normal everyday occurrence?" And
Yeah.
That's what
thought
I
it was
said.
very
What the hell?
strange. And according to what people told me, it's normal there. Like, it's not a big deal. I'm like, really?
It's normal to have mannequins in
For
the
Target
woods?
shooting?
I wonder if
guess
it's
so.
either maybe
They must shoot there.
maybe target shooting, or the other thing I thought is like it kind of may deter people from coming onto your property, maybe because they think that
It would
somebody is
deter
in the
me for
woods,
sure.
like from a distance or at nighttime. Like you see the mannequin in the woods, and you don't know is it a mannequin or is it a person, kind of a thing. So
True.
maybe even a
Yeah.
detour.
And I'm not finding out, that's for sure. I
Not
agree.
hell no,
Good
I'm
me
with
scare
you,
neither.
tactic.
Fanny. Screw that. I'm out.
I will not be in the woods checking out the mannequin. That's not going to happen.
That's what I'm saying. And that really stuck out at me because I'm like, why are they saying nothing? That's a mannequin. You don't see mannequins in the woods. I was like, this is
Yeah,
so
you do.
weird.
You do. I mean, I get why it would be weird that people that don't live in the woods,
Where we're
right,
located.
or
Well,
have
Right.
a lot of land.
I live in in a very rural area. I don't see mannequins. We see fake
We do.
deer in the wood for target practice, but not mannequins.
They said
Well,
it's almost
not
like a human scarecrow. That's what the chat
yeah,
said.
it's a deterrent so that people think that somebody is out there and they don't go on their land.
Or maybe even
Um,
animals. You know, I don't know what kind of animal, like wild animals they would have.
that's I never thought about the animal aspect
But
of
like
it.
if they see a person, they may go away, and animal may not know that it's like not a real person. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you make a good old fashioned scarecrow, not a freaking mannequin.
Right?
Well, maybe they won't know the
What?
scarecrow body, and they'll just be like, "Oh no, that's a scarecrow." You know?
I've always heard it
Yeah,
was
the
to
crows are like, that's
deter.
a scarecrow.
Yeah, I always heard that it was to deter other human beings. So you see like clothing and in the woods, and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. You think that it's somebody there.
Oh
So
yeah,
I
if I saw
I'm with
something in
Well,
the woods, I'm
why the
running.
fuck is why is any other human going in the woods at night anyway? Like, what are we doing? The whole
I don't.
thing's weird.
I was gonna ask where you live, but I don't want to ask where you like. I don't want to know exactly where you live, but it
I have
yeah,
woods right near me.
especially
Yeah, I have a wildlife
teenagers.
right near me.
Teenagers go
Oh
out looking
yeah,
the stuff. I mean,
yeah.
it's it
Oh yeah.
happens, and people
Okay.
hunters. So I will say too that that CJ guy, when he was at that pond and he thought people were shooting at him and stuff, there are shooting. We live there's shooting ranges around there all over the place too. So I don't know
Mhm.
if that might have something to do with it. I don't know.
Well, stories like that just remind me that I was never like born to be in the
Why you're
country.
to be a city girl.
It's why I'll always be a city girl. Because to be honest, if a branch makes the wrong kind of shadow out of the corner of my eye, I'm already scaring myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, well,
So
there's nothing wrong with that either. I was just saying, I know that I've seen that before with people doing that down here. No,
yeah.
no, it's not a. Yeah, I agree with you. If I had an option, I would rather not be around the shooter stuff.
Yeah.
So shifting gears a little bit, I'm gonna have to message Tracy like she dipped on us and then goes and leaves this. What is going on? I saw this as I was scrolling through my
Who is it?
timeline.
What
It
is it?
says, FYI, I am chasing truth. Tracy Ann. I am not the truth, who is also named Tracy, not chasing justice either. 3 different people, and some have confused the 3 of us. I changed my channel name to Tracy Ann a while back, but people still say chasing or chasing truth. And that's where the confusion comes in with the other channels. What'd she get
Uh-oh.
accused of?
I did see. So I think the Truth had done a stream or made a post, and I did see in a chat somebody was like, "Oh, that's chasing," and somebody else was like, "No, it's like it's." But they also like the Truth is also Tracy.
Right.
So I think it's like
Right.
Tracy and chasing truth. Oh, truth, the truth, Tracy. Like honestly, one of you just needs to change your name from Tracy. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, they need to get a whole
Yes.
different name. What a
That was
bummer.
a really that was funny that it was like a really long way of saying like recognize my new name, bitches. My name is Tracy Ann Jason.
Stop confusing me with other individuals.
Right.
Stop
I
calling me
used to be
Chasen.
chasing truth, but now I'm just Tracy Ann chasing.
Oh my goodness.
And I never heard of no chasing justice, but man, I don't know. I mean, I guess chasing
She's
and
Well,
chasing maybe.
she's in
part of
the
the
Sumner.
Summer Wells
She
community.
started with Tiffany.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All
Mhm.
right. I never heard of her. Okay.
She sure did. She sure did. There is oh, I bet Joneson's already asleep. What do you guys think of this? What do you think of all these thumbnails? Seriously.
I think
Oh,
they're lazy, not
yeah.
original, gross,
They're clickbait. I
I
think
mean,
clickbait.
they're
there's no true like I'm
working.
for the they
Peace, they're
don't
not
scream
working.
I'm for the victim.
For him, they're working for him, but
They're
So
They're
definitely
not. They're
working.
not. Let me tell you why. No, they're not because the views are fake. And I'll tell you how I know.
Whose
oh,
There's
views are
a
fake?
YouTube, there's, you agree with me, Lar?
Whose views?
Dolly's.
Dollies.
Dolly's.
No, Dolly's are definitely real.
Yeah,
Why do
I
you
Go
think
to
they're real
TubeRanker.
too.
why do you think they're
Go
fake?
to
What's the
TubeRanker
ranker?
and put his name in, and it pretty much tells you. But also, while he's live, right? Like the one time when he fell asleep at the wheel, it was only up for 15 minutes. it had it had like 300 more likes than it did views, and I'm like, well, that's shady, right? And at the same time, there was only 5 people chatting. And I know sometimes a lot of people don't chat, but when you're, allegedly having that many people in the stream, you expect to see more than 5 comments. That's it,
Hmm.
5 comments, not 5 people, 5 comments. But also, Savage, she went and looked, and while he had like over 4,000 in chat, there was 80 participating.
Hmm.
So
That's
I don't
So
know.
most.
I don't know how
I
I
tend to
really
lean
feel about
towards
the participation
That's
part, but I meet just my own opinion. I think that people are loving the speculation. I
Oh
think the
yeah.
fact that they can call in and talk about their speculation,
yep,
they're thriving in that space, and
yep.
I think that's why he continues to grow. I just wish for a while there he was doing a little bit better. Not saying that he completely changed, he was just doing a little better. And I really wish that he could just have a little bit more compassion. You don't have to clickbait. Like he does have an entertainment value to him, and not that his content is entertainment. I'm just saying like he has the way to bring people in. I just don't
right.
think this is fully necessary, but I
It's
also
not.
people it brings people in, and that's why he does it.
So
and
he's
he's growing
got
from it.
he
But the
he
reason
is.
I
the
don't know.
reason why I know he's not faking it, because everything lines up. His super chats line up with his numbers line up with his, views, like it all lines up. So that's how I know it's
I
not
never
fake.
paid it.
I'm gonna say
I
you all
never
are
paid
doing some
attention to his super
investigative
chats.
work on him.
Well,
Like
yeah, because to be honest, if there's over 4,000 people watching, and only 80 participating, that's bizarre. I mean, it's just a very
that's
uneven
normal.
number.
That's
Yeah.
normal.
For me,
Normal
my
for
number,
80?
yeah,
Yes.
but my
I
number
get
is
80
10%,
I don't know.
right? So it's normally about 10%,
Right.
right? That's about normal. But I also think in a chat, like a lot of times, like he puts his stuff on, like his chat, he puts on members only to require people. Because if you want to participate in the conversation, now you've got to become a member and then to be able to chat, not just a subscribers only chat.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to drive how many people are participating too. I don't know if he's doing that right now. I just have seen him do that before. So that's going to drive how many people can actively participate too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't put much weight in the active participant, because a lot of people, especially because he goes live during the day, they put him on and they'll listen to his live stream and they're working or doing whatever. They're not really in the chat because
Right.
they're not there for
Exactly.
the chatting part of it.
And also, when you have that many people in a live, nobody's looking to chat anyway. Like
No.
And
other
chat is going
chatters
too
are.
fast. Yeah, you won't be
Exactly.
seen, so there's no.
Yeah, I never chat in like Laura, or Emily D. Baker, or any of like even Grizzlies
Mm-hmm.
anymore. I don't. I very, very rarely chat in Mel's occasionally,
Yeah.
but because it's just, when it's such a large chat, you know that
Mm-hmm.
it's not gonna be seen. I That I don't know. The thumbnails just bug me,
I agree.
Prime
I
suspects, they're not the prime suspects.
Yeah.
Then you've got Seth points the finger. Sebastian floated out of house. What the hell? Floated out of the house. Kid with magic powers. Mr. Chris tested by the TBI. Katie speaks. Did they Joe? This one pissed me off. Did they Joe Dirt Sebastian? Are you
Oh
kidding
God,
me?
yeah.
Did they Joe Dirt Sebastian?
Dolly's sister hasn't spoken to me. She was a good sub of mine. She has not spoken to me until I said, Dolly, your clickbaits are disgusting. Change them immediately. Like you're doing nobody any favors. I understand you're lining your own pocket, but dude, this is bad. Like stop.
I think he could get them without the thumbnails though, so
I
that's why
agree.
it's like.
But I think that's why whoever said, I can't remember which one of you guys said it, but that it's lazy, right? All he has to do for those thumbnails is go in, swap out the picture, he keeps the same colors, he just changes the words. So it's just lazy, like to be creative with it or to come up with something different for him. Like, look at those are all the same fonts, the same colors. It's just a different picture and different words.
I think he does it like that because it works for JLR, it works for T-Rev. So T's like, fuck it, it's gonna work for me. And
I
I don't
mean,
blame I
honestly, it
can't
is
blame him for
working.
that. I
It
know.
is working, not
It
I
is
don't
working. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that's the truth.
And that's what I said. I don't fault him for
Are
it.
his
It is what
thumbnails
it
the same?
is.
Well, it's not just
Not the red.
Dolly either.
I'm gonna try
Yeah.
it.
Like it's T-Rev, it's Clutch the Pearls, it's
Yeah,
all
they're
of
the
them.
same. They're all the same too.
Yep.
It's a different picture and different words in the middle.
And I've
Wow.
said numerous times that not for nothing, if you
See,
have
Deeds, and here
no
you
moral
are taking
compass,
hours to make a thumbnail.
Oh my gosh, y'all don't even know. I spend like 2 hours stressing over a thumbnail and a freaking title, and then I just give up, and it's like, it is what it is. It's so ridiculous. I hate thumbnails. I really wish they're the bane of my
I have so much
existence.
fun making them. I honestly truly
That's what
enjoy
Jonesy
them.
told her.
It's like playing virtual dollhouse for me sometimes. I just love it.
but I
I
have
can't
said
even
that,
tell Deeds, like, oh, it's okay. She'd be like, well, what's wrong with it? Like, nothing. I'm just
I'll
saying.
make you some deets.
I'm just horrible
Okay.
at it. That's kind of why I did the Cromaland ones, because then I don't have to think. It is lazy because it makes it easier. But then you got to think of a stinking title, and
A
you know.
At
What's
least Dolly's
JLR's look
doing
like?
his slightly different. He's not.
Yeah, this is literally regurgitation.
one.
The exact same ones.
I have a
And
really
then
hard time
just
because I
swapped
try
out the
not to.
photo.
I don't like to put victim names in the titles, so I have a really hard time
What does
coming up with
JLR's
stuff.
thumbnails look like, Deets? Is it the same
Oh
theme?
Lord!
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you know what? One thing you
They're
know
more
about
clever than
JLR,
these two.
it's gonna have his face in it.
Yeah, which
It's
they
And his
do.
definitely gonna have
finger.
his face in it.
And
They
his
do
finger.
say that it's good. Well, actually, look, they don't have his face,
Yeah,
but
they
they
are.
do say
They
Yeah,
that
they
are.
do.
they have your face. Well, not these first ones, is what I'm saying
Oh,
right
gotcha.
here. Those don't. But then, yeah, down here he's got some. He switched to the
Oh,
neon.
the videos. If you go to the
His
videos, his
let's
lot. Yeah, I got you.
neon.
Mm.
Yeah, and they all. Everybody's looks very similar too.
They are very, very simplistic, but I mean, at least his, you got some neon,
Changed.
you got some different fonts. You definitely have a different picture on everyone. Like, I don't see two that match each other, where on the other channels, you definitely see the matching for it.
But we don't know who does their own and who has somebody else. JLR has other people doing all the stuff.
Yeah, somebody may make his thumbnails
Yeah,
for him.
Magnolia makes his
That's
thumbnails.
probably,
See?
yeah.
Hey, if
That
someone
that
wanted to
makes
make
a
my
difference.
thumbnails, I wouldn't
Are
cry about
his,
it.
I don't think his
I
don't
said I'd
seem
help you,
very
Deets. I'll do them.
clickbaity either, though.
What'd you
What?
say, Nanya?
I say his don't seem very clickbaity.
Not as much as I thought they would be, honestly.
Yeah, I thought they would be a lot worse, but
They
Well,
used to be.
I
they,
think
yeah.
he's changed some of them because they were.
Mm.
I've got them. I mean, I've got screenshots
Lord,
of stuff.
border
I know that
Yeah.
he.
Huh. Okay.
What's the other one? Clutch the Pearls? Is that the one you said?
Yeah.
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 Why is he streaming on Clutch the Pearls? That used to be his backup drama
He
channel.
got demonetized.
And can't get it back? Like, hasn't it been months?
I don't know.
I
He
can't
You
get
have
mine
to
back on
wait.
my other channel.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
They extended the period of time you have to wait, but here's the problem with that. If YouTube finds out that he's no longer using his other channel because it's demonetized, now it's circumventing.
If
And
you
you'll
look
lose your
at
channel for that.
Yeah, but he's
and you,
using his other channel.
and you have to look at the titles
Oh,
too.
okay.
Here,
Yeah.
like, it's not just the thumbnail, but the titles, and it's like,
Well,
man,
JLR's titles are very
Hold on.
clickbaity.
Pause, Deets. Hold on. Wait, I'm trying to read these.
Are these innocent?
God.
Are these hands innocent or guilty? What is with the foot? The pressure is on. What the heck?
Proud
Oh,
foot.
no, not the foot on the neck.
Oh.
But can we just point out the Riley Strand found? Look at the picture he put.
Like he's questioning it that he was found?
Like he's like,
Was
Yeah.
he found?
And look at all of his faces in these. Well, I mean, at least he puts his own face on his own thumbnail. So yeah, I don't think his are very. Not from what I can
What
see.
is? Oh my gosh! Sorry.
Zoom
Sorry.
in,
Like I don't care because
What, Stefan?
Yeah, it's Stefan
His
stuff
eyes.
turns. He's a scumbag. I don't care that he did it, but it just made me laugh with his
The
eyes.
years of Stefan's web was everywhere.
Oh gosh.
But
So
that's what
to me,
people want. He's got
the titles
200,000 subs.
you went
That's what
past
people want.
He has how many subs?
200,000?
No, not
What?
he doesn't.
No, JLR.
Oh,
Oh,
I was
yeah.
thinking, and he's only getting 2,000 views on a video. What the heck?
Mhm.
Okay.
So it's to me, it's the titles that are the most bothering sometimes. But see, the Pandora's box has opened. That was after the stupid Sweetie Pilo live where he went over it.
Oh God. Don't even get
You know
me
what I'm
started
saying?
on her.
What in
Let's
tarnation?
see
And listen,
her.
first of all, I wish that people would read before they actually posted. What's in tarnation is really going on? 2 vehicles outside the home.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! 2
Not 2 vehicles. A
Yeah, but
storm
Nanya,
is
2.
brewing. Chris and Katie left.
No,
He has
he gets 1,400 in a live every time he goes live.
Yeah, and there's
3.
like a storm is brewing. Chris and Katie left, and they're like the FBI was at the house. Like all this stuff was going on that day. Like you don't even get the full benefit from the thumbnail and the title of what is actually going on inside there.
So the only update I have on the 2 missing moms from Kansas is that the FBI has joined the search.
The grandmother's
But
guilty. The grandmother's guilty. Trust me.
in Laura's
Are you
opinion,
are you just
Laura,
saying that
in
because
your
of her name,
opinion,
Laura?
allegedly,
Oh
don't sue us.
no! I'm dead serious.
Wait,
I know you are, but it is
I
your
thought
opinion that she is guilty.
Because
You'll
just
see.
as much as she's guilty, she could be innocent, Laura.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see.
was
Just
it
you heard it
the
here
2
first.
women that were shot over custody?
No one's been shot.
Well, nobody's been
that went
shot.
missing.
They're
Yeah, they're
found. They haven't
missing.
been found.
Missing.
I thought there was an update.
No.
No,
Not
the
unless
only
there's the
update is
channel that updated without having an actual
without
Right.
fact.
update.
But I think everybody should do whatever they want to do as long as they're not lying or
What
spreading
does that mean?
misinformation. And that's my issue, right? Make whatever thumbnails you want as long as it's
Clickbaity.
true. Yeah.
Well, you know, something else I noticed because it was pointed out to me. A lot of times after calling these people out, their views rise anyway, right?
Oh
So,
yeah.
for example, Brittany, her views went up because now everybody's tuning in to see if they can catch anything
Look
or
at that.
find a
That says,
reason to be
though.
angry.
Her
that
views
says
have been up the whole case.
look at this. The drama is over the top. Who's creating
They'll
it?
go back down.
Yes.
What in the
I'm sorry, I'd like to read that one. We got to read the
oh
title.
my gosh.
Unbelievable.
The search for Sebastian plus drama. Hashtag true crime.
Whose title?
Sweetie
Whatever
Pie.
page we're on
Justin.
right now. I don't know this
Sweetie
person.
Pilo.
Sweetie Pie.
Oh, Sweetie
No.
Pie. Oh my goodness.
I can't
It is
stand that
atrocious.
bitch.
And she has what's her name? Donna Serafina on there.
Yep.
I'm like, stop. Just
435K
stop.
views.
Yep.
And it says, go back up, Deets. It says his family's covering up for something
Yep.
Katie did in quotes.
Yep.
You need to hear this.
Yep.
Yep.
How much you want to bet? And I said this too.
Oh,
Guess who her inside
49K
source
views.
is? Donna Serafina. That's her inside source,
Now
guaranteed.
I don't even know who it
she
is.
and that's what I think too for most
Yep.
of it, but she has also talked to a neighbor that's on the members only.
Oh,
She
she
has a
did?
conversation with a neighbor. She said in one of these videos, she goes, and a neighbor said some kind of scandalous thing, right? And then she goes to play it, and the neighbor's not saying that at all. It's all very basic things. And she goes, oh, I've got the wrong recording. And then she just goes to something else.
Wow.
How many subs does she have, Teets?
Sorry, I was checking Discord. She has 52K.
So her views are pretty. I mean, she's definitely above the 10%.
She's a
Wow.
tragedy pimp.
I mean, in our opinion, allegedly, I would agree.
I mean, it's just
I
the
love
stuff that
connecting
she
with you
said.
guys on a personal level.
Yeah.
Well,
And well, then she puts out she put out also this look at what's his name? Terry, the stepdad, the step granddad or whatever. What's her like? Bowersocks? Terry Bowersocks. She goes, look at he has a drug past, and she's showing like where somebody's typed on a page. Okay, it's not even like anything official, where somebody's typed on a page all of these different charges. All of them except one were his son, not him.
Yeah.
And it says junior clearly when you look at the record. The other one was from
Let's bring in News Nation.
1981, and it was it was dismissed. It wasn't even. I don't understand. And she puts it out like he's a big drug addict, and then the stuff she says, about Chris when he was younger, and then it says it came from a source. It was like, what source?
She's a liar.
Why would you put stuff out
They-
like this about a
Me
person?
too, Duchess. I'm doing it all wrong. It's crazy.
They all say they have an inside source and a secret source, and
Mm-hmm.
they
So
all say
here's
it.
my
I'm
thing.
gonna have a secret source, a clickbaity title, and we're gonna see
Yep.
and see how long people stay without misinformation.
Yep.
I think it comes down to like your own, and I think we've talked about it before, your own personal convictions
Yep.
though. Because what if,
Absolutely.
right? What if you make a clickbait as hell thumbnail, but you
And just talk
discuss
about the
factual
facts.
things?
I've thought about that. Like,
That's
what if
what
you
I'm gonna do.
You know what I
I'm gonna
mean?
test it.
Like,
I'm gonna literally do that.
But then people are going to be pissed because they came in there for scandalous crap, and you're just telling the truth. That's not fun.
Yeah, but that's still
Right. That's
a clickbait bullshit title. I
Yeah.
mean, if you're gonna
right.
do that, you might as well just go all the way and do what they all do.
Well, no, I like to tip the toe. I don't want to actually join the swim party.
what? Not if.
I just want to say.
Well, not. I'm not saying like she has to make like a lie in the title, but just make it look like their clickbaity titles look.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
Yeah.
Right.
that's
Just
what
make it
they do.
dramatic.
That's
Yeah.
what Jays for Justice is famous for. That's a clickbait title.
I need one of
No,
you
I'm not
creators to just
saying
go
Well,
for
click.
there's
2 weeks, use all neon, the
click.
same font,
Yeah.
switch out the pictures, and see what the algorithm does for you. That's all. It
I'm
doesn't
not.
have to be clickbaity.
I'm
I'm
Yeah.
gonna.
not saying it
Yeah.
like that. Just the design. I want to see, is it
Yes.
the design or is it the clickbait that's actually like the wording that's actually doing it?
Like, I'm not
Yep.
saying put false
Hashtag social
information
experiment.
in your thumbnail. No, keep the
hmm
information fact that like what you're going to talk about, do it in the same style they are and see if that's what draws people in.
Right.
hmm
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's
So,
fair.
Oh, Spudler said, "Hey guys, been listening in. I made one thumbnail that was real clickbait for my I nearly became a Karen video, which was hilarious. It instantly had over 300 views, but no one stayed long. I found it interesting."
mhm.
That
Yep.
is interesting.
They
That is
came to see your
interesting.
Karenage, Spudler. That's the
Yeah,
thing. That's what we keep saying about is what they want.
Mm-hmm.
They
Well,
want
it is what
this
they
whole,
want, right?
Yep.
but it's
Absolutely.
irresponsible as oh.
yeah, but I mean, I
Because
guess
even
they.
That's what I'll do.
sorry, Nanya.
I just really struggle with that. Like, it. I mean, what if we're the minority? Well, obviously we're the
We
minority,
are.
but like if you're the minority, can you really, I don't know, can you really ever change that?
Well, no,
If
you
that's what
can't
people
change it.
are
And here's the
looking
thing,
for?
though, Nanya. We're not the minority because the people that agree with us, they're sticking to actual true crime channels. They're not in these speculation channels that we're witnessing. They're over there with the real true crime channels. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's
Yep.
just a matter of how it's the audience you get. Like, for example, my audience was mainly based off of drama, right? And so when I went to true crime, of course my views went down a little bit, right? It was 2,000 instead of 4,000, and and that's just the chance you take you
Switch it up.
it's
Right.
the audience, and we are in a pit, believe it or not, we're part of the armpit of these people, right? So yeah, I mean
I
it's
ain't nobody's
we're
I'm
armpit.
nobody's
drama. That's what we
armpit.
are.
What?
We're trauma.
We're all in this armpit. We are, because it's all drama, and
I
unfortunately,
agree.
that's why these people are tied in. Thank you, Laura. I mean, it's so we're not going to get the people that agree with us because they're over there in the real true crime communities. They're not in this shithole.
Yeah, well,
Mm-hmm.
let me ask you something too, because when we try to do real streams, factual streams, it real quick turns into drama,
You can.
Right, because we're
right?
drama people.
I'm not
Hmm.
drama person at all.
Girl, we are all drama. We all enjoy drama at the least.
Well,
Uh-uh.
it may be different levels, right? Like, again, like Granny said, like you may dip your toe in, or you may
Yeah.
just stand by the side of the pool, or some people just dive right in. It may be different
Right.
levels, but
It's
interesting.
funny,
I
when I
watched
was
it. I just
starting on
don't
my
want a part of it.
channel, it was actually the Glare who said to me, when you're starting out, just remember, the longer you swim in the waters, the more you come out smelling like them. And that has never left my mind, because it's true, because I ended up drowning in the freaking water. So I know exactly what he means now. But yeah, so I'll just stick my toe in. you know, I like drama. I'm a nosy bitch. That's my channel's name is. Like, I'm watching, you know,
So,
just peeking through the blinds. I'm nosy. I
so
like
these
drama.
are the thumbnails that people like to click on according to vidIQ, and none of them look like any of those.
Wait, let me see. Hold on. I gotta exit
If
out
you're
of chat.
attractive,
Well, YouTube. Oh, facts and stats. That's not true.
please.
Nobody
one-
gives a coot about the facts.
Yeah, before and after comparison's pretty interesting, I guess.
Okay, before and after, like if that was,
I
you know,
click on them.
that I would click on.
Oh, let's see. Okay. Versus.
Okay.
That's interesting.
I believe that. Yeah.
Quotes or
No.
sound bites. I slept 4 hours a day, which I mean, this is kind of like what they're doing,
Yeah,
right?
because
A
they're putting the
large
quote from
Yeah.
somebody's interviewer that they heard.
Personalized headshot.
No, I'm not
Just so you
clicking on
guys
that
know, YouTube
unless it's
changes
the
their
yarn lady.
YouTube changes their algorithm all the time.
Well, I mean, all
One of the
platforms switch it up. That's how they can avoid, you know, paying you because you got to get back in the swing of the algorithm.
Have any of you had it come up? This just came up for you, Dees. Earlier today, YouTube asked me how satisfied I was with the recommendation of your channel, your stream, even though, you know, I'm
Yeah, I've had
subscribed
that
and everything.
happen.
Yeah.
I've had that, and then I've also had it where it's like, now that you watched this video, can you tell us, did you think this video was harmful, helpful? Like, it gives you all these different words. Like, did it make you happy,
I love
or,
it.
you know, that kind of stuff? And I was like, well,
Yes.
that's really interesting. But I wonder if some people, like, that's how videos get hit or taken down, is because somebody watches it, they're like, no, this is, you know, this is a harmful video or whatever, you know, potentially. I don't know.
Possibly, or they just know if they're going to push in the algorithm or not. I've had it also asked how I feel about a comment. Was it, you know, informative and things like that?
So it
those
seems like
thumbnails.
the thing is like, you gotta put your face on the thumbnail.
And be a good-looking person.
Or a
Yeah.
face.
Or a face. There we go. It doesn't have to be mine. I just
Ooh,
put a
a
face
face.
on there.
A face. She could be a whole catfish.
Go grab like a supermodel's face and let's see how that works.
Well, then you'll be copyright struck.
Can I
'cause
get an
it won't be a
attractive
face you-
person to model for the
Yeah.
thumbnail?
Can we get a volunteer in the chat?
Oh my
Listen,
You also do
Willow,
get
I don't know
more
if Willow's
viewers
still
when
here,
your
but he'll be like,
camera's on.
everybody can send their pictures to me and I'll pass them on for thumbnails.
Click-worthy YouTube thumbnails examples. I don't
Yeah.
even know how we get here sometimes.
So that's
Yeah,
a good
Green
question. Have
Acre.
any of
Right
you ever
there.
seen
That's
have
kinda like
any of
what
you
they're
ever seen a channel avatar and then when you see that person on camera, like it changes the way you perceive them because they didn't represent
Yes.
themselves truthfully?
Yeah,
Yes.
me.
Yeah,
Me,
same.
because I am definitely not a palm tree.
Yeah.
Well,
No
Same. I am not a
way.
camera.
I'll tell you, it was hard to even adjust when I saw what BJ actually looks like as compared to
Yeah,
her
that's what I
avatar,
mean.
and I'm not even being funny. It was so jarring, actually, the
Night and
difference.
day.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm.
And then it makes you wonder. It's like, so if you're, you know, if they're going to be that fraudulent with a photo, what else are they going to be deceitful about?
Yeah, but to be
I don't
fair,
really pay
like,
too
I
much
mean,
attention to that.
well, maybe not everybody, but like most people are throwing filters on their pictures nowadays before they post them on Instagram or TikTok or, you know,
I
whatever.
don't.
Yeah.
So
I
it
don't.
doesn't really, well, I mean, you're a little,
But
well,
you
you may
don't look
just be
like this
different, but
either, though, to be fair. I
That's a
mean,
cartoon,
I know, that's the
and I show
point,
my
though, like,
face all the
some
time.
people are
do you? I've never seen your face.
yeah, she does.
I show it all the
It must
time.
have been during that it must have been during that dispatch video I didn't watch.
Might have been.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, people say everybody does, but they don't. And that's kind of thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's, to me, it's super important to know what people you're talking to. I'm not talking about like a channel holder or whatever, but the people that you're talking to be looking at the actual person that you're talking to. And so it's kind of off-putting when you see that they look so completely different. I don't call that catfishing.
I'm glad I'm
It's
not
just
alone.
it's just jarring is
I don't
all. It
know. It
more
works.
see it
How
like
It
though?
works.
what?
It works for Queen Bee.
Oh
I've never
gosh.
seen
Well,
even a
she's
pretend
using a
picture of
bee
Queen Bee.
avatar, isn't she?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've
it's supposed
never.
to be like my palm tree thing.
And she
Yeah.
doesn't turn
Yeah.
on her camera, and then we see she's not a bee. You know what I mean? Like, I'm talking
You're
about
gonna
people
be
who's
so
using
mad.
photos from
Oh
15
god.
years ago, or they're so heavily filtered that they literally look like a completely different person. To
Yeah.
me, that's. But there's a good question in your
I
for
don't
you
know why
in
that.
your chat deeds.
Hmm.
Sharon and Karen with Miss Chewy said, I used to have a creator that would support me during all my lives. They showed support until they recently obtained a lot of subs and views. Why? Question mark. Appreciate y'all's opinions.
Welcome to YouTube.
I used to have a
Is
creator
that
that
it?
would support me during all my lives. They showed support until they recently obtained a lot of subs and views. So here's my question. What kind of support are we talking about? Like they just used to be in your lives all the time and like active in your chat? Or are we talking like financial support? Like what part
Or
has
like
gone away?
panel
Because
guest
really, if that
support?
creator is now putting out more content, they wouldn't be able to be in
They'll
those
be
lives
busy.
anymore, right?
Yeah, I
They
Who
get
might
They're
be
that.
asked?
busy.
busy.
Yeah.
Who
Or
asked that question? How
maybe
many?
maybe they disagree with what the way your channel is going too, and they just don't want to. You know what I mean? Maybe they
Yeah.
don't think that they should support. And I'm not saying that because I don't know what
I don't know
your
who they're talking
content
about at
is.
all. Yeah.
How many subs do they have?
Mm.
What's the channel name?
Maybe they're
Well,
excited with their new sub growth and they're trying to keep up with it.
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm curious.
No, I meant the person asking the question. What's
Miss Chewy.
Oh, I don't know.
Sharing and caring with Miss Chewy.
how many subs does she have?
I would have to go
I
over
mean,
to the
why? Like,
YouTube side and
I don't
click
like.
on it.
What's your
Yeah.
thought process? Like going that way? Like,
Me?
let's just hypothetically say she has 500 subs.
Mm-hmm.
If I was saying, if she's brand new creator, then and she's not monetized, then we can rule out financial. And why would the other person stop, you know?
Supporting.
Yeah, like what does she mean by supporting? So that's
Yeah,
why I'm
Maybe
just curious
did you
how
get
many
in an
subs she has.
argument?
that
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah, I
And
just went straight to like I mean, if I started putting out a bunch of content or I was doing my own live streams or putting out videos or doing shorts, that means that stuff is time consuming. But when you do it, like it's like you don't have the time to be everywhere else. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
So it would make sense to me. I don't know.
Then you
Have
don't go to
any of
the
you ever
channel.
had? No, because I don't know how to click on it from here.
Yeah, I'd have to go over to the YouTube side.
I'm painting.
Have any of you ever had a subscriber stop supporting you because you weren't able to give them so much attention anymore?
All the
Oh,
time.
Or
absolutely.
like,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Absolutely. The pick me's are
I don't
same.
so
know.
that's what I
Yes.
call them, and I try to be the most patient and understanding person as I can be, but pick-me's are not my easiest people to understand. They need the most
Hmm.
attention. Everything is about them. And if you do not take the time to acknowledge them personally over and over, and there's never an amount that could ever be enough of an acknowledgement for them, it's exhausting. And I just don't even have the patience to do it.
It is. It's hard. I don't either.
Same.
That's why I'm trying what everyone else does, and I'm not giving anybody attention. I'm gonna stop reading chat so much because it's not working in my favor, and it rules out those pick-me's. And I've been analyzing this for a while, and I didn't understand why so many creators don't read chat. That's the reason. So they can't.
You think
Nobody
that's
can
the
say.
reason?
Yep, I sure do. I think
Oh,
it's
I
one
don't
of the
think so.
reasons,
But
not
you
the
know
only
what though?
reason.
Because It's not the only reason, and yeah, I agree with that. But I kind of know because I've heard you mention it before. I also think that that person though does highlight only certain people, right?
Oh no,
So then it becomes,
I'm talking everybody. I'm not talking about one
oh, well,
particular person.
I
I'm
always
talking
interact with my
everybody.
chat.
No,
Same.
big
I fully
channels.
enjoy interacting.
Bigger
Oh, like
channels,
the
do not
real
look
big
at chat.
channels. Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Well,
Even if they don't
okay.
have a
Well, and
lot
that's
of
how they end
people.
up getting super chats.
I was just about to say, honestly, I think that there are a lot of people that I have seen over the past year and a half that you notice there's a very clear message that is put out when all they do is read
Uh-huh.
super chats, and that
Mm-hmm.
person gets that acknowledgement and that thank you and that thanks so much for supporting the page, or thanks for supporting my
Yep.
channel, you're the greatest,
Yeah.
then I feel like it's that attention that's given that now makes people feel like I need to support in that way so you can see me.
Yep.
Right.
Miss
It's not
Chewy
cool.
answered. Sorry. She said no financials. I'm a new channel. No, it's not
There you
Jinkies.
go.
OMG, she's my BFF. It's another one. And it makes sense. She is just too busy.
How many subs
Oh,
does she
okay.
have?
Miss Chewy, how many
She
subs do you
has.
have?
She said 1,100.
Okay, 1,000. Oh, I've had my channel for about 6 months. I have nearly 1,100 subs. I'm very thankful for my subs. I'm just trying to learn. Yeah,
How
it
many
could be.
subs did your friend get? Like, did they grow like really big, really quick? Or I feel like this is like the Spanish Inquisition, but now I'm
I
invested and
know.
I need to
Now
know.
I'm curious. Look at Melly. She said,
Well, you know
I
what?
don't care for personal hellos at the beginning. It's cringe. I know there are a lot of people
You know
who do
what? I'm
not
gonna
like that I do
keep
that,
saying hi.
I
but
do it. I don't
I
care.
love
I
saying
appreciate
hi. I
people's
love
time.
acknowledging that people took the time to come into my stream.
I
It's
Mhm.
agree.
important to me.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's exactly what I said. If, come in a little bit later then,
Yeah.
because if you,
Just
out
skip
of
the
all
first
the channels
15
on
minutes.
YouTube, right, people, I appreciate people being there. But you know what else?
Yeah.
We just contradicted ourselves because we all just acknowledged that we don't even bother chatting in chats that are too big because you won't be seen. So are you sure that that's going to add to the participation of the chat if everybody here has collectively agreed we stop chatting when chats are too big?
Well,
Wait, say it again.
Like Laura was just saying, she noticed in the bigger channels, they don't acknowledge anybody. They don't read the chat at all. And we acknowledge when the chat is like that, we leave. If I go in a chat and I make 2 comments and I don't get recognized by anybody, I'm not saying a third. You know what I mean? Or when there's no
oh.
chance, you'll even be seen, we already agree we don't chat. So
Well,
does
okay,
that really help the channel?
let me add to this. Can you guys please give it at least 10 minutes because I'm always behind. So don't be like, oh, Deets didn't address me. Chances are I'm still 5-10 minutes behind. So let me catch up. I'll address
Oh,
it.
oh my God. And let me say to these, you probably remember this, but like I used to get so far behind in the with chat because I would forget. Like it's hard to keep both going. It's easier when there's additional people there to help with that, but I
Yeah.
would get so far behind. These are actually
Mm.
really good compared to like
Oh,
I'm so bad.
Okay, update. Miss Chewy says she's gained a few thousand. And then she said, oh, she's gained a few thousand since the Sebastian Rogers case.
Mm.
If
So, I
she
mean,
hears the thing, those views will die down.
they will absolutely dive down for a little bit.
Who's the person she's talking about? Now I'm curious.
I know.
Listen, we're not putting her business out there. She was just coming to ask some other creators what they thought.
Well, I'd like to know. No,
See,
I
Well,
thank
you
Just
you.
know
nosy
what?
for no reason.
I'm nosy. I am nosy for no reason, but I do want to say it. Chances are I wouldn't take it personal. She probably just got extremely busy. I've been very thankful that everyone's been extremely understanding with like how busy my life has gotten where it wasn't as busy before. So it could be something as simple as that. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't take it personally. Others might feel different.
The
Well,
reason I'm
and
curious
it
is
is.
because I know, like I've followed, not followed, but I'm pretty familiar with all the creators in Sebastian Rogers. Like you guys are familiar with every creator that covers summer. similar. So that's why I'm just curious
Right.
who the person is.
I would
Well, if
say
Jankie's
I'm
her best friend, you can probably, we can probably sum it around to a certain.
Who?
Jinkies.
She said
I don't know.
Jankie's
I
is
don't
her
know who
best
that
friend.
is.
See,
I don't know
you
who
don't
that
know
is.
who
Jankie's is
that is?
Summer
Jinkies
Wells.
True Crime. She's
How
she's
did you just say? Didn't you just say I'm pretty well versed
Yeah,
on everybody?
she's Daisy's sister.
No, I said you guys are versed in Summer Wells. I'm not.
Summer Wells. I'm not.
Oh, not me.
I am so confused with the
I'm
Summer
just
Wells
nosy.
community. I'm with you, Laura. I get lost there, but I do know
I don't even know who's
Daisy's
in it
sisters,
anymore.
Yankees,
Yeah.
and they fight with each other. I was warned. It was actually Tracy. Tracy told me, don't even deep dive. Don't even pay attention to who's over there. Just
I
stay
don't
away.
even there's so many new channels popping up every single day. I couldn't even begin to tell you the half of them.
Can I tell you a secret? I have never watched Daisy a day in my life. Pray Garden, I
What?
watched.
I don't
I
think I
did
have either,
once.
unless somebody's reviewed it. I don't think so.
I did once because I covered her
Oh.
when she was really mean to the aunt lady that was on her panel and was treating her horribly over her unfortunate event of being RAPED'd.
Oh yeah, that was bad.
That was bad.
So can
But
I just say this? Chewy, I understand your hint, while the rest of the panelists probably haven't seen it yet, and I'll give them a chance to catch up.
Oh, sorry. I was
But
looking
I will
for
tell you that you probably are better off. That's number one, in my opinion, allegedly. And then number two, I would also say that is because sometimes when people get a lot of attention and the views are coming in, they tend to forget about the people who have stood next to them and help them get there at times. So
Oh, yeah, you're better off without that one.
I
yeah.
got the channel hint.
Just saying, you're better off without
I can't
that
look at
one.
chat. I'm curious. Who? Someone text me.
Smiley.
Pizza.
I'll just tell you, Smiley. So she's talking about.
Oh
I don't
God.
know who Smiley is.
Look, it's almost Smiley's
What?
still. You just said you know all the creators covering Sebastian.
So, okay. I've
You know
heard
who
of
She did it.
she
Smiley.
is. Yeah, you
I've
She
know
did
who
an
heard
she
of
is.
them.
interview.
I've never watched them.
She did an interview with Chris and Katie, and it was terrible.
She's
I'm
fucking
sorry. In my
trash.
opinion, it was awful.
That woman's rotten. She's just rotten. Her name should not be Smiley. It should be Frowny. And her smiley face
Franny.
things behind her is so
Does she,
juvenile. I'm
does
sorry.
she go by
She's
another
mean.
name?
Not that I know
Nope.
of.
Asshole.
She
Oh,
was
sorry.
on.
That's not up to me. No.
She
I
was on.
Sorry. It's
cannot. What is
getting late.
happening right now?
What
She
is
was on
going on?
JS for
Sorry.
Justice the other day.
Was
Laura.
she?
Yeah, she was on Jay's.
Laura,
Oh,
she has a poster with like smiley faces behind her. Like so like discounted rack for a penny right now because nobody does the smiley faces anymore. But
no.
she's mean. She is a mean spirited woman. She's a tragedy.
No, I've never watched her.
She's very aggressive. I'll give you
Yeah.
that. Very aggressive.
Yeah,
I
she's
mean,
mean.
she's yeah. But maybe she's just
She's
busy.
bizarre.
I don't know.
Well, be
Definitely.
thankful she's busy because your channel's going to grow better not being associated with her.
How'd she get the interview? She just called him?
Well, listen, allegedly an asshole, in his opinion.
She tricked them.
I don't know how she got that. I don't know.
She was so mean to them. The chat was so mean to them. She has zero control. She has zero what is that word?
Couth?
She wasn't professional at all. Yeah, no couth, but it's late. Don't mind me. I can't think of the word. But she's just ew. She was just ew. She's rotten.
Granny, would you please tell us how you really feel? I feel like you're holding back
Well,
a
I would,
little.
Dees, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid I
Maybe we need
can't.
to pause and unpack that, Granny.
Yeah, let's go through a therapy session really quick
She's
because
just like she's the ew.
she is. I mean, that is just the best way to describe her. It's just ew.
I was
No,
trying to find
Cador.
like a 20-year-old
What the fuck's
picture,
the
but
word?
you know what?
Condescending?
We didn't have
Kinda
digital
who?
back
Kinda
then.
what? Not con. The decorum. Decorum. That's it.
Oh,
Decorum.
decorum.
She's lacking decorum, Granny says. She needs more
Yes.
decorum.
I'm not
Did I
I'm
use
not
that
like
out of context?
No, you did not.
Or
I'm
probably.
not trying to slam her. I think that interview was horrible.
It was.
Absolutely one of the worst things I've seen.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
It was.
I'll put the
Honestly-
link back here for you, Laura.
Like,
Sorry.
what made it so bad?
Well, then, Laura, you don't watch my channel because I streamed it just a few days ago.
I don't. I
Laura's
don't watch
never
that.
That's
gonna live
true.
that down. Poor thing.
I legitimately did, though. That's why I said that. I'm not lying.
Yeah, we watched it on here. Sure did.
I don't watch you all the time.
I
Hon.
know. I don't. I'm just kidding at you.
So Mary Beth said, I want to do a YouTube channel, but waiting to see what I should do it on. I've started a bodybuilding journey, so I could do it on that, or I'm getting back into scrapbooking. What you could actually do, Mary Beth, is recently we found a page. Well, we didn't. Deets introduced us to it, where this lady tells a story of this drama in the craft sessions, craft section of the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And so
They're brutal over
sometimes,
there.
like she'll be doing a craft while she's telling you the story, if she's not showing receipts for the story, which they're really good stories. But you could do something like
Yeah.
that where you can tell,
Yeah,
tell about
crafting
your
and
bodybuilding
crafting
journey
and
while you're
crime.
scrapbooking.
No, she's doing
That's
bodybuilding and craft booking.
oh,
So
bodybuilding.
how do you do
Oh,
bodybuilding and
congratulations.
scrapbooking? Danya, please tell me how that would work.
This
Like-
is how you would do it,
Like
right? So
bench
you
press,
put your
you
camera
come
on,
down, ooh, apply
and
the
you're
sticker,
doing your
and up.
scrapbooking, right? And you're like, guys, it's me, Mary Beth. I'm here to tell you about my bodybuilding journey. So the way I started out was I started with blah, 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 blah. And then in the next episode, it's like, okay, well, last time we left off with where I started going to the gym every day, right? And then I decided to start lifting weights. And I first worked on my, I don't know, gluteus maximus, because you got to name the muscles, and I don't know any other ones. But I started working on that one. And so what I did is I did 5 reps of blah, 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 and 30,000 squats a day.
I already turned you out, Nunya. Sorry.
But Granny, what you missed though is I'm scrapbooking on camera. And that's what
I
has
don't
your
care.
attention.
Scrapbooking is going to put me to sleep.
Look, here's the thing though. This is the advice for anyone looking to start a channel or have a channel. Just be you. Don't try to cater
Right.
to an audience.
I
Don't
agree.
try to follow a crowd. Just do what you're passionate about. That's it. You can't go wrong. If you build it, they will come.
Well,
And
it
here's
is
the
what
thing, when you build it on being you, you build people that get to know you for you and they support you, they stay with you. I have such an amazing core base of day one, like shockingly so many, especially for being, drama essentially. And it's such a blessing to have these people that have been with me for, literally day one, 26 months. And it's like, wow. But it's because they know you, not the persona you put on, not the whatever.
100%.
And they will
When
stay
you
with
try
you
to
through
do it
different
how
journeys.
somebody else does it, that's when you get lost in the sauce.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
people can see right through that, even on the internet. They can see that you're not, like, it's not authentic. You're just trying to be like everybody else.
Who's cooking over there?
No, I would
That
watch
was
somebody
me. I'm
like
sorry.
doing squats and telling like a true crime story, working out while telling. That would be cool. I don't know. That'd be interesting.
That's funny. That might get me to work out.
Hi,
Hey, Laura, I put the
Right.
link for that interview in back here if you want it.
Thank you.
Oh, wait till you hear it,
You're welcome.
Laura. She's nasty. She's that woman is.
I don't think you're gonna care for it.
Gemini Slacker says
No.
she's dragging a body.
I know, it sounds like someone's taking a body to a pit or something. I don't know what is happening. Oh.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't hear
Mother of Two
anything.
Boys has a good piece of advice. Just watch what you put out about your personal life. I agree with that.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I think that's a double-edged sword. When coming from other social media platforms where you use your real identity, but I don't know if that's all communities on YouTube or if it's just like this true crime community that it's just ridiculous what
It's
people
all
do.
communities.
Spudler, Tracy already has the market cornered on cleaning the kitchen and talking true crime.
The
Cooking
crime and
dinner.
grime show. That's cute.
Oh yeah.
I know somebody that should take that advice, maybe clean their kitchen while
Oh,
profiting off
stop.
kids, but you know.
I mean,
goodness.
who?
Oh goodness.
I'm
And then you're
nosy.
gonna
I
ask.
want to know all the dirt tonight. Who
Oh
needs
my
to clean
gosh,
their
you
kitchen?
want all the deets.
I want to know who needs to clean their kitchen.
I do
Well,
after tonight.
well, the channel I showed earlier allegedly. Oh, you guys probably didn't watch it, huh? You didn't watch my show either.
I didn't watch your shit
Oh
either.
my god.
It was yesterday anyway. But what is it?
Is that the
Always
one with the
expect
clowns?
it, never appreciate it.
No.
No, that
BJ.
was a members only. That was about the RO. BJ, yeah.
Oh,
Always expect it, never appreciate it. Their latest video is, whew.
I need to go and watch that. Like, what's going on with that? Or do you not want to? I can go watch the video too. I still haven't watched it yet though, but
Oh,
I
it's
heard
very interesting.
that you got a restraining order. Is it all good or?
I
Oh
got
yeah,
questions.
I was granted for 3 years.
3
got
years.
questions.
Congrats.
I got questions. First, let me preface my question with I said yesterday he should have fucking kept his mouth shut and he wouldn't have gotten this. So I'm
Wait,
not against it.
Can we pause for a second?
Yeah.
In protection of you, if you speak about it, like,
Yeah,
does that
that's
violate
my.
it
I
in
have
any way? That's my only concern.
no,
Okay.
no, I had
She's
no
allowed.
restraints on me.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's
I just
allowed
was
to.
making sure. That's all.
Yeah, we found out it doesn't work that way.
I
The
just,
person that puts it out can say whatever they want.
Oh.
Well, it
yeah,
depends
I
on
just
the
don't want to
state.
advertise the name,
No, it
if
depends
that's
on the
okay.
state.
Yeah.
You're
Certain
right. It does depend on the
states.
state.
Yeah. So my
Yeah,
question
the judge
is,
even said to me, "There's no stipulations on you. You know, you can talk and whatever." But yeah, your question.
all right, so my question is, one, how did you get a 3-year restraining order from someone that doesn't live in your state? Like, what was the,
Because
like, what was said?
Well, maybe a
I would
summary of
kill it if
what.
I could.
No, like, I
There's been a
just,
lot of threats.
okay.
There's been I would kill it if I could. There was telling me to kill myself. There was messages
Oh my
about how he has the means, the time, the money, that he
Oh.
would literally rip my neck off my shoulders. These were in
Oh my
private too, and
God.
this isn't including the way he speaks about me publicly with disdain. When we first stopped speaking, I got a message that told me to get off my panel. Then he said, "I'm gonna fuck your whole world up." And then he wrote 3, 2, 1, and then a bomb emoji. And like I said to the judge, since that day forth, 2 years ago, that is what he has set out to do. So people think it was just simply over like, oh, commentary or no. I mean, for example, I have a clip where he goes, "You're threatened by me, Granny. Just fucking admit it. You're threatened by me. I got you by the pussy lips." And it's like
Oh my
disgust. The things he
God.
says, it's not commentary. They're threats. They're intimidation. They're harassment. When I was
Yeah.
live that one day, Chasen was on my panel. He tagged me over 12 times while I was fucking live. You would have thought I was talking to him or about him. And then he made 2 videos. There was another comment about nothing makes me more homicidal than nothing makes me more of a raging homicidal than this like things like that. Like, you know, so and the fact that it's gone on for 2 years and the judge, I was shocked that he gave me 3 years. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
I was
scary.
shocked that I
That's
got it at
scary.
all.
That is
That's
terrifying.
It
really
is scary, and people try to, you know, diminish it. If they don't like me, they're like, "Oh, she's trying to silence." And you know, yes, I am trying to silence. I've walked on eggshells for 2 years. I literally blocked. I disengaged. I did everything I could, and I was still being followed. I was being followed here, Dees. I was being followed over at Tragedy Pimps Exposed. I was being followed over in this comment section. He was emailing creators. You know,
You're being
enough became
followed over
enough.
here?
And
I didn't think I'd
yes,
ever seen him
yes.
over. I didn't think I'd ever seen him over here, but I'm not familiar with like who he really is and like the troll accounts and stuff. So I didn't know that.
I mean,
Yeah,
it got bad. And I knew if I,
Is it?
because as soon as the,
Did you have a personal relationship with this person? I don't know
Yeah.
who it is. So
dude, for like 2 fucking months, it was unbelievable.
oh
And
shit.
Mars heard me say it many times. Like, dude, I keep being labeled in as an ex-girlfriend. We did. I had fucking elementary school relationships that were more serious. Like this was virtual. We spoke for a few weeks. It didn't work out. We never met. Move on. It was the longest breakup of a non-relationship I never had. I've had
Oh, that it
oranges on my
was.
counter last longer.
That it
Yeah,
was.
and it was gross. I mean, he lined up to get on Queen's panel, and then he threw a fit because he didn't get to show his 20 fucking clips about me. It got to a point. But those threats, people get desensitized because of YouTube, and they see those threats as like nothing, but they're fucking real threats, man. And I don't have to live like that. Give a fuck who you think or
No,
who you
you
like.
don't.
That's true.
So
So
yeah,
It
they
yours
was
is
brought
bad.
it up.
approved by the judge or filed with the judge?
It's approved.
Oh,
When
Oh, it's
there
okay.
was just a
approved.
temporary, the minute he was served with the temporary, he went live for 9 fucking hours about me with a
Wow.
temporary RO. Then he handed it over to Robbie, who does a stream full of misinformation, worst guidance they could ever give. And then his other friend goes live about it. They were making a mockery. They were saying I had to commit perjury to get it, that it's not valid, that I'm going to get arrested in the courtroom and I'm going to go to jail for 20 years. I mean, they didn't take it seriously at all. So, I knew that if I lost this, not only would they all amp it up, including him, but people would make a mockery out of me, like, oh, Granny tried for a restraining order. And it was scary to go through the whole process. And of course,
Yeah.
he's already violated it. So,
Well, okay, so I have two questions then. What happens if he violates it? Like,
well, the judge was very adamant with him that this judge has jurisdiction over this.
mhm,
And if he makes any violations, he will be forced to come here in front of the judge. Like the judge isn't playing with him. But
good.
he violated not even 45 minutes after I literally was driving home from the courthouse when he violated it. So that's like in 15 minutes of the hearing ended. And the judge even said, I asked the judge if I could say anything on YouTube since they used it the entire week to like
Yeah.
disparage me and slander me. And the judge had to think about it for a minute. He's like, you know what? Yeah, you can. He's like, it's your reputation. You can make a post and say, I won. I was granted the RO for 3 years. And then he turned around and said, and you're not to say anything. You're not to say your name again. You're not to, use her name. You're not to contact her. No social media, no third parties. And I made a point to mention who he uses as third parties on here. And then right away, they fucking violated it with like a 4 hour stream. And then again tonight with threats and everything. So he's already in violation. It's just like a matter. And then they're like, oh, and she took his gun. No fucking take his gun.
Yeah, that's what I heard too, that he had to give up his guns or something.
Well, he did because that's the law when you have an RO, but it's not because of anything I said or did. Well, I guess it is, but
Well,
I didn't
because
say
you
he
got
threatened me with his
yeah,
gun.
yeah. You didn't lead to that. That's just part of the law. It's a
Well,
byproduct
and
of
and
it.
here's the other thing. There was once a video where he shows his gun, I guess to intimidate somebody, and he couldn't even operate the gun correctly. Then in very recent time, there's a stream where he's leading his audience to believe that he has the gun to his own head. So
Oh
it's like
my
he's a danger with it, to be honest anyway. So it's probably in his best benefit that it's gone.
Jeez Louise.
He's the male version, but a scarier version of you know who that doesn't shut the fuck up about me, and I don't mean be Tim. Um,
Yeah,
he's the male version of her. Like no matter what Granny did, he would not shut the fuck up. Like he just couldn't
nothing.
stop talking about her.
I even tried making peace with him just for it to end,
Had you ever even
it didn't work.
did you ever even meet in real life, or was it solely online?
No, it was only online. So the judge acknowledged that because suddenly we get in a courtroom and he wants to act like I'm a stranger. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. That's all I asked for 2 years is not to be tied in as like an ex. I'm not.
Mhm.
But it was established and his attorney tried like going that route and the judge interrupted her and was like, we already established there was a relationship here.
Oh,
But
he
at the
had
end
an
of the hearing, the
attorney?
judge,
I didn't think he
yes,
had
he
an
had
attorney.
representation.
Oh,
No, he
I thought
did.
he didn't.
Well, because he's out here lying. First off, he lied to his attorney and said that YouTube granted him back his channels. That was lie number one. Then he gets up to the judge and he lies directly to the judge. And meanwhile, all week they're like, yeah, Granny's going to lie in there. She's, blah, blah, blah. No, he's the only one that lied. The judge even said, I do not deem you credible at all. And at the end of it, he said, it was something you just said, Deets, I forget. Oh, the judge said, while when online dating, this is new to me. He said it's also a new way of society. He said, and I am going to recognize it,
See, and
especially in this
that's
case.
my question. Like, you hear a lot of creators talking about, like, oh, nobody's gonna give RO for online shit. That definitely the law, the judicial system, all of that is catching up with that. I mean, it's slow. It is slow. We've already talked about that, tonight, that the real world is slow to catch up with what's going on online. But like you said, this judge was like, nope, I'm going to address it because it's
I'm recognizing it.
2024.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and it's funny you say that because I knew I was going to file when I was going to file. Like I had to, I had to plan my day around it. I had to make sure my
Mhm.
kids' school, all that, because you can sit there for hours. And the day before that, he shared Crime Sleuth's post that she was going to take me for an RO. And I found it to be so fucking ironic because
Oh my
after
God.
I went for the RO, then they're all out there saying how it's a waste of the court's time, it's taken away from other victims. But
But they
when
were okay
they
saying it the
themselves,
day before.
But you have to
right,
understand too,
or
like your situation is extremely serious. The
Mhm.
threats that were
right,
being made. That's not somebody saying, "Oh, I can't stand this creator. Let's look at what they did last
right.
night." It's not the same thing.
Right.
It's not the same thing. And what's funny is the people that are judging me, ironically, I find out that two of them have ROs against them that, so they also have ROs. One is evading being served for criminal stalking, and this is who he's getting his legal advice from. But each of them have held fundraisers in the past to get ROs against others. They just never followed through. So don't fucking judge me for what I had to do. When I get to the point that I'm a socially anxious person anyway. When I get to the point that I can't even go live because I know he's watching, staring, waiting for any wrong thing, or,
Mhm.
I can't comment or advertise a channel because then he appears in it. He did it with Tina. He did it with Alicia. He did it with Morbid. He did it with Ernie. He did it with Nicolina. He did it with Tragedy Pimps Exposed. It did it with UDs. And it's every time immediately after I either speak with them or put them in my description.
He did it to me all the time. Anytime you
Yeah,
on
you too,
panel,
Laura.
yeah, all the time.
Yep.
I didn't even
Or
know who it was, and
the
everyone
minute
was
when we
like,
get in
"That's
like a
why."
little,
Oh,
the minute we
right.
get in a little dispute or whatever, he's suddenly all over your comments.
Yep.
And then the craziest part is when he found out about it is because somebody I trusted, they accidentally showed their messenger, whatever. So they dropped the link for me to come up, and he clicked the fucking link on a channel he's never gone on.
Oh no
He
shit.
doesn't go on. He clicked the link. Yes, with
Really?
the RO in place. And I said, I
Wow.
digress right here. This is my point. When the fuck is he ever here?
Wow.
So that was the
So, I
so
mean,
Pearl kind of hit on the second part of my question. She said, in light of what Granny is sharing, do you get how vile what Crime Sleuthin did to Granny actually was? She was treated kindly and fair, but then less than 100% agreement, and she does that. And I agree with that. And so now that makes me wonder, did she know any of this?
Yes, absolutely, she
she
did.
did.
Oh,
She
that
did.
makes
Not
me
only did she
angry.
know, as she was on my panel after I found out about it, I was emailing back and forth with her, and I tried to explain to her the severity, and she acted like she understood. So that's why when she ended it how she did with me, I was so. I not only was I was like that's what I said. It was a virtual spit in my face,
Mm-mm-mm.
is what it was.
Mm-hmm. She absolutely knew. And she
I
was
mean, I
like,
knew that
I'm
there
gonna
was.
go on liking.
I
I keep
knew
saying
that.
it.
Well, let's
Uh-huh.
not say his name, but like I knew that there was a situation there, but I didn't know to this extent at all. So that's why I was wondering
It was hard.
if
It's been
he.
horrible.
Wow.
And I would like to also point out that him and Brittany don't get along. They don't like each other. He just did a stream on her. After I got this granted, she went and made amends with him and now was officially announced back into his little misfit club over there. I mean, that's fucked up. Like, I don't care if you like me or not. She witnessed it. She knows about it. She was my friend during some of it. She has consoled me through some of it. And the minute I actually get a legal stand in RO, you go and make amends with that person. You claim to care about victims, and she's over there making a mockery. How they're like saying shit like, "This is why real victims can't get justice." No, this is why women don't come forth, because of women like you. How dare you?
Well, people, again, it goes back to like the online world catching up with the real life world, but it's still extremely stressful. It's a very stressful situation. You're living in fear, wondering in fear, constantly wondering if any of those things are going to come to fruition. Some might take it as a joke, but I wouldn't at all. I think that's very serious to make those accusations and threats, and I'm very glad the judge granted that for you. And I think it should be a warning to others that want to do stuff like that.
I couldn't believe you got it.
Listen,
And I was like, wow,
I
she
well,
really
I
got it.
was worried too. I was worried too because, I see all these people like, she'll never get it. And I was reading all the laws, but then I thought, you know what? I can take the chance, ruin my reputation. And I even called my friend the night of and I said, if I don't get this, I'm fucked. Like, so many people are going to come at me. I'm just, it was a real risk to take. But then I also thought, I'm not going through this for another fucking year, 2 years, 3 years. I'm not going to continue to be afraid to associate on YouTube, to leave a comment, to openly chat somewhere. I'm not going to be afraid. I'm not doing it anymore.
Right. Right.
Yeah, but you were never really afraid. Were you?
She
No, I was
sounded like
afraid,
you.
Laura.
Yeah, the
I
things
was
that he was
afraid.
saying to her, I'd be afraid.
Was I afraid so much in a physical sense? Yeah. After I saw the messages of what he was saying in private, there's so much disdain there for me. There's so much anger there for me. But I'm talking about like emotionally afraid. Like, if I comment here, he's going to go live for 8-9 hours and just, threaten me, mock me, and he makes money off doing it,
Yeah, it does. That's what I'm saying, Maymay. It wears on your mental health. It beats you down
That's what it
mentally.
was. I was mentally exhausted. I was just fucking done. Like, stop.
It's frustrating. Yeah, you don't just get a RO just because you want a person to stop talking about you. It goes a lot deeper than that. It goes, fear, mental health, frustration, all of those things, but definitely.
Because I was listening to him on your ex-friend's thing after it happened.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm like, I need to ask her because I didn't think he had a lawyer. The way he was talking, it was like it took
He
5
was
minutes
lying.
and he didn't have a lawyer.
He was lying. They tried saying it was ex parte, which it wasn't. He tried saying, about not, he's lying to his friends about what took place. That's what he's doing, just like he lied to the judge and to his own attorney. And here's the worst part. They're trying to make me out like I'm so evil and I'm just trying to take away his freedom of speech and blah, blah, blah. I literally just wanted him to stop. And I even, despite my, better thought, I was willing with my attorney and his to come up with an agreement that we would do a 3-month grace period. It wouldn't be held against him, and it wouldn't be on his record. And if he stopped in the 3 months, it'd be dropped without prejudice. He agreed to it. The attorneys, they wrote up their deal. They were going to present it to the judge. His attorney said, "Can you send me, the proof you have?" And I said, "Yeah." I sent it, and she goes, "He wants to see it." And I said, "This is a fucking trap." She goes, "What do you mean?" I said, it's a fucking trap. I know what he's going to do. He's going to come back and say he's not taking a deal. He just wanted to see what I had because he wanted to know who helped me, because he also messaged another woman he abuses and told her if he finds out that she helped me in any way, that she's fucking done for. I'm not the only woman that goes through this with him. There was 2 before me I was unaware of, and there's been 2 after me. This is what he's built his platform on. Unsupervised Maniacs did a fantastic video showing just how much he literally hates women. And so sure enough, he comes back and says he doesn't want the deal, despite his attorney saying that my evidence was damning. He thought he was more arrogant and smarter than the attorney, and now he has a 3-year one.
Good.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's
It's
the whole thing.
unfortunate some people.
I heard it and I'm like, some of this just
Yeah.
doesn't add up. And what he's saying just doesn't add up. I'm like, I gotta ask her because this just isn't making sense.
Did you
Oh,
hear
Pearl,
him?
this is what most people forget. They forget that second part right there. The notion of free speech does not trump every other law. It does not.
Amen.
So many people forget that. They sure do.
Right. And ugh. Did you hear him, Laura, when he tried acting all cool, like I was playing a video game?
No, I didn't hear
Like,
that.
yeah, he tried saying he was playing a video game during the hearing or whatever. I'm not gonna lie, Laura, I was upset to see you and Robbie's like making a mockery of it, to be honest. I was really fucking hurt by that.
Me?
Yeah,
Robbie's my friend though.
I know, but to make a mockery out of me going for an RO, it felt really fucking shitty seeing it.
I didn't make a
Like
scene.
you had no faith that I was gonna be granted it. You were making jokes.
I didn't make any
Somebody wrote
jokes.
like somebody wrote a comment like, oh, what Granny's doing. I have a screenshot. It was something like, what Granny's doing ruins everything for everybody. And you wrote back something like, yeah, I agree. And then you made a joke to Brittany like, I'm gonna sue you for 200,000 or something. It was just stupid stuff. But I was like, damn, Laura, you of all people should understand.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I know other people talked about it, but I didn't. I mean, I may have
Yeah,
said
it was
I
just the one
understand.
girl that said I was wrong for doing it and that people like me ruin things or something. There needs to
I
be
didn't
rules or something, she said.
I didn't think you were going to get granted. I didn't. The states that
Yeah, I
I
bet you
lived
a
in,
lot of you's didn't.
the states that I come from and the states that I live in, they would laugh you out of court. That's
But
what I was going on.
that's the point though. It's changing though. Those like I would have agreed with you, a couple years ago that yeah, they're just going to laugh about that, but I do think that that's changing.
But I've never lived in
I don't know though.
Pennsylvania,
What
so I don't know their laws. I don't know their rules.
Pennsylvania is very hard to get a restraining order. I feel like even now you're like kind of dismissing the severity. This man put up a photo of me and said he would fucking kill me if he could. Along with the fact that for 2 years relentlessly he's been going after me. He has told me to take a knife and slit my wrist if I can't handle him talking about me. In private, he said he would literally come to me and rip my head off my shoulders. He has made jokes about putting people on wood choppers. He said about another woman, it wasn't me, but he said about another woman, can I just like shoot her in the face? Like just get a gun and shoot. I mean, I have a gun. That would solve it. And he says this shit with seriousness. There's no joking. There's no lightheartedness to it. I mean, you can't fucking continuously for 2 years berate, harass, slander, and threaten somebody. And his biggest mistake was admitting that I'm threatened by him. And I didn't even have to present all of that. All it took was the one video and him being dishonest for the judge to realize that the severity of this for 2 fucking years. And the judge said, why didn't you do something about it sooner? And I had proof that I went last year for an RO, but I was so afraid of the social backlash and his backlash if it wasn't granted that I didn't know which fear outweighed which, so I left. Well, this time I just took my chance because I was done.
Because I get what you're saying. Like you're afraid of the way that people online are going to react to it and this situation and claim that you whatever, because they do on social media, and that's the problem.
Absolutely,
That's
they
what we were
do.
talking about, like with Nunya making the amethyst video. Like We have to support victims. And even if this situation looks different than what we have seen in the past and it's something new that we're learning about and coming to understand, we still have to show empathy and grace there. Mainly empathy. Like I didn't know half of that. Like I said, I knew there was a situation, but I didn't know it went that deep and that pictures were posted and threats like that, those type of threats were made. That's
That's
insane.
really
They were
serious.
horrific.
It is
And
very serious.
that's not just like, I think when people think about like the judge is just gonna laugh, it's not threats that they're talking
Mhm.
about. Like people threatening people's lives,
Mhm.
that's beyond. It's not just, I don't like you, you suck, you're a B word, whatever.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I talked about it in more detail on my stream this morning because
Yeah,
of the
I'll
fact that he
listen.
was lying. He was lying on other panels. He was making people believe like he had insufficient counsel. It was ex parte. He can appeal and present new evidence, which none of that's true. So I read out loud exactly what I wrote to the judge, and even just reading it, just imagine going through 2 years of somebody like talking about your vagina, saying one less addict in the world, the better, saying how do street rats die? Because he calls me street rat. It was just, and it was like it was every single day, sometimes several times a day, and there was not one place he would go where he wouldn't bring me up or make me the topic. And he's the one that got fucking Morvik's ex-girlfriend to go after me. He hyped her all up to go after me.
But you were friends with him like less than a year ago.
6 months ago. I think it was like 6 months or a year ago. Yeah, because I tried to do anything to make it stop, including being friendly with him.
I can understand that. You'll try anything to get it to stop.
That's why I feel bad when people judge the fact that Tiffany, you'll know, Laura, that Tiffany, is kind of back around that area, like kind of like being friendly with them and like chats and stuff. Because when you're on the receiving end of it, I mean, this girl had her revenge porn posted, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
When
But
you're on that receiving end of it, you just want it to stop.
I thought she was so badass.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how badass you are, though. When somebody, is contacting somebody in your real world, they're telling people, to call CPS on you, they're posting your revenge porn. There's only so much anybody could take.
True.
I mean, that's my guess as to why I don't know for sure. I mean, like I said, he emailed her and said, if I find out you're helping, and I know this because she said it on a stream, if I find out you're helping Granny in any way with this RO, this is going to end very bad for you or something. So even with an active restraining order against him, he's making threats.
Man. It's like that's definitely the type of person to be afraid of because it sounds like he has nothing to lose.
That's
Well,
exactly what I said. He has
I
nothing to
even
lose.
I even said to Robbie, I said, look, I know that Granny's not your favorite. I said, but here's the thing. This is all on him. He should have just kept his fucking mouth shut. If somebody is telling you over and over, leave me the fuck alone, and you don't stop, well, don't be surprised when it goes to the next level. I said, so I don't blame her for doing what she's doing. I said, I don't. And if he wants to cry about it now, he's not a fucking victim. He should have kept his mouth shut. And he couldn't do it.
Well, and it
So,
cracks me up. Just 11 days ago, Robbie made a post about what he's been through, about the woman that put an RO and then dismissed it on him. And I do
yeah.
believe that was placed on him falsely. So I understand where he's coming from. But even he was like, unless you've experienced this harassment and da 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 da, don't speak on it, stay out of it. So the fact that the minute Jamie handed over my RO papers to Robbie and he turned it into content and said, I'll never be successful. It's like, dude, you of all people should
Third
be able to
party.
relate on some little level,
Yeah.
And that's third party contact, right?
It is.
But I couldn't believe that, like, Robbie couldn't even relate on any little level of it. Like, you've been through it. 2 fucking years of this? How much more am I supposed to take?
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
That's kind of what we were talking about with these victims, like this whole pressure campaign of, and saying so much, like pushing them and pushing them and pushing these parents and these victims and their families. It's the exact same situation on a smaller level, and I don't mean smaller as in minimized level, but just with you and him and maybe a few other people, but it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Like, what was the intent to push you to what? Would you have been happy if you would have left YouTube, or was it more?
Well, it's funny you say that, Deets. He actually made a video, and he goes and he's going over my video where I literally, I ended up crying towards the end of it, so I hid it because I was just so mentally exhausted from him. And he's going over and he goes, I'm not completely heartless. I'll leave Granny alone, but I got stipulations. One, you can't talk about anybody on YouTube. You can't talk about any other creators. You can't talk about any case. I mean, basically was saying, yeah, I'll leave you alone if you meet my demands that are unmeetable. I was like, who the fuck do you think you are to even put these demands on me?
He's a narcissist?
Yeah, I think,
it might go
it's
beyond
funny.
that, honestly.
The attorneys were trying to figure that out. And I said, I definitely just think he's a narcissist. And the one said, you know what? I honestly think there's something a little bit more here.
Mhm.
Like maybe a sociopathic narcissist.
Yeah.
And he is a narcissist in the fact that like he'll poke, and if he gets one little reaction, or for example, I made a comment on a post, didn't say his name or anything. And that was his justification to go back to his audience and be like, well, this fucking bitch can't stop talking about me. And then go on for another, 8-9 hours about me. And then he said, he literally, even in our private communications, when I was trying to break away from him, it was things like, you're making me fucking do this. Scorch the earth. I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to scorch the earth. Yeah. This is because of you. You couldn't just treat me like a human.
That's why
And that's the way it's been with every girlfriend.
It sounds deeper than MPD. That sounds, like you said, beyond that. That's
Yeah.
intense.
And he just has a serious disdain against women. He hates women.
And I have
Most
listened
like deep
to
rooted.
do.
not,
Most narcs do.
Really?
Yeah.
not necessarily, but I have listened to most of your live streams. Not all of them, but most of them for the past 7 months. And I mean, I know who you're talking about. I knew there was a
Yeah.
situation, but I did not know it went this deep. So no, you didn't speak on this that I'm aware of.
Mm-mm.
Like I said, I didn't watch all your
That's why.
lives, but that's
Well, that's why I emailed you. When he followed me the day.
Oh,
I
that
think it was
account?
tragedy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was tragedy pimps exposed. He's never been there, and and that's why I emailed you and said, listen, I said this is what this is, and put the other comment, and whatever. If you could please ask her to,
Yep, I remember that.
because it was a lot deeper than people realized, for sure.
When I spoke on it, people were like, yeah, but she talked about him on other channels. I said, either way, it's not
That's
her
not true.
channel. She's not talking about him on her channel. He doesn't shut the fuck up.
But that wasn't even true either, Laura, because if you ask them what channels, they can't name it. One time, and I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, Ernie Shells was doing a stream, and he was calling me up to panel. Guess who took the link?
Oh, that's who you're talking
He
about?
did. He took the link there. He's never been there before. When I went up there later, I didn't even talk about him at all. But the one channel I did speak on it on, and again, it was a few weeks ago, it was Morbus. And it's because he went up on panel there. Like, why? You don't even come here. You don't even like Morbid. Why are you on panel here? But because he knows I was in there. So I did go up, and clicking a link, because of course Morbid's like, well, can't we work something out between you? Like trying to do the whole peacemaker thing. And I even said to Morbid, like, dude, this isn't a fucking game. Like,
No.
please don't even entertain him. He's doing it to get subscribers. He's doing it to get views. That's why he's copying my topics and tagging my names in them. Please don't advertise them. So after he got done spewing his bullshit about me, I went up there to say, like, no, this is what it is. And even then I started crying, like, just leave me alone, please. Like, I'm fucking tired. Just stop.
I understand what sharing and caring with Miss Chewy's saying. Like, I wish I knew who she was talking about because everyone needs to know. But I get what you're saying, but I also understand that like there's, if she's not ready to put that out there, or there are people that are listening that are going to do something different with it, I think I absolutely respect your decision to not say it. And I'm
He's
so glad
I
we're not.
is he even on YouTube? Like he's banned.
Yeah. He is
So
banned. That's what I mean. He lied to the attorneys and said that he's not. Because of course, I brought that up to the judge. Like, even YouTube deemed this content harassment, and he blames me for his channels being removed, but it wasn't me. He's acknowledged before it wasn't me. Of course, I celebrate. Like, I said, I'm fucking right. That's all I said when he got taken down. Like, woohoo type of thing in private.
Mhm.
But his content, because he was going to try to say, like, it's just commentary. She just doesn't like the fact that I tell the truth on her and blah, blah, blah. No, that's not commentary. Even YouTube deemed it not commentary. You lost your channel due to harassment and violations. It's not
yeah,
content.
I agree.
We're not going to say the name for those that keep asking. We're talking about a man that was harassing her for over 2 years.
He's
We're
not
not
a
we're not
channel
gonna
that's
say
even
that.
worth
Yeah,
watching
it's
either. Like his
mhm,
channel sucks. He's boring.
It does suck.
There's nothing to it.
mhm.
It's not like we're holding back some great channel.
No.
Like
Right.
he's worse than fucking Benny. I mean, he's that bad. So
And yet he'll sit there and spend most of the time saying how he's the only one that knows how to create content, and Granny doesn't even know how to make content. And
yeah,
the
why
day
would
I
she
reached
do that?
10,000, you should have seen the anger he had that I reached 10,000 subscribers. Oh my gosh, it was insane.
Why?
Really? Why do people get
Because
so weird about that? That was somebody else is like, "Ooh, when I get to 10K," like, okay, the only thing that magical that happens at 10K is you can hold a fundraiser, and 99% of the people that get to 10K don't do that. So, like,
I
Well,
do.
you know what was sad about it is that when I reached 10K, I knew I couldn't even celebrate it because I reached it while she was on my panel, and I already knew that he was watching because the minute I showed her channel, he commented less than 30 seconds later. So I couldn't even truly celebrate because I was so fucking uneasy knowing not only that he was watching me, but what he was planning to do to me that night with her help. And I will
that's the
forever
fear.
fucking hate Crime Sleuth with a passion for what she did.
That's some bullshit. Now that I know she knew,
Yeah,
Oh,
knowing
she
she knew.
knew.
she
She knew.
knew, that is
Yeah, she
it's
knew.
too far. She has the
She
audacity to
blackmailed me
come
with
in
it
here and say, "Stop," when we're debunking her shit. Someone needs to tell you to stop. That is insane. This man was harassing her. You knew it, and you went and tried to weaponize that against her?
because I allowed two people on my panel after giving her, and that's why, Laura, I got upset with you when you were saying that in the chat because I knew from speaking with her through email that she was blackmailing me with that, and I was trying to do whatever I could to make her not do that. That's why I was
Why
extra patient with her. I was
why would
trying
you
to
get mad at
defend her,
me?
but because you were saying that I wouldn't give you a link to come up, and I knew if I gave anybody a link to come up, that's what she was going to do in retaliation to me because we were already
Mm,
speaking about it in
Oh.
private.
I gotcha. Yeah, because you did, I mean, you try to handle it with kid gloves, and then she still did that shit when it didn't go her way.
Hmm
Yeah.
That makes me angry. That makes my blood boil if you know that a fellow woman, like, even if you don't like her, but Granny was being kind to you, and I don't know this person.
She threatened Granny on that
J
panel.
JC?
Yeah, she did.
She was like, if you don't do something, I'm gonna go to Lycan. Was like,
That's
bitch, so
exactly what she
go.
said.
Go. What's stopping you? And then the next night, there she is.
I was like, wow, you
Mhm.
really are this much of a fucking cunt. I gotcha.
Hey, JC, are you with us?
Hi, Deets. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hi, Granny. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I have a question.
Okay.
I just noticed something. Is Perplexed TC in here?
Yeah.
She's on the panel.
Is that okay? I just okay.
My heart dropped for a minute.
Okay. I just subscribed to your channel, and
Okay.
I noticed your intro, and it looked really familiar. And guess who I think stole your intro?
Who?
None other.
Crime Sleuthin'?
Look at Crime Sleuthin's After Dark intro.
Did she really?
It looked.
She
Girl,
stole.
it's similar.
What?
She even stole my. She stole my fucking layout, my streaming layout.
No shit. Can someone go look?
Yeah.
I just noticed it, you guys. I do not.
Wow.
I don't want to cause any problem, but I'm just saying.
Dude, that's
You
crazy.
scared us for a minute, girl. I'll tell you
I
that.
know. I was like, here we
Yeah, my
go.
heart dropped. Laura was like, "Here we fucking go," and I'm like, "Oh, it's gonna be one of them."
I was like, she hates me. This is gonna be a Laura bash. She's gonna ask me a question like, why
No.
you do this?
I haven't seen you in the chat though, unless you go by like a different name or something.
No, I've never been in. I just now
She's newer to here.
Yeah, I just subscribed to all you guys, and I've watched Granny quite a bit actually. But
Oh,
when the
come out and
whole
say hi.
yeah, when the whole Crime Sleuthin' thing came up and she called Deets out, I was like, oh my god, like, or did whatever she basically slammed Deets and Granny and Avery and all them. I'm like, oh my god. And so then I went and found all you guys, and then I just found you. Are you go by Purple? Are you the Purple everyone talks about?
Yes.
Okay.
She is.
No, she's not
Perplexed is.
purple. She's not
I'm not,
purple.
but-
That's no, that's Purple Phoenix. People call purple
Oh,
Purple Phoenix.
Okay.
Laura
Okay,
fell down. Yeah.
But then I saw you, and I
She went to look.
subscribed to you because I thought you were Purple, and I seen your intro, and I'm like, wait a minute, like,
Pearl, your devices are not connected. I don't know if she can hear that. Oh, there you go.
but then I was like, wait a minute, like that's like Crime Sleuthin's intro in her After Dark.
She's unbelievable.
Absolutely bizarre.
She
All right, so
literally
what
took
is it?
my
My
streaming
phone died.
layout.
What's that?
Oh, I
Hang
thought
on,
you
I'm
went to
just
look,
trying to
Laura.
get some clarity.
Okay.
What has
Just
she
making sure
done?
it's Pearl. What is who
Well,
done?
she stole Perplex's intro. Maybe we still have to look. Oh, I have my other phone right here. I can look. But she stole my streaming layout. She stole my freaking stream layout. She literally copied it.
This is Crime Sleuthin'.
Yes.
Yes.
Dear Lord. Seriously.
I can't. I just can't with this woman anymore.
Oh
You
dear.
guys.
I wanted to come up. I know this is getting to the end of a long stream, but
Oh my
I do
gosh,
think
she
there's a
did go
conversation to be
through.
had here. Not necessarily
She did
about
do it,
protection
Deets?
orders.
Yeah, what's the
Did she actually do it?
Yeah, hang on. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you because yeah, there is a convo to be had here, but let me show. I'm afraid to show it. Here we go. She's gonna strike me, I think. Hang on, I gotta take the banner down. So there's Laura, or not Laura's, there's Granny's layout. It's very similar, that's for sure. I don't know about the intro.
Yeah, I didn't see an intro.
It's on her Crime Sleuthin' After Dark.
That's where I am. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
There it is, Laura. That.
Laura!
What the fuck?
This fucking psychopath.
I mean, it's different, but it's the exact same concept.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Is it the same music on, like, I know you don't want to play it, and just wondering if you heard it.
No, I can't.
Hang on, I'll
I
play
don't
it
know if
for a
it's the same music, but
second.
Just a little bit.
There.
It's very
Was that the same?
similar.
Oh, she's
I mean,
unreal.
dude, that is so fucked up. Why am I
It is.
surprised?
That's how
No,
I
not at
felt.
all.
This is weird.
Dude, there's like 1,000 million, not 1,000. There's like 100 million different intros you could do. Is there a reason why you
Yep.
chose one that's exactly like mine? That's creepy.
Yeah, because she idolizes us.
I don't.
That's
Well, I
another
would imagine
thing.
it's similar to the reason that she went to bigger channels to play the telephone thing that she had, the telephone interview. She played more clips on bigger channels because she wants the audience. She's tapping into, I mean, this serves two purposes for her. On the one hand, she's assuming the identity of a more successful channel. And on the other hand, if you hate a bit on it and talk about it, you give her more publicity. She can't lose in her mind.
Right.
Well, you're right, Pearl, because I said that the other day. I said, did anybody notice that after all this drama and stuff popped off, that she made this backup channel to kind of like profit off of it all?
You know what, T? I didn't think of that.
Exactly
She
that.
might be Buttercup. Maybe that's the issue.
Criminality.
Oh, wow.
Someone was just complaining that you don't give them enough attention. It had to be her. Or maybe it was in a chat.
Buttercup was in.
Wait, the chatter Buttercup?
No.
Buttercup sends me. Oh, okay.
No, criminality. So it was. I think it was yesterday in the stream. Somebody was like, does anyone know why criminality doesn't look at chat or something like that? I was like, really? Why don't you go ask her?
I'm gonna have to go back.
It was a
and
weird
look for
comment.
that. Do you know like where, like what we were talking about at the time?
No.
Oh yeah.
I just remember seeing
She
it.
doesn't watch that.
Yeah.
She doesn't watch my streams. That's what she really wants to say.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Speaking of copying, that's the other thing that this person was doing to me. They were literally copying my thumbnails, my topics, my titles.
That's just
not Crime Sleuth, and the one I got the RO, I guess.
Yeah. You're gonna send me
Yeah,
a screenshot.
that's a classic way of linking to you, so that when people search for your
Mhm.
titles again, like somebody mentions that you've done a show on X thing, and they say, "Oh, it's called this," and when somebody searches for that, then they're automatically also given the option of the other person who's using the title like yours with the thumbnail like yours,
Yeah.
and then they might hit on that channel, and that allows him to help poison against you. Constant association with
You're right.
your identity and your
God.
presence online
Which I
is a classic abuse
which I think
step.
which is
Pearl,
another
I
reason
tried that
that
concept.
I was
We got a delay. Someone has a delay because we keep interrupting.
sorry.
You're
I was
fine.
just gonna
No.
say that, which is another reason I'm really not only upset but kind of hurt. I know me and Brittany hate each other, but the fact that she is now like she's like promoting him all of a sudden.
I think there are
Do you
some
think
things
that's
that are just
to hurt
bigger
you?
than YouTube beef.
Yeah, me too.
And one of those is knowing as a woman the way that particularly that women experience the threats in society. Now, I know some people are going to go, oh, snowflake woke, all the usual bullshit. But we know for a fact women's experience in the world is different to that of men. I see it in my own children as they reach adulthood. They have very different experiences of being out in the world. And there's no way that a woman can get to that age of having lived a life and having children that she doesn't have some experience of that. And when you can push that to the side, your experience as a woman, in order to stand with somebody who's victimizing another woman, then you need to look at yourself. That is beyond YouTube beef.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's also done it to her, Pearl, on a much smaller scale. But up until I filed this, she hated him, wanted to speak to him, didn't like him. And now all of a sudden, she's in a chat saying, hi, hope you're feeling better today. And then tonight in his stream, apparently he announced like, oh, she's back part of our channel. And he's only using her because he needs to figure out content now because I was his content. So he's trying to come into the true crime world, and Brittany's opening that doorway for him, despite knowing. And like I tried to explain it today on my stream, I put it on members only because quite frankly, it's personal, But as a
And
victim
she's
of
also using you as a
physical,
shield, Granny. She's using you as a shield.
well, and she's done that for a while. So, for example, Brittany turned on me for the same people that attacked her and I backed her up on. She turned on me with those people and started attacking me. And whatever, long story short, but now that person's off YouTube. Now Voices doesn't like her anymore. So now she runs to this person because she always needs somebody in the drama sector because when the true crime dries up, she's back over doing this type of stuff. It's just so gross. All of it's gross, but I tried explaining today, like as somebody who has actually gone through like physical domestic violence, you have no idea how triggering all of this has been for that as well. For people that are like, oh well, it's not physical, it's not physical.
Mental can be
It's
just as bad. I mean, and it is just as bad.
it's all bad. There's several
It
forms
is.
of abuse. It doesn't always have to be physical.
There is. Y- I call BS.
But
We
back
see
to
no
lighter
higher.
news. I can't believe Crime Sleuth seriously jacked Laura's freaking intro and then my
Okay,
layout.
so I know. So here is the messages that Buttercup had. It wasn't in my channel, Laura. It was on your channel, but you were playing my stream. And she said, she tagged One Slight Angel and said, when the 4 students were murdered, it broke everyone's heart. But criminality went on BJ's and rated his looks against the girls. She said he was a 4 as the girls were a 10. Is that okay? And then the other comment was, Laura, you need to help me. I am not a troll. Like, what the hell is going on? Oh, you're muted, Laura, if you're
That's
talking.
weird.
Oh, it's very weird. It kind of makes me wonder who Buttercup is. But I don't think it's the one. I know who Burden was talking about. I don't think it was that one who said all the stuff about Upchurch on Queen Bee's panel. No, I think it looks like a different. Well, I mean, it looks like a different avatar, but
There's a Buttercup that's really supportive of me, so
does
I
she
hope
have a
it's not
little
her.
white dog as her photo?
Don't
Oh,
you be
gee
picking
golly,
on
I'm
little
not
white
good with
dogs.
I wonder if it's Fluffer. It's a little. No, I don't, it's not Fluffer.
Don't be picking on little white dogs. No, I just got a message. Someone sent me a screenshot of the other fucking psycho.
Oh, no. In this arena, you have to be a bit more specific than that.
I'll just call her the double down psycho. Pearl knows who I mean, and it's not Ziggy. But Pearl knows who I'm talking about. The double down psycho.
Hang on, I don't know if I have any mods in the chat right now. So
I actually don't think that I do know. Again, I can
There's me in the
instantly
chat.
think of
My
about 3.
gosh.
Who would I say you? I just put it in back chat. Who else would I say that
Yeah,
you would know?
yes, she is definitely a double downer.
I thought you guys were friends again.
Oh no,
It's funny
we haven't been
because
friends in months.
just a
Oh,
few months
gee.
ago, this particular
Oh.
person was insinuating that I was part of a group of supported international child grooming.
A lot of us
And then
were,
that
remember?
was just dropped as a subject. It's amazing. It's yes.
Dude, she's fucking beyond psychotic. Beyond psychotic. But
T, if you're still in here, I think it could be her because of the I wish MJ was still awake, but it's like 4 AM there. But, there was the whole thing between MJ and her about Buckle Up Buttercup, remember? I don't know if anybody besides me remembers that.
I do. Where she
Oh
tries
my.
saying, she stole that from me. Dude, I've been saying
Uh-huh.
buckle up buttercup for free ever since my daughter was little. I'd say buckle up buttercup in the car. Like everybody says that. That is not new.
Oh, Pearl fell down. Yeah. Holy cow. Holy cow. Thank you, Bob. Man.
Crazy. People are
Yeah,
crazy.
I remember that. We were
But
all
it
part of the international pedophile ring, and then it just kind of fizzled out and went nowhere.
oh yeah, I
Same.
remember that. Ugh.
Mhm.
Why do I get so many psychos that come after me?
Everybody
tell me.
gets them. That's insane on this platform. It is
Laura
insane.
has very consistent ones.
Yep. The rest of us
I do
just
too, but luckily they're not
random
as
ones. Welcome back,
mine
Pearl.
aren't as well known, thank goodness.
Mhm.
I have like serious fucking psychotic people.
She does look like Kristen from Vanderpump Rules. In your avatar, anyway.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing.
I don't know who she is.
I don't think she's a.
Now I gotta look. Now I gotta look.
I love Vanderpump Rules. I think Jax and Brittany are going through something pretty heavy right now.
Really?
What's her last name?
Dorit. I don't know how you say it. Doriti. D-O-R. Wait, she spelled it wrong. Doty. It's Kristen Doty. Here, I'll show you. There you go.
I look nothing like her.
Well, it's the avatar photo. It kind of does with the hair.
But
It's
thank
a
you.
compliment. Take it as a
It
compliment.
is a compliment. I'm just saying.
Big Al said, "Take it easy on his beach."
No, she's beautiful. I don't think I look anything like her.
Oh my goodness. Maybe everybody's like, yeah, no, I don't see it. I don't see it. So Pearl, you back with us?
I am, yes. I was trying to
Okay.
I got a little bit of a delay and I was trying to sort it out. I'm still not convinced that I necessarily have, but we'll wait and see.
That's okay. Maymay says I see it. Your affair was short-lived, but fueled by unadulterated passion. Oh, poor Big Al. You got the short end of the stick on that situation, that's for sure. That's for
I
sure.
don't know Big Al, but I instantly warmed to him when Crime Sleuthing came on panel and she was here 30 seconds and Big Al said, I will give you $100 if you drop her right now.
Big Al is a hoot. I met him over on Brittany J's. I met him during the Kylie Rodney case. He was on her panel a lot, helping her out, and he's just the funniest guy ever.
Big Al is awesome.
He is.
Who?
Big Al.
Oh.
Every time I'd come and chat, he'd go, Deets. I don't know. He's just a funny guy. He's a really funny guy and kind. And that's rare on these YouTube streets.
How is your cease and desist going, Deets?
I haven't gotten it. I haven't gotten a cease and desist. I haven't gotten multiple strikes.
Well, you
Maybe she's
have, because I
playing
saw it
the
written in
long
the chat,
game.
and I believe that's legally binding, that if somebody writes cease and desist in your chat, that therefore you're obliged, which is why I put deets and persist, because equally that's legally obligating you to carry on. Yeah,
Equally
she's
as
a piece of
binding.
work.
Who is going to get a cease and desist?
I got a cease and desist in my chat the other night.
You did?
Yes.
From who?
Sleuth and told me to cease and desist.
Have a guess.
I think she spelled it wrong, so it was like cease and dicest or something, but which I'm not taking as a threat, by the way, but
Who said it?
Sleuthin did, Crime Sleuthin did.
Oh my God.
Granny
She's even
said
said it live on the panel. She said that I'm
Yes.
asking you now to cease and desist.
Meanwhile, she kept coming after me, still coming after me today, and I
What?
wasn't even on the fucking panel that night.
She's still coming after you today?
Yeah. We
That
turned around
community
like
tab has been a wild ride. It
I
seems
don't
to be
even
all
look,
Laura and
y'all. Let me
voices.
see. Let me see. I just see, like, I don't even
I don't even know why she's picked those two particular people to go so heavily at, but she's really beating up that community tab.
she got mad at me years ago, and she had admitted tonight that she cares what other people's opinions are of her.
I heard her
And
say that.
I think that she really felt that Queen Bee and everybody didn't like her because of me, when the reality is, no, they didn't like you because you showed your true self and what a psycho you are.
Yeah.
And I think she's always blamed me for that. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's what I do think. I think she blamed me for that. And she's had this hatred ever since.
Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. So she says that perplexed TC's mask slipped for a minute, and I'm not gonna repeat the next part because it's
Who?
about Granny in that situation. She said, "Your mask is slipped." She said, "Well, when you had voices on your panel who showed off proof she was dinged for a community guidelines violation for harassing me. Voices said I better be afraid because she's gonna go off platform and coming for me. Laura thought that was hilarious. Oh, the irony. This loon has my full name and address and is sharing the info she has dug up about me around to others while inciting hatred and violence, um, some of whom are local. Oh, so you bet your
Oh
ass
no, run for the hills.
I'm gonna alert the
She's in the
authorities.
chat.
When did she email you
Are
this?
you serious?
When did she email you this?
She didn't. It's on her community tab.
Oh.
Laura, you're lying, and Sleuthin can prove it right now.
What am I lying about?
I don't know. She just said she's lying.
Please tell me what I'm lying about.
Hey,
If you
crime
don't-
sleuthing, while you're in here, would you like to apologise to Granny's watching for the absolute despicable thing that you did to her when she was so kind and gracious to you?
Get him, Pearl.
Mm. I mean, she was kind and gracious to you, and I didn't know that you knew what that man was doing to her, and you still did what you did. Hang on, I just gotta make sure. Is that you, Sleuthin? Crime Sleuthin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
What am I lying about?
All right. One moment, please. I have it here. But first, I want to address something that's way more important than her. I want to address Granny's watching for just a moment. This is sincere. Jessica, I was wrong. I understand that you being granted a 3-year RO is pretty serious. So I am sorry for going over there and probably making you feel worse at a terrible time in your life. I want you to know I absolutely did not know anything about him, never been to his channel before, never talked to him before, never. I had no idea about any of that stuff going on. If I had known, I would not have done it. I am sorry for that. I really am sorry for that. I feel terrible for that. And I just wanted to apologize for that. That's it. Whether she accepts that or not, I understand. I want to apologize.
I think that takes a lot to say that.
Now I would like to address Laura. So, Laura, tell everybody when you made your video.
Excuse me?
When you made your little intro video that you're claiming that I copied off of you.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The intro video that you're claiming that I copied off you. When did you make yours?
Months ago. I've had it for months.
You've had it for months. Oh, okay. Because it didn't take me very long to scan through your channel. Are you sure about that?
What the fuck are you talking about, psycho?
Are you
Like,
sure
for
about that?
real,
Because I
what
have
are you
already.
talking about?
Believe me.
Yes,
the minute
I'm sure about that.
Let's not scream. Let's not
I
scream.
can't handle her.
I know, but let's not scream. So Laura
I'm
claims
serious.
she made it months ago, and
you made it in Canva, right?
do you have? I mean, is there like? I don't know where we're going with this, but is there like?
Because I know the
she-
video comes from the video clips come from Canva, and I know that's where she made it. Because there's other stuff in Canva that she's also used that I've used. It's just Canva.
Right.
It's just Canva. So my point is, when did you make it in Canva, Laura?
Months ago?
Months ago? Prove it right now. Share your screen in Canva and prove it. Because I can. I have been using that intro for about 7 months. 7 months. So you show me where you made yours before then. Because it's just Canva. It shouldn't really matter, right?
You've
But
been
you're
using
accusing
a
me.
channel that you've had for a week? What?
What are you talking about? I've used it on my main channel for like 7-8 months.
Okay.
I can pull up my Canva and show the exact date and time that it was created. You go ahead and do that with yours.
No.
No?
Nope.
She just started using that video
Bitch,
like
I
3
don't
weeks
owe
ago.
you shit.
See?
You're fucking psycho.
She copied
owe you
my
shit.
video, y'all. She
I
even
don't
copied my
owe you
countdown.
shit.
So you think? Wait.
She
Okay.
copied my
You
countdown
think
from
she
the
copied
my
her?
video.
And see how long it goes back, psycho.
Okay.
Christ.
Let's calm down, everybody. So you think she copied your countdown?
It's on the video. My countdown. It's Canva is the whole point. It's just Canva.
Right.
But she did the exact same thing in the same order. I made mine like 7-8 months ago. I could pull it up in Canva and show the exact date and time that I made it. She just started using this like 3 weeks ago. But she wants to claim I stole it.
That's a blatant lie. Blatant lie.
Pull up your Canva and prove it. It's easy.
I don't have anything to prove to you, psycho.
Yes, you did. You just accused me of copying.
No, I don't. I owe
You're
you
lying.
nothing.
You're
Zero.
lying.
Nothing.
You're lying.
Oh my God.
You won't show it.
I owe you nothing.
Yeah, you do. You just said
I owe you
You
nothing.
said, "Oh, that psycho stole my intro." It is
owe
so
you
stupid.
nothing.
Let me bring up a point.
I owe you nothing.
When I got a
owe
message
you
weeks ago
nothing.
that they were like, "Go look at her intro. What the hell is that?"
So
and I
someone
went
told
over there and
you
I saw it,
weeks
and
ago
I was like,
That's a
she
blatant
copied you?
lie.
Wait
That
a
is
minute.
a blatant lie.
The first time that she
Because
played
your
it was like
psycho
3
ass
weeks
would have
ago.
announced it.
Nope,
Your
I
psycho
didn't say
ass
a
would have
word
announced it with
because
you. You're
I
a liar.
understand.
You are
I
a
understand.
liar. You are a liar.
See, I
You are a
understand that it's
liar.
Canva.
You have a
and
whole
I
list of
didn't care.
issues that you need to sort out,
I
and
didn't
this
care.
is what you're choosing to waste your time on.
No, I can easily, like, in 2 seconds prove it, and I'm going to be dealing with all the other stuff too. I want her to prove right now that she made that months
Pearl,
ago.
you can be my voice of calmness because I can't handle this woman. So I will allow you, Pearl, to explain to her that I don't owe her shit.
You just proved you lied. You
All
will
you
not
have
find that
to
on her
do-
channel prior to
All
3
you
weeks
have
ago.
to do is watch my
Like,
videos
2,
and
3
see
weeks
how
ago.
far back my intro goes. So carry on, psycho.
You're the psycho. You just
Laura
accused
didn't
me
even
of
bring this up
copying.
as an issue.
No, actually,
They
it was
brought it up as
Laura
an issue.
responded to
Jay
somebody
did.
else raising this.
Jay
I
brought it up.
responded to Laura raising this issue. Somebody jumped up on panel and
Yes.
claimed, "Oh, go
I'm
look at
gonna
her
let
intro.
Pearl
Looks
handle
like
it.
Crime Sleuthin stole this from you."
Mhm.
So, and then Laura goes and looks at it. They showed a screenshot
Well,
over here of
Your
like, the
problem
paint.
is
She freaked out and said, "Oh
that
yeah,
you
that's
say
mine.
exactly
She
the same
stole it
thing
from
about the
me."
countdown, and the reply to that is, well, it's Canva.
That's what I'm trying to
I just
say,
don't
Pearl.
understand why somebody who is involved in so many issues
Pearl,
waste their
you're
time on
missing the
this.
point. You're missing the point.
Obviously,
This is
you're
what's
looking
called
for a nice,
pile-on.
easy fight.
No, this is called a pile-on. It's let's just pile it on.
Oh, it's
let's
not a
just
pile
pile
on. It was
on
a
the crap.
discussion.
Yeah,
I don't
nobody
care. I don't.
piled it
I'm not
on.
talking to you. I'm not
Seriously,
talking to you.
some
No,
of the stunts
seriously.
that you have pulled
Laura's
in this
having to
sector,
hide behind
and you
somebody
believe
right
that
now.
this
That
is
is
a
so
pile on.
weak. She
Pearl
was
is my
like,
attorney.
She was like, come on over here to my channel, Crime Sleuth, and come over here and take the link, bitch. Take the link, bitch.
Pearl is my attorney.
I took the link, Laura. What do you got to
So
say
why
to
didn't
me?
you?
You
But why
never took
didn't you
the
take
link.
the link then?
I was busy with my family.
Why didn't you take
when
the
she
link
did
when
that.
it wasn't a
I
big
was
panel?
busy with my family. We're right here, Laura. What do you got to say to me?
But you were listening.
No, I wasn't listening. I got it later. I was with my family.
Well, then
Laura,
how did
I'm
you
right
know
here.
that she was calling for you?
Because she called for me at least 20 times during the live.
But you weren't
Yeah,
So
her
you
and
did
her
hear
voices.
it.
Laura,
So you
I'm
were
right here.
listening.
I wasn't here.
Thank you, yep. Thank you, yep.
Somebody downloaded it for me. I have her live, including where she
You
said
always
that.
choose to come
Oh,
onto
you know
a
what?
panel
I'm
with a
just
number
going to
of
send that
people,
link. I'll send
and
that
then you
clip to
complain
somebody.
that you are
Because
being
Laura just lied
bombarded
up
by
here
a
about
gang.
something major, and I'm going to send them the clip. Laura, you know what you said. You know what you said about somebody, and then just lied to them.
What?
So that's okay.
I don't know what you're talking
It's
about
me.
there.
You choose to come on panels that are already
No,
loaded,
Laura,
so that
you
when
are
things don't
weak.
go your way, you
Laura, you're
can
so
say that you're
weak.
being bullied.
Pearl, she's obsessed with me. It's
No,
more than
she
obvious.
copied mine and now she tried to push it back on me. And I can easily prove I made it many months ago. She just started using that one 3 weeks ago.
That is a blatant lie.
Is
Hang
that
on.
you firmly
What-
believe you can easily prove
Pearl,
things
Real
that
quick,
you fail
real
to
quick.
prove.
No.
I have a very important question. Crime Sleuthin, are you Buttercup by chance?
No. I have no idea who that is.
Okay.
I have no other alt accounts whatsoever. Other than my
I
backup
will
channel,
say this.
Crime Sleuth After Dark.
I did hear Crime Sleuthing was accused of being a certain account. I think it's like
Stop the Grift.
Facts or something.
Stop the Grift.
No,
is the one
yeah,
know of.
that one too. But another one you were accused of, and I know without a doubt that is not her. But I do. When
I
did you
have
start
no
using
idea.
that intro? Crime
7, 8
Sleuthing. When
months
did you
ago.
use it?
7, 8 months ago.
Oh.
It's on my channel 7, 8 months ago. And I can show right now on my Canva when I made it. But Laura refuses to show it on hers.
Well, I don't think Laura watches you, to be honest. Do you,
No,
Laura?
I'm talking about her Canva. Her Canva. My whole point is
No.
when somebody emailed me the link like 3 weeks ago, they're like, go look at her new intro. I went and looked and I was like, so it's Canva. I didn't care because it's Canva. It doesn't matter. In fact, Granny, yes, I did get inspiration from yours, as well as there's another channel who I've been trying to study how to make it look like that. You know what I mean? How to make it look like,
Yeah.
but mine's a computer screen. That's what I made it to shape the computer screen. You have the school bus thing or the bus, which is cool.
No, I have
she
the
has
TV.
TV with the cat.
No,
It's a
it's the one
TV.
where it looks like you're
Yeah.
driving. Isn't that a bus?
Yeah.
Well,
she
I
has
have the
another
bus
one.
as well. I mean, I appreciate
Okay,
the
yeah.
fact that you admitted that you at least took inspiration from me. So I
Yeah,
don't.
and then
it
there's
doesn't
another
matter.
channel who, you know how when everybody's on panel, there's like 6 of us here, for example, and some of them will be like animated. And I was like, how do you do that? It's an overlay video. I just figured that out.
Mm-hmm.
It's so cool. I'm just practicing, just doodling in Canva, because that's all it is, just Canva. We all have access to the exact same materials. Nobody's really copying off of anybody. That's the point. I didn't care when I got the link. But when somebody jumped up here and told her that, and she just ran with it, I was like, oh, no.
Well, I'd have to go back and play. I don't think she made it like a huge deal, though, was it? It was just
She
kind of like a
did.
laughing moment.
I think it was
No.
more. I was making it more of a big deal because I felt like you copied my layout, and then her intro was more me.
No,
To
it
be
was
fair.
inspiration from several different ideas that I've been studying,
I haven't seen anybody else with that type of layout.
I think it's obvious now
I have.
that
I'll
it
actually
wasn't
go get
copied.
them
It
and
was
send
just
you
some
some
sort of
links.
inspirational pledge.
Yeah.
It's just anyway.
His virtual
So
pledge.
the whole point is Laura was begging me to come face her on panel. I wasn't even on my computer or phone or anything at that time, but I'm here now. So
Yes, but you were listening and you heard a call for you and you didn't communicate with her in any
Are
way. But now
you?
you've come up here on a panel that already had several people, as
She's
it
so
always
weak.
does.
She's hiding
And then you
behind
come up and
somebody.
complain that your dog
Oh, Pearl.
spoiled.
Oh, Pearl. Oh, Pearl. Look,
Yes, you
I
do.
don't care what you have to say. I don't.
Hey,
I just
I paid
told
Pearl
you
good
I
money to be
Do you
wasn't.
my
know?
attorney.
And
I
I
was
couldn't
not.
care
I
less what
just.
your opinion is of me.
I just said I wasn't on my computer or phone. I was busy. I had no idea she was over there begging me like 20 times.
What was your means of
Where are
listening then?
you?
I'm
What are you
interested. How are
doing?
you listening to Laura
I.
then?
Pearl
Oh my
gets
God.
paid the big bucks.
If you're unhappy with the results, Laura, just say it was ex parte
No, it's
and
a
that you
serious
had insignificant
question.
counsel.
I'm
If
very
you weren't
happy
on
with
your
my attorney.
phone, when you weren't on your computer, what was your means of listening to Laura call for you?
It's called. I just told you somebody emailed me the download. The whole thing screen recorded.
Sure, they did.
Yeah, look at her.
But you
Yeah,
said
go
you
look.
heard a call for you
You
several
tell everybody what
times.
your thumbnail said. It was disgusting.
Maury says that's a lie.
She privated it.
What's her thumbnail say? Oh, it's private.
Yeah, she privated the live, but it's too late. Already downloaded. I wasn't on my computer at the time. I watched some of it later, and she did demand, get up here right now on my panel at least
It's
20
not
times
private.
during the
I
live.
see it.
Well, okay. Well, why is the clip not working then? Hold on.
I don't know. It's right there.
You have to be a member.
If you got it in your edit suite.
Oh, she moved it to members. That's still hiding it.
I don't think it is on members, actually. It doesn't have the green members next to
No,
it.
a membership perk is not hiding something.
No.
No, it says. Oh, she edited it. Okay, because I have the clip, and it says clip not available. The clip can be unavailable if the video was deleted.
Girl,
if it was
seriously,
deleted,
It's members
you
only.
can't complain
It
about
is on
somebody else
members
editing
only.
something.
Sorry, it is on
It
members.
is.
Can we
Yeah, it is on
recognize the clever clever wordplay you did there, Laura, with the name?
Thank you.
You think her calling me slut hen is clever?
What was it?
You just went over to a harasser that I spent 2 years being harassed by. So please,
Yeah.
me laugh at the fact that you were called a slut. It's really, very
Okay.
minute what you did.
Gotcha. She said on this live that the RO was, quote, extreme and fucking ridiculous. So you have fun with that, lady.
I'm sure she
Quite what
did.
I said. Not quite what I
That
said.
is specifically what you said. Word for
What else
word.
did I say? Tell me what
Yeah,
else
and
I
they've
said on
already
my live.
addressed this.
You are ridiculous and you're weak, Laura. You can only pipe up. You can only pipe up little words here and there. You begged me in that live. Go watch it. 20 times she begged me. Get up on a panel with me. Get up on a panel with me. I'm right here. What?
I'm too weak for you, crime sleuthing.
That's interesting because moments ago you said that was
Exactly.
demanding, and now it's begging.
Both. Watch the live. You'll see. It was ridiculous.
Which
I'm
was it?
too weak for you.
You're just sharp as a box of marbles, Pearl.
What?
Me? Oh yes, I am.
Marbles
I
are.
am.
Oh, I get it. They're not
I'm
sharp.
round and I'm smooth.
Granny.
Took me a second.
Oh my god.
So last chance, Laura, because I'm not coming on your fucking panel
I'm
because
smart enough
you
not to get myself caught
you
in
alter audio.
issues.
You
all at the
altered my
same time
audio,
that
and you know
involve me
you
editing
did,
and lying.
and I'm not coming on your panel.
Wait,
you have
wait,
something
wait,
to
wait.
say to me.
What
say it to me right
audio?
now.
What audio did she alter?
I will be playing it on my next live.
Oh.
When I go over her.
I'll tell
yeah.
you what she's talking about.
Oh,
I'm
Audio
sorry.
she'll
that
tell
was
you.
Who is
See?
she accusing of altering audio?
that was never
you-
altered.
Yes,
She's
ma'am, it
talking
was.
about what she freaked out about, that me and Tyler and Zav Girl had a secret video from Kylie Rodney, and we were keeping it in secret from her. And
We
I don't know,
like
for
she was
some
important in
reason,
the matter.
she thinks I altered. I didn't alter shit.
Yeah, you did, bitch. Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't, bitch.
Yeah, you did. So I'm right
Why
here.
would I alter a video, psycho?
Because it got you a ton of views.
It didn't get me
I
jack
had,
shit.
you had like,
Again, your moral high ground is really
girl,
low
shut
and
up.
swampy.
Seriously, your opinion doesn't matter to me. I don't care.
And your
I don't
opinion
care.
doesn't matter to me.
You wanted me on. You said
I'm
come and
not even
face me on a
talking to
panel.
you.
Come
I'm
on,
talking
come on,
across
come
you
on,
to
bitch.
other
Come on,
people.
bitch. You sounded so just ridiculous. I'm right here. What is it?
I am so ridiculous. I am so
What is it?
weak. I'm so ridiculous.
What is it, Lyera? What were you needing me so bad about? I'm right
didn't.
here. I'm not
I'm
busy
over it.
tonight. I'm right here.
I'm over it, psycho.
Sure you are. Then keep my name
It is a
out
bit
of your
Richard,
motherfucking
isn't it?
mouth.
Yeah, CS bitching about spliced audio.
Nothing. I promise y'all that call was not edited, spliced, or nothing. Absolutely not. Do you really think
What
that
was
I
that?
would send a spliced or edited phone call to law enforcement?
Do
I don't
I?
even have.
Who are you
Yes.
asking?
Hell no. Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Mm.
I'm not getting in legal trouble for
Mm.
anything.
Why would it
You
need to
need
go
a
to law
padded room,
enforcement?
is
Because
what
you
you
stated
need.
on
I'm
several
sure that would be a
panels
totally new
that
experience for you.
you stated on several panels that it didn't need to be turned into law enforcement, even though you had done it. So,
No, that's not what I said.
okay, all right.
It's never what you say,
Literally.
right? Because you don't lie, right?
Laura, Lyera, what is it?
Do you have anything original? Like, I'm
Do
just
you?
curious.
Try
Do you
a
have
different
anything
intro.
original? Didn't anybody ever tell you don't answer a question with a question?
Laura, you need your mouth sewn shut.
You love my name in your mouth. You love it.
No, I want to puke looking at your photo.
Then
You're
why do you say
horrible.
it all the time?
I don't. I hadn't spoken your name in like 2 years.
Have you ever been in a
It
padded
wasn't
room?
until you got up on this panel and got all over me. You go look at the video
Have
and
you
call
ever
it like
been in
I
a
see it.
padded room?
Why don't you describe it for me from your last visit?
I'm just asking.
Because no.
That video from Call It Like I See It is only a small portion. When Laura first hopped up on panel that day, the very first thing you did was get nasty with her.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did. I sure
Okay.
did. So
Okay.
what? Because
Well,
I've been seeing
your
what
whole
she's been
point
saying
was
about
that
me.
but you just said she hopped up and was nasty to you, and I
But
said,
it was
but
before
and
that.
you
She was
referenced that clip, and I'm saying that clip is out of context because for a long time before that you were.
So out of context clips are okay for you guys, but not for anybody else.
What out of
But
context
it wasn't out of
clip
context
did
at
I
all.
use?
It wasn't out of context. The whole point of that video was that I was being called out for something that I did for a good reason, and she got away with calling the mother of a murder victim and heckling.
I never called the mother of a murder victim.
Or sending a message, whatever you did. You reached out to
get-
a family member.
She
You
didn't get
reached
away
out to a
with
family
it.
member.
Plenty of people called her out for that and had a
No.
deal with her on that. And
None
two,
of you guys did. I was here.
I'm talking right now. And so plenty of people called her out on their own for that situation and addressed her on it. We also addressed her later in the live about it because you kept going on about it. But the real reason it's out of context is because you threw that out there to deflect from what we were addressing with you. It wasn't about Laura. It wasn't about the things that she had done. We were addressing a situation with you. And that is why it is out of context.
No, see, that's what you're doing to me right now. You realize that, right? You're being hypocritical. I'm here to address Laura.
You
and
are
I wanted
the
to-
worst gaslighter I have ever seen in my entire life.
No,
you're trying
you're
really hard, but
deflecting.
you suck.
You literally are. You're
fucking
50% gaslight and 50% red
You were
flag.
dying to talk to me, and I'm right here, and this is all you have.
I wouldn't waste my time talking
promise
to
you,
you.
no
Then why
one
did
was
you
dying to
why did
talk
you
to
throw out
you.
my? I'm gonna clip it and count how many times you begged for me to get on your panel.
I don't care what you do.
So you knew I wasn't going to come over there even if I had known, because I already told you 2 years ago I would never touch your channel again.
I don't care.
Good. Then shut up about me.
Stop lying.
I didn't lie. You did.
Okay.
Good. Glad
Can I
that's settled.
Can I ask you a
ask her?
question? Why do you keep what's your
I
issue with
don't need
voices?
any
I'm
questions
sorry.
from you.
No, ignore that. Dates, it's your panel, darling.
I was just going to ask, so you were very frustrated with the panel that we held, and so you've been going after Laura and voices in the community post. I understand voices, but why Laura? Why are you going after Laura after all of that?
She's
I'm just
upset.
Sorry, I
curious.
had
It,
to.
it doesn't, I mean, there's no right or wrong
Well,
answer, obviously. I'm just curious as to why.
because she is the one when I had only 500 subs who did that to me. I was a sub to her on her channel, and then she took that audio of me and edited it to make it sound like I said something that I did not. I played her altered video, her altered audio, and my original to show what she had done. She made
Okay.
it sound like I had said that Zav girl had already watched and verified that video and said that it was real, and that is absolutely not what I said.
Okay.
She's
Can I
lying. She's a
ask
liar.
you a question?
I
Like
don't
an
know if that's
honest heart-to-heart question. That was 3 years ago.
So why,
Move the fuck on.
why don't
Like,
you go
that's
look at
3
your
years
last
ago.
live where you brought up stuff from back then?
Excuse me.
So
No, I didn't.
that's literally what you did. You went through all of it. You made a whole live about me.
Did you see your community posts?
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about your last previous live was all about me, a whole history on me. I have the whole thing downloaded. Here's what she does. She'll do a whole live on somebody, mostly these other girls that she doesn't like, but now she's coming after me because it's the cool thing to do. It's
Okay,
ridiculous.
you are fucking psychotic. You are absolutely fucking
I have it
psychotic.
downloaded.
You're a liar. You're psychotic, and I will not waste another fucking breath on your psychotic ass. So you
Thank
do
you.
whatever you got to do because
Thank
you
you.
are fucking psycho.
All righty then. Good. Thank you. Leave me alone because I hadn't mentioned her in over 2 years. I had let it all go long time ago. I had even privated the videos that I made showing what she had done because I was over it. She's the one that started this back up. Now, because she did that last live on me, just on me, a whole, 3 hours on me. Now I'm going to have to show all of my receipts, all of my old videos, because she said in that live that I
No
was
one
lying.
cares. Do
No,
whatever
they do
you
care.
gotta do.
They do care because
No
when you put
one
out
cares.
when you put out bullshit, it affects other
Nobody
people.
puts out bullshit, Psycho,
You
but
did.
you.
You did.
Nobody puts out
You
bullshit,
did.
Psycho, but you.
What did she put out that was bullshit?
I'm gonna go. I'll be going over all of that with what she said and what the truth is, because she's a liar.
Stop looking in a mirror. That's called projection.
Oh my God, are you 12?
It's called projection. You should know it.
You're a
well.
liar. You can't even tell. Oh my God.
It's called projection.
No. All right. Well, look, I'm glad I got the opportunity to apologize.
I think
to
Laura
Granny's
makes a
watching,
very
because
good point. I think you do project.
Whatever.
I think your
heard what was whatever,
assumption
Pearl,
that
whatever,
True Crime
Pearl,
with Eve and
whatever,
altered
Pearl.
information was based
Okay,
on your
Pearl.
experiences.
You're disrespectful is why I'm not listening to you. I am glad
Pearl
that
is not disrespectful to anybody,
Sure.
even if she don't like you.
Oh, now you want to talk? Now you want to talk to me? What is it?
Have I
What
not
is your
been
big
talking
problem
the
with me?
last fucking 20 minutes?
You tell me what I ever did to
Genuinely,
you.
Laura,
You to do
I
that
would
to
have to
me.
respect her opinion to be offended by
Blah
it.
blah 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 blah. I
And
don't
that's
care what you
never
have to
going to
say.
happen.
No, whatever. What
Pearl
did I
does
do to
have
this
an
woman?
actual
What did I do to
delay.
this woman when I had only 500 subs, a brand new channel, for her to do that to me? Because that was the first thing that brought me bullshit. And then I hit 1,000 subs and I had that very first live of mine. And here comes the glare and morbid because they thought that was freaking funny.
What the
All
fuck
this
does that have
bullshit
to do
has
with
hit
me?
You started the drama.
Oh
You
my
are
God.
the original drama bullshit stirrer in my life on YouTube.
Okay, if you can't let go of something from 3 years ago,
Are you
you
serious?
have way
Go
bigger
watch.
problems than me.
You were bringing up stuff from the exact same
I'm
time
sorry
period.
I
You
ruined
do
your
it all
life
the
forever.
time. You
I
do it all the
apologize for
time.
ruining
You're
your life
such a
forever.
hypocrite.
It's all my
You are
fault.
such a
You
hypocrite.
are psycho, and it's all my fault. I am so sorry that you cannot understand that I didn't ruin your life. But okay, if I'm the one that started it and you really believe that I'm the reason you're the way you are, then I apologize.
I just want you to apologize for altering that audio and playing it and making it
I
sound
didn't
like I
alter
said
an
something
audio.
that I didn't say.
I never altered an audio. And
Yeah,
if
you
you're
did.
asking me to apologize from something from 3 years ago for the misunderstanding, I already did 3 years ago on Queen Bee's panel.
No, you did not. No,
Yes, I
you did
did.
not.
Because you couldn't let it go like you are right now. That's why I apologize. But if you need another apology, then I am sorry for the misunderstanding. If that will make you a different person, I'll own it. But again, I apologize 100% that I caused you to be the way you are.
That's not an apology.
What? Okay, let me try this again. Okay, my lawyer just conferred with me. Let me try this again. Debbie, I apologize from the bottom of my heart that if you believe and you truly believe
No,
that
you
I
just
am the
you just
reason
voided it.
that you are having
No.
so much trouble on YouTube and
No.
that I
That's
started
not
all
that's
of it,
not no.
then I
You can
apologize.
just stop. Just stop. That's not an apology. That is not an apology.
Bitch,
You
that's
had
all you're gonna get.
You had I think 12 or 13,000 subs, I believe, at the time, and I had 500. You really caused me a lot of shit. I had an absolute brand new channel. I had a ton of friends, and you fucked me over for views. And I have the proof.
So I
have the proof.
think we just got to the issue there. So do you think that Laura caused you some friendships? Is that the problem?
She absolutely did. She got
No,
she
I
got
didn't.
the she got
Who
she
You
put
did
out
it
lots
all
of
by
negative bullshit
yourself.
Hang
for
on,
me.
You
Laura.
did it
No.
all by yourself.
Hang on,
No,
Laura.
she
Who
hurt
did
my
she-
reputation. I only had 500 subs. I was brand new. Like I was just getting to know people. And then after she did that to me, I would go into different chats because I was quite the social butterfly, which some people call panel hopping, whatever, same thing, social butterfly. I would
Okay.
start going into chats like after this, and they were calling me names because of her,
What were they calling you?
saying that I was claiming these things that she said I claimed in her live, but it wasn't true. I'd never said anything about Zav Girl verifying any video. Never said that.
So were they calling you names or were they just making allegations that you weren't that you had done
Bullshit.
something?
Yes, you did.
They were naming her. Laura showed us the clip. You said this and you said that, and they were believing her. That's
You just
literally
said
what
I
happened.
showed the clip.
You took
Is this
an
your
audio
villain
of
origin
me.
story?
I
What
don't
made
think
you decide
so.
then to carry
Girl,
on
I
doing
don't care.
stupid things?
If you can't speak just decently, at least, I don't want to hear you. I just don't.
How has she been indecent?
I'm not. I don't want to talk to her.
Okay, but that's not her
I
being
would
indecent.
love for Laura to actually own what she did to me. Then I would let it go.
did not edit a video. Sorry,
What-
but I never did.
So
You
the chat is
edited the
hang
audio.
on a second. The chat is saying that Laura played your video.
She didn't. Okay,
I'm-
you know what? You just
I-
hang. Just
I don't know.
I'll
I'm
go
just-
through the whole thing again, and when I'll just have to cover her.
And it
go
was
through the
on
whole thing
Queen
again.
Bee's panel.
She played it, and it was completely fucking twisted up. But
No,
you
it
hang on to
wasn't.
your lie because that is who you are. When I actually know that I'm wrong and I know that I've been wrong about something, I own it. That is okay. I am not embarrassed when I fuck up. You double down on everything. You double down on everything. I'm going to be going through all of my.
That
I
is
made a
also a
Well,
long
you're definitely
list.
not embarrassed when you fuck up.
I don't care because we're human. We're human. We make mistakes. It's okay. No big deal. As long as we own it. Other than just saying, oh yeah, I owned it. That was me. Oh well. Or it was just a joke. She literally on her last live, I have the whole thing downloaded too, in case she hides it again, said everything that she had done, all these horrific, vile things that she's done, were just jokes. Jokes. It was a joke
Not
to
what
call
I
the
said
mother.
at all.
Owning your mistake.
It was a joke to call the mother of a murder
Not
victim.
what I said. Oh, I said that
It was a
joke. But
joke to
again,
put your
nobody
little girl in
called.
a shower with your
She
boyfriend to
didn't
test
call.
him.
Oh my God.
She didn't call the mother of a murdered little
Contact,
girl.
whatever. Send a message. She reached out to heckle the
to an-
mother of a murder
she
victim.
didn't-
And then she
Nope,
said on her
didn't
live
reach
that
out
the
to
little
her.
girl wasn't even deceased at that time. And we all know that she was.
Bitch, you talk about my kids one more time and you're not gonna fucking
You
like
talked
what I
about
do.
my children.
I have never talked about your
You
children,
just
you fucking
watch
psycho.
her last live.
Oh,
and
actually,
the one
you know
before
what?
that.
I did.
And I
said,
didn't
maybe
talk
if
about
you
your
had
children.
a better relationship
I
with your
didn't
daughter,
talk about-
you wouldn't have had to
See,
adopt
she
your
doesn't
fucking
even know what
grandkids.
she's talking
You
about.
are a
There's
piece
nothing.
of shit who raised a piece of shit. Go
My
fuck yourself,
daughter-
bitch. Keep
my
it up.
daughter-
Whoa,
Keep
whoa,
it the
whoa, whoa,
fuck
whoa.
up.
Oh, okay.
Keep
Sorry.
up your mouth.
Sorry,
and
I was
watch where
taking
this
a
goes,
drink, but
psycho.
hey,
I didn't talk about her children. You show me where I've talked about
You
your
just
children.
did, bitch.
Wait, calm down,
No, I
everybody.
didn't.
Yes, you did. You just talked about her daughter, Sleuthin.
What are you talking about? What did I say?
Oh my
You
God.
know what you just said.
I said I haven't talked about her children.
She
No,
talked about my daughter yesterday.
You just said Crime Sleuthin less than 3 minutes ago. Not even 3, maybe 2 minutes ago. You talked about her daughter and the shower situation. You know you sure as hell did. I don't know why you're trying to act like you did
She
not
said
just
that was a
say that.
joke. She said that was a joke.
When did I say that was a joke?
It's
I
on your
never
live.
ever said that was a joke. The
Okay,
fuck is wrong with you? You just lie and lie
No,
and
no,
lie
no, no,
and
no.
lie.
Whatever.
You just mentioned it though. That's the thing. Like, let's not talk about
It's
kids.
a fact.
please.
She talked about it. She's the one that
I
put it out there.
don't give a fuck who talked about it. We're not talking about kids on this panel. Does everybody understand?
She brought up children first.
I don't give a fuck who brought up children first. We are not talking about children on this panel. Does everyone understand?
100%.
Fine.
It is not
Now
happening.
look, you've broken deets.
Jeez. Stop talking about my children then. Because my daughter doesn't even have children. She doesn't even know what she's talking about.
Speaking of parents, how do you think it was when you put out a phone call that was played to the father of a missing child, where it was suggested
Pearl,
that
he
somebody
already
knew where the
got
body
it.
was?
Please stop.
Do you think that can never
Please
be reeled
stop.
back in?
Please stop, Pearl.
Hi, Deets.
How do you think you felt listening now?
Hey, Brandy.
Hey, thank you.
Do you think you'll ever forget it?
Hi, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Hey, Brandy.
You guys are taking care of the midnight oil, are we not?
I'm burning it, huh?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Whew, all right.
Well,
Can we
it's
all take a breath?
9:30 over here in the morning, so
Bless you, Pearl. Dang it. I got so much to do today, okay? It's prom day. All right.
Oh, I love
I've been hemming dresses all week and doing the things and staying away.
And that's honestly, that's the best thing. This place is insane. I'm sorry that I lost my cool, y'all, but seriously, when I ask repeatedly for kids to not be brought up and it's continued, I lose my shit. All I'm
Yeah.
saying is please respect my wishes, and we're not going to talk about kids here.
Absolutely. And Deets, I respect you very much for you being respectful to everyone's opinions and seeing all of the sides and everything. Sorry, it's late and I'm a little tired and frustrated. And I've seen some things and heard some things, and I'm going to try and be as kind and understanding to everyone's feelings as I possibly can.
I haven't slept yet, but Michael has been missing 990 days.
Mm.
Today makes 991. Crime sleuthing. Not once has Michael's official, two, from NECMEC and from Fruitland Police Department. I'm trying to be devil's advocate and see both sides. There have been hundreds of photos, or photos, flyers that have made for Michael,
Yeah.
but they've never been altered. There's never been another picture put on top of them. They're yes around, yes. But I'm going to tell you, as a mama, when I heard about that, it pissed me off, to be honest with you. And in my opinion, I just believe everybody's opinion is just, I'm sorry. It was wrong.
It was.
I shouldn't have done that. Okay? And that's it. Leave it at that. Now, all this other stuff going on with everybody it is just, it makes no sense. These families need support, whether you believe them or not, whether you, what your thoughts and everything are. There are other family members, there are children. Everybody's going to have their opinion. And I have learned a lot. And I'm seeing these other families, and I want to help them.
Mhm.
But it scares me because who do I trust anymore? I want to trust everything, that the fact that they're going to do right by my son. So I just want everybody to take a breath and think what's going on. Stalking these people. Do you know what it's like to try and work after your child's been missing for a long period of time, and people come and photograph you, or stalk your home, or call you a murderer to your face, and you still have to work a 6-hour shift?
Because those bills don't stop, do they?
No, they do not. Whether your opinions and your feelings about a case, think about the victim,
Mm-hmm.
the family member that's missing. What is important, because guess what? When they're found, or when they come home, that family, their loved ones, all of them, they still have to live every single day. You know, I've said some things in private and that have been put out publicly, and I owe apologies to. And honestly thought I was trying to help. And in this whole mess of the double-edged sword of you want to do everything to find your baby. You want to do everything. You go wherever you can. You'll do anything you can. But then you have people that take advantage of all of that. And it's going on. And I was quick going through some things I heard today. The fast rate that it's going through, that I'm watching some of these families, it's not, it's sick. Take a breath. Everybody take a breath. Jesus. Do you know what it's like to have a smell, or just see a toy, or hear your little one? We're gonna go get Monkey now. So everybody is different. And I've learned a lot. And I've always thought of myself as a compassionate person, and being more divulged into social media, I felt I was losing myself, my values, the person I am. I anybody that truly knows me, remember your morals, remember your kindness. We all have our opinions, and yes, we are all different. Please remember what you're doing, everyone. Sorry, Deets, I came up here because I've been staying away. I'm
You're
trying to
fine.
stay away. I'm
I
trying.
appreciate it. You know how I feel.
I know.
So much. All it
It's
takes
so,
is a little bit
yeah,
of time to offer grace to these families, because we don't know what you're going through. And
exactly.
I've been quite honest to you. I don't want to know what you're going through. I don't want to feel that, and I wouldn't wish it
Exactly.
on my worst enemy.
And I'm seeing these families, and I'm just like, God, no, please don't let them feel that they're going through enough.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has their speculations. Everybody has their feelings. It's understandable. But to them in private. Don't put it on that family. You don't know. You don't know exactly what they're walking through every day. I seriously, I still, I, I'm afraid of what's going to happen with things progressing in my baby's case. And it scares the shit out of me because I don't want anything to jeopardize that. And there have things that have been done that slightly have. So, the best thing you can do, in my opinion, for these families and these loved ones, keep sharing their pictures, share the information. I heard a little bit earlier about a handbook for family members. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess what? Yeah, it's about 20 years old. And
And we know that everything that's 2 months old is outdated in 2024. It's just
exactly.
Mm.
And you have to remember that, yes, the number one victim is the one that's missing. And that the number one goal is to bring awareness to them, to help get them home, to get the facts. Please share their facts, share their information, especially when it comes straight from law enforcement. Don't alter it. Don't alter it. You can, I was talking to one of my sisters the other night, and someone had put out 8 different photos of a monkey. One of them, he was bald. I didn't.
Oh my
Jesus. As hard as it was to see, I understood what they were doing. Now, if there are certain things that you were doing, contact the parents or try to contact somebody that's like, I've been asked permission, I don't even know, hundreds of times to do things for Michael. Be a support to the parents, be a support to the family, the community, and law enforcement. Keep their face and their name out there, and the facts, their height, weight, name, age, where they went missing, if there's a, if there's a time frame, what they were wearing. And remember, please remember, it's an ongoing investigation. and things change over time because it's an ongoing investigation. It's not set and dry. It's not CSI. It's not a 40-minute episode on TV. And no, we're not all picture perfect. And yes, we are all, hot headed. And we've heard me. We know
You're
this.
human. You're human.
Exactly. We're all human. And we all have our thoughts. We all have our opinions, which is perfectly fine. But take and give them a moment of grace, even in anger. I've had to go back and apologize out of anger, and I have a few that I have to that were made public,
Mm-hmm.
and it wasn't necessarily their fault. It was I was going through hell just as bad as they were. So remember what's important. What is important is keeping our loved ones that are missing the focus. Keep them the focus.
Brandy, if you don't mind, could I ask you a question?
Miss
It's
Pearl,
not
of course.
specific to your case. It's about your experience as a mother in this situation. One of the things that's come to mind watching all this recently is that all these parents become interchangeable to the true crime community. They're just the current parents of the missing child. And obviously for you, this is like a unique and life-changing experience that will never leave you, regardless of what the ultimate outcome is. All this trauma that you've been through will remain. And I'm just wondering whether it ever strikes you that this is almost a game to the true crime community. Only the faces change, and it's just another thing for them to look at and try and slot pieces together, like it's not the real world for these people who are experiencing it. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
To be honest with you, Miss Pearl, yes. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Almost 3 years. This is our lives. Yes, and it feels like, if you say something, you're damned. If you don't say something, you're damned. It doesn't honestly feel like, no matter what you do, your efforts, everything, or what you don't do, you are literally played as pawn.
Scrutinized like under a microscope your entire life.
Exactly. I don't need help from that. FBI, law enforcement, they all got that. I don't need help. Nor does our family and our loved ones and anyone close to us, to be honest. And it's
Brandy.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I wanted to just let you know I did apologize for that. I am sorry for the flyer thing that I did. I did pull it down, and I did apologize. I didn't know, and I apologized. So I was hasty, and I apologize for that. We all care about you very much, and I just wanted to say that we all really care about you very much and your family.
Oh, I appreciate that very much. But I understand the hastiness. I understand the emotions. You don't think that these feelings of these parents or these families of missing loved ones, when they have hasty emotions and everything like that, and then they're just scrutinized. And I am no saint, and I've done it too. I have.
Yep.
I have. And it wasn't even, I let my emotions get the best of me, and I wasn't rationalizing. Like, I'm taking a break. I've been taking a break, but I just I don't want to see any more families go through the nightmare and the hurt, which I know I can't stop it. I'm not Wonder Woman. I know I can't. But if there's any way
Doggone
I
it, you're
can,
gonna try.
I'm gonna try. I promise. I'm gonna try. But I'm gonna do my best to help other families, and in maybe just me being a voice out here, like, hey, everybody, let's take our reel in and go sit on the bank and have a taco, catch some fish, sit back, relax, hold on for a second, take your emotions, breathe. Breathe. That's the best thing I've been taught in the past couple years. Because I'm not very good at it. I give credit to everyone that's trying to keep the loved ones' names out there. But the other side of it, the doxing, the going after each other, the, you did this to me, you did that to me. All right, you know what? All of these people that are trying to support, I want to believe the best in people, missing loved ones. Set your differences aside. Do them elsewhere. Because you know what? And what does everybody say? The internet is forever. Some of the things my children have seen, no, it's not okay. And what do I do? What do I do about it? Try to be kind, turn a blind eye, and be better. Do better. So, sorry, Deets. I didn't. I couldn't.
I'm sorry. I know that this is a double-edged sword to even just people kept asking for his photo, and I can't imagine how much
Yeah.
it has to hurt to see, but they kept asking. I was gonna wait till you hop down, but I'm happy to pop it up anytime. Anytime.
So there was even a point like this flyer and the one for NECMEC.
Mhm.
And any family that's going through, please make sure that you NECMEC has great resources for counseling and support. So I can help with that into an aspect. If you need phone numbers, I don't have them off the top of my head right now. Sorry, it's really late.
Yeah.
But I agree about something for families, and I hope to work with other families. There's a few that I've been in contact with that have resolution and are making change. So, and I would love to help be a part of that. And I hope everybody just take. I know everybody says take walk a moment in their shoes. Whether you think they're guilty or not, you don't know what they're going through.
No.
And like I said, everybody's got their opinions. So
We have no idea what it would be like to be living our normal everyday lives one minute and the next minute completely shattered and broken and split in half. And then on top of that, the scrutiny of what feels like and what might very well be the entire world on top of you. I couldn't imagine
exactly.
how that would feel.
And honestly, I will say in our circumstance, that's what it's felt like.
Yeah.
It feels like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, no matter what you do.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, Deets. None of them, nobody understands what any of these family members are going through. So we can do better, everybody. I promise we can. We're already doing good things, and we're going to keep doing good things. So, The hurt and the heartache that everybody's caused each other or keeps causing each other. Stop it. There's bigger things. There's more important things. Every day the sun comes up, it's an important day. Start a new day.
Amen.
Miss Deets, thank you for having me. I am gonna go brush my husky for the 100,000th time. She's losing her winter coat, and I have
Oh,
4.
that's lots of fluff around the house. Holy moly.
Yeah, I have. Well, that's why I brush her outside. But I have 4 dogs worth of puppy hair in the garbage can right now.
Oh,
She's gonna be a year old next month. So
my goodness. Time flies. Thank you so much, Brandy, for helping us to remember to keep the main thing, and that we have to be more cognitive of what we're doing because it does affect a family. Even if we think that it had a good intention, it affects real people who are truly going through it. And that's what we need to be reminded of from time to time. And I don't know if, you mentioned wanting to help put that together. Burden's trying to put some stuff together. So if she wants to share her email with you, if you want to reach out to her, I know what she's trying to put together is with some very good-hearted and victim-minded creators. And I bet she'd really love to have your input on it.
I believe I have her deets.
Good deal. Good deal.
I'm pretty sure I do. But my number one goal is bringing Michael home and
Amen.
taking care of my family. And I want to help. I've been trying to help for a while, but you get it.
But we should be asking, what can we do to help you? And what can we do
Yeah.
to help other parents like you?
Keep to the facts. Keep to the
Mhm.
facts. And make sure, it's speculation. Don't run with it. Like, if it is speculation, don't and don't stalk a family. Seriously?
That's insane.
Like,
Without a
I'll never
single
forget
shred
those
of
times, all of those
anything.
times.
Ugh.
And you know what that does to a family, especially when they're searching or things are coming together and you're still on this 1,000% awareness because it feels like every set of eyes on this world is looking at you
Mhm.
and you're scared for the rest of your family. What if something happens? You can't even scrape your knee nowadays in my house. Just a bit, maybe rub a little dirt in it, you'll be fine.
Not
That's
even.
how I grew up, just saying.
Right. Walk it off. Walk it off.
So walk it off, you're just fine.
Yeah. I remember those days.
And psychologically, you have to hold some sort of normalcy for the other kids. I mean, you spoke about prom, and I really hope that you have a really successful and happy prom weekend because life doesn't stop. And you still have to maintain some sort of life for those who are in the home. And I can't imagine how difficult that is.
I can't either.
Yeah. School's almost through with, and I've got one going their senior year and
I tell you what,
college. And
college is fun. Wait till they get to college. Holy cow, that's a treat. But that senior year is so special. It's so magical. Soak in every last moment of it. They're doing all these it's the fun year of school. It's the fun year. And
it
so
better be, because
I
she's
love
taking college classes at Will.
Mhm.
And then I have one going in as a freshman, and
Oh,
then one
mhm.
as a kindergartner. and just waiting on Key. So, yeah, doing all the things. Just
hang in there.
Take a step back, everybody. I believe that you all have good hearts and have good intentions and want to help the best you can.
Mm-hmm.
Remember why you're doing it. Please. Remember the victims. Remember these babies, please. They are what is important. Their information is what is important. That's what's important.
That's a fact.
I got things to do tomorrow, so I'm gonna go lay down to rest. And
I hope you give someone an update on how prom is, because that's a fun day. And I hope your child has
yeah.
the best night ever.
She got a dress with pockets.
Oh my goodness, it comes with pockets.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Sold, done, did. That was it.
Yep.
I was very surprised. And this is the first time that she's ever worn high heels. I was like,
Oh my goodness.
you're not wearing your Converse or your Chucks or anything like that.
And like
Oh my
Eliza said, senior year is fun, but it's also the most expensive, because I'm telling you, prom dresses nowadays are they're just as much as a wedding dress. It's insane. It's insane.
Hey, I did really good. We went out, we went to a consignment store. She found one that she absolutely fell in love with, and I altered it for her and pinned it up, and it fits perfect, and it's got pockets. And
And
I
it's
did it all for less than $200 with the
It's a
shoes.
gift to be
That
able to alter clothes.
It is, and that is impressive to get a prom dress for under 200. Way to go, mama. Way to go.
Yeah, it was my saving grace. I altered the first one and I made the second one. And if you can do that, it makes it so much less expensive.
I bet.
Oh, most definitely. And altered a couple of my adopted children's dresses as well. So enlisted my ex-mother-in-law because she's got a sewing machine and my hands were tired because I've been sewing dresses all week.
Bless your heart, because dresses are one thing. I can sew a little bit here and there, decent amount. But anyway, I don't want to mess with dresses. They are a pain.
They're a pain. And then, yep, you don't want to mess anything up.
Yep.
Anyways, well, I'll have to leave you guys with that wonderful
Thank you,
thought
Brandy.
that I got lots of loves tomorrow going out and gonna have the best night of their life. They better behave them damn selves. I already done told them. I have them all like, yeah, all of their phones are chipped now, so I can scan. I can see everything they do.
You'll be sitting
And
there on your couch all night watching them on Live 360. Okay, where are you going? What
yep,
are you
that's
doing?
exactly it. Yep, that's exactly it. I'll know exactly where you are. I know all of it. So
That's great.
well, thank you for having me, and I
Thank
hope
you.
you all have a wonderful evening and a blessed weekend. And take care of one of each other, please. There's too much going on in this world to be fighting like we are. Well, I'm fighting over here. You all do your thing over there. But I
You're
just
doing the real fight, though. You're doing the real fight.
wanted to
And
give you guys a minute of grace.
I
Everybody,
appreciate it.
everybody.
I appreciate it. And you know you're welcome here anytime, love.
I appreciate it. Well, I'm gonna turn the streets back off because
It's a good
my hair's finally growing back. I don't want to lose it because I'm
It's
trying to grow it back. All right. Much love, everyone, and have a good night.
Have a
Thanks,
good
Steve.
night.
Thank you,
Bye,
Brandy.
everybody.
Well, I don't feel much like fighting anymore. I'm going to go to bed.
I don't think there's much left to say. And so I appreciate Brandy's words of advice and wisdom.
Yeah, it doesn't seem really worth it now. So y'all have a good night.
Have a good night.
I hope we all remember those words. She's always somebody burden somebody, get her to write all that down or clip it or something. It should be required viewing for everybody on YouTube. She's just remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Please be kind, everybody. Even to me. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
She just couldn't
Also,
help
like,
herself there
I
at the
know,
end.
like I'm holding a breath in. I'm like,
Oh my God.
Let me just hold on. Let me put this out
Mm.
here because you guys are talking about prom dresses. I have 4 prom dresses, all because my spoiled daughter had to have a different dress all 4 years of high school that she wore
Same.
once. They're
Same.
all a size 2. So if anybody's a size 2 needs a prom dress, I have 4 of them to choose from.
Resell them. We resold our daughters for like, I don't know, a couple hundred less than we paid for them. So resell them on like the prom websites on Facebook.
Maybe I should try that.
My
Because
it was
I
the funnest time. My daughter had the best prom dresses. I was so obsessed with them. It was always so prom and homecoming. That's the one thing I miss about him being in high school is going dress shopping. But wait until you get to take your daughter wedding dress shopping.
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
Nothing beats that. It's the best thing ever.
I am. I'm excited for that. But the thing is with Sage, she's so boring, like compared to me. Like I wanted all foo-foo and it had to have tons of appliques and my ring had to be like at least 2 carats. She's the simplest girl ever. She doesn't want any appliques. She wants a very, very simple dress. Her ring, she wants very small and dainty. And she's just the exact opposite of me.
Oh,
And I told her, I said, "Don't you wanna, like, a big dress?" "No, mom. I want a very simple dress." So we were when last time we went prom dress shopping last year, we were in David's Bridal. I said, "So let's look like what kinda style you like for wedding dresses." She picked out the most simplest wedding dress. I'm like, "Really?" I'm like, "You don't want, like, foo-foo on it or
I
No.
mean, there's something to be said about a classic wedding dress, a simple classic wedding dress.
But, like, she doesn't even want sparkles on it. She wants nothing. Just like a plain white. I mean, it was nice, but I was like, "Wow, you're gonna save me a ton of money." My wedding dress was literally like $2,500 in 1995.
Oh, yeah.
So, you would think that I had it. I'll show you the picture. It had tons of everything. And she wants very simple, very nothing, I wanted Victorian, high shoulders, like I wanted the
Did you
works.
have shoulder pads?
I think I did. I do think I did.
I have
But
so
it
many
was
pictures of wedding
foo-foo.
dresses. I have
Mhm.
everything from fancy to very simple.
What?
I have everything from fancy to very simple pictures of a wedding dress, but I will never get married, so
Mhm. Never say never. Never say never. I was trying to find a picture of
well, it's
Morgan's.
not in the foreseeable future. I am getting my birthday dress made though by one of my
Ooh.
friends. So I'm basically going to treat my 40th birthday like a wedding. So
There you go. Go all out. Go big. Go big.
my dress is purple.
Mhm.
It's getting made as it's getting made right now, now. My birthday is in November, but I also kind of want to get another dress. I don't know why. Like for picture, I don't know. I kind of want to use the dress I'm having made for pictures and then wear another dress to the party, but I don't know when my party's going to be. I don't know. And then sometimes I just want to go out and buy one, like buy a white dress. You know what I mean?
Yeah, do it. I mean, hey.
Just go buy a simple white dress and call it a day.
Yep.
You know, not
Yeah.
a ton of money on it or anything, but I do have a specific style though because my body type only takes, certain styles. Or I only look good in certain styles, but so I do have those, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I am having a dress made.
Well, that'll be fun. That'll be a
Yeah.
good 40th birthday? Are you gonna have like a big shindig or?
I want to. I just don't know when yet. Because for my actual birthday, I kind of want to go somewhere with my best friends for the weekend.
Mhm.
So then I don't know when I want to have the party and what I want to actually what I want to actually do for the party and all that. So we'll just have to figure it out. I'll figure it out this summer because my birthday's in November. So and
You
when I'm
got
gonna,
time.
because on my actual birthday weekend as well is hunting season, and my best friend thinks it has to go hunting. So there's that.
I'm sorry.
But I
I'm
have
just over here scrolling, trying to find a picture real quick.
but I have everything. I have fancy dresses and very simple dresses. Like I don't know.
How on earth do 26 barges suddenly escape in Ohio? What on
What?
earth? Did somebody cut them loose? It's all right. I'm just reading Eliza's comment in the chat and wondering where 26 barges have suddenly managed to disappear to. Apparently, they've had to close down the waterways.
They took off. Who knew? Barges in Ohio, huh? Holy moly.
What happened?
She said 26 barges escaped and like just took off in Ohio.
Yeah, Eliza posted it in the side chat, and I was just scrolling down and I saw it and thought, okay, sounds improbable, but
Here we go. Let me load these up and show you. This was my daughter's favorite prom dress. I was trying to take a picture of those real quick. I loved dress shopping with her. I loved all of the things, planning their prom, homecoming. This was her senior prom dress, and I was just obsessed with it.
Oh
And
my gosh.
here's that's the back, and here's the front of
see.
it.
that's
It's just
beautiful.
very
It's so unusual.
it is it
I like
was.
that it's something a little different.
Mhm.
Is it like marble or is it like is it gray and white?
No, it's like a seafoam green and a cream color, and
Oh,
it's
okay.
very,
I
like,
see it now.
lace detailed and
I had to
it's,
like
hand embroidered and hand beaded.
I had
So,
to
like,
like
the
zoom
whole
in on it.
yeah, the whole back and front was, hand beaded and
Oh
handed
my
but it
god.
didn't have, like, a ton of beads on it. Well, it
Mhm.
does on the arm, on the cape things, but not, like, on the dress, but
That's
I just loved it.
cute.
I honestly don't remember like, Jim and I asked what the material was, I don't remember. It's been several years, but the front was like,
That
the
is
whole
really well cut as well. To keep
Mhm.
that shape at the waist and hip and then go into a train at the
I was
back
gonna say
without a whole load of extra fabric, that is a big cut.
it looks
It
like it fit her like a glove.
it was heavy, it probably weighed 25 pounds, that
Oh
dress
my
was
god.
heavy, I don't know how much it weighed, but it was very heavy.
Heavy, yeah.
It was gorgeous, so I don't know. I miss all that stuff. I miss prom and all those things. We'll just have to Test Mag, we found it at um, a prom shop. We would always get together with the girls and go down to St. Louis prom dress shopping or up to Chicago because we live in the middle of Illinois. And I think that one was like the very last store we stopped in up at Chicago, and it was just like we had hit everywhere. The girls were not finding anything they liked, and it was like this little no-named dress shop. It wasn't even like prom specific, and she found that there, and it was yeah, it was the one.
That's
When
all
you know, you
you
know.
find the gems though. Any of the big chain stores,
Yeah,
you're gonna see the same designs over and over again.
exactly. And she'd always had like really amazing dresses, and so she was just like, "It has to be better than, the other ones," and then it's like, as well as the fact that, she didn't want to be like everyone else. So it's just been it was fun. And like I said, it was just a tiny little shop. I don't even remember what the designer's name was on the dress, but like I said, you can definitely, like I think we just resold that one for a couple hundred less than we paid for it. So that's why it's not like they're going to use them again. So she always resold her dresses. But
I'm trying to find my wedding picture. I'm going through Facebook and
oh
I'm
my
I'm
goodness.
going through it and going through it. I'm back to like 2015. So hopefully
I
I'll
just
find it.
have a feeling you're going to show us a big poofy
It
dress
is.
with shoulder pads.
But I know I have one on Facebook and I it's a matter of finding it. It's like one of those things you see it like a million times and then when you actually need it, you can't find it.
Yes. Well,
So I'm just
somebody's
going
offered
through,
you
like
$25 in the chat to be able to look at your dress, Laura.
I'm trying to find it. I know it's on here. It's just a matter of finding it. We're now in 2016, so it should be coming up.
There are a lot of good people in the chat. There absolutely are. Absolutely.
Because I know I uploaded it in 2015. So that's why I'm like, we're almost there.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna drop down, but I'll be listening in chat still.
Well, thanks, Jay, for popping up.
Yep,
You
have a
good
good
night.
night, guys.
Good night.
I'll see you guys later.
It was nice to meet
Good
you.
night.
Yep, you too. Bye-bye.
It was nice meeting you.
Never going back to St. Louis.
Dates can't shut down until I find this picture.
I'm waiting on you, and then I gotta go. I gotta get up in like 3 hours and babysit.
Find it.
I can't believe I
Yeah,
yelled at
Sage
Craigslist.
moving in.
I feel horrible
Sage
for
is
yelling.
leaving the dorm. Sage is leaving the dorms tomorrow and moving
Is
into her own
she?
place.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I've had to finish this dresser, which I decided to redo. And that's almost done. But then my phone died. And I'm like, crap. So then I'm like, you know what? Let me just take a little break anyway. But I said to earlier, I said, I'm going to be up to like 5, 6 in the morning doing this. Sure enough, we're at 4.
I only spent part of that arguing with people.
If I don't find it in a minute, I'm just going to grab a hard picture and take a picture. But I know it's on here.
Nana.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think I have. Hold on.
You know, it's hard for me to yell at people like that, but I was just like, I'd already asked politely to not talk about kids. And so it's not hard.
That's what I
It's not a
said.
hard thing
In
to
all this
do.
time that I've heard you speak, both online, sort of in the public sphere like this, and also in more private conversations, I've never heard you lose it like that. But it's a long time coming, and it was just ridiculous. You could not get through.
Pearl, you were an
That's what I
excellent
said.
lawyer.
You've broken deets.
You broke me. It broke me. It might have something to do with the fact that it was 3 a.m. I had enough. I'd asked politely enough, but I just feel like I think that
Were
is
you
the main
out of
thing
Mr.
that
Pibb?
everyone, yes, everyone agrees on, though, is we don't leave the kids out of it. Just leave kids out of it.
All right. I got the pictures. Hold on. I just got to take a picture of it.
Oh, here we go. I can't wait to see this.
Don't laugh.
So with my wedding dress, since we're talking about wedding dresses, I got married in 2000. So I knew I wanted a sleeveless wedding dress, no train, and I wanted it to be white and kind of like a scooped back, right? I ended up with an all lace dress with a 12-foot train and like lace sleeves and like a V front and a princess cut. It was complete opposite of what I wanted. Complete opposite. But when you find the one, you find the one, I guess. So it always cracks me up what people ended up. Now, I mean, it was gorgeous then. Now it's, 24 years old. It'd be out of style, and it was ivory, not white. So
I loved my dress. I knew what I wanted.
Oh, she asked. I thought Pearl said I deserved an extra pib. She asked if I ran out of. No. Oh,
My
goodness.
train was like so long. All right. See, none of these are like excellent pictures, but you can get the idea. All right, let me go take a picture of them. Hold on. Yep. Don't laugh.
And sorry, Tony, I didn't add you. It was just kind of felt like a moment, so I didn't want to add anybody else up to the panel. My apologies, love.
All right. I'll be right back. Hang on.
Did you find like an actual picture? I feel like that's what she did. I know. I can't believe there's 450 people still awake. Tony. Goodness gracious.
I would imagine it sort of broke this little section of the internet, people saying Dietz has finally lost it up on panel. And immediately about 150 extra people pile in here at, oh Christ, 30 in the morning.
Oh no, I feel like Brandy was in the chat. She heard me lose my shit. She's like, oh, I better hop up there and calm it down. Oh my gosh. Anna
right.
said, oh, you got your picture?
Yeah, hold on. I just send it to myself.
Anna said, I wanted a 6 foot tall looker and I got a 5'3" perfection. My husband is a whole foot taller than me. So in our wedding photos, I'm standing on like a 10-inch box. But you can't tell it because my dress was
I
so
wore
long.
4-inch heels, but I was exactly the same height difference as
Yeah.
yours.
Yeah.
Okay. So share my screen. Hold on.
Okay. That's exactly what I was picturing. I'm not gonna lie. I knew it when you said poofy.
I wanted
That was
foo-foo.
exactly the dress that I imagined as well.
Yes, it is. I was like, oh, 90s style with bling, lace, and poof. Yep, that's what she had. And look, you had the tiara too. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
But
I
that
mean,
was the height of the look
It
at the
was.
time. It
exactly.
really
It sure
was.
was.
But you can see like how many appliques were on it. And I
Mhm.
just wanted a Victorian. I wanted poofy. I wanted a long train. Like I wanted to feel like a princess.
Yeah.
And I did.
Well, that's good. How long
But
was your veil?
it wasn't that you could see in the first picture, it wasn't that long.
Oh, no,
I
it doesn't.
think it came down to about like there.
Look at how they used to do those bustles. Holy cow.
What?
Your bustle, it's like up high on your butt. That's how mine was too back in
Mhm.
2000, but now they do them low, like below the butt.
And you could see like how
Yeah, I
long
didn't
it was.
have a train or a bustle or anything like that.
And that's
Ooh.
another thing. Sage wants no back. And I was like, why? And she's like, Mom, because that's what I like. I'm like, but it's a wedding dress. She's like, I don't want to wear a bra and I want a really low back, but I want it to be very simple. Okay, Sage, it's your wedding.
Here, let me show you Morgan's wedding dress. I bet this might be similar to what Sage wants, but Morgan's is lace. It's not simple. I wouldn't say it was simple, but the back is what's really, really special.
But I knew what I wanted. I said, let's do it. My wedding cake had a waterfall. It was beautiful. And we saw that like on a TV special. And I was like, oh my God, Mom, that's what I want for my wedding. And the original one was like so much money, but they altered it so it wasn't going to cost, 10 grand. But yeah, the cake had a waterfall in it. It was very pretty.
My cake had what was it? Like stairs, and it did have like a little tiny fountain in the center of it.
Mhm.
And it was like 4 tiers. Yeah, it's so different nowadays. So different.
Sage said something about I said, "Honey," because she's like, "Well, how come I can't have that?" I said, "Honey, I don't have the money grandma and grandpa had. Sorry." I was like, "I just don't."
Oh, weddings are outrageous nowadays.
Not here, they're not. You wanna know why? Like,
Mm.
obviously, I was married in New York, but in New York, like, I had a huge sweet 16, but even for weddings, like, I had it at my dad's country club. You had, 150 people, and you had a sit-down dinner and, with prime rib, and you just do it a certain way in New York. Here,
Mhm.
it's nothing like that.
Really?
They don't even do it in halls. Like, they do a lot of backyard weddings, they do park weddings, but like, you can even get married at for $1,000. You can get married at like the coves, hidden caves,
Mhm.
and a lot of people do it. Like
We
my wedding, I won't even say what my wedding cost, but it was in excess of 25, 30 grand. And that was 1995.
Yeah.
And nowadays, if like
It's
here, if
it's
you
double
spend like
that.
5 grand for a wedding, you've done good.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I'm like, well, I moved to the right state.
Here, it's really big on, venues, like, people getting married in
Yeah,
venues,
not
and
here.
whoops, I hit the wrong thing. That's the popular thing to do, is to get
And
married in a venue.
yeah, and you have a DJ and you have a band and you have a videographer and you have a photographer and you have a florist.
Yep.
Nothing like that here.
Yep.
Nothing at all.
About 50 grand.
Mhm. Yeah, my wedding
Um
was either I think it was about 28 or 30, and we got a huge discount because it was at my dad's country club. And again, that
Mhm.
was 1995.
95. We got married in a church. Pretty boring, traditional. Nothing fancy or over the top. It was it was us.
Are you surprised that I would want something over the top?
No, I'm shocked for me. Like, I figured, that that's kind of what I would want but I ended up not wanting that. I wanted small and understated.
Not me. Over
My
the
kid, on
top
the
it is.
other hand, she was over the top. She absolutely was over the top, and I loved every second of it.
I did, I loved it. We had a great time. Too bad the marriage didn't last that long.
Too bad.
Not
Was
my
the
fault.
There's the front of her dress, but I think the back is what you'll like, because that sounds like what Sage likes.
So who said they'd give me $25?
Here,
Eh?
this is the back with the low back, and then it had like a back necklace and everything. It was so pretty.
I love her style, both that and the other dress, just absolutely perfect for her.
Oh, I love that.
She has really good style. Oops, hang on, I gotta delete. Gotta delete Caillou back here so I can add another
That's
photo.
beautiful.
Let's see here. Wait, which one did I load already? That one. Mm,
She's the one that just had a baby?
Yep, this is Cruz Mama. There's the front of it. I don't know if you saw that. It's very boho, I guess. It was an Australian designers. Oh, I just loved it. It was just like, when you find the one, you find the one. The dress and the guy, I
I
guess.
agree.
But the back is what I loved. I love the back of it. Well, I love the whole thing.
I do agree with that, though. Once you find the one, you just know.
Not the fact check. Oh, here's this. Hers was a beach wedding. Well, she had 2. She's spoiled. So she had a small family and close friends wedding on the beach, and then a reception back home.
That's cool.
So she got both. Both experiences, I suppose. So you get to wear it twice. Oh, goodness. There was a heart in her hair, Burden. I noticed that too when the photographers sent that in. I was like, "Oh, look, it looks like a heart through her ponytail." All right.
Well,
Speaking
ladies,
of
I'm going to step
Rue,
down.
same.
I'm going to
Oh
go
my
and
God,
get
I had
myself something to drink. And but thank you for your company.
Thank you for coming up and being
My
Laura's
attorney.
lawyer. She needed it.
I did. See, Pearl, Deej,
Oh,
you guys keep
Lord.
me calm.
I'm not gonna say it right, Rhonda, but it was Rudicine. I think that's how I can spell it out for you guys, but that was the designer.
Oh, because you said Australian designer. Rhonda's from Australia.
I'm pretty sure it was Australian.
KCGC. Sorry. You can donate to breast cancer.
There you go.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right, girls. I still have to go.
Thank you, Deets. I have to go paint. I gotta
All
finish.
right. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye,
everyone.
Pearl.
Good night.
Good night, Pearl. Or good day. Good day, Pearl. Oh my goodness. All right. I just want to thank everyone, even throughout the outburst and staying through. I can't believe that all of you have hung on this long. I am on Nana duty for the next several days, so I probably won't see you guys again until Wednesday. So I say take Brandy's advice. We don't know what these parents are going through. We have no proof whatsoever of guilt or innocence or evidence or anything. So just remember, what if it happens to you? What if your kid goes missing and you have the entire internet hounding down on you, spreading lies and misinformation about you, editing your child's photo when they shouldn't, stalking you, protesting outside of your home when law enforcement hasn't named you a suspect? Just keep those things in mind. It's so important. I'll see you guys on the next one. Love, love.